Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like, should feel like, should feel like I should.
Hey, Virgo. Let's see.
Yeah.
What is that music? Oh, I see what it is. I have another tab open.
Oh,
All right.
we can do that cooking show this Friday, Friday going into Saturday.
Okay.
Because my husband, his kids are coming over. They want to have like a little sleepover. So the kids are gonna camp out in the living room, but he plans on decorating the tree with them. So they're gonna be busy and out of my hair. Hopefully his back feels better. He doesn't slow down, Stanley, I'm telling you. And I'm so worried that he's gonna really injure his back, and he doesn't listen. So, well, you know how men are.
Yeah, why would we listen to reason?
Well, yeah, exactly. But, this is going to be a relaxing thing. They're just decorating, making ornaments. I already made mine, so I got mine out the way. So they're making ornaments. And
Well, how old are the kids?
my daughter is 17, his going on 18 next month. Not even next month, in about 3 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. His son is 17, going on 18 in March, and his daughter's 15, going on 16 in July. So,
Well, it's nice that they still like to do Christmas stuff.
well, yeah, it's been. Well, here's the thing. Before they were there just for the food, but this year it's so different because of the storm, and now that we're in the apartment, they haven't been over for quite a while. So it's gonna be the first time in a while since we got into the apartment that they're coming over. So he figured he'd make Christmas ornaments and make popcorn, watch a movie, stuff like that.
Well, I thought I'd given up Christmas, but it keeps coming back to find me.
Well, yeah.
Hey, 12th man.
Hey,
Hey,
12th
Stanley.
man.
Hey, Virgo. How's it going, Ebony?
It's going great, Ivory.
Good
You're
to
not
see
working
y'all.
anymore,
I was hanging out over at Keys, but they kept talking about just like this college football player that's entangled and all this stuff between some different women and stuff. So I was hoping I could find something a little more intelligible over here.
Well, I can't figure out this fascination. He won the Heisman Trophy, but I can't figure out why people are so fascinated with him. But
I
I
have no
don't
clue
know.
who you're talking. Who are you guys talking about?
well, this guy named
Not even sure I know.
well, he won the Heisman Trophy. I should know his name, but I don't even keep up with football like I used to. But he won the Heisman Trophy, and his girlfriend's like a former stripper or something. And
Oh, the guy that we were talking about earlier today.
yeah, I can't figure out why.
Travis something.
Yeah, Travis Hunter.
Okay.
I can't figure out why there's such a fascination with him. But anyway,
Oh, and then we were talking about, and then it went into race. I remember that.
yeah. So
Mm.
whatever.
Yeah.
He's not particularly interesting, and his girlfriend, former stripper, probably the most interesting thing is her arm tattoos.
Her OnlyFans.
I don't even know that she has that. She's not ugly or anything, but apparently the fascination that, well, he keeps bringing race into it, and I can't figure out why he's doing it. This is 2024. It's not,
Yeah, he keeps saying she's not white. Well, nobody said anything about. I think they were saying that nobody said anything about race, and yeah, this is first world problems. I can't.
All right. Well, let's see. I got about five fairly interesting news stories, at least interesting to me. Then I've got this one thing that this guy's been recommended to me. A guy named calls himself the Black Gnostic. He's been around for quite some time. I've never really listened to him, but there's a friend of mine who has been hanging out on the channel for a few days. He's a big fan, so his topic is the real deal on Black feminism. And since Hoodservative has been on a, everybody's a feminist if they don't agree with me kick, I figured I'd listen to at least a little bit of what this guy has to say. And then after that, it's pretty much going to be just random videos that have popped into my algorithm. And I have a Pop the Balloon and then other various stuff. I actually have a few food videos, which I guess I'll save till Friday.
Oh yes, because you know what? I want to compile a list too. I just don't know how to paste it onto the back. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to either email you a list of stuff that I've seen or that I want to see, because I've seen some interesting stuff that like some different kinds of foods, like some Caribbean foods and stuff like that.
Well, just save them to your YouTube channel. There's a watch list thing that you can just save, or you can make a what do they call it? A list, I guess. YouTube allows you to save videos. I mean, I probably have like 300 food videos, and unfortunately, like 3,000 things in my watch list, which I keep saying I'm going to get to. I've been doing it for years. Gee, I'll get to it, and never do. So now it's 3,000 of them. One of these days I need to go in and weed all that stuff out, but much too lazy. So anyway,
That
go ahead.
looks
12.
like a pretty cool story right
Yeah,
in
but one
front
side-
of us.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
couple.
I'm sure
days-
that is going on.
couple
Once I
days.
save them to my list, how do I send it to you?
Well, you don't have to. Just as you want to watch them, put them in the back.
Well, you'll have to help me out with that.
Okay, yeah. If you save them, I'll figure out how to get to them.
You put
Okay.
links in the back before, Virgo. You know how to do it.
I know I did it, but you know what? I did it on my Fire, my Amazon Fire. But now my Amazon Fire won't even let me do the StreamYard. I don't know if there's an update I need to do. I don't know. Maybe I need to ask my daughter. I don't know. I'm like so dumb when it comes down to like this kind of stuff.
Well, you sound good.
Oh, you're not working tomorrow?
Oh, I am. I don't. I'm going in a little bit later because I have to drive to. What is it? Melbourne. I have to drive to Melbourne to do an audit, and I don't have to be there until 1.
I see. Okay, well, I haven't really kept up too much with Syria other than Israel's occupying part of it. I think they said for the rest of the month. Let's see, today's the 18th, so this story's 3 days old, and I've been sitting on it, never getting around to it, so I figure better get to it now before it gets stale. So, by the way, I'm using a new browser, so it's been working pretty well so far, but if something glitches out, that'll be the reason. But so far, I've been satisfied with it. All right, so this article is about 7 minutes long. I guess this will just be a catch up on what's going on in Syria.
Okay.
This news story was written by Liz Sly, foreign powers jockey for control
Can you all hear it?
Yes,
in
Stanley.
Syria,
Okay.
risking new conflict. The collapse of the Assad regime in Syria has set off a scramble for control of the heart of the Middle East, a competition that could defer indefinitely the peace and stability Syrians crave and potentially spill into a wider region already roiled by war. In Syria's first week without Bashar al-Assad, the longtime despot who has since fled to Moscow, 3 foreign powers bombed targets in the country in pursuit of their strategic goals. The United States against Islamic State remnants in the east, Turkey against Kurdish forces in the northeast, and Israel against Syrian military assets in multiple locations. Russia and Iran.
I want to point out. I thought ISIS was gone, but it's still out there. You know, just not as powerful as it was. But Trump did not get rid of ISIS, and quite frankly, terrorist groups are really hard to get rid of because there's always a part 2 or part 3. They never seem to go away. So I wanted to point that out.
Right.
I don't know that ISIS will be a problem, as big a problem as it was, but it's still there.
And they always find a way to rename themselves too. It's always the same groups, but they find a way to rename themselves.
Well, ISIS, Al Qaeda, I haven't heard from or haven't noticed any news on lately, but it's still out there.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Assad's
the Kurds. There's the Kurds, right, Stanley? And then there's the other one. And we mostly operate with the Kurds.
Well, the Kurds are more an Iraq problem.
That's who we've been operating with in Syria also, like the base we
Oh,
do have there.
I didn't even realize the Kurds are everywhere.
And so
Supporters
there's
in
a
the
Kurd. What's that other one?
Oh, I don't know.
I can't think of the name of them right now.
Hopefully, it'll be in this article.
biggest losers from the change of power in Damascus, were meanwhile rushing to withdraw or reposition their forces in the country. Iran has evacuated 4,000 personnel from Syria since Assad's fall, an Iranian government spokesman said. Russia has also been pulling troops from its bases around Syria and transporting them to the Hmeimim air base on Syria's Mediterranean coast, although it remains unclear whether the relocations represent a full-scale withdrawal. The activity is a measure of Syria's vital strategic importance as a crossroads of religions,
Russia's
ideologies, and
getting
terrain
out.
that borders 5 other Middle Eastern nations. It also underscores the potential for upheaval as political and military alliances shift, and Islamist rebels, led by Hayat Tahrir al-Sham (HTS), seize control in Damascus. For 5 decades, the Assad family ruled Syria as a staunchly anti-Western but secular dictatorship, allied first with the Soviet Union, then Russia, and with Shiite revolutionary Iran. The takeover last week by Sunni Muslim fighters, some of whom have drawn inspiration from al-Qaeda, radically changes the regional balance of power. The east-west axis of influence that linked Tehran to Beirut through Iraq and Syria has been severed. The corridor of power now runs north to south, from Turkey through Syria into Jordan and the Sunni Arab nations of the Persian Gulf. Any way you spin it, this is a geopolitical earthquake of the greatest magnitude in the heart of the Middle East, said Firas Maksad, a senior fellow with the Middle East Institute. It's a sea change. The region's recent history of uprisings and coups contains ominous reminders of the potential for instability when a strongman is overthrown. The toppling of Saddam Hussein's Sunni regime in Iraq in 2003 empowered the country's Shiite majority and triggered a Sunni insurgency that evolved into the Islamic State. The overthrow of Libya's Muammar Gaddafi in 2011 opened the door to a protracted civil war among rebel factions backed by foreign powers. In Egypt, a military coup ousted the democratically elected government led by the Muslim Brotherhood, restoring an authoritarian regime. Syria's civil war may yet continue if the victors seek to exact revenge. The rebels split and foreign powers try to muscle in. This is the big fear, said Syrian journalist Ibrahim Hamidi, who lives in exile in London and is editor-in-chief of the Saudi Arabian-owned magazine Al Majalla. We are all happy Assad fell and fled. It was a miracle. But what's ahead? There are a lot of challenges, tough questions ahead. How Iran decides to respond to the blow to its regional ambitions will be crucial to determining the fate of both Syria and the new Middle East. Tehran may decide to embark on fresh negotiations with the West over its nuclear program, or it could double down and seek to rebuild its shattered network of allied militias. We all know Iran lost big time with the fall of Assad. We also know Iran has patience, Hamidi said. For now, it's taking a few steps back to decide how to deal with this. The most immediate risk of violence lies in and around the Kurdish-controlled enclave in northeastern and eastern Syria, where about 900 U.S. troops are deployed alongside a Kurdish-led force that was established in part to fight the Islamic State. Turkey, which has fought a decades-long Kurdish insurgency at home, has long opposed the enclave in Syria. The ascendance of Turkish-backed Sunni rebels sets the stage for a new round of conflict between Arabs and Kurds that could draw Ankara deeper into Syria and ensnare U.S. forces. This is also the main region where the Islamic State has attempted to regroup,
Be about the
compounding
last
the
thing
danger
they
of more
want to
fighting,
do.
which could make the U.S. presence there unsustainable. Charles Lister, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, told a panel last week, if the Kurds face a serious threat to their heartland in the far north of the country, their forces would be likely to pull back from many of the predominantly Arab areas they currently control, said Barzan Iso, a Kurdish journalist based in northeast Syria. We fear Turkey more than HTS, he said. Any Kurdish withdrawal would leave U.S. troops vulnerable in at least some of their bases, and raise questions about the future of America's anti-ISIS mission. At the same time, Israel's strikes on Syrian military infrastructure and weaponry risk alienating the newly empowered rebels. The groups had not previously focused on Israel as a threat, said Michael Horowitz, head of intelligence for Lebec International, a Middle East security consultancy. Israel has also moved troops into, and beyond, a demilitarized buffer zone inside Syria, compounding Syrian suspicions of Israel's intentions. Israel is characterizing its actions as defensive to ensure that whatever power emerges in Damascus will never be able to pose a conventional threat, Horowitz said. But in the process, they're turning the new Syria into an enemy on day one, he said. And at the same time, Israel is depriving the new authorities in Damascus of the military means to confront whatever other challenges may emerge. Syria's Arab neighbors, which were in the process of normalizing relations with Assad when the rebels swept to power, are also watching the developments with a wary eye. In the first years of the Syrian uprising, Arab states rushed to support different factions among the loosely defined
Can
Free
you
Syrian
pause it
Army,
for a minute,
contributing to the
Stanley?
divisions that undermined the rebels' earlier attempts to topple the regime.
I just wanted to add real quick that Israel did destroy their chemical bomb plants and their chemical making plants and all that. Anyway, continue on.
For what reason?
So they wouldn't have them. Want a nation like Syria in chaos to have like chemical weapons? I don't think so.
Yeah. Israel is really problematic sometimes.
To who?
Mostly to itself.
Well, no
Their
one
biggest
can
concern-
compete. No one can compete with Israel. So
For now.
I hope
Yeah,
they
and
keep
it's
going.
kind of
Was the
like
expand-
it's kind of like we can't back out either.
Influence of Iran, and they subsequently reconciled with Assad in the hope that they could persuade him to break with Tehran. The Arab states will be relieved that Iran's axis has been shattered, said Fawaz Gerges, professor of international relations at the London School of Economics. But they are also leery both of Islamists and the spread of democracy. If a new order emerges in Damascus that makes them uncomfortable, he said, they could try to influence Syria's trajectory by sponsoring local clients. Syria is a cauldron of competing ideologies and religions, spanning a spectrum from jihadists to moderate Islamists, secularists and Democrats, and including significant Christian and Alawite minorities. All have different hopes and expectations for the future, and could be vulnerable to foreign interference, Gerges said. It's the internal dynamics that could really allow neighboring countries to meddle in Syria's external affairs and exacerbate problems, he said. Syria has long been a battlefield for proxy warfare, and I don't think this has changed. Such is the enormity of the challenge of building a new Syria from the ashes of the destroyed country, that the risks and uncertainties outweigh any possibility or promise, Gerges added. The odds are against a smooth and peaceful transition, but there are also reasons to hope Syria will avoid the worst outcomes, Hamidi said. Syrians have already been fighting one another for the past 13 years, and they are exhausted, he said. And if they are aware of the risks, they can overcome them. Claire Parker in Cairo
killing
and
each
Mustafa
other
Salim in
then.
Baghdad contributed to this report.
Stupid motherfuckers.
This next story is covering that female school shooter from, well, I guess it's the day before yesterday. This is court records point to troubled home life for Wisconsin school shooter. So I guess we're going to learn a little more. Let's see here.
This news story was written by Sarah Blasky, Patrick Marley, Hannah Nathanson, and Reese Theobald. Court records point to troubled home life for Wisconsin school shooter. Madison, Wisconsin. The 15-year-old girl who killed 2 people and wounded 6 others at her small Christian school here Monday had a turbulent home life, according to court records, which show that her parents divorced and remarried multiple times, and that she had been enrolled in therapy. Natalie Rupnow, who also went by Samantha, died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound after police say she opened fire in a study hall classroom at Abundant Life Christian School. The academy's tight-knit community was still stunned Tuesday, grieving the student and teacher who were killed and searching for answers to explain the latest act of violence to strike an American campus. Police have released few details about Rupnow beyond her name, and they said they were investigating a possible motive behind the shooting. With much still unknown, a Washington Post review of court records points to an unsettled childhood for Rupnow. whose parents' custody agreements sometimes forced her to move between their homes every 2 or 3 days. There are always signs of a school shooting before it occurred, Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes said at a Tuesday news conference, where he asked the public for patience as authorities investigated Rupnow's social media activity and state of mind leading up to the rampage. The teen is one of just 9 female school shooters in the last 25 years, according to a database maintained by the Post. She
Nice.
is also among the younger recent shooters. Just over a month removed from her 15th birthday, she was about a year younger than the median age of school shooters, and the violence unfolded at a small K-12 school with a religious affiliation, an uncommon sight for such incidents, researchers say. A lot of this is quite surprising, said Gillian Peterson, the executive director of the Violence Prevention Project Research Center at Hamline University. Rupnow's mother and father, Melissa and Jeff Rupnow, did not respond to repeated requests
Can you
for
pause
comment.
it for a
Police
second,
said they were
Stanley?
cooperating with the investigation. Rupnow's father is a Christian.
Like, where did she get the gun? Have they exposed that yet?
No.
Was that where Mama, my Glock is missing? Thing
They're
came
still
from?
they're still investigating it.
Probably came from within that
Shared pictures of
little
his
broken house.
dogs and his daughter, according to a review of his Facebook profile. The Post confirmed the account as Jeff Rupnow's by verifying its authenticity with a person who attended school with him, and by comparing the page's contents to public records. His posts celebrate his daughter's achievements, such as the time she earned a purple belt in karate, and mark big life moments, like the day he bought a house. But one post, from August, has attracted more scrutiny than others. In it, a photo appears to show Natalie Rupnow wielding a gun and taking aim at a firing range, which her father identifies as North Bristol Sportsman's Club in nearby Sun Prairie. In a comment accompanying the post, Jeff Rupnow wrote that he and his daughter had joined the club early this year and, "We have been loving every second of it." In the photograph, Natalie Rupnow is wearing a t-shirt bearing the letters KMFDM, an apparent reference to the German rock band whose lyrics were posted on the website of one of the shooters in the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. Authorities declined to comment on social media posts, saying they were still investigating Natalie
So
Rupnow's
that wasn't
activity. Police have not disclosed how
Red
Rupnow was
alert.
able to acquire the handgun they say she used in Monday's shooting. How does any 15-year-old get a hold of a gun? Barnes, the police chief, said Monday, adding that his team was working with federal authorities to answer that question. He did not elaborate at the news conference Tuesday. Wisconsin is one of 26 states with laws designed to prevent children from gaining access to guns, but the state does not require unattended firearms to be stored under lock and key, and the statute applies only to kids under 14 years old. Some elected officials have said the case highlights a need for tighter regulations. Our laws in Wisconsin are far too lax when it comes to access to guns by children, said Melissa Agard, chief executive of Dane County, where Madison is located. It's too soon to tell what led to the violence, but Peterson, a forensic psychologist who has studied mass shooters extensively, said childhood trauma and a specific crisis often precede such incidents. According to the Post's review of court records, Rupnow's parents first married in 2011, about 2 years after she was born. Melissa Rupnow had been previously married and divorced, and she had another daughter with a different man to whom she was never married. Court records indicate that this girl, Natalie Rupnow's half-sister, had other permanent legal guardians. The Post was not able to reach the half-sister, who is now 20. Melissa and Jeff Rupnow divorced for the first time in 2014, agreeing to joint legal custody
Stanley.
of their shared daughter, Natalie,
Yes.
but specifying that she would live.
How do you have more than one legal guardian?
Don't know.
Well, if it's a couple, then I would figure it's a male and a female that has guardianship of her, or whatever, male and male or female and female. Who knows nowadays? You know, So it would
Well,
be
it's,
two.
it's either the couple or it's one or the other. It's not like they're both legal. One is the legal guardian. That's the way the court
What I'm
works.
trying to say, 12th man, is that probably, and we don't know this, probably she was a ward of the state or whatever. Well, no, ward of the state means you're on your own. Okay, so maybe she was, CPS has taken custody of her
Well,
and they awarded
How-
custody to a couple.
how could they afford a Catholic school?
Wasn't
They
a
must have had some money.
it's not
I don't know.
Catholic school.
Isn't that where it happened? Or the Christian school, whatever, it was.
It's some sort of Christian academy.
Yeah, that's a private school. So they'd have to have money
Okay,
to put
listen
her
to
in
me,
that
well,
school.
man. It is a
Huh?
private Christian school. Not all Christian schools are Catholic schools.
I know. Well, I moved past that, Stanley. I'm saying.
Okay, well, you know what? Then keep moving past it.
Yeah, she's just she's going through Christian. I'm just saying they had to
Hey,
have money
what else you
to
got?
put her through that kind of school.
Gotcha. Anything else?
That's all I'm trying to say.
Gotcha.
Primarily with her mother. The couple remarried in 2017 and divorced for a second time in 2020, again agreeing to share custody, but, the court records show, dividing Natalie's time more evenly between them. During this period, Natalie would spend 2 days with her father, 2 with her mother, then 3 more with her father before reversing the schedule the following week. Shortly after Rupnau's parents split up for the second time, the couple remarried once more. But by April 2021, they were petitioning for a third divorce. A judge granted it a month later but noted that parties were admonished concerning remarriage, according to court records. After seeking mediation to determine custody of Natalie, they agreed in July 2022 that they would share legal custody, but that the girl would now live mostly with her father. By this time, Natalie Rupnau had been enrolled in therapy, which was supposed to help guide decisions about which parent she would spend weekends with. The records show the 2022 custody papers said Rupnau's parents were on cordial terms. The parents report a generally positive co-parenting relationship, the document reads, and will continue to communicate with one another by text messages and phone conversations. At Melissa Rupnau's home Tuesday morning, a police officer pounded on the door, but no one answered. He cupped his hands against the kitchen window to peer inside and walked along the front and side of the house before leaving. No one answered the door when a reporter knocked.
Creepy.
Neighbors said they had little contact with her. One day earlier, police arrived at Jeff Rupnau's house in an armored truck, wearing helmets and bulletproof vests, according to a photo provided by a neighbor. Another neighbor, Cindy Pulvermacher, said she stepped outside when she heard a loud noise, and an officer told her to get back inside. She said she heard a pair of booms. By that evening, the property was surrounded in crime scene tape. An officer stood guard on the doorstep, and the front door was resting on its side in the yard. As darkness fell, Christmas lights twinkled along the house's roof line. On Tuesday, police remained outside the home, and a blanket covered the open entryway where the front door had once been. In the late afternoon, 2 workers installed a new door. Abundant Life, located just a few miles east of the Wisconsin capital, is a private institution with fewer than 400 students across its 13 grades. Some parents told the Post they sent their children there because they thought it would be safer than bigger public schools where shootings have been more common. These are typically happening in suburban high schools with thousands of kids where it's easier to slip through the cracks, Peterson said. A school this small and close-knit is quite unusual. There have been 34 school shootings this year, according to a database maintained by the Post. 13 people have been killed and nearly 50 injured. They account for just a small fraction of the country's gun violence epidemic, but they occupy a particularly terrifying place in the national psyche, as tens of millions of children have been subjected to lockdowns and active shooter drills since Columbine in 1999. The Post, which tracks shootings on K-12 school properties during class hours, has tallied 426 incidents since 1999. Just 4% of the suspected shooters have been female. A guard, the county chief executive, whose son attends school in Madison, said many of the area's campuses were forced into lockdown Tuesday after several false threats. That jolt, coming so soon after Monday's tragedy, made the day even more difficult. The world our kids are in now, she said, is very different than the one I grew up in. Stephen Rich, John Woodrow Cox, and Lucas Trevor contributed to this report.
Sorry about that. Any thoughts?
So apparently she was with the father, correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, so
He was
usually
the one taking her to the shooting range, so I bet you that's where the gun came from.
well, I don't see anything wrong with taking your kid to the shooting range,
I don't
but
either, but I'm just saying that's probably where the gun came from. That's all I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah, but most of the time when the father gets custody, and I've seen this a lot, the mom has to be really, really shitty. So she could have been going through a lot, and I'm not excusing her behavior at all, but she could have been going through a lot not being with her mom, on top of whatever else was going on. I guess the
Dad
story is
taking
still
her to the
new.
gun range. What a blast.
Yeah, we don't know everything, but she did have a manifesto, and I think Portia did read it earlier, or John read it earlier. I think Portia did as well.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know they released it.
Okay, this next story. Ooh, let me go back here. Is about 6 childhood scourges we've forgotten about thanks to vaccines. So it was kind of
Oh,
interesting,
boy.
and I like to show it on this channel since everybody seems to have a problem with modern medicine. I figured that this would be more or less a reminder that vaccines are good.
How many boosters you on, Stanley?
Enough to make me happy. How about you?
Oh, tell me you did not take the. Did you take the jab, Stanley?
Absolutely.
Oh my God, I didn't.
And went to a club afterwards to celebrate.
I drank some Flint water
Exactly.
in a bedazzled cup.
Drink, drink some fluoride water, Ebony.
No, that's in the tap water here.
Fluoride?
I assume. I never bothered to check. Whatever they put
Yummy.
in is good.
You
Ooh,
mix that
Lord
with
have
your oatmeal cookies? Some fluoride oatmeal cookies?
I use it to as an ingredient. Just call for a quarter cup of water. Speaking of which, I need to use the rest of that dough in the refrigerator. All right, well, here we go.
6 childhood scourges we've forgotten about, thanks to vaccines. Most Americans, including doctors, have no memory of the devastating diseases that routinely threatened children until the 1960s. Help 6 childhood scourges we've forgotten about, thanks to vaccines.
https://www.newyorktimes.com/health/13/13/13/health/. All right, this reader's gotta go. Oops.
Some of President-elect Donald J. Trump's picks for the government's top health posts have expressed skepticism about the safety of childhood vaccines. It's a
Sounds
sentiment
like they
shared
are.
by a growing number of parents who are choosing to skip recommended shots for their. But while everyone seems to be talking about the potential side effects of vaccines, few are discussing.
Sounds like fear mongering bullshit. Anyway.
Or since many of the inoculations became routine in the United States, and the experience of having these illnesses has been largely erased from public memory. Questions today about the risk-benefit ratio of vaccines might just be a product of the vaccine's own success. Here is what people should know about the once common illnesses that vaccines have contained for decades. Measles. Measles, a viral infection often spread by a cough or sneeze, is extraordinarily contagious. 9 out of 10 people around an infected person will catch measles if they have not been vaccinated. Measles can be contracted in a room up to 2 hours after a person with the disease has left it. Measles is not a mild illness, particularly for children under 5. It can cause a high fever, coughing, conjunctivitis and rashes, and if it leads to pneumonia or encephalitis brain swelling, it can quickly become lethal. Before the vaccine was licensed in the United States in 1963, almost every child had contracted measles by age 15.
Yeah, stop letting in illegal immigrants. It'll spread less.
And between 400 and 500 of them died. 2 doses of the MMR vaccine together are about 97% effective at preventing measles. But epidemiologists say a 95% vaccine coverage rate is necessary to prevent transmission of the virus in a community. Over the past 4 school years, the kindergarten vaccination rate has fallen below that threshold in some communities, far below. About 280,000 kindergarten students in the United States are now unprotected, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and measles, which was eliminated from the United States in 2000, has since seen a resurgence. There have been 16 measles outbreaks in 2024, compared with 4 outbreaks in 2023. In communities where the spread is rampant, even a vaccinated child can occasionally contract the disease, though their symptoms are generally less severe. Diphtheria.
Yeah, I wanted to point out that being inoculated is not a 100% protected scenario. You can still catch a disease even if you are inoculated, if you're exposed enough.
Whether you are or whether you aren't inoculated.
Let me finish, please. However, even if you catch the disease, if you're inoculated, the severity, if you catch it, is lessened.
Okay.
Again, vaccines good. Not being vaccinated, risky business.
I don't know if I believe in that, Stanley.
Well, I don't give a shit what you believe.
I haven't been vaccinated since I was like 10 years old, dude.
Who gives a fuck?
I'm fine.
Oh, are you?
A single family suffered that fate.
Yeah.
Grave that a science historian called it childhood's deadly scourge. The toxin driving the disease is produced by a strain of bacterium in respiratory droplets and works by killing healthy tissues, which can lead to difficulty breathing and swallowing, especially among young children with smaller airways. It can also gravely damage the cardiac and nervous systems, resulting in heart failure or paralysis. Even with treatment, 1 in 10 people who have respiratory diphtheria die from it, according to the CDC. The infection is now preventable in young children through multiple DTaP doses, and preteens and adults get boosters called Tdap. Thanks to vaccinations, cases in the United States have gone from more than 100,000 per year in the 1920s to on average less than 1.
Nice.
Image. And nurses swarmed over patients in iron lung respirators in the emergency.
CDC says we shouldn't wash our chicken either.
I really wish it wouldn't do that.
In 1955. Credit. Associated Press. Tetanus. A fully developed tetanus infection can be an alarming sign.
Lockjaw.
I mean,
Back arched.
watching your chicken is good,
Here, why
but
are
you don't
talking?
have to do
Do you
it.
need me to pause this?
Extreme
Here,
fluctuations in
let's
blood
let's
pressure.
pause it. What were you saying?
I was saying, you may wash your chicken, but you don't have to. You cook it up to a certain temp, it ain't gonna carry nothing. Like 170. I mean, if it smells bad when you thaw it out, then yeah, throw it away. Give it to the crows or whatever. But
Okay, if
you
you
know,
need me, 12th man, going forward, if you need me
yes,
to
sir.
if you need me to pause an article, just ask me to do it rather than talk over it.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, a comment, or pithy comment, is okay, but an extended dialogue, if you need to do that, just tell me to pause it.
Well, we've been over this before, haven't we, Stanley?
Been over what?
Kind of this whole vaccination thing. I mean, John used to talk about it like,
I don't give a you know what? Is my name John?
well, you're on the platform, aren't
Okay,
you?
well, you need to understand that John and I are two different people. And if I want to
I
cover
know that.
something, I don't need John's
You
permission.
think I don't
Okay,
understand
why
that
are
by
you
now?
talking when I'm talking? How can you hear what I say if you're talking over me? Okay,
I'm not talking over you, Stanley.
my world does not revolve around John. I'm an independent creature, and if I want to cover something, I will cover it. I don't need John's permission,
Well, that's fine.
blessing, and I sure as shit don't need yours.
I mean, Stanley,
May I continue, please?
sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
20% of people who become infected will die. It all starts with a bacterium that lies dormant in soil and animal feces until it enters the body through broken skin like a cut. The microbe begins to grow, divide, and release a toxin that impairs nerves. Vaccines containing the tetanus toxoid began being administered to children in the US in the 1940s, when there were more than 500 cases per year. Children are now protected through multiple doses of the DTaP vaccine, which also guards against diphtheria and pertussis, also known as whooping cough. Since 2000, the annual number of cases has been below 50. Mumps. The mumps virus, spread through saliva and respiratory droplets, triggers a fever and swollen salivary glands in the ears, which is why patients often have a puffy jaw and cheeks and can, in severe cases, cause deafness. The disease is dangerously insidious. It can lie dormant for up to a month before symptoms appear, and most people are infectious before their salivary glands begin to swell. Complications are more common in adults than children, but they can include inflammation in the ovaries and testicles, which can cause infertility or sterility, or in the brain and spinal cord, which can put patients at risk of seizures and strokes. The United States began vaccinating against mumps in 1967 and subsequently saw a 99% decrease in cases. But annual cases in the United States, which previously hovered between 200 and 400, have surpassed 1,009 times since 2006. On 3 occasions, they surpassed 6,000. Image. The swelling of a 2-year-old male patient.
Oh, I'm going to have to get a new reader.
Credit. Dr. P. Marazzi/Science Source.
Rubella.
The first sign of rubella is often a rash on the face, and while the infection often remains mild in children, it can prove devastating for pregnant women whom the children infect. When passed onto a fetus, rubella can cause a miscarriage or lead to severe birth defects, such as heart, lungs, liver, or spleen damage, blindness, and intellectual disability.
Intellectual
At least
disability.
32,000 babies worldwide are born annually.
Yeah, like retardation.
I've
About a third
never.
die before their first.
I've actually never heard it called that. That's a new.
Well, let's not say it out loud because that might be the new term.
I think it must be if they're using it. I like it.
First birthday. Rubella is transmitted through coughing and sneezing, and up to half of people who spread the infection do not know they have it.
Wow.
Most women who contract rubella in adulthood say they experience arthritis. In rare cases, rubella can also cause brain infections and bleeding problems. There is no specific treatment. Before a
Wow.
vaccine was licensed in the United States in 1969, rubella was common among young children, with surges occurring on a 6 to 9 year cycle. In 2004, the United States declared the disease eliminated. Infections are now mostly imported from other parts of the world. Annual cases fell from about 47,000 before the vaccine to just 6 in 2020. Polio. Parents in the early 1950s lived with the terror few could later imagine, the substantial prospect that their child could touch the wrong toy and end up in a wheelchair, an iron lung, or a grave. Polio epidemics, which had been occurring for decades, had gained new magnitude by the middle of the 20th century, killing
Oh, wait, Stanley, the sound went off.
Stanley fall asleep. Think that Stanley fell asleep, or maybe he went to make some oatmeal cookies. Ebony.
I'm not sure why.
Oh, there he is.
Not sure why it went off. Huh.
or a grave.
Can you hear it now?
Grave.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Wow,
The
that's
1950s lived with the terror.
that is interesting.
AI could tell you stepped away and stopped it.
Well, no. Apparently, if I use the browser, this is the browser. The browser has a built-in reader. Apparently, if I hit the mute button, it kills the sound on the browser. That's interesting.
Oh.
It doesn't do that if I use the embedded reader. If the story has an embedded reader, I can mute or not. It's fine. That's interesting. All right.
I'm gonna grab a beer, y'all.
The substantial prospect that
Okay.
their child could touch the wrong toy and end up in a wheelchair, an iron lung, or a grave.
It is kind of low though, Stanley.
Epidemics, which had been occurring for decades,
Let's
had
see
gained
here.
magnitude by the middle of the 20th century, killing or paralyzing more than 500,000 people worldwide each year. Families were avoiding public spaces and turning down summertime play dates, knowing that the malady struck fast. In the words of the historian and author Richard Rhodes, one day you had a headache and an hour later you were paralyzed. In some parts of the world, the disease is still a major threat. It is transmitted by exposure to fecal matter, such as uncontaminated foods or objects. Most people who contract the virus have no visible symptoms, though they can still pass it on. About a quarter develop common flu symptoms such as a sore throat, fever, and nausea. A version of this article appeared in some parts of the world.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think polio is still a thing in like some third world countries.
Let's see here.
That is crazy. You know what, Stanley?
Okay.
I am not opposed to vaccinations.
Hmm.
I was just opposed to the COVID because it wasn't tested. I didn't know what it was, and honestly, I didn't want to take something that I had no clue what I was taking. You know, like obviously these diseases, you know, they've been doing it since, you know, before I was born, whatever. So absolutely, you know, rubella, polio, the mumps, measles. Yeah, absolutely. I don't have an issue. But have you noticed that kids don't get the chicken pox anymore? Did you get chicken pox when you were a kid, Stanley?
No, I didn't. But I think, isn't there? There's a chickenpox vaccine, isn't there?
No.
Huh.
Is
Get
there? I
them.
don't
Then
know.
when you get older, you got to get that other
Wait,
vaccine, though, or the chicken pox will come back to get you. What's it called where you get those
yeah,
painful rashes
uh,
all over your skin?
yeah, it's called shingles, and you can
Yeah,
get
shingles.
Shingles. There you go.
right. As a matter of
I've
fact,
been trying to get that vaccine myself.
okay, there is a chickenpox vaccine. That's why nobody gets it.
Okay, so my kids
Yeah,
probably got it when they
Just had
um
it.
there's also a shingles
Don't
vaccine.
need a vaccine for something you can live through and builds
Okay,
up your immune system.
hold on, doctor. You can live through it, but you can die too. Okay, it's
How many people died from chicken
I
pox?
will
Let me
fight
hear it.
to talk, or you will be gone, 12th man. I have zero patience. Uh, it's all a matter of chance. Um, more than likely, you'll live through it, but what if you don't? Okay, and kids are particularly vulnerable, kids and old people, and there's a higher risk. So if you're willing to risk, sure, don't take a vaccine. If you are not willing to risk, take the vaccine. And to your point, Virgo, I basically understand how an RNA vaccine works. Um,
mhm.
Testing would have been better, but it was it was kind of a health emergency, and the testing was basically curtailed. However, RNA vaccines have been around for a while. It's not brand new technology. Been,
Mhm.
it's been tested in other forms, not this specific vaccine. If you don't have a problem with it, like I don't have a problem with it, I understand how mRNA vaccines work. I was willing to take the risk, and I take an immunosuppressant, so I was a little bit more at risk than the normal person. If you don't want to take the vaccine, don't take it. And I
Yeah.
never go around asking people if you've had a vaccine or not because I don't particularly give a shit.
Yeah.
Very good.
I ended up honestly, I ended up getting COVID twice.
Right.
Uh
I don't go out a lot, so you can still get COVID if you take the
mhm.
vaccine. It just won't be as bad.
Yeah, I never took the vaccine, but I think the first time I took it, uh I didn't know I had it, but all I knew it was the worst flu that I'd ever had in my life. And this was before all that. This is before 2020. This is like 2019. I remember I was working at Toyota, and usually, the flu would go around in the office, everybody would get sick, whatever. But this time it was so bad and my chest hurt for so long. And, you know, I got better. And then boom, here comes 2020 and they're talking about COVID. And we all in the office said, oh my God, could we have had that? You, you know, yeah. So I'm not 100% sure. I had it twice, but I'm almost like 85% sure. But the second time I caught it, I was in a hospital for something else. Uh, I had lost a lot of blood because I'm anemic, and TMI, through menstruation, I had lost a lot of blood, and I had to get blood transfusion. So I was in a hospital for like a month, and I was supposed to get out 2 weeks after I was there, And then after 2 weeks, I caught COVID in the hospital. That
Well,
was the worst.
well,
I-
the best place to get a disease is in the hospital. You can get treated
oh,
immediately.
oh my God. Stanley, I thought I was about to die. It felt like an elephant was sitting on my chest.
Oh, but you survived.
But yes, you got to know
And
Virgo.
she survived some hurricanes too. On top of all that,
The worst disease of all.
I'm a tough oatmeal raisin cookie.
The next story actually kind of made me.
Stanley, wait a minute, please. Are you gonna send Virgo some oatmeal cookies for
At
Christmas?
some point, I'm sure I will. I've got about 3 orders here.
Got a FedEx them so they're fresh.
I don't know. The way these oatmeal cookies are made, they've got the recipe I use uses shortening. You know I've been using vegetable. You know the Crisco butter flavored shortening. You know you can get it in sticks. They make it. It almost looks like a stick of butter. I don't particularly think they keep well unless they're refrigerated. So, I don't know if I send them, I'm going to have to figure out either how to stabilize them so I can ship them unrefrigerated or figure out how to just, you can ship them on dry ice, but that seems a little excessive for oatmeal cookies. I'll
Do you
figure
use butter or bacon grease when making your oatmeal cookie?
use shortening. You can
You ever
use
tried bacon grease?
You can use butter. However, butter doesn't work as well as the Crisco vegetable shortening. You can get butter flavored shortening.
Oh.
You ever tried using that pure bacon grease? I found a 9-pound pail on Amazon for $54. I bought it.
Not for cookies,
Just for
tough man. I don't think that would go well with cookies.
Bacon goes good with everything. What do you mean?
I don't know.
I was gonna Phoenix Fish. I was gonna say, believe it or not, bacon grease can be used. It's lard. Back in the old days, they used to use lard. As a shortening. So it's not beyond the pale to use lard for baking. They used to use lard in biscuits. As a matter of fact, lard in biscuits is actually really good. I've used, if you save your bacon grease, I don't eat a lot of bacon, but occasionally I do.
I usually just give it to my dog, Stanley.
Right. But lard actually, I make homemade tortillas from time to time.
Oh, it is good in them tortillas, man.
Yeah, I use shortening, that butter flavored shortening generally for tortillas. But bacon, if you have like actual like bacon grease that you've actually saved from bacon that you've cooked at home, those tortillas can't be beat.
The problem with that, Stanley, is didn't you have to filter it and do all that other, save it up, then filter it, all that?
I rather use pork. I rather use pork lard.
A 9-pound tub of bacon grease on Amazon for $50.
I would rather do the home.
You could fry your chicken in it and everything.
Because usually, if you get it from the store, it'll have a preservative in it. It's better just to and I don't, like I said, I don't cook a lot of bacon, so I generally don't have a lot of it around. But if I love cooking with it, you can run it through a cheesecloth. That'll filter it,
Yeah,
and keep it in the refrigerator. And even a
Or
refrigerator, eventually it's going to go rancid.
But you can buy like beef tallow and shit like that, or
yeah,
get tallow
beef
from your
tallow.
local butcher and kind
Mhm.
of cook it down yourself.
Or
All
even
that shit.
or even let me tickle your fancy, a 12th man. How about bear fat?
I don't know about. I've never been a big fan of beer. I tried it a couple of times. Yeah,
You don't like it?
not really. No. I like moose, elk, caribou, yak, salmon, mutton,
Gator.
well fat. Yeah, I've had gator tail, all that good shit. But
Yeah, I was going
uh,
to say, Phoenix fish. You'd be surprised. I mean, if, I've actually never had it, but something like chocolate covered bacon. Bacon tastes good with sweets, believe it or not. So, having a
you know
little
what?
bit of bacon flavor in a cookie, like a chocolate chip cookie, I could live with that.
You
What
know
I
what?
need to
I'll
tell
have
you
to
is,
try that, Stanley, because I know I
I,
love me some chocolate covered bacon, and that's one of the things they're gonna make this weekend. They're gonna make chocolate covered chips. They're gonna make turtles. They're gonna make chocolate covered uh did I say chips? Oh, chocolate covered bacon, chips,
you know
and
how you cook bacon is like medium in the oven and sprinkle it with brown sugar and just let it bake kind of slow and then
mhm.
it'll get
But I tell you this,
really nice and
ain't
juicy.
nothing
Oh
like
man.
duck fat.
Oh, goose fat is even better.
Oh, I never had goose fat. I've never made a
Yeah.
goose, Stanley.
I did
Well,
once years ago.
the point I was trying to make is like any of those lards are better for you than like corn oil or canola
Right,
or
Yeah, all
any of
those
those
artificial stuff.
industrial seed oils.
right.
Those seed oils aren't any good for you. You're better off eating lard. And really,
And I like
bacon
and
grease
I like to use, instead of butter, I like to use ghee, which is clarified butter.
and bacon grease has less cholesterol than butter. Yeah. Yeah. So
All right.
beef
Well,
lard, like going back to what the original people was cooking with, that's what we got to get back to instead of just buying this cheap ass canola oil off the shelf. Just get back to eating frying with lard. You'll be a lot healthier.
or avocado oil, or olive oil. Um,
Yeah, but
I'm,
olive oil has that distinctive taste, which I love, and it doesn't go with everything, you know.
right.
A, a lot of people use
Avocado.
like you said, avocado oil, yeah. But it's just
Avocado
so
oil. See,
expensive.
exactly. I make mayonnaise with the avocado oil.
Oh yeah, that's good.
yeah, I always get the olive oil mayonnaise at least.
I don't. I've gotten away from buying mayonnaise. It's easy enough just to make it at home if you have an immersion blender.
That's right. I forgot Stanley makes his own mayo.
Yeah, it's not. It takes about 2 minutes.
It's not that hard.
It is if you do it by hand.
Well, yeah.
But
It you know what? It's not hard. It's just a little bit too runny for me. So that immersion blender just gets it to that consistency, you know.
right. All right. So the next story: AOC effort to lead Democrats on House oversight rejected by colleagues.
Oh
Um,
Lord.
yeah, she's tried to be a good, more or less She's moved to the right, trying to
And now they want to get rid of her.
is now she's acquired or attempting to acquire gravitas, but I guess she's not quite there. And apparently Nancy Pelosi is still, she went against Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy Pelosi rules. So apparently
Yeah, I
Nancy,
wanna
apparently
know how genuine she is.
apparently Nancy Pelosi had a lot of well, Nancy Pelosi doesn't forget, apparently. So so we go.
Well, what about
So anyway, I'll
Joe
see if I
Biden
can
didn't
get this.
even call Nancy Pelosi today, Stanley, to wish her well or nothing. I couldn't believe that.
Yep.
AOC loses House oversight bid to Pelosi-backed opponent. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, D. New York, faced off with Representative Gary Connolly, DVA, for the House Oversight Committee ranking member position. Tuesday's full caucus vote loss is a blow to progressives and other Democrats who supported the New York squad member as part of a larger generational shakeup after the 2020.
I want to point out one thing, and people don't seem to get it on this channel. They keep saying that Democrats and progressives and, liberals and progressives are the same. They don't make a distinction, and the distinction blows up a lot of the logic. People on this channel are not good at politics. They don't seem to understand it. They, make a lot of broad statements and just don't know what the fuck they're talking about sometimes. Yep. And I hope it gets back to whoever needs to hear it.
Only Stanley is the expert at politics.
You know what? Compared to you, that is a true statement. So basically, and again, other people may have different views on this, and that's fine. But this is a great example of, everyone thinks AOC is all powerful, and progressives, progressives in particular, are very powerful. They are not. They're not even powerful, if you go and you look at the left. Essentially, American politics right now has four factions. There's MAGA and, straight Republicans, or I guess they're called establishment Republicans, like a Mitt Romney versus a Donald Trump. And on the left, there are progressives, and they're, basically liberals. And progressives on the left are not that powerful. They lost elections this cycle, and AOC is the latest example of progressives not being really well liked or powerful, even if you look at the left side of the aisle. So progressives being powerful and taking over the country and all this shit, it's just overblown and hyperbolic. And
Stanley, can I say something now?
Again, this is proof. Basically, Pelosi, AOC running to be the ranking member on the House Oversight Committee. This is a Democrat thing, where Democrats get together and they hold an internal election. She lost the internal Democratic election to be, ranking member on this committee. So hopefully that puts things into perspective. AOC is not particularly powerful.
No, and you know what she did election night, Stanley, was after she seen Trump won, she took all her non-binary or whatever crap off of her ex.
I have no idea.
All that.
Can you say that again?
Well, She took all that far left stuff off her ex the first night. Is
Off
what she did. Like
she
after Trump won.
part of stuff
Yeah,
off.
she. Yeah, the non-binary, like you can be 1,000 genders or whatever.
Yeah. She took it off of what?
She took it off her ex. She changed her profile. Took it
Okay.
all off of there.
Okay. And
She
Ryan,
knew that the Democrat
I
Party was lost.
you don't have to keep saying it 1,000 times. I get your point, 12th
I'll
man.
hand it to AOC. At least she knows the DNC fucked up real bad. They're gonna have to do a lot to get it back.
Ryan, in the chat, let's see, Blue Dog Democrats or Bush Republicans are best. We know that, Stanley. That's an interesting point, Fred. Yeah, I guess that has something. You know, actually, it's interesting, Fred. It's probably better, you know. Well, it's a whole nother discussion, you know, talking the left. I actually think that AOC has been trying to kind of go the route of a Bernie Sanders, you know, for some reason, and I think it's mainly due to longevity. But Bernie Sanders is more accepted by the establishment, and I think that has to do with, you know, just being well liked. I never get the feeling that AOC is actually very well liked. So her losing
What,
today doesn't surprise me that much.
Stanley, what do you think about Bernie Sanders getting along with Elon Musk and being like, yeah, we need to cut this, and that?
I don't really have thoughts on it.
And it's pretty cool. Democrats keep teaming up with Republicans. I think that's a good sign.
Ryan, AOC needs to thinks they need to go left. How do you know what she thinks? Have you talked to her lately? And we'll go back to the article.
2024 election. Many Democrats have expressed a desire to reshape the party after losing key races and seeing a drop in blue-collar support for President-elect Donald Trump. Meet the new Congress, the House and Senate freshmen elected to serve next year. Ocasio-Cortez's defeat started Monday night when the Democrat Steering Committee selected Connally, 74, who had the backing of former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, DCA, during its meeting. While the full conference traditionally votes in lockstep with the steering committee, Ocasio-Cortez, 35, rallied support ahead of Tuesday's meeting, urging her colleagues to buck the recommendation. "We are still in this," she posted on social media, adding, "We do not give up." However, her efforts again came up short. The House Democratic Conference voted 131 to 84 to choose Connally as the newest ranking member of the Oversight Committee, one member confirmed to the Washington Examiner. When asked about the result of the leadership race, Ocasio-Cortez told the Washington Examiner Tuesday afternoon that the party made its choice and that she accepted the outcome of it. Connally has served 16 years on the Oversight Committee, but his candidacy faced concerns due to his recent cancer diagnosis. Speaking to reporters after the election results, Connally attributed his win to his colleagues measuring their votes by who's got experience, who is seasoned, who can be trusted, who's capable, and who's got a record of productivity. "And I think that prevailed," Connally said. Ocasio-Cortez was backed by the Congressional Progressive Caucus and Congressional Hispanic Caucus, while the new Democrat coalition supported Connally. Pelosi, who fractured her hip over the weekend, was reportedly whipping votes on behalf of Connally, which likely led to his success. The New York Congresswoman's loss is a significant setback for younger members who have been hoping to introduce new blood into the Democratic ranks and have had some success already.
A couple things. Yeah, Fred, and I tend to be to the right of you, so um, I think that AOC, obviously she's been drifting, more to the right relative to her position. And I think she's going to continue to do that. I think personally, now I know you're going to disagree with me on this, but I think for now the progressives have pretty much run their course. Maybe some more, maturity, maybe some more years under their belt. Maybe people that are more serious, like a Bernie Sanders, or have more gravitas. And I think AOC, her time is coming. She's only 35. She is nationally known. I think this is just going to be, something she'll have to eat. I bet in 4 years she'll probably wind up chairman of a committee. And
Uh,
Kabuta, you're absolutely right. I don't know. I don't want to call it grifting, but she is playing politics. And yes, she wants higher office. If you're a politician, and I think she is ambitious. Yeah, she wants to be a senator or governor, and I think she will run for president at some point. Um, I don't know. She's never struck me as, someone who would make a good president, but who knows what experience will do.
her against Kamala, that would be pretty funny. AOC against Kamala
Yeah, I
at
heard.
the debates.
Right. Virgo, you got anything?
Oh, nope.
No. Okay. And progressives, it's going to be interesting. I actually kind of thought maybe back when Biden was running in 2019, I actually thought the progressives were going to become more powerful, but Cory Bush and Jamal Bowman, to me, I was expecting more, especially from Jamal Bowman, and somehow or another, he just didn't pan out the way I thought he might. And the scary part is Nancy Pelosi, even as a backbencher, um, hell, she's still endorsing candidates who win. That is kind of scary. I
I,
disagree, Kubota. I don't think the damage has been done. I think the right woman candidate can win. Kamala just obviously wasn't that right person.
well, they want her to be on the ticket in 2028, Stanley. Kamala 2028. Let's go.
Talib, Fred, that's an interesting point. I think Talib pretty much is done. And I don't think she did the wrong thing by being, very pro Palestine. It's her family. But I I wonder if she's going to win her seat. I mean, she's popular in her district, but I'm thinking she might be done in national politics. And I think she's smart, actually, but I think she did the right thing. Sometimes you have to, stand your ground and die on a hill. And I think she did the right thing. It's just the way American politics works. Her cause just isn't that popular. Progressivism was destroyed by inflation. I disagree. Progressives aren't powerful enough to influence um, politics to that degree. Lupin,
Progressives,
yeah,
can
Lupin
I
was
say
passed
something, Stanley?
takes 10 to 15 years. Yeah, totally on board with that point. People seem to not understand that, Lupin. And by the way, salute to you. Thanks for all your support. Even Clinton lost. Democrats will be hesitant to put. No, I actually think Whitmer. She's been tried and true. She's been put through trial by fire in Michigan. I think Gretchen Whitmer has enough gravitas, given the right circumstances, and I don't think Democrats are done. Quite frankly, um, I think Laura Trump, at some point, if she winds up going to the Senate, um, if she winds up taking Marco Rubio's Senate seat, I actually think Laura Trump will run for president one day. She's the only one of the bunch. Now I don't know how smart she is. I've never really heard her speak more than like esoteric speeches. But in my opinion, other than Trump, the only other Trump that's fit for office and will eat fire, you can see it in her eyes. She will eat you alive if you fuck with her. And I frankly kind of like Laura Trump. But again, I don't know that much about her. So anyway, back to this travesty, this AOC travesty.
The New York Congresswoman's loss is a significant setback for younger members who have been hoping to introduce new blood into the Democratic ranks and have had some success already. There was an opening for the Oversight Committee position because Representative Jamie Raskin, DMD, 62, won the ranking member spot on the House Judiciary Committee in a challenge to longtime leader Representative Jerry Nadler, D. New York, who is 77 years old.
Huh.
Additionally, Representative N.G. Craig, DMN, 52, won the ranking member position on the House Agriculture Committee, challenging Representative David Scott, DGA, who is 79 years old. Representative Jared Huffman, DCA, got the steering committee nod to succeed Representative Rahul Grijalva, DAZ, who is 76 years old. However, the conference's selection of Connolly may signify that the Democratic Party is not ready to heed all the wishes of Scotted members to reshape the caucus. Representative Pete Aguilar, DCA, told reporters following the leadership elections that the results are a part of our organizational process electing ranking members. We're in the Democratic caucus, Aguilar said. There are different ideas and viewpoints within the caucus, but we're moving forward, and this is part of our internal process. We will now populate committees and get ready for the 119th Congress. Connolly will serve as the chief foil to Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, RKY, in the new Congress.
All right, so that's the end of that fiasco. Let's see. What do you say? Laura Trump is better than Don Jr. I saw her in a, oh, really? There's a Breakfast Club interview. Damn. Okay, let's see. Can we find that? I don't know. I've never heard her speak a lot. I just kind of like I mean, obviously, she's attractive, but something about the way she looks like a fire eater, and I do appreciate that about her. Breakfast Club Laura Trump. Hold on one sec here. Interesting. This is a short. Let's see here. All right. Well, thanks for telling me that, Kubota. I'm gonna find that. I'm gonna find that short and see if we can't have a look at that. Lara Trump. Yeah. Well, I said Laura. I'm sorry, Lara. Let's see, Stanley. How is it that I am 3,000 miles away and know about DuPont? Um, well, that is a good point. How do you know about it 3,000 miles away and I don't? Well, probably because it's not that big a deal. I'm literally from Savannah. And by the way, River of Hate, the Savannah River basically goes from Augusta, Georgia to Savannah, Georgia, somewhere upstream in Liberty County, I think. The Savannah River goes from freshwater to saltwater. It's a tidal river at that point. If it happened up around Augusta, it may or may not affect Savannah. I will look into it, but for now, I've had other things to do and haven't gotten around to it. All right. So next, I'm going to play this one next. This is kind of in line with the AOC article. And this story is liberal Republicans are thwarting conservative governance in red states, which gives me great pleasure to hear. So let us read this article.
Liberal Republicans are thwarting conservative governance in red states. The Republican Party has unified control of numerous states. However, it has found out that the main opposition to its red state agenda is coming from within. Having gained an additional 3 seats in the State House and 1 in the State Senate to secure supermajorities in both chambers, alongside a landslide re-election for Governor Mike DeWine, RO, the GOP was on cruise control, locking the Democratic Party out of every corner of state government. However, when the Republican supermajority in the State House went to the floor that January to begin its legislative session, it fell apart. Instead of backing State Representative Derek Merrin, the Republican conference's chosen nominee to be Speaker, 22 Republicans joined the Democratic minority to elect State Representative Jason Stephens and build a different majority that robbed the Republican conference of its elected government. The goal of the coalition was simple: prevent the Republican majority from passing bills that would have pushed Ohio policy-making further to the right. These bills would have expanded the state's school choice program, reined in public sector unions, and cut government spending. However, they were stalled because of Stephens' speakership. After a single 2-year term as Speaker, Stephens will not serve another. He managed to beat back a primary challenger in his re-election campaign, but 4 of the so-called Blue 22 lost their primary races, and 5 opted not to run for re-election. To secure another term as Speaker, he would need to win the support of at least 3 Republicans who had not supported him before or are new to the chamber. That would have been unlikely. Faced with difficult math, Stephens has withdrawn from the Speaker race. In his absence, the Republican conference has nominated Matt Huffman, who faces the task of preventing Democrats from building another coalition government with renegade Republican votes. A state-level GOP civil war. With the presidential election at the top of the ticket, the battle for the identity of the Republican Party is exemplified by President-elect Donald Trump and his rivalry with longtime Republican leaders such as Senators Mitt Romney, RUT, and Mitch McConnell, RKY, the latter of whom has led the Republican Senate Conference for Republican civil wars in Ohio and Texas.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. This is basically kind of like the heart of why I selected this article. And I haven't heard the term liberal Republican quite some time. Historically, Republicans like Nelson Rockefeller, who was Gerald Ford's vice president. Back in the day, there used to be kind of a natural alliance between what they call blue dog Democrats, which were right, well, basically conservative Democrats, but there was also such a thing as liberal Republicans who were basically fiscal conservatives, but socially, I won't call them liberals, but more liberal than maybe uh, main the main line of the party. So probably, liberal Republican. There aren't enough of them. I would almost say that a liberal Republican today would be more like an establishment Republican, maybe. So anyway, this part to me is fairly important.
Texas are a reminder of the problem the ruling party faces when it dominates the political landscape in a given state for a long period of time. Faced with political irrelevance, liberals in these deep red states with political aspirations have resorted to running as Republicans but usually end up governing in a manner indistinguishable from Democrats. The problem is not restricted to lawmakers. In Utah and Wyoming, these left liberals in conservative clothing have risen to prominent statewide offices, including the governorship. Conservative legislative priorities have either stalled or required significant pressure campaigns. Policy initiatives that have been blocked by governors and lawmakers include reining in critical race theory or diversity, equity, and inclusion in state education systems, requiring athletes to compete in sports programs based on their biological sex, and curtailing the power of public sector unions. The ever-looming threat of a primary challenge has often led governors and lawmakers to rethink their opposition to conservative policy proposals. In Utah, Governor Spencer Cox, R., vetoed a 2022 bill banning biological men from competing in female sports. However, a year later, he signed legislation that banned minors from receiving sex-change drugs and puberty blockers, a move that acknowledged the political realities of the matter. State governments are, in effect, a testing lab for governing policies for one party or another, as the framers of the Constitution intended. How a party wields power in a state can go a long way toward burnishing or damaging that party's political brand in that state. However, if the Republican Party is plagued by members of its own coalition who are eager to work with the opposing party at the expense of their own, it cannot effectively govern in the way voters have charged it to do. When lawmakers...
Hey, Ryan. Want to make one point about that last paragraph. This article is from the Washington Examiner, which is a paper that tends to be cover news, the right of center viewpoint. These last two paragraphs are basically kind of like a spin on what a quote liberal Republican does. Essentially they're calling liberal Republicans rhinos. So I find that amusing. So anyway, I wanted to point that out that, there are Republicans that are kind of like progressives in the Democratic Party. Basically, the Republican Party has internal opposition to MAGA. And if it's not exactly opposition, it's at least, a little bit of pushback. So that's encouraging. Probably the best example I can think of is Larry Hogan, for instance, former governor of Maryland. He is a Republican, but, he's more or less anti-Trump or never Trump. So, there is opposition within the Republican Party, which is good to know. And the next article actually gives me joy again. Apparently, Herschel Walker has been nominated to be ambassador to the Bahamas. So, so Herschel Walker gets a little bit of a reward for being a loyal Trump person, which is a good thing, I guess. And I think I'll just go ahead and read this because it shouldn't be too long. Trump nominates Herschel Walker for ambassador to Bahamas. President-elect Trump nominated former Republican Senate candidate Herschel Walker to be U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas during his second term in the White House. Trump made the announcement Tuesday evening in a post to Truth Social, saying that Herschel has spent decades serving as an ambassador to our nation's youth, our men and women in the military, and athletes at home and abroad. During my first term, he served as co-chair of the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition. Trump continued, Herschel has traveled to over 400 military installations around the world, removing the stigma surrounding mental health. He represented the United States in the 1992 Winter Olympics as a member of the U.S. bobsled team. Trump's relationship with Walker goes back to when Walker first rose to prominence as an NFL player in the 1980s. The winner of the coveted Heisman Trophy in 1982 was not until later in life that Walker made the transition from sports to politics. After serving as co-chairman of the President's Council on Sports, Fitness, and Nutrition during Trump's first term, Walker ran for Senate in Georgia in 2022. Despite Trump's endorsement, Walker failed to oust incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock, Democrat Georgia, 2 years ago. Following a campaign plagued with controversy, the former NFL player lost the election 51.4% to 48.6%. Nice picture of them here. However, Walker's nomination for the plum diplomatic position in the Bahamas will mark a political comeback for the former Senate hopeful if he is confirmed. Trump has previously teased a military defense role for Walker. In early November, the president-elect suggested the ex-football player might oversee a missile defense shield system for the U.S. Wow. All right. Well, congratulations to Herschel Walker, a fellow University of Georgia alumnus. Let's see. Did I put that in the Slack? I did not. Oops. How do I keep doing that? All right. So that's pretty much all the news articles I wanted to cover. Let's see. Can you hear me now, Ryan? Ryan?
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. I can't join the chat for some reason still. I'm having major hella problems. I don't know what's up.
Huh.
So it's just been problematic. I heard you mention Larry Hogan.
Yeah. I just did an article on liberal Republicans, basically in Texas and Ohio, and what the article calls them liberal Republicans, but really liberal Republicans haven't existed, forever.
Since George Bush, probably.
I wouldn't call him a liberal Republican, but I know
he called himself a compassionate conservative, which I thought was a good, like I like that idea, compassionate conservative.
Right.
So,
well, last officially named liberal Republican was Nelson Rockefeller, Gerald Ford's vice president.
It's been a long time.
Right.
So
I haven't heard the term used in quite some time.
All these ideologies are so convoluted now. There's no legitimate, people talk about the right and the left and this.
Well, no, I don't agree that they're convoluted. I think they're actually fairly distinct.
I mean, when you see
a Larry Hogan as a quote liberal Republican, he stands out from MAGA.
Well, of course he does.
Right.
And
So
I,
I don't call him. I don't think he's convoluted. I think he is very distinct.
if you look at Larry Hogan, he's if Larry Hogan and Joe Manchin were on a ticket, either way, one or the other, right? Because they're both moderates, they're both kind of reasonable in the middle. I'd vote for them, and immediately I campaign for them, but we don't have that anymore. Like,
Well, I would actually vote for Larry Hogan, but would not vote for Joe Manchin.
yeah, I don't know why you have. If you really read up on him, I think you'd
Joe
like them
Manchin,
both.
if you know anything, and I don't know a lot, but I do know because I lived right next door to West Virginia.
Yeah.
He has gone like mega rich from politics. His daughter is problematic.
I know
If
his daughter is problematic,
if
but I don't know.
you go into West Virginia, you will not necessarily like what you see.
Well, I can only say that hearing what I've heard nationally and his positions on things, he's very, I don't want to say middle of the road, but he's definitely he takes a reasonable position on most things. That music is very loud, by the way. Is that I can't really hear
It's not
the music.
loud.
And you
on-
can.
let me turn it down.
I mean, I have my headphones on, so maybe that's why. But I don't know.
Well, I don't generally wear headphones, but let me turn it down because I think it was HB pointed it out. I think he wears headphones.
Yeah, it's really.
Wow, that's interesting. It doesn't.
I feel like I have to yell. Maybe can you turn it down or no? Maybe you can't.
I just did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's better actually. Yeah, I know that there's issues, and I have one of my oldest friends who's very progressive. He's very leftward. He he supported Manchin when I mentioned Manchin, and I just heard him nationally because he was trying to get the right and the left to meet in the middle so many times, and they refused to, of course, because why would they? Um, I just hearing him on the Armed Services Committee on C-SPAN, hearing him on on energy. If Manchin ran his positions and policy as a Democrat, the Democrats would have crushed the Republicans this year. They would
I
have
don't
beat them.
so.
I mean, Stanley, you got to read up on the guy a little bit. I'll tell you, you'd like him.
Ryan, I actually know about the guy. I've known about him since he was governor of West Virginia.
Yeah, and I know they try to link him to his daughter to Big Pharma, and I don't know her, but it might be like a Hunter Biden scenario.
Okay, well, you don't unlink a child from the parent, much like Hunter Biden being, linked to Joe Biden. Kids of political people, unless they disappear like Amy Carter or I don't even remember Bill Clinton's daughter. If they get into any sort of trouble or anything like that, you can't unlink them. So,
Well, what positions aren't you a fan of?
there is no way she would be in the position she was if it wasn't for Joe Manchin, her father.
I don't know what I think she's just in Big Pharma, isn't she?
Yeah. I think she's also involved in a coal business or something.
Well, his brother's in coal, and he essentially like 20 years ago became part owner of a coal manufacturer with his brother. His brother bought it and he brought him in. And he says, "Hey, look, I'm not." He has said many times, like, "I'll get out of coal. I am part of this coal business. I really want different alternative energy to West Virginia." He was promised that, by the way, and then they killed him in committee. He's trying to bring like hydrogen and other shit. They promised him like H3, and then they shot it down. The H3, hydrogen 3 or whatever it is. What's it? Oxygen 3, hydrogen. One of those. and then they shot it down on him, and he turned their back on him. So, but he went and met with Biden for a week when Biden was trying to pass that Build Back Better. Like he's tried, and he's pretty moderate on armed services and on like on his view on the environment. Like, hey, look, I'm pro-environment, but ultimately we can't get rid of fossil fuels. It'll ruin the economy. We got to do it slower, you know?
Right.
So I like a lot of his positions, and he is a moderate.
I forgot about this. I looked this up. River of Hate. Let's see. Are you still in the chat? Oops. All right, River of Hate. I looked up the DuPont Savannah River thing. This site is up in Aiken, South Carolina. The reason I don't know about it is I grew up in Savannah, which is quite a ways downriver from Aiken, South Carolina, possibly 100 miles. So that's why I don't know about it. It didn't immediately affect Savannah. And anyway, we'll read this article, and that will that will basically be my research.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
It's not a long article.
What are they dumping chemicals probably?
It's something that happened a while ago, but I was asked about it, and excuse me, I was asked about it and chastised for not knowing about it.
Oh, Jesus!
Know about it.
You got to know everything.
Well, Savannah, it happened on the Savannah River, but the Savannah River is very long. You know, where it is, you know, Savannah is quite a ways from Aiken, South Carolina, probably 100 miles. I'll have to look it up if I think of it. But anyway,
so we have the environmentalists, right, that are mad at companies that were dumping.
I want to get to the article
in the 40s.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead and do this article right quick.
Deadly legacy. Savannah River site near Aiken, one of the most contaminated places on Earth. The United States won the Cold War in the Savannah River Valley of South Carolina, the isolated deserts of New Mexico, and along the Columbia River in Washington state. Those. Chapter 1. Two Worlds Collide. In early September 1949, an Air Force B-29 bomber flew a routine but secret mission along the Soviet Union's Pacific coast. The high-flying warplane carried special filters to detect the radiological debris from an atomic bomb. About the same time, 13-year-old Dorothy Dandridge trudged along rows of cotton plants to ready the crop for the upcoming harvest. She hated the work, the heat, the bugs, but that was all she knew growing up in the flat, swampy Savannah River Valley. Dandridge had no way to know it, but that B-29's flight would forever change her life and the lives of thousands in the South Carolina counties of Aiken, Barnwell, and Allendale. It also would leave a swath of South Carolina larger than New York City among the most contaminated places on Earth, a storehouse of the deadliest radioactive materials known, enough to obliterate humanity. The government can't get rid of it and still doesn't know what to do with it. Just keeping it contained has cost billions of dollars, stands to cost untold billions more, and has no end in sight. The B-29 had made the same flight many times, but the filters had never trapped what set off instruments this time. More flights went out to collect additional samples, and scientists across the country pored over the results. Intelligence experts concluded the filters had detected the radioactive signature of an atomic bomb blast. The U.S. had been monitoring for such an explosion to avoid being caught by surprise in an atomic Pearl Harbor, but intelligence experts had not expected the Soviets to pull it off until 1953. America no longer owned an atomic monopoly, a stunning turnabout that President Harry Truman revealed to the nation less than a month after the Soviet bomb test. The Cold War suddenly got far more dangerous. To counter the new Soviet threat and keep America's nuclear arsenal the most advanced, Truman embarked on a crash drive to build a super bomb theorized to be 1,000 times stronger than the atomic bombs that ended World War II with the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. At noon on November 28, 1950, the government released the news. It planned to seize about 300 square miles in Aiken and Barnwell counties to make the ingredients for hydrogen bombs. The government allocated $260 million to start construction, compensate property owners, demolish almost every structure, destroy 4 towns, transplant graves, and kick out 6,000 people. Dorothy Dandridge was one of those people. The last residents left the Savannah River plant area by early 1952. Some tried to recreate their beloved hometown as New Ellendon just outside the gates of the plant near Aiken. EllendonSC.com/provided. Gone forever. Most people in Ellendon and a handful of smaller, nearby farm towns huddled around radios as clocks struck noon to hear what all expected to be a major announcement. They'd known for weeks something big was in store. Rumors swirled about all sorts of industries planning to set up shop in the sleepy farmland along the middle range of the Savannah River, bringing high-paying jobs to an area where barter remained common. The day before the announcement, Louise Castles, daughter of one of Ellendon's civic and business leaders, expressed concern to her brother and sister. "I've an uncanny feeling it's something that'll change our entire way of life." The next day, the Ellendon elementary school teacher heard another rumor: an H-bomb plant was coming. She did not like the thought of her peaceful hometown taking part in destroying people and places. Dorothy Dandridge in her house in New Ellendon on Wednesday, January 25, 2017. Dandridge was forced to leave her home near the old town of Ellendon when the government seized about 300 square miles of land to build the Savannah River plant. Unlike most kicked off the land, she was happy to leave. She hated working cotton fields and to this day avoids, when possible, cotton clothing. Michael Pronzato/staff. By Michael Pronzato MPRONZATO at postandcourier.com. Dorothy Dandridge found the days preceding the announcement exciting, yet mysterious and unsettling. Strangers with purpose scoured Barnwell and Aiken counties. They tested soil, surveyed land, and placed numbered tags on buildings. They wouldn't tell anyone what they were doing. But everyone knew something huge was afoot. Dandridge sat in her Aunt Annie Bell's 1946 Chevrolet when the announcement came over the car's radio. The Atomic Energy Commission planned to seize about 200,000 acres in Aiken, Barnwell, and Allendale counties. About 1,500 families would have little more than a year to leave their farms, homes, and shops. Fair compensation was promised to all, a promise many later felt went unfulfilled. For many of the black residents, talk of fair compensation didn't mean much. Whites owned almost everything and black farmers often rented land to farm or sharecropped. The announcement didn't specify exactly what the coming plant would produce, saying only that it would be material that could be used for weapons or for fuels potentially useful for power purposes. The announcement emphasized that operations at the Savannah River plants will not involve the manufacture of atomic weapons. The Savannah River plant, simply called the bomb plant by locals, would not actually assemble the hydrogen bomb. It would make the 2 key radioactive ingredients necessary to build such a devastating weapon: tritium and plutonium. Few understood that their cotton fields and pastures soon would yield the world's deadliest crop. Fear was the fertilizer. Not since the attack on Pearl Harbor thrust America into World War II had events been so frightening and the future so uncertain. The Soviet Union had the atomic bomb. Their spies were said to have infiltrated the government. Communist forces had taken control of mainland China. Communist North Korea invaded South Korea, pushing America into another war. And Chinese forces streamed to North Korea's defense, threatening to ignite a so-called police action into World War III. In Aiken and Barnwell counties, the federal government hurriedly took control of 310 square miles of land, started clearing and began construction in
Let's see here. Oh, foo. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put this link into the back chat and the
That's quite an article.
what?
It's a pretty long article.
Yeah, but believe. I mean, I knew about the Savannah River nuclear plant. Or well, it's a weapons research station. I knew about it. I actually didn't know about the contamination part. But the reason I
Mm.
didn't know about it is it's in South Carolina,
Hmm.
and I was born about 15 years, 15 years later. But it is good to know.
Yeah.
And
This.
it kind of goes back to a lot of the points about uh, global warming and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think sometimes folks just don't, you know, either they're either willingly ignorant or just just plain old ignorant. We have all kinds of examples of pollution and contamination that persist for hundreds of years. So, being so cocksure about, global warming or whether it's happening or not, I find, I'd say disturbing. We have so many examples of where, man gets in there, starts doing stuff, and ruins nature. Um,
Hmm. I
Never
agree.
quite understood why people are so cavalier, like, oh, it's not happening. Well, do we really know it's not happening?
I think the issue is it was initially brought out as, hey, we have they called it global warming, and then there were a few hoaxes around it, um, which I think affected the landscape, and then it became political, of course. Even though conservatives are supposed to be conserving of resources, but once it became political, then it was just the same bullshit that we had with COVID and everything. So the truth is, the climate is warming. The question is it fossil fuels or not? And if they stay on that, that's the easy one because temperatures say the Earth is warming, right? But instead, it turns into all this convoluted stuff and goes political. So, and listen, the radicalism involved is part of the problem. So, like, when you have people laying down in traffic, that's a problem.
Right.
Instead of saying, hey, we can't get off fossil fuels for probably 30 years, but we're going to start going in that direction and we're going to do these things this year and these things. Nobody says that. They say, hey, let's do these wild, crazy things and, without costs, without looking at what stuff costs, without looking at the impacts on people. And that's why people fight it, in my opinion. So the radicalism on both sides. And then climate deniers that say, oh, it's not happening at all. When my mother says it's not happening. I'm like, Mom, these things called thermometers show what's happening throughout the world. Well, I don't believe it. It snowed in South Carolina. Okay, Mom. Really? You think that's evidence? So unfortunately, it's a political issue. So you know,
Right.
and
Um,
people can't be reasonable. They have to like dig in the most radical way they can, which is laying down in traffic and stopping cars from getting to work and ba- babies from being delivered, or fully deny that anything is happening at all while standing in a hurricane. So more political extremism. So you know what I mean?
right. This next story is we talked a few minutes ago about my love for my professed love for Lara Trump. Basically, if anyone is going to be president
What
after,
is Laura Trump? What is she? Is she a
after
Democrat or Republican?
it'll be Laura Trump
It,
is Eric's wife, and she
oh,
may wind up. Well, she was co-chairman of the RNC. Trump made her that. Well,
well, why do you look up to
I,
her? Why do you?
hold on one
What is it?
second, Brian.
I don't know.
Um, Trump basically, pushed her to be chairman of the RNC. She wound up being co-chair of the RNC, and she may wind up taking over Marco Rubio's seat. I've seen her, sporadically give speeches and stuff, and I think of all, the post-Trump like kids or relatives, she's probably the only one who's capable of actually being a politician. And she, you can kind of look at her and tell she's got a fire. And she will rule with an iron hand. And personally, I like her. Don't know why. I think it has to do with, her being fairly attractive. But she, sometimes you can tell when somebody means business. And I think it's so funny that neither Don nor Eric, and I'm sure what's her name, Ivanka doesn't want to do it. I think she's perfectly capable, but
She's not even living in the
it's
country
so
anymore.
ironic that besides Donald Trump himself, it's women who are the tougher Trumps or the more
Well,
confident Trumps.
and then the young one is too
I
young.
don't give a shit about Barron. He's what, 19? Who knows what he'll do?
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't know.
I want 18 and 19-year-olds to be 18 and 19-year-olds. Going and, I know 12th man is particularly bad about, Barron's going to be this. We don't know what he's going to be. And we should stop worshiping 19-year-olds.
We might see a closing of the book on the Trump family when this is over.
I think Lara Trump might. I actually kind of hope she runs for president one day.
I mean, the Clintons, the Bushes, those things wear out their welcome, So
Well,
I hope she does. I hope when this in 2028, we
she
shut the
won't be
door on the
running in
Trump.
2028.
Well, I'm ready for Liz Cheney. Like, let's just move on,
So this
Fucking
video
move
is
on.
basically, I didn't know until Kubota told me in the chat that she'd appeared on the Breakfast Club, which I did not know about. Apparently, sometimes the Breakfast Club winds up in my algorithm, sometimes it doesn't, and this certainly didn't. Let's see. This happened 3 years ago. Well, anyway, let's have a look at it.
Hello. Dog here today for Tuesday, June 15th goes to Lara Trump. Who is
Oh, wait.
Lara Trump?
That's not-
She is the daughter-in-law of the former.
Hold it. Let me go back because I really want to watch the whole interview, but I know we'll get nailed. But we'll look at this clip. Let's look at this clip. I don't like having other people analyze it, but I just kind of want to. You know what? Let's not do that. This doesn't look like something. This is 1 month ago.
Wake that ass up.
Since you went from Dog to the Day.
Morning, everybody. It's Dee. We're up in southeastern North Carolina, Republican Party at this point, and yeah.
Now you're the co-chair of the Republican National Committee.
Yes. What does that mean exactly?
What is that?
Well, there's a chairman of the RNC. His name is Michael Whatley, and as co-chair, I work alongside of him, and we're basically in charge of the Republican Party at this point. And I've been in this position since March. It's been a wild ride. This is probably one of the craziest times in politics anyone can remember, and
Mhm.
so yeah, I'm honored to do it.
Your father-in-law has a lot to do with that.
Well, actually, the RNC committee members have to vote you into this position. Now, I did get a call from him back in January one night, and he said, I think you should run for this position. And to be honest, I said, I have 2 young kids. My kids are 5 and 7 now. I have a lot of personal endeavors that, I have underway as well. I said, I don't know if this is the job for me right now,
Yeah.
knowing.
But that's not really your thing.
Well, now he gives me a hard time because I used to make him like ice cream cakes. I make the ice cream from scratch, the whole thing from scratch. And then he would go on like a keto diet. And on keto, you can't have sugar.
Right.
So all of it would get freezer burn in the freezer. So I'm like, well, why am I going to go out of my way to make these cakes for you if we're not eating them? Anyway, he'll argue that it was a bait and switch.
You were trying to make him
I
fat.
pulled him in, successful. And he worked that way when he was in the White House. And whether you want to talk about actually funding in perpetuity historically Black colleges and universities, whether you want to talk about the First Step Act that allowed 30,000 nonviolent felons to be released from prison, who the 1994 crime bill actually put in prison, these are things that really have, I feel like, spoken to a lot of people. But more so than anything, the economy right now is such that I don't care who you are, it is hurting you, and it is something that he wants to fix. He wants every American to have their shot at the American dream. And, I hate that is the constant knee jerk is Donald Trump is a racist. Donald Trump is a racist. I can tell you he wants every person to be successful. He'll work for every American equally. He did that the first term when he was president, and he'll do it again.
How do you ask her, like,
kids, with my family. He's one of the funniest people I have ever met. I mean, amazing. But I think the reason he doesn't do that, and the reason that he sort of shies away from that, is because he understands that when you are the leader of the free world, you have to operate from a position of power. And you want to maybe make people a little bit nervous out there, the adversaries and the allies. Because you think about when he was in office and in the White House, there was so much that was accomplished on the world stage for the United States. And I think it was very good that we had a strong leader in the White House. And so I actually think the reason he never does that is because he doesn't want to show that side of him. He likes to operate from this position of power. So if it were up to me, that was cut short. And the only thing people hear, he said there were very fine people on both sides, except the neo-Nazis and white supremacists who should be condemned totally. But you don't hear that. And so for 7 years, people were led to believe that Donald Trump somehow supported neo-Nazis and white supremacists. It's outrageous.
I remember
of course
seeing
he
that
doesn't.
live. I don't remember him saying that part.
Well, you can look it up right now, and I promise
He said it.
it is there. You know why you don't remember? Because unfortunately, that clip has been played time and time and time again to try to convince people. Just ask me, people say Donald Trump's racist. To try to convince people that he's racist, of course.
Yeah, well, Donald Trump is a racist.
I mean, they showed the clip of him disavowing the shit they say over and over, which I wouldn't doubt he's a racist, but they still edited the fucking footage, sadly, because the media sucks.
Phoenix Fish, I thought that clip that I started was actually a review of her interview. It wasn't, and my apologies, but I'm probably going to go back and maybe tomorrow watch watch the whole thing through, and maybe I'll be able to clip out the interesting parts. But my point is, she of all the kids, the quote kids, because she's an in-law, of all of them other than Ivanka, she seems to be the only one that has a gravitas. That's my new word for the day. That bears paying attention to. Eric and Don are wastrels. I don't, generally when I see them speak, I just turn the channel. When she speaks, and it's obvious, again, she's pretty attractive physically, but she has a presence, she has a comfort talking to people that I actually admire. So enough belaboring that point. And let's see, what am I going to do? I need to put this in my watch list.
It seems like she just regurgitated the same points that they make all the time.
Yep, except she's better at it.
Yeah, I don't know. She doesn't. It's just the same talking points. I don't really. I mean, hey, rock on.
Well, my point
I just want to
is
see
that
fresh
she's,
blood.
there's rumor that she'll take over Rubio's Senate seat the rest of his term. You know, once he gets confirmed to be Secretary of State, and I'm pretty sure he will be confirmed.
Are you upset that AOC lost the bid?
No, I never expected her to win.
Why? Because she's not that smart.
Because Nancy Pelosi does not like her, and Nancy Pelosi endorsed the guy who won.
Yeah, she runs it.
Progressives, I keep emphasizing this, progressives don't have power even on the left.
Well, like Bernie Sanders is.
Okay, I don't care about Bernie Sanders.
He's a progressive.
Progressives do not have the power that people think they do, especially MAGA people. Progressives do not have power. They don't
I
even.
know. My point was.
As a matter of fact, they don't even have that much influence.
My point was this: is that part of the party is definitely the smaller part of the party, right? And but also, like, you know, you mentioned Jamal Bowman earlier. You got Ilhan Omar. You got what's the one? Jayapal. I think isn't Jayapal the head of the Progressive Union or the Progressive? That's it. Yeah, Pramila Jayapal. So like that caucus is part of the Democrats, but I think that they're more radical. You know what I mean? So it's. I think being a mainstream Democrat.
Yes, progressives are more left than, you know, the regular straight line liberal Democrat, but they do not have power. They can be radical all they want, but when they lose elections, like what's her name out in is it Missouri?
Rashida Tlaib.
No.
I know who you're talking about.
I remember it. Cori Bush. She lost. Jamal Bowman lost. The progressives that are doing well would be, you know, AOC or Ro Khanna, Jayapal, and I forget the black.
Is Cory Booker kind of in that group?
Cory Booker's not a progressive.
He's not. Okay. He's more centrist.
And he's in the Senate.
Oh, it's true. Okay. Well, I think that I noticed that AOC kind of shadows with Chuck Schumer. You know what I mean? I've seen her
trying to ingratiate herself with the straight line Democrats. She's been at least wanting to appear to be more conventional Democrat. That somebody put a pin to that balloon when she lost. I think it was the Oversight Committee is what she was running to be ranking member of. So again, Pelosi endorsed her opponent. AOC is going to have to do a lot more groveling to get into Pelosi's good graces. And
why does she hate her?
Frankly, why does she's going to be able to do it? Pelosi.
Why does she dislike her so much, though?
Well, because back in was it 2017 or 2018? They tried to force the Democrats to go for single payer, the single payer option for healthcare, and Pelosi resisted, and AOC tried to play hardball. And it's been several other things that she's annoyed Pelosi with. And I don't think she's going to be able to get Pelosi to come around.
Yeah.
And Pelosi doesn't even have power anymore, but she still was able to hold enough power that her endorsement, pretty much defeated AOC.
Yeah, I mean, she's got tenure for sure, right?
And she's in the hospital. She literally defeated AOC from a hospital in Europe.
Yeah. I don't know if I think people can swallow, the voter can swallow like the center Democrat. I don't know if they can swallow the far left, the progressive.
Okay, well,
So
number one, progressives are not far left. They're farther left than the mainline Democrats. They tend to be socialist. Some are outright communist. The communists are the far left. The progressives are basically what they call themselves, social democrats. They're farther left, but not far left.
that's what I mean. They're too far, like the Northern Europe system type government, and I think
Yeah,
that
Northern Europe's government, they are not far left.
I'm talking like the Swedish healthcare
Right.
system.
They are not far left. They're social democrats.
I mean, Stanley, if you look at the political spectrum, you just said
No,
it's
don't
further
tell me
left
how
than.
to look at it. I know the politics.
So, okay, so if you have the centerline Democrat, you'd say they're left. Then you have the progressive, then you have the outright communists, right? Like the way lefties. So I'm saying they're too far left to win the election. They have to come back to center.
Well, it depends. Ro Khanna won, AOC won, Omar won. They tend to be a lot more popular in their districts than they are nationally.
That's what I mean.
They may win 1,000 elections, but it does not mean that they resonate nationally.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And
I was not voting for them.
I don't think progressives, at least at this time, and America's not America at this time, and probably for the next 50 years, we are not socialist. And that doesn't mean we shouldn't be. We just aren't.
Yeah, I think it's China's kind of got a pretty good system going the way they did it. I think, I mean, now they're screwing up, but it certainly pulled their people out of poverty real quick, which socialism can do that, gets everybody out of poverty, but thriving is a different story, And but I don't know. I think that you got to have innovation. You got to have some private sector to drive it.
Right. Well, Innate pretty much gets it right here. Though I don't. You say there are also on both sides. I don't know that there are any sort of progressives. I guess you could possibly call populist on the right. You could probably call them progressives, but and they are progressives, but in a different sense of the word. They're not. If you go back and you think about it, populists are progressives.
They were, yeah, for sure.
It's what their ideology is. Their basic ideologies are. On the left, it's Marx. On the right, it's probably going to be more like believe this or not, a Woodrow Wilson sort of progressivism.
Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, exactly. So,
like land preservation,
right? But
conservatism.
I would call someone like a Teddy Roosevelt more traditionalist, not necessarily a conservative. I don't know that Teddy Roosevelt was that conservative. Maybe in some ways, but there are a lot of ways. Teddy Roosevelt and the Roosevelts in general could be anti-business sometimes.
Well, but the trust buster for sure.
Right. So, that is a deviation from what we would consider, kind of.
We don't really have any trust busters anymore. We just have people that take donations. So no real looking at these big companies that we have as monopolies, you know. So oddly enough, so these companies are free to build to become whatever. Oddly,
You God is real is in the audience. And hey, Nate, how you doing? Um, well, God is real. Y'all hit the link if you want. I'll even drop it for you.
yeah, I
But
don't know.
anyway, I'm done, with my spiel about progressives. Again, Nate, you pretty much get it right. I would not call MAGA. I don't think MAGA's progressive. I'm sorry. Well, it's certainly not progressive. I'm not even sure MAGA is that populist. I think what MAGA is basically oligarchs riding the backs of populism to power. Some people might call it a coalition, but I don't even think it's a coalition. I actually think that oligarchs using populism to gain power. Putting two billionaires in charge of government efficiency does not reek of progressivism, nor does it reek of populism.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
All right. So actually, I found this Kevin Samuels thing, which I don't. If we watch it, it'll be towards the end. This is this is one I'm trying to explore passport broism, and I haven't had a chance earlier yesterday to really watch much passport bro content, but I did find this. So
I've kind of learned about this passport bros, and it's again, I said yesterday, it's really about exploiting the dollar, and it's very exploitative. I think it's very much like American women are just terrible, and I think it's just
it's much more about the American women is terrible. They may or may not care about maximizing dollars and that sort of thing.
Well, I think it's
be brave.
I mean, it's kind of sad, right? Don't you think it's kind of sad?
No, I think it's great. I think if young people want to travel and explore other cultures and how their women are, I don't have a problem with that. That's what being young is all about.
I don't know. I think to just write off American 100. What's it, 160 million American women, 200 million, whatever it is.
Well, but you got
they're all just terrible.
There's a tradition of Black men exploring places like Europe and finding it more amenable than America is. You go back to people like Richard Wright, I think Ralph Ellison, Josephine Baker. There are a lot of Black.
White men do it too. They're going to Thailand and shit.
Hold on one second. I'm talking about passport bros, which tend to be young black males, and I'm talking about young black people for 100+ years have found Europe more amenable to talented young black people than America. And you can go all the way back to even Frederick Douglass, had a great time, even considered moving to Ireland, I think it was. He was in Britain. Ireland, he was like a superstar. As a matter of fact, there's a statue somewhere that I've never seen, but there's like a statue of Frederick Douglass in Dublin or somewhere. So the point is I don't see a problem with passport bros. I think it's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with young people exploring.
Hey Stanley, I got a question, and not to rehash the issue. It's just that you made an interesting statement, and then you moved on to the next subject. You got to be pretty fast with you.
Yeah, my mind works quickly. This that snow bunny trend, really?
Yeah, but I was just wondering, when you said that the socialism in America will not exist in America for another 50 years. Did you mean that in name, actual, labeling, outward labeling, or in practice?
I mean, in power.
Okay, so you weren't referring to the people using the name socialist openly and comfortably and gaining ground. You were talking about the actual function of socialism.
What I mean is, you know how MAGA has pretty much taken over the Republican Party in a way that the Tea Party couldn't or didn't?
Yes.
Progressives will not do the same thing in the Democratic Party.
I'm not talking about progressives. I'm talking about you said socialism.
Well, let's stop there. Let's do a little bit of definition here.
Okay, well, you use the word socialism.
Left progressives tend to call themselves democratic socialists.
Correct.
They are socialists. Many of them call themselves outright Marxists. They will not have power the way MAGA does for the next 50 years, if not the next 100 years, if ever. AOC might be president one day, but it won't be anytime soon.
Well, right. So exactly.
That's exactly what I meant. Nothing more.
Right. I got you. That's all. So I'm asking you, along with that, are you saying that we're not up to our necks in socialist policies, undeclared?
I mean, we're a mixed economy. If that's
okay, that's good. That's all I was wondering.
However,
I just wondered if you were aware of that.
Well,
because you said you spoke like socialism is nothing for 50 years. Socialists for 100 years. We've already been
the VA medical system. I'm very aware of the socialist parts of.
What do you think of it, by the way? Are you pleased with it, or do you think it's a mess, or what?
As a matter of fact, I cried tears when I had to go to. I have psoriatic arthritis, which it's like rheumatoid arthritis, except it's not rheumatoid arthritis. So basically, the final diagnosis, oddly enough, a dermatologist had to confirm my arthritis. Because it was so long to get to a dermatologist in the VA system, I had to go to a civilian dermatologist. And I wouldn't have done it had I not realized that the civilians don't have access to the VA medical record system. It took like 2 months for her diagnosis to get entered into the VA computer system, for want of a better term. The VA has one thing that you don't get in the civilian world. That is, their healthcare people have access to a central system. If I go to Montana tomorrow and go to a VA clinic, they're going to be able to pull up my medical records in seconds. Civilians don't have that access, which is why, I did an article a few days ago about them maybe wanting to allow more access to private healthcare. Someone wants to go to their civilian doctor and they're in the VA medical system. They should be able to do it. Believe it or not, you can now, as long as that doctor is in the within the network, approved. There are VA doctors. What is it like? It's like a healthcare network in the civilian world. A doctor may be a part of a particular healthcare network, Kaiser Permanente or whatever. So anyway, what I'm saying is that I actually am perfectly fine with the VA healthcare system without taking it more private. Now, I have to also say that in Atlanta, a lot of the VA doctors are actually Emory doctors, Emory University doctors. The medical center is like right next door to the Emory, healthcare hospital, teaching hospital, whatever. So Atlanta's kind of unique in that way. Charleston, for instance, isn't, it's a little bit more disconnected. So I made this story a lot longer than it should be. Yeah, as a matter of fact, other than, every now and again to see a specialist, there's a bit of a wait. But otherwise, yeah, it's great.
Yeah. I heard a lot of VA veterans talking good about the veterans because that's a favorite saw of the conservatives is if you want to see what public health care is like, look at the VA. And my thinking is like they can create any healthcare system they want, when they want, how they want, and to blame it anything. And that's why I don't really fuss over the public or private of it. I'm just saying right now there's things that need to be taken care of that are ridiculous in the healthcare system in the USA, regardless of whether it's done privately or publicly. But I was just wondering, your statement on the thing. I agree. The shame of it is socialism will not be allowed to be used in a regular basis in America. It won't be. But the reality is, on the ground, we're all already socialists, more than we almost are capitalists, because we rely on socialism when times are desperate. That's my point. And we don't get credit for that, which is a shame.
Well, no, because you know what? The reason is you can't advertise the successes. That would
I know.
But I also want to point out one weakness of the VA healthcare system is if you live near a big city, the care is going to be better. If you live out in nowhere, Arkansas, it might be a problem getting VA healthcare. That's why they probably want to take it more private because
if you live out from a large city anywhere, as an old person, you're gonna be playing hard times with healthcare because when you go into old people have to drive into the larger cities for treatment. So either way, it's a headache. But I was just wondering.
It's funny because my father literally for like 10 or 15 years had been telling me you need to get registered because I didn't register with the VA till I think I was 50.
Yeah.
So, I could have done it at 29 and just didn't because I was under the impression that the civilian healthcare is better. But I tell you what, I wish I'd done it at 29. It's for a veteran, it's just they're extremely good, but I suspect you have to live near a metropolitan area.
Yeah.
And even so, I have a VA clinic right near me. So checkups, yearly checkups and stuff, it's very convenient. But if I ever have to do like a specialist, like an orthopedic thing, which I have to do occasionally, I've got to go all the way into Atlanta. However, it's less than an hour away. And, Midtown, that part of Atlanta is actually really pleasant. I enjoy going there.
So it's good for basic services, you're saying?
No, look, even in the private sector, you're going to drive an hour to get to a lot of treatment, in the private sector.
Right.
So,
I actually like when
small town hospitals do not bring in what's needed. You have to drive to a mega. You have to drive to a metro.
Right.
So that exists in the private sector also.
I mean, when I go, I don't see a lot of unhappy people when I go to the VA medical center.
I got family members that think that they're very trusting of it. They say, look, it's all screwed up. The whole healthcare system screwed up, but this nonsense about the VA is just some nightmare. It's like, conservatives.
Be brave. It was a wreck like 10 years ago. Trump put a bunch of money into that.
I was in it 10 years ago. It was fine for me.
And not only, but Ryan, we go back to they're not going to let public do anything well, Ryan. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming public or private. I'm just saying the corporate machine isn't going to do anything public well in our face. They don't want that to grab. So I don't, when somebody says the public wasn't very well, it's like, no, not until the corporates decide to make it well.
It was underfunded. It was underfunded.
Sure,
and
it was.
Inefficient.
Yes, by design. Yes.
But I will tell you
Anyway,
that there
we're-
are publicly funded single-payer healthcare systems in other countries have a whole slew of their problems that are different than our
we
problems.
got a whole slew of our problems here. So I didn't want to bring that up. I just asked Ryan, you and I are on two different planets. I just wanted to ask Stanley, are you pleased with VA or not? He said yes. That's all I wanted to know. I don't want official version zombie shit on healthcare system. It's
I actually had a major surgery about 5 years ago. And so I had to actually do I think I was in there for maybe 3 or 4 days. Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure, I know I've had to wait for appointments sometimes, but it's usually orthopedic appointments. And, with the number, basically when we actually had a lot of veterans overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan, you can imagine that orthopedic departments are like stretched to the limits because of amputations and, that sort of thing. Orthopedic departments in VA hospitals are very busy people.
Yeah.
So we're clear on the socialist part of it. I think
we agree. I just wanted to make clear that, folks, socialism as a label isn't going to ever grab. I agree with you, Stanley. But we're up to our necks and enjoying socialist policies for the last 100 years, and we don't think about it like that, to our own demise and to our own childish nonsense. That's all I was wanting to add.
Oh, I think I've already heard Trump's Doug Scott from Georgia is the nominee for Secretary of Veterans Affairs, and then what's his name from Fox News to be Defense Secretary. They're already talking about cutting benefits. Let me see, can I find that story?
Yeah, they are. Medicaid benefits too. I'm going, oh Lord. Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
Well, I'm not worried about it. I don't think they're going to get what they want. Messing with veterans benefits will not be popular.
No, I think they just say that, Stanley, too. Of course. There's a lot of conservatives that need to live in their imaginary fantasy worlds. They say that stuff to make that base happy. They're not going to do it. They know better than.
I think by and large, I think people look for our government to run their government like a household would, like with, debits and credits.
Governments
and things.
are not households.
And they never will.
And Bill Clinton was the last to do it, amazingly. He was capable. Him and the Republicans did it. It was something.
Okay. It was a different time.
And not only that, I think the actual surplus, the last actual surplus was Andrew Jackson, wasn't it? If you really look it up.
Well, Bill Clinton actually, they put money back. They paid some of the long-term debt, which was the first.
2 million or 3 million? In other words, it plopped out $2 trillion, Ryan.
It was, for the time, which we weren't in the trillions then, right? But it was a substantial amount of money.
No, the debt was like what? Bill Clinton, 6 trillion? Was it 5 trillion?
It was not even. It was probably 800 billion or something. It was probably not even a trillion. Not imagine. I don't remember, but
I'd have to look.
I know that they actually balanced the budget like 3 or 4 years, like for the first time in a long time since World War II, really. But we didn't have any major wars. We weren't in Iraq blowing money or giving money to Ukraine or just giving money to every state in droves like we did for the last 4 years, or just wasting it on everything.
So it says on paper. You're correct.
Yeah, he went down. I mean,
we ain't never had they've never had their hands out of them places, even if it's money.
It just shows that the government can act responsibly for a few years, and they were great years. Bill Clinton did a great job. I'd vote for him today if he was young. The Republicans kept the checkbook tight. it was good years. The Clinton years were good years. I think everyone has a good memories of them, and we haven't had a better situation since, in my opinion.
No, the from 1980 to 2008, before the crash, from 1980 to 2008 was the most wealth producing years in the history of our species for common working people. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that 28 years was rocking, man.
For commoners like me, commoners like you.
Yeah, common folks, yeah. And guess who didn't take advantage of any of it? My prime years were from 80 to 2008, and I'm sitting there just cruising along doing nothing but partying.
You had fun, though. You had fun. You had some fun.
Yeah, I did, but it's I wouldn't do anything different. But I'll tell you what, it's like, yikes! Don't do what I did, kids.
Well, I think
pay a little more attention, at least, is all I'm saying.
I really think the Clinton years were great years. It was.
They were.
I mean, it was. And by the way, you know, the Berlin Wall fell. We had, you know, I don't know, man. It was just like we won, and Bill Clinton did a great job being pro-American. I mean, I don't know. They were great years. Ever since then, it's been topsy-turvy. George Bush shit the bed multiple times. Obama pushed us hard left, and then Trump is just a lunatic. So we haven't had any normalcy.
No, and we never will. It's over. I don't even think we had normalcy with Bill Clinton. I think he was that was his script, and they knew they did something for a purpose at that time to go in a particular direction, you know. So I don't take none of it serious. I always say the corporate machine giveth and the corporate machine taketh away.
Well,
how's that go? The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. I'm sorry, I got that mixed up.
Well, I'll tell you this: talking to healthcare and now being engorged in the system, it's fundamentally flawed, globally and locally and regionally. It is fucked up.
It is.
And I mean, I'm gonna tell you right now, if I was in Europe, there's a certain drug I gotta take. If I was in Europe, I couldn't get it. I mean, these European countries that have national health care, they just don't approve it. And it doubles your life expectancy, right?
Well,
This
you don't know
particular
that.
drug.
I thought you were in on an experiment.
I am, and it's not an experiment. It's proven to double life expectancy, right? But the thing is, in these countries, I've learned, like, I email and text people. Well, I'm sorry, I Facebook people in Italy and in England and these other countries, and they're like, "Well, we haven't approved it yet." And even France, the one drug is from France, and it's not approved in France because it's god awful expensive. So I've kind of learned that our healthcare system sucks. It's the most expensive in the world, but it also is at the forefront of R&D and having the money to reinvest in technology and shit. Right?
But the companies aren't doing the R&D, Ryan. The R&D is being done by your government. So I think rather than say yes. They get all kinds of breaks, tax breaks, everything.
Well, they do.
Well, it's attached to research and development. No, our tax dollars are funding research and development. The companies cannot absorb those losses in research. So it's silly to think companies.
No, they do with overcharging for drugs.
Well, I know they do. No, that's not the reason they're overcharged, and there's 1,000 reasons. But however, I always say the American healthcare system is the greatest in the world if you can afford it.
That's right. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
If you can afford it, it's great.
It is the
and
greatest.
If you're, and if you're, you know, so if that's a
one wrong move, and you'll want to move to France.
Oh yeah. And I think for general care, like if you're just a schmo that's like out here doing your thing, and even if you get like breast cancer or some shit, like if you're in France, you're fine. But if you got some oddball thing like I happen to, or like that kind of shit, we're at the forefront. We got the best doctors. There's a guy in Malaysia that has hit me up. We're going back and forth, and I'm like, you have to get to a specialist, right? I got 20 of them within 150 miles of an MPN specialist, right? It's type of leukemia. This dude, he's like, oh, I have one in Singapore, and he's in Malaysia, right? Like, so he's got to leave his country, right? Mm-hmm. And this is fairly common. So I think all the money in our healthcare system puts us at the front in terms of if you have more than, if you have decent money, you'll be okay, right?
Yes, yes.
And so if you can afford it,
it's the best in the world. But the problem is now 80% of people can't afford it. 80% of people are on the verge of any time, even when they're paying premiums, going, what did I just get handed here? So, so, to say it, to brag about our healthcare system, I just wish people would do it more accurately. If you can afford it, it's the greatest in the world. And 80% of people can't afford it. That means it's probably not the greatest in the world. I think a lot of people would go, you know what, I'll die early, but let's just have some dignified health care for the people that, just want to work every day and are just regular blow schmoes, That's where your health care system is. But, I always say the healthcare question is to me, the healthcare system is the absolute best proof in the world of global conspiracies. And drop it at that. That's just my statement on it. It's so screwed up by design all over the world that it's obvious that this is a one world piece of shit and it's corporatism. The healthcare system proves that across the world.
I feel really bad for people in these other places, and I correspond with them, and I want to just say, listen, you're going to be dead in 2 years. I can't say that, right? I'm trying to give them some hope. And I'm like, you got 4 kids, you're in India. You got 5 years at best before you're dead. I want to say that, but I can't.
Yeah.
And it's really fucking sad. It makes me feel terrible. And I just want to send them a check and say, please come to America. But you can't get in now. So good luck.
Yeah, they're not going to get insurance for the medication anyway, So, I mean, if they came here, they're going to get insurance that just picks up would you say a month? 5,000, how much a month?
It's 20,000.
Yeah, well, you think they're going to pick up an insurance policy?
20,000.
$20,000 bill.
It's FDA approved. So
no. I'm saying they're not going to get a premium to pick that up.
No, what I mean is if the dude came here and became a citizen, he would have access to it because the FDA has approved it. So Obamacare would.
Right. If he had money, he would have access to it.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
Okay,
and
well,
let's make
that clear. Okay, you're just acting like he's going to come here. If he could get here, he's going to live. No, if he could get here,
no, he'd have to get through the system.
He's not going to get his hands on the medication he needs.
Yeah, he's not going to.
Unless he's got cash, a lot of it. Yeah. Which
I think
I'm not saying if I was rich, you think I wouldn't play on it? I'm going to give me the best. I don't blame you. Wealthy or doing well. And I know you're not doing wealthy. You just do everything very well. And for people to do everything by the book, I am impressed. I'm not envious. That's why I say I don't blame them, but to continuously talk about this system as working because a handful of people are functioning very well in it is like it's foolery. It's just like it's kicking ourselves in the teeth as a species. It's like
it's broken for sure. And I think they're trying to insure too many people poorly. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, let's insure everyone really and do a really shitty job at it. And I think government could do it. I think you could socialize it. The problem is,
if it was allowed, it can be done. I'm telling you, like I said, I'm not arguing this point, but the healthcare system is it's the biggest damn scam on the human species in the history of the human species. It's the biggest damn pile of bullshit because it could be done so much better. The reason it's not is for control purposes. The rich are always going to get their health care. They're not going to let the peasants in on this thing called real health care. That's all. Yeah. So, I mean,
Well, I went into the funny thing is you go into the hospital and I went into it's like the Rahim Zayed Tower. And I read on the wall and it says, the Sheikh Rahi Zahim from Saudi Arabia donated this building. And I'm telling you right now, it's like a 40-story building. It's like he had a heart surgery at Johns Hopkins and he then bought them a tower. So that tells you if you have money, you have the best healthcare in the world.
Oh, you're going to, yeah, there's no better place to be. Actually, if you got money, no matter where you're at in the world, you're going to be fine.
Well, he flew to Maryland and had his heart surgery done from
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So we definitely are at the forefront of innovation. It just costs a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
But it's a really complex problem because I look at these people in Europe and I'm going back and forth. And in England, they haven't approved the shit. And there's like 20 years worth of studies saying this doubles your life expectancy. There's all these trials. It's FDA approved. They still won't approve it because, we have to check it. And they're slow walking it because they don't want to have to pay. Right? They don't want to have to fucking pay.
Right. I think that go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ryan.
Once it comes off patent and the shit's only, $100 a month, then England will say, we approve it. In the interim, people fucking die. People are just dying from it,
But
So-
right quick, and I'll wrap my statement up on this. The healthcare system across this planet is not complex. It's made complex by design for a reason. That doesn't mean it's actually needs to be complex or there's any inherent failures. There's a wrench thrown in the works, and that's what us people at the bottom got to face up to, because I don't think that's ever going to change in the world of our corporatist overmaster.
I mean, you're not at the bottom, Brave. You're not at the bottom.
Yeah, no, I'm close enough. The hell you talking about? One wrong move, buddy. Shit. I mean, I'm
Well,
not.
you got Social Security, I'm sure, and you're getting your Social Security. Plus, you're still working, right?
No, I'm not working.
Oh, I thought you were.
Yeah, no.
Oh shit. Okay, so you're retired. I didn't know that. I
Oh,
thought
I've
you were
been
still getting after it.
5 years, man. I've been living high on the hog for 5 years. Are you kidding me?
Well,
That-
you got Social Security.
Lord, I said, Lord, a lot of people don't live till they're 70 and enjoy 5 years of doing whatever the hell they want. Thank you, Lord, for that. Even if I kick the bucket tomorrow, I've had 5 years of living on this planet in the most magnificent country in the world. 5 years vacation time. And hopefully I got more years coming. Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
I notice you now have a little bit of an arsenal there on the right.
Oh yeah. I put that up because I call myself a socialist, and I do not want to be confused with blue-haired liberals. So those guns kind of keep me separated from.
It makes sense. So you're more of like an old school FDR Democrat.
Oh yeah,
and that's gun toting for sure.
Just like the old Democrats used to be, gun
You want
toting.
to retain some masculinity, obviously.
Yeah,
so
well,
that makes sense.
I want safe workplaces. I want health care for everybody. I want housing for people that need help with it, food for people that need help. I know there's bums taking advantage of it, but for every bum, there's 10 people that actually probably could use the help. So we don't need to make policies according to the bums like the conservatives talk about. It's like, no, I don't want to make policies because there are humans that are pieces of shit. We need to make policies for the overriding number of people that are just good old rootin' tootin' mediocre people. But yeah, I just don't want to be confused at all with modern liberals. That's why I put them guns up.
It is embarrassing. I don't blame you.
Oh, it's horrible. It's
fucking embarrassing.
Oh, it is. It's just like, oh my Lord. It's like, because I'm such a socialist. I'm a socialist to the point to hell with the private sector if they don't do it right. Just goddamn it, get together and do it with our own federal treasury. I want the private sector always to be viable. I understand the value of entrepreneurial and capitalism. I love it. It's a part of the human species. It's part of the human spirit. But so is the collective. But yeah, the blue-haired liberals embarrass the shit out of me. I can't. Men supposed to use women's bathrooms. Get the fuck away from me, you fucking idiots. Is that our biggest problem?
The amazing thing is, I think that your brand of Democrat would have won the election.
Oh, we would have wiped it. We would have wiped
But
it.
unfortunately, you get lumped in with the blue-haired
That's
lunatics.
by design. That's by design, Ryan. That's by design. Why do you think they give such attention to blue-haired liberals and no attention to people like
Yeah,
myself?
absolutely. I mean, it's a smart play. Like
It
the
is.
Republicans are using, of course.
No, it wasn't the Republicans doing it, Ryan. It was the corporatist machine doing it so that the people don't tap into the collective. They want us victimized by the private sector. That way we can fight about the private sector and the public. They're never going to let the people get their hands on the public sector in a dignified manner. That sets up a bad precedent for corporate control.
Well, I think that you have to look at something else, though.
What was that?
I think if the public sector would create efficiencies
Yeah.
and drive innovation, which they do not.
No. Ryan, you got to look into the health. You got to look at the innovation that's been done with your tax dollars before you say that. For my God's sakes, man, look into it. Everything that benefits humankind has been created, researched, and developed with tax dollars, Ryan. Almost everything.
But the way it's done is they funnel it back to the
Yes,
private sector.
they hand the intellectual property right over to the private sector as a gift.
But so the private sector,
and then we
drives
don't get
innovation.
like the healthcare system. We fund all the research and development, but yet when it comes to handing them to the private
it's not
sector,
all funded. It's
no,
funded.
it's by far funded. It's 95% funded. In other words, there's no reason you can keep a taxpayer from healthcare by rights. The fact that people fall off healthcare when in reality their tax dollars, if they paid any taxes, funded it, is a
The
joke.
university system does some research.
Oh,
These
they all do
companies-
it. Look into it, Ryan. There's people that have researched and looked into it. It's 95% research and development. Everything, DARPA, military, it's all been funded with tax dollars.
Like for pharmaceuticals,
space
these
programs.
companies.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals, all funded. No, that's
Well,
funded.
they put money into developing drugs that largely fail until they only get like 3 of 100 through the FDA.
But Ryan, they get such grants that's possible for them to do. I'm telling you, these corporations couldn't absorb failure without our tax dollars. They just couldn't do it.
If they charge 20 grand a month on shit, they can. So they're charging 20 grand a month.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're getting there.
But look, here's the thing. The problem when I see and I'm not going to give you the MBA example. Like, in other words, when you go register your vehicle at the MBA, it's a fucking train wreck of bullshit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to give that as an example, but working near the federal government.
Hold on. Every time I go there, I get right in and out. And I was in the city of, I used to live around the metro area. It was like huh?
Ours is terrible.
Well, I'm saying that's probably big city headaches more than a organization or an institution headache. And I'm sure the institutions could run better. Don't get me wrong. Anything the private sector does, it can be done better. It's called, a guy wrote a book on it. I didn't get the book. I should have. It's called Bumbling by Design.
So here's a question. When I see the economy contract, I see Facebook, Google, all your major companies, other companies, healthcare, all these companies lay off a shit ton of people, right?
Yeah.
The federal government and state governments laid off nobody.
Yeah.
So in other words, they're not laying what? That's inefficient as shit. They're highly inefficient.
It's inefficient until you look at what that would have done to the economy. Conservatives deny this one little thing. They want strong economies, yet the things that keep the economy robust, they're against. No, these silly jobs that are made.
So, hold on, so let me clarify that.
Huh?
So you're saying the government jobs are what sustain the economy?
Oh, oh my goodness, in a large part. Oh, hell yes. You really cut government way back. And what you would have is without the manufacturing base coming in, which it's never going to do. So you just start putting people in a much lower wage bracket in these silly jobs that mean nothing. The government jobs, yes, the good pay of government jobs are, I would say an economist would agree with me on this, good, well-paying government jobs that are not necessary. I'm going that far with you, Ryan. Probably account for 20% of a robust economy. 20%.
Well, right now our federal government alone is 25%. So
yeah, I'm just saying.
That's what it costs.
I'm just saying 20% of our economy.
But the issue is when you go to DC and walk around in these buildings and you see people doing absolutely nothing.
I know, yeah.
So,
well, that's the private sector also. You got people talking about in the private sector, a lot of jobs are silly too, because they say that also makes for people getting paychecks that are needed in the economy. There's people in the private sector that talk about project managers and stuff like that say they worked for 6 months and probably didn't really work for a week out of the 6 months in actuality. in private sector.
Well,
Also,
let me give you
it's
the
not an uncommon practice
You
to have.
guys go ahead and wrap this up. I have a couple other things I want to cover.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. We were talking about passport bros.
I agree with you, Stanley. It's like if a dude wants to go, what's with this name calling or insulting? It's a passport bro. So what? If I had money, I'd be a passport bro.
It's a thing that I've kind of known about, but really haven't explored.
Yeah.
I ran across this video. I don't even know what it is, but someplace I've actually always wanted to go, Tanzania, and I guess Madagascar, itself. But I just wanted to look at this video right quick. It looks fun. So let's just do this right quick. It's not, let's see. This is Zanzibar. Food looks good.
We got fresh lobster. Yeah. Y'all don't get no lobster. Now you're gonna eat it all.
And I suspect this is just people eating food.
Lunch with the henna pinto.
You want lime? You want lime? Yeah. Go like this.
So the bean, is that not lentil?
No, that's
Oh, chickpea. Sure, I don't want the rice.
I don't know how.
I think I want
Don't know how attractive watching people eat lobster shirtless is all that attractive, but I don't know. I have a couple recommendations which I'll do over the next few days, kind of exploring what a passport pro is, because I kind of get different missions from different people. But I actually do have a friend who lives in Germany, and he kind of knows this stuff. He's a younger guy, probably in his late 30s, but he lives in Germany, German wife, kids, all that stuff, veteran. And all this has come about because my son, wants to go, I think, to, he talked Spain, now he's talking Germany, who knows? But it's just fun to see young people have fun, and these people aren't young, but
are these the women from Madagascar? Like, in other words,
no, these are all Americans who have gone to Africa, I guess on vacation or something.
but aren't passport bros going there for the women?
Yeah, these people aren't. I just happened to run across this video.
Oh, you were just checking out Madagascar. Okay, gotcha.
Well, Zanzibar, I guess, is that in Madagascar? It might be.
I thought that was in Tanzania.
Well, it's Tanzania, but if I recall, Madagascar is an island that belongs to Tanzania. I don't think it's independent. But anyway, they're going to, I think it's mostly Europe that they're going to, but there are a lot of black men who go to places like Tanzania, Ghana, that sort of thing.
There's some islands off the east coast of Africa that look interesting. They're like Caribbean islands and shit, like the party island, like fun.
Yep.
Or no, I'm sorry, the west coast, like Angola or Ivory Coast, like
West Coast, Canary Islands. What's the other place? There are a bunch of people who.
No, they're real close. Dude. They're like close. Like I'm talking like 100 miles. Like Canary's way out in the middle of the Atlantic, but I mean they're like right at. They're hugging it. They're hugging like
right,
Mali and shit.
Right. So
but, I went in on Google Maps and checked them out. It was pretty wild. I was like, I need to book there just to be in a different place. I'm gonna
so
find
this
them.
next video, and I'm not going to watch all of this because it's like an hour and a half. But there's a guy called he calls himself the Black Gnostic. That's what it is. And
Oh, hold it, Stanley. Can I say something before I get off of here to you about, because I find it interesting the way you give the manosphere hell. I agree with you totally that women are free, manosphere, deal with it. If they want to act like whores, deal with it, learn to sift through it and deal with it because women are free. But don't you kind of,
and stop whining about it.
yeah, stop whining. It is disgusting. It's like, just find, look, women are free. Men have been acting like pigs for centuries or millennia. So, I mean, we're pigs. We're all pigs. Women are now free to be the pig within. But what I killed, Stanley, is you kind of agree with the manosphere on the passport stuff, don't you? Passport bro stuff.
No, actually,
the manosphere kind of sounds like you like let it be.
Well, I'm more than happy to let the passport bros be passport bros. I'm not sure I'm the best person to critique it. I think, I'm kind of a romantic when it comes to this sort of thing. I think find the best woman for you, wherever she comes from, wherever you happen to meet her, it's all good. I'm going, if you don't prefer black women, go marry, a white woman or whoever you want to marry. I think the most important thing is not to get divorced. If
you're a passport bro, you're going to end up in a divorce, because the minute you go over there and get a little Playboy bunny looking beautiful little woman, and she gets over here and gets 3 years or 4 years under her belt, and you're some old dude with money, she may enjoy your money, but there's a good chance you're history. And I don't blame her. If I was I can't blame. If I went and bought me a young lady, I'd say, look, you're mine for 3 years. After that, I understand you're free. But for 3 years, if I had money, I'm saying you're mine. Just appreciate what I'm doing for you, and don't bring me any STDs is all I ask with your beautiful self.
Right.
You set a beautiful woman loose in America, and she's in pure heaven. And that's just the way it culturally is. It's in all reality, a beautiful woman in America is in the best place on earth.
Right. Of course, I've met European women over here, so you might not necessarily have to go to Europe to meet a European woman. But anyway,
I'm talking about Philippines or Indonesia,
just basically being
real third world countries. You bring a beauty up here from third world country, she's in heaven.
Right. I'm all for people just, kind of localizing their happiness and attending to their families, however they're made up.
Yeah, it's true.
So this is something that I think it was yesterday that this came out. Basically, it's called The Real Deal on Black Feminism. I'm not necessarily an enemy of feminism, if kept in check. Like any other ism, it tends to go too far. It becomes problematic.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no idea what this is about. So I just want to at least look at a few minutes of it. And if it's worth it, I'll listen to the rest of it later on today. But this guy's fairly famous. He's been around for a while. I've heard a lot of good things about him. I don't know. The one thing, he did a thing on red pill, blue pill, black pill. And I found the politics, his analysis, I found to be old-fashioned. He wants to talk about neo-cons and neo-libs and all that. I found that politics a little old-fashioned.
This is BGS more. Oh.
We've kind of moved on from that, I think. So anyway, let's see what he has to say. I like the cartoon, by the way.
You've never heard this guy before, Stanley?
I never have.
Oh, yeah. He's loaded.
Video from yesterday.
He's loaded.
Is he? What do you think?
Yeah. Not with money. I'm with ideas on this matter.
What do you think of him?
I think a lot of what he says is very true. As a black man, he probably says things that's not popular to most black people.
The Black Manosphere Prayer.
For our sake. Both thorns and thistles it shall bring forth for us. For out of the ground we were taken, for the dust we are. And to the dust we shall return.
You can't win. You can't break even, and you can't get out.
I actually remember seeing The Wiz in the theater.
Things are gonna change, but they
Long time
look
ago.
like it's fake.
I wouldn't watch it. That's a takeoff of Wizard of Oz. That's a sacrilege, man. Wizard of Oz. If I want to watch Wizard of Oz, I'll watch it in an old movie.
Actually, The Wiz was actually really good.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it was.
It was a knockoff of a damn wonderful
Well,
movie.
yeah, but you remember it was originally a Broadway play, and then they brought it to the theater.
Well, you're talking to an old white trash here. Broadway plays to me are trash.
Okay.
All right.
I've never been to one.
I'm not saying one of them. There's too many good
movies. Been to one on Broadway, so I really can't say. But
Hey, Stanley,
I enjoyed
it's called
the movie.
Cabo Verde. Cabo Verde.
It had Diana Ross. It had Michael Jackson. No, not Diana Ross. What was her name? The lady who played Dorothy. She was a famous singer, and I can't think of her name right now. Anyway, I enjoyed it.
All right, hey, real quick, Stanley, it's called Cabo Verde.
Cabo Verde.
Yeah, it's off the coast of Mauritania, it looks like.
Yeah, it's Cape Verde.
Yeah, that's it. Cape Verde. That's what I was talking about, that island I was looking at. It was pretty wild. I want to visit there. Anyway, I don't know why I said that. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about here, but I couldn't think of that island nation. But it's really
there's
beautiful.
a bunch of folks who settled around Massachusetts has a lot of Cape Verdeans.
Okay. Yeah, it's beautiful beaches. It just looks, I mean, it looks wild, man. Like, yeah. So, and I mean, great food, Portuguese. So I guess it's kind of like Brazil or some shit. I don't know.
Actually, when Portugal was the first down the west coast of Africa, basically, Portugal started the ball rolling in the 14th century with African slavery, and Spain took over. Netherlands.
I thought they did.
So
I thought they were the first.
There's a whole history there.
Well, this is an African country now.
Right.
Oh, here, State Department.
When I say I noticed guys to see in real time by somebody that's an insider, okay? Because trust and believe, I just got off a live where, you have to sort of bite your tongue, but because it is a pro-black, it's a conscious community
Stephanie
pro-black,
Williams. No, is it Stephanie
female
Williams?
show. Okay, so when I say I know this shit inside and out, man, I know this shit inside and out. Okay, I know this shit inside and out. Okay, because I've been with her. God, Jesus, it's been that long since 2009. I've been doing a weekly show with her since 2009, and most of the stuff I agree with, and a lot of insight on pro-black and even the black community. A lot of that stuff I actually get from her. That's how I know Umar, and that's how I know Dr. Claude. That's how I know what's his name? We just played him. We just played him yesterday. So I know him. That's how I've met him, and I've interviewed him a couple times. A lot of people like Yada Van Zant. Okay, a lot of people I've met and I've talked to because of the people that I'm connected to. So I'm an insider. So when I say I'm an insider, I don't say that lightly. This is why Becky wins. Prince, trust. There's my apple.
Hey, Stanley, I'm going to check you. I got to, my mic's going to die.
Yeah,
okay.
We'll say that for
I'll
later.
circle back.
Right. Red, what's going on?
See you, Brave.
John, what's happening?
See you later,
guys. All right, see you, bye.
Barry Little, what's up? What's going on, Barry? Terrell, what's going on? Shannon? And Obsidian's Toxic Femininity, the Black Man's Guide to Modern Black Feminism is a must-read for every brother out here. Okay?
Excuse me.
Brother, truth be told.
Oh, shit, really?
Eddie, okay? What's going on?
Wow. I just, JQ just said Steve Harvey died. Damn. How old? How I didn't think he was that old.
I'll bet you he's 62, something like that. He, you know, some of us just don't age very rough. Some of us look good till we're dead. You notice I included myself outside of my red ugly face.
Let's see. He was 67.
Yeah, I was gonna say he wasn't as young as he looked.
Wow.
What did he die of?
No, I just JQ. I just looked it up. Wikipedia says he was 67. I don't know. I'll look up detail.
Probably a heart attack as sudden as it came on. Unless he had something ailing, he didn't tell anybody. But yeah, this guy is kind of I always like this guy because he's pro-black, but yet he calls a lot of behavior into question. He's like, this is crazy though. I'm pro-black, but this is crazy. That's why I kind of like this guy. I've heard him say things that kind of like a dad. It's like, you know what? We can be pro-black and still think a little better on these matters, on these particular matters.
Right.
His wife gave him a heart attack.
I'll look into it.
Could have been a young thing, and he's trying to keep up with her.
No, he was married.
Right, to probably somebody 20 years younger than him. That's the nature of it.
So you think that The Wiz sucked? I thought it was. I actually kind of like musicals sometimes.
I can't sit through musicals. Never could, even on TV or nothing. It's like, oh no.
Did Steve Harvey get the? I assume you mean the jab. Jabs are not fatal, hipster. I see you've appeared in my chat. You and I are going to have fun. I can see that now.
You showed the other day you pulled out the belt. What's going on, Instant Media? Navone, what's going on? Ilias, Forever Blessed, Mr. Donnie Mack, Quentin, Live. Tag that shit because
man, he's got a lot of people he's saying hello.
Hey, fast forward through this shit. Jesus.
Send a star.
Jesus Christ.
What the top level people know. That's why I'm telling you. You can, some people.
Black women, Indian women, Puerto Rican women, all moving together and also with one eye on the liberation of the ethnic group to which they belong. I'm sorry, Dr.
Which turned out to be bullshit, okay? In other words, what she's saying, in a sense, okay, which I don't know how maybe they did catch it, they're just saying it, right? Okay. What she said was, okay, in her estimation, in her calculation, okay, Black people were too small a group to bring about their own transformation or liberation for equality, right? Okay. So what you have to do is marry that to a larger group, okay, which is females. Okay, females are everybody knows, females are the largest voting group in the United States. Okay, so was it 59% of the voting populace is female? Okay, the majority of voters are female. Including 55% of the voting populace is white female.
I don't see Steve Harvey dead, so we'll stay tuned. And hey, Innate, let's see, you got Hispanic and Portuguese. Interesting. Hola, brother. Hola, muchacho. Let's see. JQ says it just happened, so maybe it hasn't hit the internet yet. Well, we'll wait a while.
And what she was saying is, rather than
when I was growing up, Peanuts, I actually learned to read probably with Charlie Brown books, the old Charles M. Schultz. They used to be like little novel type paperback novel things that you could buy in the the drugstore.
Yeah, you got in right on into those.
When I see the cartoons that BGS is using here, like a Black Charlie Brown, it kind of resonates with me.
Fighting for civil rights for just black people or the group, okay, it's better to give the it's better to give over to feminism, okay, and let feminism bring about a more equal or a less discriminatory society so that everybody will benefit. So in other words, we black people, including black men, are going to get their liberation through the feminist movement. Okay, it didn't turn out. Guess who suffered most under the feminist movement, right? Guess whose ire that everything was turned on? Was it white men? No. Okay, they allowed white women to take black male jobs. Black men were the number 2 earners, even though we were far behind white men. We're number 2. Okay, number 3 were white females, and number 4, as far as we're concerned, was black females. Okay. From that time to this time, basically, I think white females are within 10% of white males, right? Okay. So basically, we're down to number 3, okay? And black females are pushing to overtake us. So what they're trying to do. White males haven't moved as far as earning potential, right? I mean, you know, as far as the majority group, white males haven't moved. They're still at the top. White females are number 2, okay, when they were number 3. Black females are pushed to be number 3. Guess who they're trying to push down to the bottom? Black males. Who got screwed in this whole process, okay? Because people like Polly Murray and elite black feminists subverted the whole
Paula Murray
civil rights movement, subverted it.
Hey, Fred, do you Fred, do you listen to Hood Servative at all? I got a question if you do. If I can find the right tab.
Okay. What black females profited from the movement. Okay. Guess who didn't? Us. Okay. That's how come I want to play it. So all the myths. So all the myths. Okay. I know it was BS. Guess what? Guess what the white women did, which pisses off the so-called black feminists. Okay. Who are too scared to do anything because that's where their money comes from. That's like the womanist movement. So I'm going to play the womanist movement with Tony Brown's journey. You know, actually, Green Gorilla played this about 4 years ago, but we're going to actually revisit this because when you marry the two, you start to understand. Okay, and this is African Womanism, Brenda Werner. Okay,
are you agreeing with? Are you disagreeing with that?
By Tony Brown,
Stanley?
Am I what?
My last family
you
reunion was
agreeing with what he's saying yet? What Lily said?
Not particularly. I think, and you know, again, I'm just actually kind of thinking about it. Really, you know, I've been only thinking about it for a week. You know, after being on Hood Servatives, listening to Hood Servative for maybe the last week and a half, I just don't think that black feminism, and everybody's going to disagree. I'm just resigned to that. But I think that, you know, what they're calling feminism, of the bell hooks, what's her name? Can't think of her name, wrote The Color Purple, Nikki Giovanni, who just died. Yeah, there's a strain of black feminism that, in my opinion, and again, I'm nowhere near well versed in feminism or black feminism in particular. I just know it because I know the authors and I, you know, kind of know of it more than I know it. But I think all that stuff is more ivory tower academic sort of stuff. I don't think feminism of the bell hooks kind plays a role in day-to-day Black life. And now, again, I know of it, I don't necessarily know it. And I'm talking about in my life. And when I say in my life, I don't so much mean my married life as much as growing up in a Black household with a Black mother and a Black sister. The way I grew up was probably more traditional.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, a lot of I am woman, hear me roar. My mother was a strong woman. She was just a strong woman. She was her. There wasn't a whole lot of, ideology or, burning bras or anything like that. She was just a strong woman. And, when she said something, you damn well better listen to what she's saying if you're her child. And if you're her husband, if it was important enough, she would make sure she was at least heard.
Yeah. I think feminism, the poison of it is seeped in, but the manosphere and the hood conservatives, when they talk shit like, okay, so the feminism has went too far. I agree. It's annoying. But now we're talking about taking the vote away from women.
Sure.
They go from this to crazy. And that's what the feminists did. They go from this to crazy feminists. The manosphere goes from crazy manifest or the manosphere to crazy manosphere. It's like, Jesus, God, man, don't you people understand a middle ground in life?
Okay, well, what people don't seem to understand, and the way I think, feminism isn't a problem. It's the people who adopt feminism that's the problem. Okay, or take it too far is the problem. I think every sort of philosophy or ideology is neutral. It's what people do with it.
It used to be very neutral. Feminism was a good thing in the beginning. It had to happen. You women were treated like shit, man. No, feminists kind of like I equate them to Malcolm X. Get your damn dirty hands off us. Come on, get out of our way. So, I mean, I understand feminism in the beginning. Now they're just taking it and, well, everything goes too far. There's no gray areas allowed in the lives of us peasants in the country. It's always got to be clear this or clear that. No gray areas allowed that's what I say. In corporatism, there's no gray areas allowed. That creates harmony. Can't have it. We need strife for corporate control. Go ahead, Stan.
Nate writes, BLM also pushed destruction of the nuclear family and the lifting of the Black transgender. I never got that deep into BLM past.
You're not going to read the rest of
Be Brave. I never got BLM other than the George Floyd thing and some other things around police shooting Black males. I never got deep into it because I have the ability to see BLM for what it was. And BLM lost me when they decided they were going to be basically controlled locally. BLM was going to exist in New York or, Atlanta or wherever it is. It was decentralized. And to me, you don't run a movement locally. There has to be centralized power or centralized philosophy. So when I learned that, I kind of handled BLM with kid gloves. As far as their support for transgender and all that stuff, it's really not that they support people being transgender as much as they support rights for those people. I'm hoping they don't care whether you're transgender or not. They just want you to be treated fairly. And I think that's where, once it gets politicized, it takes on all this BLM wants you to be transgender, or BLM hates Black males.
Well,
I think BLM,
their own writings, Stanley, are kind of like where people are leaping off of.
BLM doesn't hate black males. It
No,
hates.
no, I didn't say that.
I didn't say you did. I'm trying
okay.
to get a point across.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Doesn't hate black males. It may hate what black males do. So I think once these things get tossed in and become politicized, the narrative just becomes all kinds of things that the organization may or may not support. Again, I don't think feminism or other ideologies are bad in and of themselves. It's how they get used that's problematic.
Always, yeah. It always starts out good. It does. You can count all kinds of movements. It all starts out good, and then it goes too far. And
Right.
it's
innate.
pushed
I
too
never,
far.
I
It's
never,
not going far on its own accord. It's always pushed too far for a reason.
I never read their manifesto, Innate, because I wasn't interested enough to read their manifesto. I guess when you get older, you get a lot more discerning, and I tend not to be a joiner. I would have never joined BLM, even if it was, God's gift to movements. I tend to just kind of be standoffish when it comes. I also believe if a lot of people believe something, it's probably not a good thing. I can't think of too many things that, masses of people believe that actually wind up being good on application. I agree. BLM is irrelevant. It is, it lost a lot of credibility. And to the point, BLM doesn't support nuclear families, probably because they think the nuclear family is like the seedbed of white supremacy, which is problematic because I think families, again, families are every family's kind of different. But, if you're communist, which BLM was, of course you're gonna be anti-family because you're anti-Western, you're anti-capitalism. So,
But Stanley, you got to assign that to BLM as a crazy position.
what?
That's insane. It's to be anti-family is an insane position to have, no matter the reason.
It's not an insane position to have if you're Marxist.
Well, whatever. I don't. Like I said, regardless of your reasoning for it, it's still in the final analysis is insane.
It's insane in your philosophical framework. If you're a Marxist,
as what has right.
Don't take over the show.
No.
Okay,
No.
Marxism. If you're a Marxist, BLM being anti-family makes perfect sense.
Right. Well, that means why Marxism is crazy. It's an insane.
I think Marxism, applied Marxism, doesn't work, but I think Marxism as a critique of capitalism is the best thing going.
Yeah, that's why I don't critique capitalism. Anybody can critique capitalism in their own.
Marxism is basically a check on capitalism. It is a critique of capitalism, and it's actually a really good critique of capitalism. Once you take it past just a simple critique and apply it, it becomes problematic.
Oh, yeah. I'll go for that.
What do you, Nate, you're just going crazy. A white lesbian Jew handpicked those black women to push an agenda that really had nothing to do with black people. I don't disagree with that. Only to use you and the heartstrings of people. I don't disagree with that assessment. But again,
so you understand that a small hat was behind it?
If what?
So you're agreeing that a small hat was behind the movement, started it?
I don't know who was behind it. And again, once I learned.
I was just wondering, because you said you agreed with the statement.
I learned that it was decentralized. There was no central control. There was no unified message. I didn't take it seriously. Other than a protest, which I think was right, of police brutality. I didn't have use for BLM past that. So, their ideology, their manifestos never really interested me. It's decentralized. It's going to be crazy. And when it went worldwide, that was even less a reason to be a fan of it.
It was a tool to destruct with, though. It could have been something. The concept could have been great, but as usual, it was used as a weapon.
Well, the concept would have been great.
It was used as a weapon.
The concept would have been great had it been centralized. The concept,
whatever, yeah,
farmed out locally means that BLM in New York is not the same, doesn't have the same goals as BLM in Los Angeles, etc. It's too many. It's trying to do too many things, and it just, if it doesn't have a central theme or message, it's probably not going to work, long term. Same thing with Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was never going to be successful because it was the leadership was just local, which meant it didn't have a centralized goal.
Well, the focus of Occupy Wall Street was silly anyway, because they weren't talking at all about the people calling the shots. 1% of people, the top 1%, aren't that wealthy to be calling shots. So they actually were cowards in that they didn't go the top 0.000000001%. That's who you need to confront in an Occupy Wall Street circumstance, not the 1%. Hell, that's just a bunch of 200 granders living high on the hog. What the hell they got to do? They don't call no political shots, but yeah. So I laughed at that from the get-go. Oh yeah, go get them, Tigers. Yeah, get that 1%. Yeah, that's who's running the world, not the 0.000000001%.
And I'm glad Tony Brown's journal came up here. Thought a while ago, I'm going to go ahead and subscribe to Tony Brown. He's got the organization has a YouTube page that I'm going to subscribe to. I used to watch Tony Brown's journal when I was a kid, and I'll probably go back over the months and review some of those old shows. I used to really enjoy it. Of course, at the time I watched it, I didn't know anything. So, a kid watching this sort of stuff, it'll be interesting to go back and watch his show as an adult. So anyway, we'll get back to this thing here.
Full of, yep. Basically, it's going to be full of feminists because that's how they're trained. Okay, where did they go to school? What did they learn in school? Because they're looking, because a lot of stuff that black women repeat, young black women repeat was bullshit. Like they said that black women couldn't have bank accounts, they couldn't own property, blah blah blah. Black women have been owning property since before emancipation. Okay. In 1865, after during Reconstruction, because of the immigrants coming in, they opened up home ownership and property ownership to everybody, including females, right? Okay. The first black female bank was opened in, was it 1924, something like that? Okay. A black female owned bank. So saying that black women didn't have bank accounts or couldn't own property, shit like that, is bullshit. Okay. A lot of stuff they borrow from the white female, which never existed. In fact, I do believe back during emancipation and Jim Crow, black females have owned and still own more, more property than single black males. They own more homes. They own more homes than single black males. They always have. We're always more educated, own more homes. More employed. Black women have always been more employed. Go back to the Philadelphia Negro when women could always.
I get a lot of more black females graduate from college, etc. No one ever tells me what it means, or not that I'm aware of. That black females own more property and all that stuff. That's all well and good. It's a good statistic to know, a good factoid to know. But what does it mean?
Well, somebody's stretching the truth when they say black women have it this rough and or have it so hard. In reality, they haven't had it near as hard.
Who specifically says black women have it so hard?
Who's he referring to? He's the one calling the statement bullshit. So who is he referring to?
I don't think he's calling it bullshit. He's pointing out that black women, are more successful than black men.
Yeah, but he said somebody's statement was bullshit. I don't know who said anything that triggered him on to say that. He said it's bullshit.
I don't think he's triggered. He's talking about black feminism.
Well, I wouldn't call it triggered. I'm just saying it kind of piqued him. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't refer to anybody. I just thought he referred to somebody as saying somebody's full of shit when they say that. Black women, or maybe he's just saying the general. Maybe I'm mistaken, and he's saying the general view is that black women have it hard, and he's challenging that. So I could be all well.
Well, Fred, I wish you were here. If you get a chance, call in, Fred. If you have the time, I know you're busy in the mornings, but I thought, for instance, black women have a higher college graduation rate, and I think they get more masters and PhDs maybe. I thought that was true. I don't know about the property and stuff. Let me go back and listen to what he says, because I thought that was all true.
After during Reconstruction, because of the immigrants coming in, they opened up home ownership, and females profited from. We were far behind white men. We're number 2. Okay, number 3 were white females, and number 4, as far as we're concerned, was black females. Okay, from that time to this time, basically, I think white females are within 10% of white males, right? Okay, so basically, we're down to number 3. Okay, and black females are pushing to overtake us. So what they're trying to do. White males haven't moved as far as earning potential, right? I mean, as far as the majority group, white males haven't moved. They're still at the top. White females are number 2, okay, when they were number 3. Black females are pushed to be number 3. Guess who they're trying to push down to the bottom? Black males. The who got screwed in this whole process, okay, because people like Polly Murray and elite black feminists subverted the whole civil rights movement, subverted it. Okay, what black females profited from the movement. Okay, guess who didn't? Us. Okay, that's how come I want to play it. So all the myths. So all the myths. Okay, I know it was BS. Guess what? Guess what the white women did, which pisses off the so-called black feminists. Okay. Who are too scared to do anything because that's where their money comes from. That's like the womanist movement. So I'm going to play the womanist movement with Tony Brown's journey. Actually, Green Gorilla played this about 4 years ago, but we're going to actually revisit this because when you marry the two, you start to understand. Okay, and this is African and Womanism. Brenda Werner. Okay, interview by Tony Brown. So my last family reunion was full of, yep. Basically, it's going to be full of feminists because that's how they're trained. Okay, where did they go to school? What did they learn in school? Because they're looking, because a lot of stuff that black women repeat, young black women repeat was bullshit. Like they said that black women couldn't have bank accounts, they couldn't own property, blah blah blah. Black women have been owning property since before emancipation. Okay. In 1865, during Reconstruction, because of the immigrants coming in, they opened up home ownership and property ownership to everybody, including females, right? Okay. The first black female bank was opened in, was it 1924, something like that? Okay. A black female owned bank. So saying that black.
Hey, HB.
Hey, Stanley, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey there.
Much.
Hey, be brave, man. Good morning.
Hey there.
Is Virgo there? Good morning.
She's sleeping.
I think she's asleep.
She fell asleep. Okay. back on the road. I'm headed back down south now. I gotta put
HB,
it
do you
in.
know who BGS Ibmore is?
No. I think I heard about him like yesterday, but no, I never heard of this guy.
Oh, no, he's been kicking ass for years, man.
I don't. I get the issues. That happen that go on in the black community, but I don't really listen to these guys too much.
I don't blame you. I don't blame
you.
The only reason I listened to him was for pure research. I had to find out what was going on, and he was taking it in. He was critiquing.
Okay, Fred, I went to blackdemographics.com, and I'm looking at employment status, full-time work, part-time work, and earnings all year. And black women are slightly ahead of black men as far as employment earnings. So, and I guess what I should have done is I should have listened to this video and done research instead of doing it live, I guess IRL or whatever the term is. But as far as college graduations, it looks like as far as earnings and working full time, black women are ahead. So I guess what I'm going to do is just go ahead and listen through this, and then I'll go back later today. This is blackdemographics.com. So I basically
Stanley, I always not always knew that, but I knew that's why it's really hard for me to really blame black. I feel like really black men really got to step it up, and not just in but leadership in general. And I think that's really the biggest issue. And I mean, I think the statistics kind of prove it too.
Right. Well, I don't know that much about. He's black. The Black Gnostic is in BGS, I guess, is short. I don't know what the S stands for, but I just started getting into him because a friend of mine kind of recommended him. I've known about him for years, but I've never really, dealt with it. So in my quest for black positivity, I've kind of, want to get away from the body cam videos and all that stuff and start exploring like serious stuff. So, he's kind of come across my desk, and I'm gonna see what he's all about. This is the person I've been waiting for. What's up, Psychopath? If you get a chance, come up and help me out here. I'm starting to get into the Black Gnostic, and I need a little bit of orientation. You and Fred can be my guides. And I know Fred's laughing because I've been kind of resisting this stuff for years. And so I'm either going to get an education and believe, or I'm going to get an education and push back. But I know, for instance, that black women are doing better than black men in a lot of different ways. And the whole reason, one of the other reasons I'm starting to get into this is Hoodservative does a lot of whining about, basically what's happening is Hoodservative and his ilk are, in my opinion, imitating, if not mimicking, or I would say aping, but that might be a little too racy. They're basically aping white men in their oppression. To me, I don't find anything they're doing original. I don't think it's original thought. I don't think it's original in any way. And that may be harsh, but if black men are falling behind black women in these important ways, well, whining about it isn't going to work. going out and competing. And I don't know that I want to use the word competing, but if black men want respect, they're going to have to go out and earn it, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. 'Cause
and
I don't think you can ever really compete with a woman, but
well, I mean, if you don't compete directly, if you're complaining about, hey, they're not being subservient in following our lead, well,
this is the reason why. Yeah.
go out and be the person they want to follow.
Right. And I think that's the thing that they're, that's the thing that I really think that they're missing. It's not that black women don't want to be led or don't want to follow you. It's what are they following? Black women aren't stupid. I mean, they're the most educated for a reason. So if you're gonna get a black woman to follow you, you got to be worth following.
Well, a lot of what I've heard, and just over the years, is that black women tend to be favored. The reason black women are doing better than black men is because they get special treatment. And I don't know
as
if
they
I've
should.
ever experienced anything like that.
I've seen it, but I don't think it's without merit though. I think a lot of times they do go for the more degrees. They have they actually do the work. It's not that they're just getting favored just to get favored.
Okay, and Ryan, once again, you seem to have, I don't know how I'm miscommunicating this. I'm not blaming white men for hood conservatives' views. I hope you're kidding. I blame hood conservative for hood conservatives' views.
The black women rose because they had to. There was a shortage of black men wanting to do it.
No, I think they're. I actually think their graduation rates are higher.
That's what I'm saying. Whatever. Just black women decided are doing what black men should have done, but they didn't. No, there's no way around it. Sensible black men said to hell with taking any real roles in life. They just did in large numbers.
Hey, look,
hell, you can't even find a black.
I understand you have your views. I'm basically trying to get oriented here.
Yeah. I'm just saying
what's up, psychopath?
Women are ahead. Black men didn't want to be ahead.
You know what? How do you know what black men want to be, Brave?
Because they would have. Because
okay,
when they would have been ahead. They would have been ahead.
Got my attention. How do you know what black men want? How do you know? How do you even know what one black man wants?
Because when you look at important positions in the workplace, it's always a black woman. That says that black men didn't want to get those positions. Period.
Okay, I think what you're doing is you're guessing what black men want.
I didn't. Okay, you're right. Okay, so forget it. Okay, forget me guessing. I'm just saying, in your face, black women are doing these jobs. Black men aren't doing them. What's that reason? I'm saying a lot of it is the black men just didn't want to rise to the occasion. A lot of them didn't. They wanted to stay like me, a mediocre run-of-the-mill, good lucky, have fun guy.
I'm thinking before you make that bold statement, you should go, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, I did. I said, I believe.
You believe wrong.
Psychopath, do you know, hey, how you doing, by the way? I'm glad you came up. You can walk me through this. And like I said, I'm just getting into this, so I need a guide. Between you and Fred, you can help me. You can help orient me. Do you happen to know off the top of your head if black women graduate college at higher rates? I would have sworn
they absolutely they graduate at a higher rate than any other demographic. No demographic.
I thought so. So Webster, you're saying that black women are the most enrolled. That may be so, but I believe they are the most graduated as well.
If we go on percentages, if we go on percent, not total numbers, but percentage wise, yes, they graduate at a higher rate.
Yeah, per capita.
yeah, than any other demographic.
And I should know better. I should know better than to step into this without researching it first. I have a bad habit of getting on here and pulling statistics from memory. And as I've gotten older, my memory fails me. So Webster, come on up here and debate if you think I'm wrong.
I got a quick question for Psychopath. Just a quick question.
Yes.
Do you think that black men were kept out of important positions?
I think in the 70s and 80s, black men had a lot of struggles, and one of the struggles was they had got put in competition with their women through factors outside their own.
I would agree with that. My point is you think they lost the competition or they were kept from the women?
I literally was trying to answer the question. You just cut me off.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, like I was saying, because when affirmative action became a thing in the 70s, this is when everybody got thrown in the minority bag, right? This is when we stopped becoming black people, so to speak, in the mainstream, and we became a minority, right? And in this country, minority is a trick bag term, right? Because minority means your only thing minority means is you're not a heterosexual white man. That's all minority means, right? After the 70s, right? They threw everybody all in the minority box. So when they had these hiring purposes with affirmative action and everything, they had it on the books that they had to hire X amount of minorities. So what became a thing was the quote unquote double minority, right? Now, when you got the double minority, what happened was at the time in the 70s, 80s, black women were the prominent double minority, right? Because if you got a black man and a black woman going for a position, we talking corporate, right? Going for a position or whatever, nothing physical, we talking corporate or whatever. And this company has to be the quota for minorities. Well, if they hire the black woman over the black man, that's two birds with one stone. They hire that black man, they still lacking in women. So now they got to hire a woman too and a black man. But if they hire that black woman, it's double minority, boom, two birds with one stone. We can get right through. We can hurry up and skip through the process. Now, a lot of that type of stuff was going on. Now, this ain't the only thing that was going on. I'm just saying these are one of the factors that was happening. Of course, the 70s was a hard time in black middle America. A lot of factories and stuff was closing down that a lot of the black middle class was dependent on, especially out in the Midwest. So, you had a lot of that stuff going on and everything else. And so a lot of these social programs became a thing. And within these social programs are built to kind of, separate the black family, so to speak. Because, these women can't get social services unless they, put, even to this day, unless they put the man, like if they got kids or whatever, on child support. Right now, the woman and the man could already have an agreement on how they're going to co-parent, right? But if she goes and gets social services, whatever verbal agreement they got goes out the window. Now they got everything got to go through the state, and they got to put people on child support, and things start getting a little. So it's a whole lot of factors going on outside of just college educated.
But the final analysis is you think that the black man didn't choose to be left out. He was forced out of it. I say he chose to be left out. You say he was forced out of it.
He didn't choose because you had drugs, you had incarceration, you had the draft going on in the 70s. Because again, I'm focusing on the 70s because this is when everything started to change.
I got you. Yeah, we just agree on it. I say he chose his plight. You say he was forced into his plight. I got it. I got you.
I just went to blackdemographics.com. Black women are slightly ahead in bachelor's. I don't even know that you can read that so well. Let me see, can I blow it up? Black women are slightly ahead in the graduate degrees, 6 to 9. Excuse me, 6 and 9%, 12 and 14%, 7 and 10%. So black men 7% at the associate's degree level, 10% for women, 12% for bachelor's degrees, 14% for women, 6% graduate or professional degrees, 9% for women. So to be honest with you, the differences are so slight, they might as well be even. Some college is 23 men, 25 women. Again, might as well be even. Now, where the big break comes, and it kind of surprises me, is that regular high school diplomas, men are ahead at 30% and women at 25%. That's percent
Really?
of that's Black educational attainment by men. What do these percentages mean, though? I'm not exactly sure what number of Black college students. This was a decrease. I know it's more than 9%. So, man, that's low. So, are they saying only 12% of Black men get college degrees? Holy shit.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was that low.
Oh yeah.
That sounds about right.
Fuck.
That sounds
Most
about
Black
Well,
men
I'm
in working.
so
Most Black
only
men in
fucking
working
no.
class.
30% of Black men get high school diplomas. That can't be right.
Yeah, Stanley,
No.
that
A
sounds
lot of
about
them
right.
a lot of them get GEDs. A lot of them get
That's
GEDs or
Holy
don't
fuck.
graduate at all.
Okay.
sounds
Well, goddamn, I had no fucking clue. That's ridiculous.
that sounds about right. But I don't think it's a necessarily a bad thing, but I think not getting the high school diploma, that's to me that's a major issue. But I think if you work blue collar right out of high school, I think that the issue really is, if you really don't do anything, I think that's another issue. Like
Right.
a lot of guys, they end up getting a bunch of baby mamas in their 20s and shit. So
Okay. Well, that actually kind of hurts my feelings that the that the rates are so low. Even in
Yeah.
high school, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
they go through. Well, as far as high school, that's a different situation. College, a lot of things, a lot of factors with that too.
Right.
The high school thing, yeah, that's an issue. So some people struggle with school. Let's just keep it a buck. Some people, got family issues, or they gotta start working early.
Right.
Some of them get babies at an early age, and they gotta drop out because they gotta take care of the kid.
Gotcha.
And then you got people, that just get in trouble. The knuckleheads getting in trouble, go juvenile, stuff like that. Like, it's a lot of factors there.
Okay.
But it's all a choice. Most of it's
yeah,
choice.
It's 100% a choice. It's all a choice.
Nobody's forcing anybody into that stuff.
I forgot. I used to watch Tony Brown's Journal when I was a kid. I'm almost 60. So actually, as we go forward, over the next few months, I'm going to start going back and watching some of his old shows. I used to actually really like watching him. So this is BGS's show from yesterday. I've never really, I knew of him. I've never really watched him in detail. So I'm going to start, I want to, this feminism show that he did yesterday.
He talks about feminism 24/7. So okay, yeah, I covered this exact same video that he's talking about. It's about Africana womanism. So I covered this whole thing.
What is your show? I don't follow it. I need to start doing that.
I'll be going live on my Psychopathias Live channel. But I got my Psychopathias channel. That's like edited videos and shit like that. I talk about religion mainly over there. But I talk about politics and everything else on the news channel.
Hey, 12
Okay.
man.
You going live today?
What up, Page?
Yeah, actually, tonight.
My brother from another mother. What's up, Page?
12th man. Let me
you
make your greetings and all that, and keep it under control after that. I have a topic that I'm covering. You can listen and participate, but you're not going to take over.
Who said anything about taking over?
Oh, you didn't say anything. I did. That's all I need to do. I need to go ahead and set the ground
Take
rule
over,
right off the
Stanley.
bat. So anyway, let me go back and what's the name of your channel, Psychopath?
Oh, Psychopathy is live. That's where I do my live stream. That's where I'm going live tonight.
Okay.
You spelled
Yeah, I've been remiss.
Yeah, you spelled the same way right there. And it should pop up.
Oops.
But yeah, I covered this years ago. This topic right here. Interesting topic.
Well, I was saying earlier that I tend to think that feminism specifically and other isms in and of themselves, they're not bad. I mean, they're just words in a book, but it's how they're used that's really the problem. And sometimes things get things like feminism get misused or taken too far.
Yeah.
And how I kind of got on this track.
Become
I'm
very
sorry.
cultish. No, I was saying become very cultish.
Exactly. And Hood Conservative has kind of been on this rant of late. And I basically have, just kind of started feeling that, it's really not so well. They just constantly complain about it.
Yes.
And I find it weak.
If I could rewind you back about 6 years, they were still doing the same thing they're doing today 6 years ago. Like these dudes, they believe in black female supremacy. They believe black women are working with the white man to tear the black man down and everything else. This, that, and the third. They believe black women is the devil. They Lucifer. They Hitler. They the most demonic possessed thing you can possibly think of. That's the black woman. Like that. They weird.
Hey,
Like, these are
hey,
weird.
Psychopath. Let's say all that's true. Let's say the black woman is working with a white man to tear the black man down. Well, why is it so easy to tear the black man down?
It's sad. Like, yeah, it's sad because these dudes really believe that women are responsible for all the ills in the community, and that's their whole stick. That's their whole spin, right?
Well,
And
Stanley really
women and Pookie. Let me
Trump
be
is
specific.
different.
Women and Pookie are the reasons why the community is torn down. Like, you take away Pookie and you change these women's mentality, and the community will be better. That's how they feel, and that's the message they push.
Yeah. I mean, if you take away everybody, the fix itself. I think that's the issue. Because I don't get too the statistics. Mentality. Most men leadership mentality.
Hey, you're breaking up a lot, HB.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that was me.
My bad. My bad. Can you hear me, Stanley? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's better now, HB.
I'm gonna subscribe to blackdemographics.com, so I can see that it's gonna be fairly useful in my life going forward.
But yeah, this is actually a good interview he did with this sister. The sister was discussing a lot of the issues that black women and the original feminists was going through in the 60s and 70s and everything else, and how black women pretty much used by the feminist movement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
I pretty much know. I think. Well, Nikki Giovanni died last week. Oddly enough, my mother was a big fan of hers. They're roughly contemporaries, actually. She was a big feminist. Of course, Bell Hooks.
Oh yeah, Bell
and
Hooks.
what's damn it? I can't remember. What's Alice Walker?
Alice
is the
Walker.
other.
Oh boy, I do not like her. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what? When I was in college, I used to go to Eatonton, Georgia, which is her hometown. It wasn't too far from Athens, Georgia. And believe it or not, Joel Chandler Harris, the guy who wrote the Uncle Remus stuff, Jungle Book, that
Right.
sort of thing, he was from Eatonton, Georgia, also.
Mm.
But I actually, I thought she was so pretty when I was a kid. She was a beautiful woman.
She hates men. She hates black men specifically. She hates.
Yeah, she married a white man, I know, at one point.
At one point, and then she turned around. I'd never seen her with a black man. She married a white man, got divorced with him, then started licking coochie, black coochie, and now I think she's white coochie now. She hates black men. I've never seen her with a black man. And she all she does is tear black men down. That's all she does.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to admit, the one good thing she did in her life was kind of like saving Zora Neale Hurston's reputation. I really love Zora Neale Hurston.
You look it up. She don't even like her own daughter. Don't like her.
Yeah,
her own daughter. She tried to tear her own daughter down because her daughter married a black man. She got mad at her.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Whoopi Goldberg?
Alice Walker.
No, we're talking Alice Walker.
The person that wrote Color Purple.
Yeah.
The same one that wrote The Color Purple, yeah, which is another black man hating book.
Yeah. As they should. You know, most ugly black women, they do have a you know, they have their gripes. You know.
Well, Alice Walker wasn't ugly.
Yeah, she wasn't ugly. Yeah, she's not ugly woman. She just.
I mean, she wasn't that cute.
Yes, she's misandry.
Oh man, are you kidding? You've never seen pictures of her when she was young.
Back in the day, she wasn't ugly. She's a misogynist. That's all. She brought into the whole white feminist concept in college, and that's why I'm assuming y'all talk about college, because that's where most of these women get indoctrinated with this stuff at. And then it spills up. And that's when they first got indoctrinated at. They still get indoctrinated in college, but that's where it first started, indoctrinating them in college when the whole civil rights movement was going on, and a lot of the college kids were activists at the time. You know, the new left. You know, they was very become very politically savvy activists and everything. And you know, they was the original SJWs, right? They were the originals, right? So they just brought on everybody's plight. And at the time, I actually got a video on my on my channel where they showed them doing this in real time, where these white women will pull the black women to the side, away from the black men, and be like, we hear y'all plight with the civil rights movement and how white people do y'all wrong, everything else. I want to let y'all know those are the patriarchy that's doing that to y'all. That's the patriarchy, and this, that, and the third. That's not us. You know, we tell them they oppress us too. They oppress us too. They oppressing us just like they oppressing y'all. It's not even a race thing. It's a gender thing. Men oppress women and did this and blah blah blah. Don't y'all feel oppressed by y'all men? Blah 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 and everything. And what they did was they attempted to turn out, and it worked with a lot of sisters, not all at first. At first, it didn't work with all, but a couple. It worked with a couple prominent figures who became very prominent in the 80s. But leaning on them, trying to get them away from race first to start thinking gender first, right? It's not about your race; it's about the gender, right? Like, your kinship with us, not them black men, because we're women.
Let me ask you a question though. Do you know who Aramiose Frimpong is?
Mm-mm.
Okay, he used to be like a comrade, to use a bad word, I guess, of Yvette Carnell. She's the head of ADOS. Well, he used to be associated with ADOS, and then he kind of drifted off and did his own thing. But he's basically an academic philosopher. He's still working on his PhD in his 40s, but I kind of like his show. But he showed a clip a while ago of can't remember the name of the congresswoman's name, but she gets on something like Face the Nation or something like that. Feminists had a huge problem with the 1964 Civil Rights Bill. Because they were afraid, for some reason or another, that black women were going to kind of get ahead and leave them behind. So my question to you is, do you think that was intentional? Basically, hey, come be a feminist, they were basically trying to undermine the civil rights bill.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know who stood in the way of black men voting, getting the right to vote?
Oh yeah, but 16 or
Yeah.
the 15th Amendment, way back in the day.
Yeah,
White women had a huge
women
problem.
had a huge issue with it. White women was like,
Yeah.
how are you gonna give these niggas the right to vote before us?
Yep.
And they stood in the way. They protested it and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, I definitely believe that was a plan within the feminist movement. And like I said, first wave feminism I have no issues with.
Yes.
Right? Like
Most
first wave
people don't.
feminism was definitely needed, I would say. You know, like I feel like women should have the right to vote. I feel like if they do the exact same job as a black man or any other man for that reason, they should be paid the same wage if it's the same exact job. You know, like I believe all that, right? Like all that's fine. It's when the lesbians took over the feminist movement. That's when it started turning very anti-male, right? It started turning that's when it started turning to women being in competition with men, right? It wasn't about getting equal rights and anything else. It's that and third anymore, you know, under civil rights laws.
And all the gay
More
stuff and
special rights. It became more
all
about
that.
I'm a woman, so I should be treated different. And it should be laws put in place to treat me different. And I should be and then the lesbians took over the movement and became men, and then they started going into competition with men. That's when you started seeing, you know, like we should be allowed to play sports against them, and we should be allowed, like they like these lesbians really messed up the movement for them, like to me. Like I said, this video right here touched on a lot of that stuff that that you got on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get back to it. I wanted to say a couple things. Jihad, that's an interesting point that you brought up. Basically, if feminism had been taught like that in the black community, things would be somewhat different. My question is, why wasn't it taught that way? Now, in my experience, now I'm older than y'all. Feminism wasn't talked about at all when I was growing up. Not in school anyway. Why wasn't it taught that way? I mean, these are things like that congresswoman I was talking about. That was so nakedly obvious that they, you know, feminists were basically, well, in essence, they were pretty much, you know, a part of racism, you know, itself, you know, wanting to, you know, basically either short circuit the civil rights movement or mold it. So, you know, I personally don't think that, you know, if sex wasn't included as a protected class, maybe things wouldn't be as good for women. But I wonder, you know, essentially getting jealous because, you know, blacks were getting rights explicitly that really they already had. I mean, white women are going to be protected no matter what.
Right.
I never really understood why the jealousy, but you know, it is like it is. My question is, why wasn't it taught this way? Why wasn't the reality taught in the black community? So maybe there's no answer, but I mean, all you got to do, and this is actually one of the problems I have with, and I think Hood Servative himself does a lot of reading, but a lot of these guys get off and pop off without ever doing any sort of research or deep reading or anything like that. And it really confuses me why these people are so cocksure without any sort of, you know, reference.
BGS is a very knowledgeable dude. I will.
Oh no, I'm not worried about him.
Yeah, I was just like BGS is a real knowledgeable dude. He's a chauvinist though. he definitely has a narrative that he's trying to push and everything else. He's not wrong with everything he says. It's just it's motives behind him saying what he's saying. So you gotta be careful where you listen. But he's not like any of everybody's not always wrong, right? Like it's truth behind a lot of things people say, but you gotta be careful how you digest a lot of this stuff, because this stuff will take you down roads that you probably shouldn't be going down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
why.
you know,
That's what Stanley. That's why I kind of avoid it because I kind of understand the underlying motives behind a lot of this stuff, and
right.
it's not to develop a leadership mentality. A lot of it is to kind of complain about the system, kind of focus on everything that's wrong instead of kind of uplifting yourself and being above it.
Well, I also get the impression that sometimes, I don't know, I don't want to get real specific, I guess, but if you make your bed hard, you got to lie in it. And complaining, just to me, it just seems real beta male. I won't even say feminine, just beta male. And then the other thing that really pissed me off is, of course I'm going to disagree with hood conservative. I tend, my point of view is way different. But as soon as you disagree with them, you're automatically a feminist.
Yeah, they're a cult. They're a cult. Like they're a cult. Yeah, they red pill cult members. You gotta watch. That's the crowd. Like right, BGS so red pill. He don't even call himself red pill. He black pill. He calls himself black pill now. So he don't even do the red pill thing no more.
BGS actually did a short, like a 15-minute video on red pill, black pill, all that stuff.
Right. Red pill is when you had your awakening moment, right? When you
yeah. And then blue pill is kind of surface. You get
black
a little bit deeper with the red pill.
Yeah, black pill is the final pill. That's when you're just done. You're not even wasting your time with this nonsense.
Right.
You like, yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question though about the black pill. In my opinion, the black pill is like the real of reality. It also, the way I want to think about it is that, red pill can be good, blue pill can be good. The black pill kind of allows you to basically travel back and forth or basically use both pills. And
what you're talking about is the purple pill. Like that's kind of that's what I get called. I get called the purple pill, but yeah, that's purple pill, right? Purple pill is somebody who understands that understands the red pill philosophy and what's going on within the red pill worldview, but they don't dismiss the blue world view,
right?
And so you kind of right there in the middle with all that and everything else. So they call that's when you purple.
Yeah, it's it's kind of like the right tool for the right job.
Stanley, I think black pill is just nihilism. Because I would honestly, I would consider, I think black pill is just nihilism. I would act.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean the right tool for the right job. I guess I'm really more a pragmatist. When it comes to politics, you can't always think one way and expect to get good results. You have to be kind of flexible. But anyway, I'll go ahead and start watching the rest of this. But I'm kind of glad hood conservative started me down this rabbit hole. It'll be interesting to explore.
Be careful. Yeah, be careful digesting this stuff. Like, yeah.
Well, I don't plan. I'm much too cynical.
Yeah, be careful.
And I'm not a follower.
Yeah. But it's a good case study, though. I went down this avenue, case studying these dudes and everything else, like trying to figure out what the heck they actually, what their mission really is and everything. And once I realized it really ain't about nothing but getting pussy, I was like, okay, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, well, I hope they wear a condom when they do it. They're just going to create more problems if they're not.
Yeah, these are some sexually frustrated dudes at the end of the day.
That's funny. Well, I'll go ahead.
Men rights. I'm all for men rights, right? Like, MRA people actually fascinate me more than anybody because, like, they actually.
What rights don't men have though? That's the whole thing. I'm
trying
to figure out.
The men right activists are actually the ones that's pushing back against feminist laws that's getting put out. Men rights activists are some of the people that helped overturn Roe v. Wade. Like they push back against some of the unfair alimony laws, some unfair child support laws, stuff like that. So that to me, I don't got an issue with as far as like fighting for men's rights, because that's really something that's like how he just chuckled. Like when people first hear it, like, you know, the initial statement is like, ha ha ha, you know, like this. But when you really look at these laws, a lot of these laws are unfair towards men. Like, you know, a lot of this stuff, you know, it favors women. And
what's so hard with just going to vote every election? What the fuck is so hard about that?
That's what men rights activists is about. It's a political movement. That's what I'm saying. Like they do fight for laws and legislation and stuff. Like I don't have a problem with legislation and stuff being fought for, but once y'all start getting into social issues and all this, you know, dating and all this other thing else, I'm out. All that stuff is subjective. I ain't got time for that nonsense. Yeah, like
that's why I chuckle, because men's rights, it just sounds like women's rights to me. Like it just sounds vaginal.
It's
like,
pushback against the women's rights. It's pushback against the whole women's rights thing. That's what it is. Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it's still like just real beta type, just the verbiage, like even the words. Like I just think there's certain words guys shouldn't say. Men's rights. What rights do we? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like when it comes to women, you're only the only women that can really affect you is the ones you stick your dick in.
Well, yeah, but men are the ones that's pushing these women's rights, right? Like men are the ones.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there would be
MRA people actually going against other men, right? They're not
exactly.
Yeah,
that's what these guys don't understand. It was men who came up with this shit.
Yeah, that's why I don't.
Well, I won't say they came up with it, but it was men who supported
What
it.
do you mean?
Right.
So everything the man's fault. Okay.
Yeah, men like you, as a matter of fact.
What do you mean?
Come on, Stanley.
I mean exactly that.
Come on.
Oh, white men like me. Just go ahead.
Yes,
and
exactly. That's what I mean. Exactly.
Come on, Stanley.
No, fuck
it.
it.
Nice
You know what?
guy.
You want to mess with me? You're gonna get the real me. You know better than that.
Oh, wow.
So it's all white
Motherfucker, you know I'm not gonna back down. I'm gonna eat you alive if you fuck with me. And you know this. Why do you insist on doing it?
So how many black men on this
What the fuck did you think I was gonna say? Did you think I was gonna back down or some shit?
Think that it's all
No,
white
what you
men's
need to
fault.
do is you know what, motherfucker? You need to know your place when you talk to me.
Wow.
Well, I addressed you,
Don't you
didn't I?
ever fuck with me on my show. You know better than this.
I thought we were friends, Stanley.
You know
Come
what?
on, man.
If we're friends, then you need to understand, don't piss me off.
So
I'm going to
I
basically
just
treat
wanted to-
you. I'm going to treat you how you act. Okay. And you have gone
May I
way
ask a
overboard
question,
these
Stanley?
past few months.
May I ask a question,
Oh,
Stanley?
you sure may.
Okay, thank you, sir. How many
Wow, that was
black
polite.
men on this panel blame your problems on the white man? Raise your hand.
Motherfucker, I'm not blaming the white man for shit.
Last time I checked, we talked about the white women, but
Tough, man. I'm
And
not.
let me go farther than that. If I'm going to blame a white man, it's going to be a better white man than you. You don't control shit.
Tough, man. I know you can't see me, but I'm not raising my hand. I know you can't see
This
me.
this stolen valor whiteness you want to do, motherfucker. You're not George Washington, and you're no kin to him.
No.
You're not fucking Donald Trump either. Stop acting like you know him personally.
He kind of looks like Abe Lincoln, though. A little
Okay,
bit.
what
Calm
I'm
down,
fucking
Stanley.
saying
I didn't
is that
come
if
up
you're
on
gonna
your
talk about the white man, you're not one of the successful ones.
I
So
just
why
want to
the
know how
fuck
many
should I
black
care what
people
you
blame
think?
their problems on
You
white
are
people.
not Donald Trump or anything like him, you need to shut the fuck up.
White people didn't codify these feminist laws.
These motherfuckers going on like you are a founding father or as successful as a founding father. You're full of shit and you need to know thyself.
Well, I didn't think there were that many black men that blame their
Stop
problems
thinking about
on
black
white
men and fucking take care of your own business.
I am.
If black men need your help, we'll call you.
You know, 12th man, you know, I don't think Stanley was blaming white men, or I think what Stanley was saying is it's men in general. You can't just blame black or white men. It's black men too who push.
The white
push
men
a
were
lot
ones
of
that codified these laws, though. Do not get it twisted.
No, but there was a lot of black men that voted for this bullshit too.
Voted, yeah, but well, you talking about a small percentage of black people that was voting at this time. We got way more black people that vote now than back then.
There was still a lot of black men. There was still a lot of black men
Remember,
advocating for this.
remember in the 60s, 18-year-olds couldn't even vote. So you didn't even have to.
There was still a lot of black men advocating for this stuff, though. That's the issue.
They was okay with it, but they're not the ones who codified it, though.
If they were okay with it, they're advocating for it. Then
but I said they didn't codify it though. Like they didn't have, like white people were the ones that slammed that hammer down and codified this stuff.
Nah.
White men were the ones. White men were feminists before black men.
No, he's right. HB.
White men were feminists.
What I'm saying is black men were okay with it though. They were also pushing this
But they sold it to them. Yeah, black men brought into it, but remember, it was sold to them though. It was sold to them by somebody.
Well, they bought it. They bought it.
Right, they brought it, but it was sold to them though. That's what I'm saying. Like, so remember who sold it to them?
There weren't too many guys speaking up against it back then. Most of them were
I'll make up. There weren't many speaking out against it, but one thing, and I think I just made this point a few minutes ago, that folks like Hoodservative and his crew are suspiciously like white men and men's rights. That whole men's rights thing. They are suspiciously. I use the word mimic or ape. They're really no different. Once you dig beneath the surface, I have friends who are like men's rights advocates, and I'm like you. Well, what right don't men have, especially white men?
It's more doing than gender politics. It's gender politics, and it's pushed back against the gender politics that's been going on from the feminist movement since the 70s. Then started seeing things getting lopsided, so they started giving some pushback.
What gender politics are they really fighting against, though?
Well, I mentioned the main arguments against is like unfair judgments on alimony and child support. That's the main things that they fight against.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's just
and abortion as well, but that they took a W with that Roe v. Wade thing.
Yeah,
I think banning abortion is a bit erratic, but I do understand some of the arguments.
They didn't ban it. They just left it up to the states.
Yeah, but the states below the Bible Belt pretty much going to get rid of it.
One thing I never liked is the way they lock people up, especially black men, for like child support. So you're gonna throw them in jail for $5-10 a day, and then what can they do in jail? They can do nothing, man. How are they supposed to protect their kids in jail, man?
Yeah.
And I try to tell these people that so many times. That's a crazy white boy. Get him the fuck up out of here.
Yeah. I mean, there are like repercussions for knocking up a poor woman. You get a poor woman pregnant, you might get put on child support.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, that
But
that
what
these
good is it gonna
ultimately
do?
it's
You
always
lock him up
business,
in
right?
jail and he can't provide
Yeah,
for
yeah, no,
anything
I think, yeah, no,
in jail.
I think it makes it way worse, 12th man. But I think too, there's always a reaction to any action. So you knock up a woman in the projects, there's a good chance you might get put on child support.
Yeah, that's I hear you. It shouldn't be that way though. Like it shouldn't be like like I'm not anti child support. Child support is needed. I think the structure is flawed and it needs to be reframed. Me personally, I don't like that the state has to get involved in certain situations.
Well,
Right.
they don't have to. But once a woman gets state funded, they have to get in.
That's I don't like that. That shouldn't be the case. Like I don't like every woman.
Well,
Every woman
what
that
happens is once
in that
they start,
situation.
What?
once
Wait. So
they,
you think the just the taxpayers should just pay for all of this? That's it?
No, but what I'm saying is, what if the man also is in a situation where he needs social services?
Well, he shouldn't have knocked that woman up.
Yeah, but this is after the fact. I mean, like they people going to hard times, everything else. Like, what if he was fine, knocked her up, and then the pandemic hit, and then all of a sudden he lost his job, and he's screwed.
I mean,
Now what?
He should start Uber Eats. Do Uber Eats.
What
DoorDash.
if he don't got a car?
All right, you better start be a news. Get a. You gotta figure something out. I mean, that
Exactly.
I just feel like
like
I mean, we're
you know,
men. We can't figure
things happen.
out.
Yeah, I know. I mean, as men, you got to try to figure out a way to subsidize yourself, right? Like, but I get all that, but as men, we understand it's times when men fall into hard times, and certain things might happen, and it's not always due to bad decision making. Life happens sometimes, right?
Yeah,
And
no, I get it. I get it.
I just don't feel like the state should have to do that. Like now, like I said, there's certain situations where I get it, everything else. But there's times where the guy is actually helping the woman, but she has to file for child support because the help he's giving her isn't enough. So because the help he's giving her isn't enough, don't mean he should have to get put on child support because he's doing what he has to do, right? He's giving her a piece of the paycheck. He's get whatever little bit of paycheck he's getting from whatever part-time job he made. It could be a full-time job, whatever. It might not just be enough or whatever, this, that, and third, or that. But this is what they agreed upon, and he's giving her baby enough to where he's not homeless, but he's doing, he's doing what he can. And so I don't know. I just don't feel like the state should always get involved in that situation.
well, in Tennessee, they just put you in a penal institution. You can work it off $15 a day. Work off your child support. $15 a day. Picking greens.
If she can prove, if she can prove that he's not doing anything, then yeah, by all means, then put him on child support because he's not doing nothing. But if he can prove that he's helping out with receipts and stuff like that, and everything else, he shouldn't be put on child support.
Yeah, I think whoa. I think a lot of this stuff comes from like dysfunction, when a man doesn't marry the woman first. It's not his wife. And I think a lot of it stems from that. Like baby mama culture, I think it's 9 times out of 10, it's gonna end badly.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. It depends on the people. Some people live in certain situations, but they don't have. Everybody living in certain situations ain't like mentally stuck there. Some people just fall in hard times. Some people,
Some people belong locked up.
Yeah, no, Jihad, you're right. I do think a lot of this stuff, man, is spiritual, man. Like you just knocking up a girl, not even getting married. I mean, I don't know, man. I just think
I mean, yeah, that's social things right there, right? Like we can get into that, but you know, like as far as legality goes, I just don't think I just don't think the state should be getting involved. That like it depends. Like I said, it's a nuance, right? It depends on the situation. If the dude ain't doing anything and refusing to do anything, then yes, put him on child support. But there are situations where the guy is helping out, doing what he can. He got receipts, can prove all this, and still gets put on child support.
Well, I need to hear me a Stanley opinion. Stanley,
About what?
If a woman is on state-funded welfare, food, housing, and everything, should the person that knocked her up have to pay child support or not?
Well, yeah, if he can afford to.
Oh, if he can't afford to, what happens?
Well, then
Zero, or they already go according to your income.
You can't, well, let me go back to square one. If he knocks her up, they ought to get married.
Right.
Okay. And if that for some reason can't happen, then yeah, he should be responsible for the child he helped produce.
Okay. I was just wondering because the psychopath.
Well, what did you think I would say?
No, I thought you didn't say. I just wanted to, because psychopath is saying there's a different reason why if a woman's getting state funds that the man still shouldn't have to pay. And I'm going, no, wait a minute. If she's getting stacked
you know what? I guess it kind of surprises people, but I grew up Catholic.
Well, I got you.
You know, as much as I try and leave it, you know, there's certain core beliefs that I believe in, and I've seen a marriage work.
Right.
I've seen several marriages work, of course.
I just want to hear your opinion to help psychopaths out. He's not thinking right, and you're an old man, and you're thinking psychopath.
Psychopath is. I didn't hear anything that rang bells in my head.
Well,
See,
he said the state shouldn't get in on it. If she's getting state funding, the state still shouldn't get in on it. You just disagree with that.
What? No, not
Go
with
ahead, psychopath.
Because every situation ain't the same. Like I said, it's nuanced.
Right.
All right.
See,
my point, and yours.
Let me make one point though.
Go ahead.
This is the thing that people just can't seem to get through their head. I'm afraid of I make them, of course, but I'm afraid of blanket statements. You know, it should be this way. You have got to leave room to deal with individual cases.
They do that. They go by your income. They don't.
No. I mean cases beyond means testing.
Oh no, means testing is as far as you need to go. If a woman's getting state funds and taxes, and she expects to get that, she's got to rat out the dude.
Let me respond. Most times you would be right. Okay, but there are probably exceptions to that rule.
Of course.
As a payer of child support, can I respond?
Not
also,
enough.
Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
I was going to say, here's what happens. And I know this because
don't tell me what happens. I literally just said.
Watch out, Ryan. Stanley's in the mean mood today.
I know, Stanley. I'm not being a prick.
As long as there's room for exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
No, I'm trying to explain. I just want to tell them what happens. The state.
I guess you're just going to do it whether I want you to or not, aren't you? So go ahead.
I'm trying. I'm not being a jerk, Stanley. I don't know what these are. I'm trying to tell Be Brave what occurs because it's pretty shitty.
Oh, I thought I heard
if there's a judge.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I know it's shitty, right?
I was asking you if I could explain it to him.
Don't work. I'm saying in general, if a woman's on tax-funded money, she needs to rat out who knocked her up and get money.
Be brave. Be brave. Listen.
You didn't say anything about ratting out. I thought it was known who the father was.
That's what I said. Knowing who the father was. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So once there's a order for child support, let's say the man pays the woman.
Right.
If the man doesn't pay, so she can apply for social services and get them. The
Right.
state will then go after the man and get his money.
Yes.
They'll go after him. So in other words, they'll basically deduct his money from the social services.
They should.
The state will kick in. They'll charge him, even
Yes.
if he loses it. So if he loses and gets a different job that pays less, if he goes to jail, he still owes her. So he'll come out of jail.
Ryan, hold on.
Going to jail when they're paying regularly, though. They're not. They're going to jail because they've been 6-7 months in arrears.
Ryan, if a man goes to jail, and I'm assuming it wasn't for not paying child support, can I assume that?
Yeah, just for something else like traffic tickets.
Okay,
something.
why
you
should
know.
he be absolved? Why should he be absolved from his responsibilities?
I'm not saying he should. They should let so let's say he's working, he's paying $1,000 a month, goes to jail. He's got to go to court and get it adjusted downward.
So what?
He still has to pay something, and then he comes
So
out.
what?
I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying that's what occurs.
So what?
So-
Thanks for telling me what occurs. I would assume your
Answer D. Brave's
responsibility.
question.
I would assume your
I
responsibility.
just want to know if Stanley was.
Brave.
Go ahead.
I'm
didn't have a
assuming
question.
going to jail shouldn't absolve you of your
No,
responsibility.
I agree with you. Yeah, you should still have to support your child. I agree with that.
That's all I was
maybe,
saying.
maybe you can't
Go get it adjusted.
but you know what? You just go in arrears.
Yeah, you got a back payer, and I'm okay with that. I mean, but if the guy years he's coming out, he's in trouble. Like he's going to have a big bill, you know.
You know
But-
what? Don't go to jail if you can help it.
There you go. Get him,
I agree.
Stanley.
Yeah. And then,
State-
like on the farms, you get paid
Will supplement.
$15 a day.
The
towards
state will
your
supplement the child support.
So,
Right. And I know I sound a
you'll
little
be
hard and
let out
absolutist.
within
Again,
due
I
time.
wanna be able to allow for exceptions, but you know, a lot of times, you know, I'm not one of those who believes that the man, you know, is out to put me in jail.
Yeah, I don't
about-
believe that either. I don't
The
believe
thing
that
about
either.
child support is you can agree with the woman. If like you guys are separated or divorcing, you can go to her and say, look, let's make an arrangement and you can work it out with her. But if she refuses to work it out, or she's going to go to the state and say, hey, blah, blah, blah. And you can also try to get your kid as much as you can and be active in their life, pay less. Like you can get shared custody. Which you should as a
and
man try to have a relationship.
I also want to emphasize, and I'm sure one of these days I may regret saying this, but I don't have sympathy if you knock up a woman in its responsibility time. I don't have that kind
You
of men's rights. Oh, women are out to get me. I have to support my child. You know, I'm not
Stanley,
one of those
especially,
that'll take his side.
Stanley, especially a broke bitch. If you're gonna knock up a broke bitch, you got no like what are you complaining about, man? Of course she gotta go get food stamps, man. You knocked up
That's right.
a
That's why
poor
trash
lady.
is low. You knock up a hillbilly woman, you're gonna be in trouble. You're gonna pay.
Right.
Ain't no big thing with a chicken wing.
You better choose wisely, man.
That's
Y'all
right.
knocking up broke bitches and then
At
complaining
least
about
pick
it.
a pretty broke bitch so you don't mind paying for it.
Right. She better be gorgeous if she
Damn right.
broke.
Damn right.
Another thing, the woman cannot work voluntarily or you know, put herself into a very just choose not to work until you go to court. And then the man would then have to pay even more money.
Okay, well, you make it
impoverish
sound, should the woman work?
What I'm saying is one party or another can choose to impoverish themselves for child support.
Okay,
which is
you
kinda
know
sad.
what? You know what? Them's the breaks. Now, I
Well,
would
I'm
hope,
just saying.
you know, I would hope that the woman would want to work and not starve and all that. But the thing is that you know, I'm going to think of a recent story that I heard on this channel, and I'm not going to name names, but sometimes one night stands don't wind up all that good. You know,
They can be very damaging.
risk. If you're gonna take that kind of risk, you're just gonna have, don't do the time, or don't do the crime if you can't do the time. And
I totally agree. It's
I will feel sympathetic, but I'm not going to feel empathetic.
Right. The point was when Psychopath came on, he's saying that if the woman's collecting money from the tax dollars, from taxes, it's still nobody's business what her and the man do. And I'm going, well, no, that's bullshit. Ryan, if the woman's getting tax funded money, do you think somewhere or some way the man needs to kick in on some money?
You misquoted me. I said,
no, go ahead, Psychopath.
I said if she goes and gets social services and she can prove that the man is helping out as he can with receipts and stuff like that, then the state shouldn't get involved. But
that's what I quoted you with that.
If she can't prove that the man is doing anything to help it, or if she had this, that, and third, then yes, the state should put him on child support.
Yeah, I think I quoted you correctly. That's my point. He doesn't have that choice. They don't have that choice. If she's going to go to tax-funded money, somebody's going to get at the man's wallet. That's not a thing that the two people get to agree on. That's a statement of society saying we're going to feed you, so we're going to get money from your man. That's all my point is, Psychopath. There's no variables in that. It doesn't make sense.
How doesn't it make sense?
Because the man knocked her up, and I don't want the two people to go. The woman, I don't want the woman coming to the tax.
Wait, are you offended? Let me ask you a question.
I'll make it a quick answer. The woman doesn't have a right to go to the tax fund.
Right. So are you a feminist?
The woman doesn't have a right to go to the tax fund.
Are you a feminist?
It doesn't. I'm saying this. The woman doesn't have a right.
Yes or no? It's
none of your business.
It's none of my business. So wait, not you a feminist? It's none of my business. We ain't talk about ideologies up here.
No, I know because it doesn't matter.
Are you it does matter because you're using these feminist talking points.
No, I don't care. I'm feminist.
Psychopath.
Be brave.
You sounded like
play nicely. Be brave.
I'm a taxpayer. Well, if I'm supporting a woman, I want her to get her man's money as a taxpayer.
Right. So you're a feminist, but I'm not a feminist, right?
If you want me
y'all want to yell and know me every time I talk.
I'm saying there are no variables. Somebody's paying.
I can leave and y'all can talk at me. I don't need to be up here for y'all to talk at me. Now we going to talk
Psychopath. This has nothing to do with
hey, HB, you're breaking up.
I got this emotional feminist.
Wait. Can you hear me now?
He's lying on me. He be misrepresenting my position, and I can't defend myself.
Wait, Psychopath.
You can agree not to pay. She's getting social services.
You got a feminine supremacy. You got a feminine premise that I don't agree with, because I don't hear you saying if a man went up in there on social services where he got the kids and everything else because the mother's a deadbeat. I didn't hear you say that they need to put the mother on social services.
Oh, yeah, they do. I agree. No, they do.
They do all the time. They do all the time.
The woman this and the woman that, the woman. Well, I don't feel like the woman should get put on child support either. I don't feel like that woman has to get.
Why not? Wait. If the guy has, hold on a second.
Hey, hold on a sec, Psychopath.
Hold on a second, Psychopath. Hold on a second. If the guy has custody of the kids and he's paying all the bills, of course the woman gets put on child support.
Damn right.
That's how it works.
Not really. Most guys don't accept it.
This is what MRA is fighting for. This is what MRA is fighting for. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. This is what MRA is all about.
No. If they were married, yes, it does happen. Now, if you're just talking about some poor people,
no, I'm not talking about marriage. I'm not talking about marriage.
If you're just talking about some poor people shit, then yeah, if the guy got to go to, if he has full custody and he's on or if he's got to get food stamps or whatever, and the woman's working, then yeah, she's gonna get put on child support. This ain't got nothing to do with feminism or none of that. This is just simple economics.
It depends on overnights. It's all about overnight stays. Whoever the child stays at their house more would get money, and based on how much difference in money that they make.
Right. So I'm just saying, if somebody else is paying, that's the rule, and it makes sense.
But here's what's screwed up. She's making $200,000.
Well, there's a lot of things screwed up. I'll go with that.
Well, no, let me say this. If the guy's making $200,000 and she's making 20, and they get the overnights, okay, the guy would still pay the woman money, even though they split the nights, because the state sees it as impoverish the child, it has to be a similar lifestyle in both places. So Ray Lewis, for example, who's making $40 million a year, X fucking $1 million a month or some crazy shit, and she ain't working, even overnights, because she makes so much less than he does. So they still pillage you. You know, I mean, he was probably a year in child support for this woman to sit home, and he wasn't with her. So it also is how much difference in money that they make in overnight stays. For example,
Ryan. But that's what happens when you knock up a broke bitch. That's what happens.
Well, you're right. Or you're with
I just got a question, Ryan.
I'm talking about what about that woman spreading her legs open for that broke nigga? Why nobody's talking about that? This is why I'm saying, like, I'm hearing a lot of feminist stuff.
That's why
I'm hearing a lot of
and listen,
the man should have done this, the man should have done that. Like the woman is free of accountability.
Hold on.
How come white boy was just talking for 5 straight minutes? Nobody interrupted. Every time I get 2 sentences in, everybody, I got
calm down, psychopath. You gotta calm down.
You're telling me to calm down. I'm just trying to get my word in.
You gotta relax, man. Calm down.
Y'all got it. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer your question. Now, if a broke guy impregnates a broke woman, and she got to get put on, she's on food stamps and stuff, he still got to pay. That's what happens when poor people have kids. It's just what happens.
I just got a question for Ryan before I get off here. I got to go. Ryan, there's 1,000 variables that need to be tweaked and improved, and there's 1,000 things that's wrong. Basically, if a woman's on the tax-funded dollars, should the state go after that man, some of that the father's money? Yes or no?
They will do that if there's an order in place.
You're making rules.
Automatically.
Should they? No, should they? I ask you, should they? Do you feel they
vice versa? And vice versa, yeah.
Right. So you're saying they should. That's all I'm saying.
Basically, custody, the state should go after the woman. Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
I agree.
We gotta pay taxes for that shit, man. I think somebody should be held responsible.
That's right. So Ryan said that he thinks they should. The bottom line is, Ryan, you think they should. That's all I wanted to hear.
I don't want to see some baby go hungry. Like
have
I
more
don't mind
access
paying
to
the
custody.
taxes. I don't mind paying the taxes. I don't want to see some baby going hungry, but somebody's got to be responsible.
But the state, hey, they should probably share custody because that's best for the kid. But they usually give the woman
you don't intend to marry. Like if you don't intend to marry a woman, don't fuck her. God damn.
Especially don't fuck her.
Well, and same for women. Same for women.
Same for women.
What is sociopath leave?
That guy? Hey, you want to be a little.
Does sociopath leave? Sorry.
Yeah. No. I think is he still here? No, I think he left. He was getting a little passionate. So but I get it. Be brave. I feel the same way though. Like when guys try to circumvent the system. If you're gonna be that guy, well, be in that position to make those moves. Be a fucking leader. If you knock up a woman, you should be responsible for that household. I don't understand what's so hard about that. I don't get it. And if that woman has to go get food stamps and get on Section 8, well, somebody should be responsible for that. You got a whole nother generation of poverty, and you don't think anybody should be responsible for that. That's ridiculous, man.
Who's saying that?
That's what Psychopath was alluding to. That the government shouldn't get involved if that woman has to get on Section 8 and child support. But I'm looking at it like, why shouldn't the government get involved? She gotta go to Uncle Sam just to feed her fucking kids. Why shouldn't the government get involved and have some sort of stipulation? Yeah. Listen, ma'am, you want this government cheese, we're going to have to know about your living situations.
And who's the dad? Who's the dad?
You think shit just grows off a tree? We got to pay for this shit.
Yeah. Who's the dad?
Everybody want a fucking handout.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, though. I mean, if if that is the case, then aren't you going to encourage single parent homes?
No. I'm gonna encourage if a guy knocks a woman up, he should marry her and do it the right way. And they should
Okay,
both
but let's say that doesn't happen, which is actually the reality. Again, we need to meet people where they are. Are we? Hold on. Are basically, if the government wants to be that intrusive, and I'm not saying it should be one way or the other. I'm just trying to figure out. Are you willing in that case to say, we know if a man's involved that, there's less chance that, the benefits are going to be given. Aren't you encouraging people to either hide that they're married or just not get married at all?
Oh, so you're asking like if they do want to like kind of use the system to their benefits, like
Yeah,
kind of
because
like the
that's what's been happening. I mean, that is literally what black conservatives like Lowry and everybody.
I gotta say something real quick.
So how do we
and
fix
peace
that?
to everybody on the panel. But y'all were misrepresenting what Psycho was saying, and that's really because
Oh,
of B-Breed.
let's not go there.
Hear me out. He didn't
Hold that
say
thought.
that if the man wasn't
Hold
helping, that they
that
shouldn't get child
thought.
support. He was saying if you
Okay.
can prove to
You
the
know what?
state that the man is also helping out, that the government shouldn't get involved and start taxing the man as well. Now
Jihad.
he agreed. He said he agreed that if the
Jihad.
man isn't helping out, the government shouldn't get
Jihad.
involved. So
Hold
I just
that
wanted
thought,
to
please.
make that clarification because y'all clap.
Okay, I'll get back to him. HB, what I'd like to do, how do you fix that? Essentially, you're going to be encouraging single mother households.
Yeah, now Stanley, there are people out here who do milk the system and they know how to use the system. They milk it.
Not only do they do it, they're doing it now.
Yeah, no, they know how to milk the system.
Right. So how do we fix that?
The way it's set up, I don't think you can really fix it because there's, for the percent, I don't. Honestly, the only way you could really fix is get rid of the system altogether.
Okay, so that is a very salient point. Okay, it can't be fixed, or we haven't figured out how to fix it. So the alternative is to scrap it. That's and that is the dilemma, because you can't get rid of it. Kids are going to go hungry if you get rid. 12th man, hold on a second, please. Children, you can't get rid of it because children are going to go hungry. So it's something that can't be fixed. We just have to.
I mean, not really. School system feeds them basically.
Okay, I don't want the school system responsible for parenting.
I mean, they feed them now. They give them breakfast and
I don't
lunch.
want
They
the
might as well give
school.
them dinner.
I don't want the schools responsible for parenting.
They're already doing it though.
Okay, well then that should be stopped.
I mean, they're doing it. Every school system in the United States.
Now I understand, like the breakfast. During the school days, I understand that there's breakfast served, lunch served. I understand that, and maybe even after school meals. What I'm saying though is on the weekends the schools aren't going to feed them. Holidays.
Right, well, give them a provision for that. That's fine.
So what I'm saying is that if you scrap the welfare system,
about hot lunches now.
If you scrap the
Turkey
system
with potatoes or a cheese.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. If you scrap the system, children are going to go hungry.
You've seen our kids. They're all fat as shit. I don't think so.
Okay, I'm saying you can't get rid of the
I'm
system.
just kidding. No, but,
Right,
no, but listen, here's what you fix it, because this is something that's been near and dear to my heart. So number one, they should share custody. The man and woman should both be very active.
Okay, we're getting
Come out
away
better.
from that point, and maybe we should
And
move
then,
on. We all
secondly,
agree.
no, let
we
me.
all
I got the
agree
second
that you
point.
basically can't get rid of the system.
Award money to the parent that has the custody.
Okay,
And
once
then they
again,
go after
Ryan,
the
I
other
want
parent
to
that
finish
doesn't
this
have the
point
custody.
before we move on
Yeah, go ahead.
because I hear this.
Stanley thinks people
I
are
hear
gonna
this in
starve.
conservative circles all the time. That's why I'm being so persnickety about this. Basically, the system has to stay. Conservatives should stop complaining about it.
Yeah,
Go
no,
after the man
Stanley.
or
I don't
woman
think. I
for
don't
not
think
paying their
Stanley.
child support.
Yeah, Stanley. I don't think it's a conservative.
I had to pay my
or
child support to a
Who gives
drug
a
addict.
fuck whether you had to pay your child support? We're not talking
I had
about
to pay
you.
my shit.
We are not
And
talking about Ryan.
I know that, but I'm just saying I
But
had to
then why
cough
are
up a
you
lot of
bringing it
for
up?
this fucking lunatic.
Okay,
Okay.
this is what annoys the fuck out of me. People talking
ahead.
about their own lives when we're not. It's not the subject.
Yeah, we're talking about Stanley. God damn it!
I lived this. I lived it.
Okay,
And
we sympathize, Ryan, but we're not talking about your
but what
personal.
happened? But here's
You're
the
just
state.
gonna
Like, so I got to
insist
pay
on
her.
talking about Ryan, aren't you?
No, okay. I'm giving you. I'm just giving you my example. If
I
I didn't
don't
pay,
want
the
your
state
example.
would come after me.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Okay, that's fine. But even though you never paid any child support, I understand.
No, I've never paid child support. I don't know why my business matters.
Well, I'm just saying
No,
that
I know.
I've lived in the system.
We sympathize. What I'm saying, we're not even talking about a situation like yours. We're talking single mother homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there has to be some disincentives
Oh,
to
for God's sake, you're
to
just
that.
gonna fucking insist.
And let me tell you something else. That dude that was up here
Calm
was right.
down,
To show
Stanley, motherfucker.
he's providing material, right? So what he's saying is if that dude's providing some material resources, that needs to be documented, come into play. And that's what his point was. You know, like if
Okay,
you're
well,
buying the
if he's
kid
providing
all their fucking
resources,
clothes
yeah,
and
that's
shit.
got to be taken into account. But what
Yes.
what HB and I were talking about is basically having to provide some sort of, if they game the system, and basically say, hey, the woman says I'm getting nothing at all. The system has to pay out because there's the risk of children. If she's actually not gaming the system, there's a risk that children go hungry, and that's not something we can tolerate.
I totally agree with you 100%,
So
Stanley.
if the
But what I'm
choice is getting rid of the system or letting a woman game it, you kind of have to let her game it.
No, that doesn't happen.
We
You
agree
don't
with that, Stanley,
understand.
but
That doesn't happen. When you go to the state and say, I want some money for my kid, they say, who's the dad? And then they go
If
after
she
the
says, I
dad.
don't know.
Good luck.
I want to go
I mean,
back
they
to
What
they
if
go
she
after
says,
the
I
dads.
don't
They put the
know?
dads in jail. They do
Whoa,
already.
whoa,
No,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
no,
whoa,
no,
whoa.
no.
What if she says, I don't know who the
And
father
that
is?
and that's how you game the system.
I don't
if
know if they do that or not. I don't
but
know
it's
if
going
they
to be
do
on the
that.
birth
Now,
certificate.
maybe
So
it's just something that happens on TV, but I've heard of women not exactly knowing who the father is.
I don't know how they deal with it. By and large,
Okay, I
he
thought you
shouldn't be
did.
able to
will
get
go
around it if
after.
Now
his
that
father
you
signed a birth certificate.
don't understand the scenario or don't know if it happens, we can
That's
move
like
on.
one. They normally go after the dad. They do. They really do. And
Okay,
they
God damn it, Ryan. What if
I'm
she
just telling you.
doesn't know who the dad is?
Then I guess
How
the
common is
taxpayer
that?
has
That's
to
probably
pay.
going to be 1
Okay,
out of
I don't
10.
know.
Yeah, it's very
Can
rare.
someone tell me?
Don't put your name on the birth certificate. If you really
I
want to
mean,
game the
I
system,
know
don't put your
you cannot. I know that a father doesn't have to sign a birth certificate.
I
I know
would
that
hope it
the
would be rare.
mother, she can do a
Jihad.
DNA test
Jihad, the
and
issue,
find out who you are, where you're at, everything.
Jihad, the
Just
issue
by
though
a
is
DNA test.
if you're providing for that baby and that woman, and that woman is still on Section 8 and still getting food stamps, the government has to come in and order you to pay some child support.
They do.
Because
They usually do.
obviously whatever you're paying isn't enough to cover
No, I agree.
housing,
Look. HB, I
housing and
agree.
food.
Only in the circumstances the man's not paying nothing. But nah, if the man is doing what he can, bro, because like y'all both gotta survive. Like, you know what I mean? Like I personally, I don't got no kids, but I watched this happen with my father and my mother. Like, she had him on child support for all my life, and to the point where he had to kind of go to the courts and get it, you know, kind of amended. That didn't stop him from taking care of me and supporting me. But I just had to look at it as I got older. I realized what it is. Like, he was more fucked up than my mom. Like, we lived good for real, for real. She had her shit straight, but it's sometimes it's not all the way like fair. So I think in certain circumstances, like what Psycho was laying out, the man is supporting, he's doing what he can, right?
Yeah,
That's the government shouldn't get involved to start taxing the man just because the woman asked for extra assistance.
They have to.
That sounds backwards. Because now the
Jihad,
government's
that's
just taking advantage.
Jihad,
The
Jihad,
government's
did your-
taking advantage.
Wait, Jihad, did your dad marry your mom though? Did you guys
No.
all live in the same house?
She tried to, but she said no.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you get a woman pregnant that you don't want to marry or that you can't marry. That's just
I know, and HB, you've been saying that this whole time, but by you saying that, I don't know if you realize you are accepting that it's just going to be treated different between the genders, when that's the whole point of what we brought, like why we got this brought up, like that, why they got gender advocates and stuff like that for males. Like, you are
But Jihad,
accepting
they
that,
don't
yes,
treat it
it is
different
what it
based on
is.
gender.
You're a man, and I
Okay.
kind of agree with that as
yeah,
well.
but Jihad,
that still doesn't defeat the premise that it's unfair towards the man.
Jihad, whose house were you at the majority of your youth?
My mother's.
Took on the responsibility. Why shouldn't your dad have to pay child support for that? He didn't. He
I
wasn't.
never said he
advocating for-
shouldn't. I never said he shouldn't.
No, but I'm saying though, that responsibility, that is worth something. Yes,
Yeah, I
he
agree.
should. What is the men advocacy for?
The-
it's like men
Because you keep getting away from the example, because you probably, well, I don't, I'm not gonna say that, but I'm just saying the example in general, it doesn't make sense. Like, if the man is supporting and doing what he can, and just because the woman is trying to get welfare additionally to add on to it, it doesn't make sense for me for the government to then go after the man, because now I see it as it's just taken away from the kid in general. Like, the government is now, and then it's also not even real welfare. Like, if the government is going to substitute the money of the welfare by just using the father's money, you can't even claim that as real welfare. You know what I mean? Like, that defeats the purpose of it.
No. I mean, to me, you getting food stamps, that is real welfare, man. I don't know about you, but
I get you on that, but if the government
Yeah.
has to tax the man to get it, no, I don't claim that as welfare then.
Wait, you said if the government has to tax?
Yeah, because I thought the scenario we were saying was if the woman tries to get welfare, then the government tries to
They'll
subsidize
recoup some of the money
portion of
from
that
the
by
man,
the man's
not all of it.
paycheck. Yeah,
Yeah,
not
they'll
all
recoup
of it,
some of
but
the money, Jihad.
Yeah. But it's not.
And I'm
but
saying
see,
that just sounds backwards to me, because a lot
but Jihad, this is the thing. If your dad had full custody of you, your mom would have been in that position. It's not a
That's
gender thing. It's not a gender
It's not a
thing.
gender thing.
You guys keep making it like a gender feminist
But
thing,
HB, HB, look, let me just tell you this. He does have a point in this. When you go to court, where's the kid going to live? If you have more overnights, you have primary physical custody, though it may be shared custody. If that's one thing. But most of the time, the state goes, well, we're going to give the kid to the woman, right? They don't say, let's do 50-50. They try to give it. There's almost always paying more money. I know because I experienced it. And at the end of the day, as a father, you got to say, hold on a minute. I want to have the kid on a weekend and on Monday night so that the kid can stay with me and I can be a halftime, 50-50. You got to fight and most of the time you lose. Okay. So that's why the dad usually has to pay to the mom. And that's they bias when it comes to the overnights, which set the dollar amount. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Jihad is right, but it's not the dads get screwed, right? And
Yeah.
again, you have to prove the mother incompetent, or like, I mean, it's really difficult. They always, and hopefully that's getting better. I mean, I hope it's changing, that they go, hey, both parents are very important to kids to grow up. You know, I hope
Yeah,
it's
no,
changing.
I think it definitely depends where you're at and what judge you have. But Ryan, that's why I think it's so imperative that men
Sorry.
are very cautious about the women that they knock up, because the system
Yeah.
is not gonna be your friend ever. So
Hey,
you
Jacques,
got
I
to
didn't
take
mean to
that
cut
into
you off.
consideration. You got to.
Sorry about
You got
that.
to. No, you're good. But that's why
Okay.
it's so hard for me to like really feel, sympathy for these guys, is because you want me to feel sympathy because of what happened at the end of the situation, but it started out you getting some raw pussy and coming in it. We want to forget about that.
No, you're right. You got to take responsibility for your penis for sure. I mean, that's no
Yeah,
question there.
yeah,
And
guys.
but look, but if you even like, I mean, so Ray Lewis, a pro football player, he was paying $1 million a friggin' year to some woman that chose not to work. She's living home, and because he's super successful, he's paying her all this money, right? Well, the state still gave her custody. If I'm saying Ray Lewis, hell, he's got butlers. He can friggin'. I mean, I think that environment is awesome for a kid. Tremendous tutors, whatever you want.
Ryan.
What if that woman's living in some shithole?
Yeah, no, but Ryan, a lot of times these guys are making so much money and they're in a position where they're famous. They got all these. They really don't care like that, Ryan. They really don't care. They don't care about.
I'm sure some of them want custody of their kid.
I'm sure
some of them
Nah,
probably
a
want
lot of
custody
them, a lot of them be hating to sign that $1 million check, man. I don't know what you talking about, because what is a kid gonna do with that? Like, the kid don't need that money. It's going all to the mother, man.
Yeah, it goes to the mother.
A lot of guys are fighting for having a sign off on that amount.
So why
The
not?
kid has to
fight?
have a similar life at the mother's house as the dad's house. They have to have a similar lifestyle. Look,
So
so
why
at the end of the
why
day,
not? Ryan,
go ahead.
if you're in that
Oh, shit.
instead of I'm cutting out in a second. Hold on a second. Right, can you hear me? My bad, I'm
You're
cutting
broken
out.
up, man. A little bit. You're broken up, buddy.
Oh, okay. All right. Just give me 1 second. Breaker 19.
You sound like you're back now,
now.
HB.
No, you sound good,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
Yeah.
My thing is, if you got that
Break
type of
19,
income,
HB. Break 19.
Eagle to base, Eagle
Are
to
you
base,
there,
Eagle to base.
good buddy?
Yeah. We're here. No, my thing is, if you got that type of income, you can't make me believe that you can't afford a lawyer that can get you full custody of that child.
It's hard, man. I mean,
I listen, I know, but this is America. Everything comes with a price. If you making $40 million a year, you could pay to get custody of those kids. I think what it is it's a convenience thing. You're making $40 mil a year.
he might
to
not
your
want
baby
it all,
mama
want
to-
the kid all the time.
Yeah, he might not even
Yeah.
want the kid all the time. He trying to fuck
Yeah, I'm sure that
strippers,
happens.
man. Yeah, he trying to fuck.
Yeah, I'm sure that
strippers.
happens. I'm sure that happens. But I still think it should be 50-50 and everything else. If dad wants to be active, then dads are important as moms are, especially in the teen years. If you have a daughter in the teen years, the dads are.
Ryan, the reality is a lot of guys, they rather just take a little bit out of my check so I don't got to deal with that kid. I don't got to deal with that kid or that mom. Just take a couple dollars out of my check. That's the reality. Most guys don't want to raise their kids. That's the issue to me, really.
Damn.
They don't
I'll
wanna-
tell you what.
They don't want to raise.
I'll tell you
They
what.
don't want to raise their kids, man.
Get it?
You're ready.
Really? HB, look at read Ghetto's question. That is profound. I bet he sent it to Stanley.
Wait.
Both parents being put on support.
That most parents don't want to raise their own kids.
Very.
They don't.
Is
Especially
that what
think about
it
it.
is?
think about it like this too, 12th man. Let's say you get a woman pregnant that you don't even love, you don't even like her. What's gonna make you want to raise that kid?
Because it's your kid. I know a lot of people like that
It's my
don't like
child.
their
Yeah,
baby mama,
but
but that's their kid.
you already humped her, so it's too late.
Yeah, but
You're now.
I'm just
It's
saying,
your
like,
it's your kid, man.
but you don't love her enough to marry her though. You don't love her enough to make a commitment to her. Yeah, you love your kid,
Well,
but how much do you really love a kid? How much?
you do. You do.
Love
To have full
Even if
custody of
enough
your
to keep
ex-wife
it away
literally
from that wicked
rip
mama.
takes
to
out
have
You know
full
credit
what I
custody.
cards,
mean?
yeah, you love you
Keep
can't not
her
love
away
your kid.
from that wicked mama.
Yeah,
You
man,
don't
nah,
want to
that's
go
the
the
thing.
welfare rate, right?
That's the thing. A lot of these bitches out here are fucked up, man. They are fucked up. That's why I think it's so important for you to make sure you knock up the right woman. And if you can't find the right woman, just don't knock anybody up.
Yeah, they should
Yeah. Keep your
yeah, they
dick
should
I think
probably
they
in
should
your
put
have a
people
cap
pants.
on the amount of child support that's being
Try
given,
that.
and then
Start keeping your dick in your pants.
Yeah,
Maybe
man.
jack off every now and then.
Cause
Then you don't
I'm not gonna
feel
lie.
real
If
horny
I
for hoes,
I
bitches,
specifically,
and all that shit.
you know, Jihad, I made sure I didn't have any kids with any woman that I wasn't committed to. And I always thought that if I ever did get put in that situation and a woman tried to put me on child support or something, man, I'm gonna pay the child support, but fuck her. Like, that's how I feel.
You're breaking up again, HB.
Yeah,
Ah,
if I
man, my
had a
bad.
kid,
I
I'd
might.
definitely pay the bills. Yeah.
Can I get
Thankfully,
y'all's
I've
help?
never had a kid.
Can
So,
I I'm not sure I understand Ghetto's question here. He's saying if both the mother and the father make the same amount of money, why not put them both on support at the same time? I'm not sure. I mean, how does that work? I
I
mean,
don't
if
get
they
it.
He's
both make
saying
equal amounts of money, basically nothing gets paid. The wife gets
that's not
nothing, the
true.
husband gets nothing.
No. It
No, I
depends on
think
how
it.
many overnights one would have.
Yeah,
If they both make minimal, there's still going to be some order because they're going to say you need to get a job, right? And there's
right.
going to be even if you're not working. If the dad has 365 overnights or 360 and she has 5, the dad's in order to pay the man X. It's all about overnights. How many nights does a kid spend a night at your house a year? They have a here's what you make, here's what she makes. Here's how many overnights are there. That's all they look at. They don't give a shit if
Yeah,
you're paying child support to another one. They say this is how much it costs to raise a kid based on the two of your income combined and divided and how many
yeah.
overnights.
It's
And
all
there's a
about
chart, and they look it up and go,
Ryan.
here's the number.
It's all about Ryan. It's all about custody. It's all about custody. I think that's a lot of men. They just really don't understand what responsibility really means. And I'm sorry if you got a woman in abject poverty. You knocked her up. She's already in poverty. Now you knocked her up. You just compounded the issue. And she's got to get government assistance. And you still got you're still mad that you got to pay child support? I just don't get it. And then you don't even want to take care of the kid. But the reality is it's hard to do that. It's hard to work a full-time job and still have custody of your kid. It's not easy to do. So let the bitch
I see your point, HB. Yeah, but I was just looking at it from the angles where like it just could seem perceived as unfair. Like, because Ryan brought up a good point, right? Like The guy could be making good money, and I'll use myself as an example. I'm like a independent contractor. I work for myself, so sometimes some years my income could be looking really really good, right? And that is going to be a set amount by the courts. But something could happen, right? Like my company could go under. I get a bunch of lawsuits or something, and I ain't make no real money this year. But for some reason, like not for some reason, but because that amount is still set, it's not gonna get changed till I get back in there. And
Yeah, you
say
got
I
to go
don't get
change
back
the
in there
order.
fast
That's
enough,
right.
I go to
That's right.
jail now. They got me locked up because I missed
You know,
2 months of payment.
Jihad, the only person that I think is really unfair for is the child, because now the child's got to grow up in a broken home.
Oh
Because
yeah,
his
you right.
parents,
You 100% right.
his parents couldn't get it together. That's the only person that I feel sympathy for is the child. Man, fuck the bitch and the nigga. I really don't care. And you guys complaining for
Yeah.
either side. I think y'all
Actually,
missing the point.
Jihad. Sorry. When HB's done, can you address what's on the screen? Sorry, HB.
Oh, no,
You know what the amount is
Timmy's in the back.
prepared for the
Timmy's in the back. Right.
some
Timmy wants to come
man.
up.
I mean, that's a good
Hey,
point, right? But
Jihad, can you see the screen?
yeah. It says Kimmy says, you know the amount is, you know what the amount is. Prepare for a rainy day. So I should just have like months of payments, I guess, set up. I guess that couldn't be. That's not impossible. But
Nah,
I'm
it's
saying
not.
stuff
It's
happens,
not.
right? Like especially when you're not on a salary like I am, and they just look at how much I made in a year. Like I said, that stuff fluctuates for me, so I could literally have a
Every
bad
time you
year.
get a fundamental change, though, you need to go affect it unless she'll work with you. But get it in writing because trust me, you can. Like I went and said, "Hey, look, here's the difference. The difference in this. Can we change it?" She agreed, but I didn't get it in writing. So then she turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, we didn't get it in writing. Go get money in arrears." Yeah, that's right. That's what I was dealing with. A criminal.
Yeah, she knew how to play you.
Yeah.
Hey,
She
good
had you
morning,
paying one
everybody.
amount,
Good
and then
morning.
she had it documented. You didn't pay the amount without it.
You got to
you
go.
paying.
You got to go back to court. Have the order drawn up. You got to do that. Doing it if you make less money. So, and then if you make more money, let her do it. Let her bring you to court. You know what I'm saying? She has to go get it adjusted if she wants more. You see what I'm saying?
No, Ryan, I get it. I get it. I just think, sometimes we miss the bigger issue. Like, man, these kids are growing up in broken homes, packing suitcases to go from parent to parent. No kid should have to grow up like that, man. This is America, man. Parents should be able to
Okay,
figure
but
this shit,
what's the
get this
alternative?
shit together.
What's the alternative? What's the
Hey,
alternative?
man, you got to marry that woman, man. You got to marry that woman. Make it work.
No, listen, I did. In my case, I did. And then we were divorced. And then it was World War III. My college girlfriend pregnant. Okay. And she said, "Hey, I'm pro-life. You're going to be a dad." I married her. And then in the end, it didn't work out. But marriage is very important for family. But sometimes it doesn't work. And then
Ryan. Now, this is personal, but why didn't it work out? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
it just didn't work. I was young and stupid, and she had problems. I at the time, it just didn't work. Like when you fucking work 85 hours a week, and because you're scared you don't have any money because your wife is blowing it all, it doesn't work.
Okay.
I mean, I
So
was a workaholic.
you knocked up a chick you didn't know.
HB. Like
Well,
50%, over 50%.
I chose to marry her. I said, you know what? I did this.
No, but what I'm saying is, I understand what you did, and I'm not judging what you did. I'm asking you. You knocked up a chick you didn't know.
I mean, I knew her. She was my at the time.
No, she had money. She had spending issues. She
Oh
you
yeah,
were making
absolutely.
you were making all
Okay.
the bread, but she had.
The more she spent, the more I made. The more I felt I needed to work. I worked more. I made more. She spent more. And she had other.
And see, I think, and I see, Ryan. The reason why I asked you is because I think men got to take a lot more responsibility for the relationships. And that's
Oh,
something
I
that you
do. I
learn.
do. It was partially.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No, no,
ignored
no,
her.
no,
I
no, no.
ignored
I'm not even.
everything, and I worked 100.
Yeah, no,
Because I
I'm
don't.
not
And by
talking
the way,
about
I
you.
didn't want to take care of kids. I'd
It
rather work than take care of kids.
right, and that's part of
Right?
it too. And I think I'm
I
not
was a
saying for
negligent
you. I'm
father
just
for
saying.
sure.
I'm not saying for you.
Well,
I'm
no, I
saying
was.
for. But Ryan, what I'm saying is for people that are listening and they wonder why marriages don't work. A lot of times it's not the love that fucks it up. It's the finances. You know, if you're dealing with a woman that can't control her spending habits, this is something that you got to get in front of because that can ruin a marriage.
Home, and she's like, by the way, I took out a credit card, and I got to tell you about it, and it's got $43,000 on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that can fucking ruin a
Kind of
marriage.
shit.
That'll ruin a marriage.
Yeah, pretty
I thought I
quickly.
seen one crazy stat one time. It was like 80% of all like the like commercial spending is done by women.
It's
Dude,
I
probably
can
higher
kind of
than
see
that.
that.
It's probably
Yeah.
God. It's probably higher than that, man. Honestly, it's probably higher
And
than that.
they're not even making all the money. It's the men making money, but they're spending it.
It's
That's
Or,
ironic
or,
to
or
me.
like when you go to pay your guys that are on your payroll and you can't because she's literally tapped into the business account and started fucking taking money, kind of shit.
yeah. See
I'm not
that,
trying to
and that
grind a
shit.
stone here, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, that shit. That shit.
You know,
That type of shit will fuck
yeah,
up a marriage, and I think
it's
that's
a little,
something that guys have to learn from.
yeah,
You know, those types of mistakes. We got to focus more on that type of stuff. Like, listen, you got to get in front of that money thing. You know, maybe give her a spending limit or an allowance that she can spend, so
yeah.
the money doesn't balloon out of control. You know.
Well, and HB, listen, I'm not blaming. I mean, look, men have a lot of liability in a lot of this, and quickly become workaholics and just think about money and be greedy, right? And put their family
Yeah.
second, and even to avoid taking care of their kids. Like I'm busy. I'm going to work more. I have my own business, and I was just work all the time. And but also, I said it was because I needed more money. Also, didn't
Hey,
want to be.
Ryan,
I didn't want to be a
this
part of it.
you got an extra session up here. Do you need it?
What's that mean?
You got
Oh,
two
no, I don't.
Ryans
I
up.
don't know why I do. I don't know why I do.
I want to let Kimmy up, so let
Oh
me
yeah.
just do that.
Well, kill the other one.
Drop the other one. Drop the other one.
Okay, I did. Kimmy,
It's weird.
try it again.
Go ahead, Ro.
Try it again, Kimmy.
Hey, Ro. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Kimmy. Good morning, Kimmy. You know, and Ryan, that's, man, I'm telling you, man, this is what I feel like if men are gonna come together and talk about these things, we got to talk about the solutions and how we could have fixed those mistakes. And I think you telling about the spending, because it wasn't like infidelity. It wasn't the infidelity or anything like that broke up the marriage. It was the money. And I think guys have to be very careful when you marry a woman.
Yeah.
You gotta set a spending limit for her, especially if she's taking care of the kids all day. You know, like
Yeah. I mean, you got to have a budget, and you should have
yeah,
transparent, very transparencies amongst each other. Transparent, totally. No separate bullshit. Like, oh, I got this over here. Keep your business separate if you have a business. But what I mostly learned was that.
Hey, Ghetto.
Yeah, he's coming up.
He's here.
A 1-2, a 1-2, a 1-2.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, salute to everybody. I know it's a busy panel. How y'all doing? First and foremost, I don't want to be rude. My mom would beat me up.
Pretty good. I'll beat you up now.
Ghetto.
What's up, Ghetto?
Salute to everybody.
Ghetto.
Yeah, I mean, y'all are killing this conversation from all angles. My only I guess new idea or slightly new idea, because I can't say other people may not have thought of this, was why not put both parents on support? If either parent has to go to the system for help and they are arguing they're not getting all the help they need, why would you not just start a case for the entire family in the court and make the parents equally responsible for the payments back to the system?
You know, I'll answer that first. Ghetto, I have too much I got too much pride and ego to be going to the government begging for handouts. So I wouldn't accept it. I'd rather fucking I'd rather pick cotton before I go to the government begging for a
But
handout.
you got a kid though, HB.
No, right.
Yeah,
The
no.
scenario is you
Even
got a kid.
even if I have a kid, I would rather pick cotton
I get it.
fucking 20 hours a day before I go to the government begging for a handout. Now, I don't knock brothers that do, but me personally, I just have too much pride to do that.
I definitely agree with that. I would argue even the majority of men feel like that, HB, that they wouldn't
Yeah,
really
that's
be
true.
going
And
down
it
there
might,
for,
Now,
for court
and
cases.
honestly,
But
it might be foolish pride because we know how the small hats get down. They don't mind
absolutely,
gaming the system, so it might be
it might
foolish
be very
pride.
foolish pride. I do agree
Yeah,
with
No,
and
that.
that's
it's
another
pride.
thing. Like,
It's
why
pride.
are y'all
It
caught
might
up
be
do.
on
foolish.
poor people getting welfare when that's all corporations do is just beg for money that they don't got to pay back?
Yeah,
That
that's
is
why I
true.
said
Yeah, but it's a
that's
personal
why I said
decision. No.
that's why I said I think it is foolish pride. I think it is. It might be. Maybe we
Did
should
you
be
just
more.
compare corporations to poor people?
Yes, I did, because it's all welfare. Like, I don't view it any
Yeah,
different, and I think
yeah,
too
no,
many
but
people
they're two
viewing
different groups
one
of
different than
people.
the other.
That's not true, bro. That's not true. Corporations actually bring value to the marketplace. Poor people do not, unless they decide to work for a corporation.
Yeah, that's a good point, Free Zone. That's a good
That's
point.
not the same. That's not the same thing. And I'm not
They're
saying
both
that.
welfare, dog. That's all I'm
Damn.
saying.
That is a good
I get
point,
it, but
Free
that's
Zone.
kind of. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I don't want to split hairs on that, but go
Are
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
What's
talking?
the rest of
Are
y'all
you
guys'
talking
thoughts
about
on
like?
this?
Are you talking about like government subsidies and stuff for these corporations? Because I think I don't know, man. You got 1,000 employees and you're making EVs or something. I don't know if that's the same as welfare.
Understood.
I don't. It's not the same. It's I really don't think it's the same.
What's the rest of y'all guys' thoughts about the dual responsibility to the
Oh
system?
yeah, ghetto. So I wanted to ask. So who you say like you gonna pay the money to the government, like both parents?
Yes, sir. So like if the let's say the moms takes you down, files a case.
So how's the bills get paid?
I'm so sorry. Hold on one second. If the moms even just starts a welfare case, because if you start a welfare case, they retroactively will put you on child support if they know who the father is, right? So what do you mean how the bills get paid though?
So
I'm
who
confused.
gives? So like normally when you pay into the system, they give it to the other parent to pay their bills.
Right.
So they just y'all both gonna be giving the money to the government just for the government to give it right back.
No,
to
what I'm
pay your
saying is
bills.
the government puts you both on the case as liable for the money that has to be paid back, regardless of who they pay the money out to.
Liable for half the because I'm
And
trying
you
to
and you said
understand.
they and you said they both make about the same. Is that what you said?
I'm saying that wasn't in my scenario, but I mean,
okay.
we can parse it out either way. I would argue that if a man is making more than, or even if the moms is making more, they should definitely be doing more because they are financially able to do so.
But
I'm
your
saying
scenario don't
just-
make sense to me because you pay the
how does
money
it?
to the government,
Right.
And then where's that money go from there? Like they give it back, right, to pay your bills.
No, okay. I think you're jumping the gun. So I'm saying if the whichever parent is getting the money paid out, not that they have to pay money right then and there, but that they are, just like if you were going to college and they create a loan schedule for you. They give you the money now, you have to pay it back later. You buy a car, you buy it on credit, you pay for it now, you got to give the money back later. What if they just made both parents 50-50 liable for whatever money they pay out to whichever parent is the custodial parent, as opposed to making one parent responsible? That's all I was saying.
Gotcha. Okay.
I
Gotcha.
still don't get
I got. I got you.
Since
I
they're
don't.
both equally liable for the creation of the child.
So you want them to have to pay the same amount that they're like, you know what I mean? Like one parent doesn't put in more than the other. Is that the angle you're looking at?
Jihad,
No.
he's saying
Hey,
no, he's
Ghetto.
saying the government pays both of them equally.
No, that wasn't what I was saying.
No.
Oh,
He's saying that both parties pay a specific percentage, and then that gets, I guess, what's the word?
Put into like a common bank account or something.
No. Whether
See, what's
the mom is
and
working or not, whether the dad is working or not, I'm saying, why don't we make both parents equally liable for the amount of money the government doles out?
What do you mean liable? You mean they're gonna get paid the same amount?
No, okay, let's create a scenario. Mom, dad, right? Dad works a little small job. Mom doesn't work at all. They both from the same area. They met, they had a baby. They not in wedlock. Mom eventually saying she needs more money, goes and applies for welfare, right? Why, if mom is also equally liable for the care of that child, would she not at some point, when she's back on her feet, have to pay out half of the money that was generated towards her, or maybe 40% or 30% of the money back into the system?
Back.
Yes.
Why would she pay the government back?
Because she's equally liable for the creation of the child.
The government is loaning her money?
That is what the government
Is this a loan now? This is a
It is.
loan.
It is a loan if they're taking the money from.
for child support in the rear.
I mean, the government isn't supposed to be a bank.
I'm not disputing that whether the government is a bank or not. What I'm
No,
saying
no,
is
no.
two people.
The government is not supposed to make money.
But the government does make money off of child support.
The whole point of child support.
Up to 80% of the money that is collected in child support just stays in the system in administrative costs. Only 20 to 30% actually goes to whichever parent is being paid out.
I don't know. I think you got that
in the
reversed.
business of loaning money like that.
I'm not disputing that. What I'm asking is, if we were arguing ways that the system could be fixed, you guys even brought up people that I'm so sorry.
Bank.
I mean,
it's not
the
a
government
bank. It's just
does
simply fronting the money.
Give out money.
Okay, I don't.
They
that's
broker
not a
in the
good
whole
idea.
system and
I mean,
taking a cut.
no.
But it's not a bank.
You're basically going to make the government into a bank, and that's just more bureaucracy.
It's not a bank, really. They're saying they're going after the
Okay,
dad in the
it's
rear,
just going
not
to
the mom.
create more bureaucracy.
So you're saying only one parent should be liable for the child they both created?
I'm saying find another way to make both parents liable.
Well, what would be your suggestion?
I don't have a suggestion.
No,
I
I
just
think
know that your way.
One parent needs to
isn't
show
the
some
way-
fucking receipts.
Your way is not. There's going to be legal problems doing that, I believe.
Wait, Ghetto. Who has more custody in this scenario you've created?
I would argue that the amount of custody shouldn't necessarily matter, but if we wanted to say it did, then it could be a sliding scale to where if the mom has more custody, then she would pay less, just like if she was the parent that makes less money.
Okay,
in the
but
end of
you're
like
not-
5 or 10
your
years.
scenario.
I'm so sorry.
How is
Isn't that how? That's not how it works right now.
How
That's
is
not
she
how it works.
paying less?
No, it doesn't.
Hold on 1 second, folks. How is she paying less if she has no job and no money?
I said if in the future, so is she planning on never working throughout the 21 years of the child's life?
I don't-
Or
this
in
is,
the
this
I'm
is
so sorry.
probably too hypothetical to answer.
Yeah, Ghetto.
If y'all would let me finish, then maybe I would have been. I'm sorry.
No,
Ghetto,
Ghetto,
that's how the
there's no
system
reason
works
to
now.
finish. What you're saying
How so?
doesn't make sense.
21
No.
years? 21.
Let's say I make
Yeah.
80,000 and I knock up a girl.
Okay,
She
just
doesn't make-
because HB is trying
21.
to help you out here doesn't make it any less fantastical. The
I'm
government
not
should
stating that it's
be
not
loaning-
fantastical. I was
the
just trying to
government
offer
should not be
a
loaning
perspective on
parents
what.
money.
Yeah, no,
But governments loan parents money all the time.
We're
Stanley.
not
alone. It's a
All the
that's
time.
that's how the
College
system
loans
works now.
are the government
Okay,
loaning
that's
you
not
money.
the same thing as raising a child.
I didn't. It is the same thing as raising a
No,
child because you're
it's
sending
not
them
the
to school
same
to
thing
as
as
a part of
raising
their raising to make sure that they
Okay,
become a.
Ghetto, you know what? Pull your head out of your ass.
Stanley, why do we have to take the conversation there? I'm just asking you a humble question, sir.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac.
Ghetto, you're insisting something's the same, and it's not.
Well, can you explain to
Giving
me
a-
how it's not the same? I
giving
don't
a
understand.
parent- Listen
grant
to me.
versus
Yes, sir.
welfare.
Giving
That's the
a
difference.
parent money
No,
to
there's actually
raise
loans
a
for
child
college as well,
is
sir.
not the same thing as a college loan.
I'm so sorry, Stanley. Please continue.
I'm done. It's not raising a child is not like sending a child to college.
How so, Stanley?
You don't have to go to college. You have to raise your kid.
Agreed, Stanley.
Okay, so
Most-
they're not the same. Can we agree that they're not the
It's a
same? Okay,
specifically
can we
correct.
And the
agree
government.
with that?
Ghetto was
Everybody
right.
be
I
quiet.
would
Let
argue,
me
Stanley,
talk
that
Ghetto. We agree they're
it's
not the
insane
same
that when
now?
I try to be calm, everybody just get to go crazy. But then if I
Okay,
go crazy, it's oh, Ghetto's crazy.
You know what? Ghetto is raising your child like sending your child to college.
Brooklyn Watson, children are in college. Most people in
Okay,
college
this is
are
what's
very
going to
young.
happen. I'm just going to have to clear everybody off because you will answer this question.
I have no problem answering your question. So I'm sorry, I got distracted by the chat.
It's a
Is
banking function.
raising your
Loaning
child
money.
like raising or sending your child to college?
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat the first part of that?
Is raising your children like sending your children to college?
I'm not sure how you grew up, Stanley, but in
Okay,
many
no. Don't tell me how I grew up.
I said I'm not
Answer the
sure. I
question.
didn't tell you how you grew up, Stanley. What do you mean?
Answer the question, sir.
Stanley, you're so.
Don't be sly and slick.
I'm not trying to be sly and
You
slick.
know
May I
got
get
you.
my answer
I
out?
want to
Stanley?
hear you say it.
What do you want to hear me say, Stanley? It seems like you already want me to answer a particular way instead of letting me just answer the question.
Your child to college.
Stanley, I'm not sure about in your scenario, but I grew up watching the Cosby Show in a different world. I grew up with the expectation that college was a part of your being raised.
Obfuscate. We're talking
That
about
I don't
money
again,
to
Stanley.
raise
That was
your
literally
child.
a part of the paradigm of
See,
the being raised.
This is why people like you don't
Adults.
like people like me. Because
What do you mean I
will
don't like you,
nail
Stanley? What are you
I
talking
will
about, Stanley? You
nail
just
your
making
rhetoric
stuff
to the
up.
wall and make you answer for it, and you know that you can't.
I
love it.
did answer for it,
I'm
Stanley.
loving life right now.
What are you talking about, Stanley?
You propose the government loaning a parent who's not working money to raise their child, and then they pay it back when they get a job. You compared something. I basically said that the government should not be loaning parents money to raise kids. You compared it to a college loan, a parent co-signing a loan to send a child to college.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying they're not the same. A child does not have to go to college, but a parent has to raise a child or should have to. I'm saying they're not the same. You're saying they are the same. And I'm asking you, how are they the same?
I thought I tried to explain that.
No, you didn't explain shit other than telling me how I was raised.
I didn't tell you, Stanley. I don't. Okay,
No,
Stanley, again,
you know what? Then
if
we
you
will
felt that I was trying to tell you
ignore
how you
your
were raised, I do apologize, Stanley. That
Okay.
wasn't my intention at all. Please forgive me. What I was saying was that there was a general consensus. There was a general thought process among people raised in particular eras that you are going to college, you are going to a trade
that's
school, you're going to do
your
these things, and if I can't
Okay,
afford
you
it,
know
I will
what?
get you the.
I
I'm so
don't
sorry.
know
Go ahead,
where
please.
you learned how to make arguments, but whoever taught you did not do a good job.
Stanley, whoever taught you didn't even tell you to
Okay,
respect the other
whoever
person and
taught
let them
me-
speak. What are you
whoever
talking about,
taught
Stanley?
taught me not to accept specious arguments and not hold people accountable for making them.
Yes, Stanley, you don't have to be rude.
Well, he's
Ghetto,
okay.
respectfully,
He's okay. He knows what time it is.
Ghetto, it's I apologize for Stanley.
And no,
You don't have to
HB,
apologize for
don't
Stanley.
tell
He's
me how
okay.
to make
He's
an
okay.
argument.
He's okay.
No.
He's okay.
It's just, but Ghetto, your point just doesn't make any sense because
Well, I keep telling him that, and he won't accept it from me. Will you accept it from HB?
No,
I'll accept it from anybody. I'm just trying to learn and have the conversation.
I don't ever feel the need to mollycoddle someone who's supposed to be smart.
Well,
They're both
Stanley, let me
loans,
explain
though.
No, let me
Okay, no, one is necessary. You have to raise your child. You do not have to send your child to college.
No, but Stanley, the biggest
And by the way,
Stanley, I argue that society has been set up in a way that you don't have to raise your child. There's ACS, there's CPS, there's all types of child centers, there's teen centers, there's foster care. Like you really don't have to raise your
Okay,
child.
Ghetto, what you need to do is listen to actual knowledge.
we're moving the
Parents
goalposts.
co-sign college loans. They do not take them out generally, like
And
student loan.
You
and
also
Stanley,
you
Stanley,
also
Stan,
get federal loans though. There's
wait,
You
federal
said
loans.
the
Okay,
government
Don't
wasn't
have
in
to
the
Federal
pay.
loan
loan
is a
business, and they
co-sign
are. They're
loans.
specifically in the
they
loan.
are in the loan
They
business.
do
they're
not.
Joe
they're
Biden tried to
federally.
forgive $1 trillion
Wait,
worth of
wait.
loans.
They're
Okay,
federally
God
backed
damn it!
loans.
Y'all are just gonna foster this nonsense?
No, wait, Stanley. Let me
I'm just trying to have a
push back.
conversation.
Let me
No,
just push
fuck
back
the
real quick.
conversation. I want you to prove your point.
Wait, Stanley.
I
Just let me
did.
say. Let me
You
say this
didn't.
one thing, Stanley. Let me say this one thing. Those loans are federally backed. They're not. They don't come from the federal government though. They come from
Okay,
a bank.
HB.
Boom.
They come from
But
a
all our
bank.
all our money comes from a bank. HB, wouldn't you agree with that?
Help too.
All our money comes from the central
Raising
bank.
a
HB.
child is not
Every
like
single dollar that
sending
flows
a
through
child
the
to
economy
college.
comes from the central banks. We don't have money of our
guys are
own.
all
Raising
talking
a
over each other.
child
I'm so
is
sorry.
not like sending a child to college.
No, I 100% agree, Stanley. I 100% agree.
So it doesn't matter the source of the money, it matters what you're using the money for.
Well, I think it matters in this case because one comes from a bank that's backed by the government. The other comes from taxpayers' funds. that don't
Okay,
wanna see.
you obviously don't understand my point.
Wait, what's your point, Stanley?
It
What's your
does
point?
not matter the source of the money.
Oh yeah, no. I agree with that, but I think
Okay,
fundamentally
well,
the
giving
argument doesn't
money
make any
to
sense.
loaning money for child rearing is not something the government should be doing.
No, I don't. I agree. I think this is a society. Who up here wants to see a child go hungry in America?
But we have several.
I
safety
personally
nets.
could give a
I
shit.
can entertain
No,
ghetto
I would
ideas.
never
I don't
want to
really
see a
care.
child go hungry.
All right,
Just
so
to
you
cut
guys,
down on
want
debt.
to see
Just
a
they
bunch of
couldn't care less.
I would
wanna
never
see a
want to
bunch
see
of
not
starving
one
babies?
child go
You
hungry in
guys want to
America.
see a bunch of starving babies? These and mind you, these are the guys that are pro-life that are saying that too.
I
You guys wanna
actually
No,
do
no,
food
but no,
drives
no.
and
Here,
give
here,
food to
here's the
give out
here's the
food to
problem,
kids basically.
HB.
So I would never
If
let that
if
happen.
So you're
if I'm gonna answer the question directly, the answer is
you're pro-choice then.
the answer is no. I don't want to see kids hungry. However,
There we go.
you're not gonna use that question to pull at my heartstrings to get me to pay my tax money for parents not doing the right thing with their own fucking dick and pussy.
I just did, and you gave me the right answer. I just did.
Stanley, can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
What you mean?
I just pulled at your heartstring and you fell for it.
How so?
Because I just asked you.
Because you say you don't want to see the kids go hungry, so that's the end of the
Exactly.
story.
I just pulled at your
You're not gonna
heartstring
want
and
to see it.
you played
Right,
just
but I
like a
don't. But if they are hungry, that doesn't mean I want to step in and rescue and save the situation. Fuck them kids.
Stanley, can I say something?
I didn't say that.
Well, I guess as soon as they're done.
I just asked you, do you want to see that kid go hungry? You said
Let's
no.
let
So I pulled at your heartstring and you fell for it.
Come on, HB.
Go ahead, Kimmy. You're not gonna do that to me. I just did, nigga. I just did. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna do it. I
Come
just
on,
did.
HB.
Go ahead, Kimmy. Go ahead.
I just wanted to address what Ghetto said about people don't have to raise their children. In the U.S., child abandonment is a crime, which is why people go to jail for not paying their child support, etc.
But I'm not talking about child abandonment. I'm talking about the
I'm not
children that
finished.
get put in the
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
I'm so sorry.
So as for children that get put into the system, those come with criminal charges against the parent.
That's not true.
Right? It does 100%. There's
Kimmy,
no.
Mothers
100%.
literally drop their children off
Please
at fire
don't
departments,
interrupt.
police
Please stop
stations, everything,
interrupting.
and there's no law that stops them.
We
from
can have a
doing it.
productive patterns of conversation. You don't interrupt when someone's talking.
Everyone's been interrupting me. Is it only me that's not allowed to interrupt
well,
the
you're
record?
not
I'm just
gonna-
trying to ask.
Well, I just want to be
be
quick, and then I can hop off, and then you all can go back to what you do.
So you want privilege. You don't want equality.
No. You know
No,
what?
don't change the conversation.
Hold on. Excuse me, Kimmy. On this panel, Kimmy has privilege.
Yes, she does.
Well, thank you.
I thought we
So
were equals.
do
That's
not
not
mistake
okay.
this for
No,
HB
we're
or
not
for
equals.
good
Kimmy's a
service
lady.
panel.
We're gonna act like it. We're not equal.
So
Kimmy's a
any
lady.
child that gets removed into the system it comes with a criminal charge attached. I can show you the documents if you don't believe me. Those parents have those charges
to the back right
on
now.
their records for almost up to 40 years. Unless they voluntarily place a child, and even with that, there's still some charge that comes with it. This is the legal system we're talking about. There's no way that a child's going to end up a ward of the state or in the custody of the state, and there's no charge attached to the parent. So in any case of child abandonment, there is a criminal penalty attached to it. Several parents get arrested in the removal of their, like when the state has to remove their children, all of that. And the bottom line is, if you don't take care of your children, the government will. That's it.
So then you don't have to raise them. You kind of just proved my point, Kimmy.
No. But I'm just saying, even if you don't raise them, you're abandoning a child, and it's a crime. That's what I'm saying.
It's not a crime. They literally allow you to drop your child off at police stations, fire departments, all that. Like that, and no charges get brought on those women.
Works.
That's not true.
They have to be right no matter what.
Having to be right. It's like what the law is.
Hold on a sec. Let me editorialize.
So the safe haven law doesn't exist anymore. Is that what we're saying?
Editorialize, please.
I'm just asking if the safe haven law is
don't just try to sum it up. Editorialize.
Kimmy, can you show me where they dropped the safe haven law?
Apparently, this young man doesn't quite understand when I asked to editorialize. Please allow me. This brand of black conservative has to be right, even if they have to go to ridiculous lengths. Like, I will go to jail to prove that that the government will raise a child. It's ridiculous. It's certainly not practical, and it makes for a shitty debate. Go ahead.
And thank you, Stanley, for pointing that out, because I have sat back and watched, just in society, a lot of these, like you said, so-called conservatives who are really not. They just vote on a conservative ballot. Let's just be honest. Their behaviors are nothing of what conservative values really mean. And it's not demonstrated in their real lives. But
I mean, who you talking about in particular?
Speak, Ghetto.
But what I'm seeing is that a lot of the behaviors these so-called conservatives are accusing liberals of having, they're having the same behaviors too, and it's really disgusting for me to just sit back and watch something that's supposed to be good unravel and come down to the people that they point fingers and laugh at. They're not conducting themselves in the way that they should as conservatives.
Isn't it crazy? They say they want less government.
What does that even mean?
Do you want me to explain it, Lou?
Can you provide an example? I'm lost.
Really
if
clear
you
with
can't
that.
understand
Real
a
conservatives. That's what she's
reason
saying. Y'all just
argument,
vote that way.
I can explain it with blunt force.
May I just ask a question, please?
Yeah, because I thought we were talking about Ghetto, and I don't even know if Ghetto is conservative, but
does the safe haven law no longer exist? Just for the record, I just want to make sure we're having a conversation in honest truth.
Ghetto, I think that only applies.
Ghetto, you can't legally abandon your kid. You get charged for that. I don't know why you're arguing this.
Yeah.
So you're saying the safe haven law no longer exists across the United States?
I don't know what that is, but I know CPS exists, and if they
the safe haven law, also known as the baby Moses. May I read this, please?
May I
read this, please?
No matter what,
I think it's state specific. States.
So
may I please read this?
I think that only applies to like a newborn.
And it depends on the state. So the state can still charge that parent with child abandonment depending on the state.
All 50 states, including the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, have enacted safe haven statutes. May I please share this to the back chat? Like I'm literally reading off the safe haven law. Right
So just because it's two different things. So just because there is safe haven where you can like safely let go of a child versus throwing them in a garbage can or something like that,
yes, ma'am.
It does not mean that the state won't come after you with child abandonment laws.
It
depends on the state.
What it's not. It's completely decriminalized.
No, it's not decriminalized. All it's saying is that you can safely give up your child.
Known as the baby Moses law and are statutes in the United States that completely decriminalize the leaving of unharmed infants.
It's not. Trust me. Look into.
So
it depends on the state.
So this is wrong, is what you're saying?
And the federal government can tell the states what to do. So
we're not even having conversations in honesty no more, guys.
Okay.
Well, you know in certain cities they got these boxes at fire.
Go ahead,
Go ahead, Ghetto.
This is crazy. I'm literally reading from childwelfare.gov state haven law. Like we're not even having a conversation based in honesty no more. It's just emotions.
Okay, don't call
I
them
Safe haven
but that's
is just the ability to safely provide the child to safely give up the child. But it doesn't mean that the state can't come after you. Depending on the state you live in,
completely decriminalized in all 50 states and Puerto. So you're saying that
it's not
so you're saying
completely.
that they're lying on
It's like a
the
library book
childwelfare.gov
exchange.
site.
I'm thinking of like the fire departments that have the little box that you could put the baby in.
Yeah,
I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. Is that what we're talking about?
That's safe haven.
Yes, that is safe haven.
They call
So
those
we're
baby
saying that
hatches.
doesn't exist
or
across the
baby
50
box.
states and Puerto Rican anymore.
Yeah, you
Puerto
just
We're not
Rican.
saying that it
baby
doesn't
in there.
exist, but the state can still come
Drops
after you with
They
charges
will.
depending
It's
on where you
completely
live.
So you're saying
childwelfare.gov says it's completely
Okay,
decriminalized.
So you're saying if you put your baby in that box, they can still come after you?
No, they
Depending on the
can't.
state you live in.
Ghetto, hold on. The safe haven is basically, don't you just like drop them off and disappear?
That's
Do
it.
they ever know?
So then
No, you
how
stuff
could
them in
they
one of them
charge you?
boxes.
Because in every safe
like a
haven
mail
case,
drop
they've
box.
actually
Stick
tried
them
down to
in.
track down the mother.
And then just let it close.
Yes, they just don't let it go. They just don't see a child in the baby box or the baby hatch, whatever they call it, and say, "Okay, the child's here." Forget about
not
figuring
true
it
at
out. They don't do that.
No, okay, guys. I'm
I
gonna
think they
share
did.
some
You can literally
articles
look this
back,
up, and there's
I'm literally
cases.
reading off of childwelfare.gov.
No. Look
Miss
up
Kimmy.
actual cases. You can look up court cases. They're public records.
Yo, add that link.
Court cases of what though exactly? I'm
Ghetto,
confused.
'cause I wanna read
Of
it.
people that have put their babies in baby boxes and baby hatches.
Can you
have been
send me
tracked
some
down by the
cases?
have been
I
tracked
saw
down
it
by
on
the
Chicago
state.
Fire. I saw it on
Have been
Chicago
tracked down
Fire.
by the state
Fire.
and been offered support like parenting classes to take their child back, or they get charged with child abandonment. In many cases, that has happened. In many states, that have happened. The government
Can
cannot
you
tell
send
the
me some
states.
cases?
I think you can look it up. We all know how to use Google.
You just wow.
We all know how to
we
access
don't-
public
I mean, as
records.
adults, shouldn't we be able to support our argument with context, though, Miss Kimmy?
Oh
I'm not-
yeah. This is SKC's baby right here.
You still ain't drop your link,
He
Ghetto.
would rather.
The links
he
is in
would
the back.
rather
I'll resend them. My
obfuscate
fault.
the
I thought
point
I put them
by
all in the back.
forcing
I
you to
apologize.
forcing you to go and look up specifics when we're all knowing what the answer really is.
What
Safe
They
haven.
should put
And
people in
Stanley,
jail
this
for
is
not
a
paying
perfect
child support,
example
Kimmy.
of the conservatives
Kimmy, they should put
so-called
jail for child support.
acting like
Not paying child
liberals.
support.
Exactly what I have to go through.
But
every
how
time
my
This is a
initial
perfect
point was
example.
that both parents should be liable.
We're not paying
I don't
child
understand how it got all the way over here.
Okay,
Because
how
you
it
said
got
that
over
you
here-
said that a child could
how
be
it got over
the parents
here,
didn't have to raise
Ghetto-
their children.
Ghetto.
I'm so sorry.
Let me
Say that one more
tell you
time.
how
Miss
it got
Kimmy.
over
I didn't hear you.
here. It got over here because you come up, you get shot down, and then you will use any way possible to not be wrong.
No, sir.
Okay.
I was
What
asking
you-
us
what
to have a
you're
conversation
doing-
in
what you're
honesty. The
doing
statement was
is
made that you can't just leave a
And
child.
conservatives make fun of liberals for doing that. They will say like
When-
in New York
when
City
they
when the
provide
sky was
sources?
orange and they was trying to tell us the sky wasn't orange. We saw the sky was orange. They were telling us, "Oh, don't
No,
worry
that's
about
not
it."
that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
as asking you to provide
He's
sources.
actually bringing no bullshit because he's actually bringing.
Yo, I respect all y'all. Have a good day. I'm not trying to argue today. Like, God bless, man. I
Okay,
provided
well,
the sources to the back.
next time you try to argue, do it better.
I mean, he's bringing. He has a piece of documentation.
Lou, let me tell you what I mean.
He has a definition.
Okay, no. This is not SKC's panel. This is not Hood's panel. We
Man,
make
get the fuck out of here, man. He's bringing evidence. What you mean?
That's classy.
He brought no evidence.
Now,
Did you even look at it?
wait.
What a definition.
You fucking
We all
do
know
this shit all the time, bro.
We all know
People-
what safe haven means.
Okay,
Hold on. Before
here is
everybody
the
gets
deal.
all
What you need to understand is that we make sense on this panel. We don't go by SKC or Hood conservative standards here.
now, Stanley, I
What?
do want to. Hold on, Stanley. I do want to say.
Dude, Stanley's even screaming at HB.
No.
Okay,
Stanley,
God damn it, I'll scream at you too.
Stanley, now
Stanley,
let me say this
you've
because
been. It's nap time, buddy.
wait,
You gotta take a
Ryan,
nap.
Ryan,
It's not nap time. It's
Nah, he gets real tired. Like this.
y'all
Ryan,
need to learn.
All right, please let
God.
HB moderate.
Please,
No.
you guys, but wait, you guys, I just need to bring some clarity to this. So, the safe haven laws do there. It is in all 50 states, and it does enact. But you have to follow strict laws or strict rules, guidelines, or the state can come after you. And one of the major things is the baby has to be less than 30 days old. So if that baby is over 30 days old, the state can come after you for abandoning that child. If it's under 30 days, they can't.
And even the link Ghetto dropped said this. I don't know why Ghetto was playing games like Kimmy.
Okay, because that's what people like Ghetto, SKC, etc., et al. do. Okay, they depend on their audience to be ignorant.
And you know what I'm realizing? I don't think this has anything to do with liberal or conservative. I think there's people with a disease. They have a diseased mind. They can know something is as plain as day, and they're committed. They're just committed. I mean, there's people out here who are just committed to lies.
Yeah,
and to see.
It literally,
just so you know,
Kimmy,
Lou,
it literally says 30 days.
Was not presented.
Yes, the government can come after you for abandonment if that baby is over 30 days old. And you have to follow strict guidelines for this. Very strict guidelines. You can remain anonymous, but if that baby is over 30 days old, they will come after you. So it doesn't.
Thank you, HB.
It doesn't. I think Ghetto was kind of
proving Ghetto wrong.
Yeah, I think Ghetto.
I wasn't saying whether Ghetto.
No.
I was not saying whether he was right or wrong. That wasn't my point.
Sound like you jumped out the window for him.
No, my point is if somebody drops something, then let's actually look at it.
No,
don't just fucking discount the whole thing.
It is not your panel.
I don't care, Stanley. I'm just saying what I'm saying.
No, the thing
I can stay here if I want to.
Do not
Fuck
tell
you.
me to go look at a link. I don't need to know he's wrong.
Free zone. The thing though was Ghetto was making it seem like the state can't come after you when they can come after you.
I understand that.
Okay,
I understand that.
You understand that? Are you gonna go the his Ghetto point of view route and take it to the absurd?
No.
Thank you.
And mind you, Free Zone 2, this is all just moving the goalposts. We weren't even talking about no child abandonment.
That's
and
true.
I think that's kind of where we kind of missed the whole point. Like, yeah, I get it. You look something up, you want to make a point, but if the point don't even pertain to the conversation, you're just wasting everybody's time. Now I know if I want to abandon a baby, I got 30 days to do it. Thanks a lot.
Yes, that's good information.
Oh, it is very good. It is very good information.
Dropped a little bastard in a mail.
I wish Ghetto told us that.
Through college.
I wish Ghetto told us that, but he was too focused on being right in the argument when really the only ones that suffer is the kids. The goddamn kids. I feel like that lady on The Simpsons. Think about the children. Think about the children.
HB, the only one of all people actually worried about the kids. You got a point though. Like the kids.
But Ghetto, okay, so Stanley, you invited Ghetto up to discuss his point, and it pointed both mom and dad accountable for the kid. I think that was his larger point.
No,
I think that's where he was trying to go.
His larger point basically his larger point was, could the government loan a parent who's not working money and have them pay it back at a later time? My response was the government should not be loaning money to parents to raise a child.
Well, it wasn't really a loan. It was, in other words,
it's
once on your fee, do you owe the state money back?
Okay, let me finish my point, Ryan. He then proceeded to say, well, it's like a college loan. I responded, it is not like a college loan. The reason why it's not like a college loan, a kid does not have to go to college, but a kid does need to be raised by his parent. One is necessary, one is not. That is why they're not the same. The government should not be making loans for child support. You either
But
give
even
the,
before that, when he wasn't on panel, you said, "Hey, come up and express yourself."
yes,
You got off on the
brought
loan
him
part,
up to
but what he
express
was saying
himself.
was
He
both parents
expressed.
should be responsible for
God
the
damn it,
kid
Ryan! Don't
and
overtalk.
accountable.
Don't overtalk.
Finish yours, and then I'll say it. Okay, go
Okay,
ahead. Go ahead.
I will
Go ahead.
finish mine. I brought him up here. He expressed his opinion and I critiqued it. He did not like the critique. That's where it went off the rails.
And
Can I
also,
respond?
wait, I
Can I
just want to add
respond
one
now?
more thing.
Expressed himself.
Ryan, I do want to add one more thing to that too. If the woman does start to make more income, in most cases she will be, she will be held liable for that income. So if the guy starts out making like 50,000 and she's not making anything, and then she just turns around and now she's making 100,000, now she's gonna have to pay more in child support, or she might just get
Yes.
put on child support altogether. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but I think the larger point, though, what he was initially saying in the chat was the woman should have to be accountable for what she does with the money if she's getting money from the husband, and the state should be involved. And because a lot of times, let's not say man, woman, the one parent pays XYZ to the other parent and spend the money on whatever they want. They don't even have to buy the kid a coat. Okay. And I think he was trying to find a way to find accountability for both parties. That level of accountability would be with the state, right? Because it's difficult to prove that the other party is not spending the money right. Like, it's hard to prove. If you go pick your kid up in tatters and rags and filthy and in a fucking coat that's 5 years old, and you go, hold on, I'm giving you 18 with the money. They don't have to be accountable.
I know
So
a
I
lot
think
of
he was
guys
seeking a way to do that.
buy the stuff to get around that.
I think
has to
you
go buy
can be
it. That's
accountable.
right.
No, Ryan, I think you can be accountable for that if you're keeping documentation of this. If your child is showing up looking like a hobo and you're paying child support, yeah, you could probably go get full custody of that kid for
Good luck.
I mean,
Good
if
luck.
the kid is looking like malnourished and in tattered clothes, yeah, I mean you could make the claim that it's abuse. What you're talking about is abuse.
Well,
That's what it sounds like to me.
It's the thing is, I think what Ghetto was saying is the one person pays the other person money, and then the person that gets the money doesn't really have to be accountable with it. They could go spend it on drugs, and who would know? You got to prove them incompetent in order to win, right? So
I think that's up to the.
So
father.
he's suggesting
I mean,
the state could sanction that. The state could monitor it, is what I think he was suggesting.
Yeah, and me personally.
How about we monitor ourselves and make better decisions in life, and not end up in these problems?
Thank you, Kimmy.
That's
what I'm saying.
Ghetto was saying
and,
this.
and Ryan, that's an example where Kimmy is saying that most quote unquote conservatives, they're really just liberals.
I mean, I don't know if it's liberal or conservative. I think it's just.
I mean, he's
it's
pushing
fucked
for.
up about the state.
Well, let me tell you
for,
how it's liberal or conservative.
He's pushing for equality.
Ryan, let me explain how it's liberal or conservative. Basically, and it's not. You're right. It's not conservative. It's black conservative, and even black conservative. I'll narrow it down to hood conservative. Okay, these guys cannot stand it when someone who is not one of their ilk makes a point and a valid point. It irks the shit out of them.
I don't know about that, Stanley.
Well, I do. If you aren't sure, I am sure.
I thought conservatism meant less government.
It does. But August,
Okay.
August,
If we're not,
Also, like, also,
So if we're not,
there are also
So-
values that go with that, like actual values.
It would be more.
that you
Yeah,
ca-
it would
you
be.
carry
It would be
yourself
more
with.
government. And
That's why MAGA.
And Lou, that's why somebody like Stanley is a lot more conservative than most
100%.
conservatives. Because
100%.
he made sure he wasn't put in a situation where the government has to get involved. That's the point.
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, that's why MAGA isn't conservative.
And to a certain extent,
And I
Stanley,
can agree with that, Stanley.
I think
I
these
agree
are
with
wide sweeping conversations. I mean, at the end of the day, like I don't know why is the party that has the child most of the time held to higher accountability. You know, like I think that's something there. I mean,
But think about that, Ryan. Say when I was married, for instance, I spent a lot of time at work, but I was equally accountable for my son. I mean, if something happens to him, I'm equally accountable as a parent.
well, let's say they're spending the money on drugs. Not to name names.
Well, I don't think Stanley. I don't think
Okay, and
Stanley
let's
was spending
say
money on drugs.
They're trying to withhold your kid and spending money on drugs, and also stealing money out of accounts and shit. You're like, you better cut this shit out.
Right,
And
are
you're
you
going
speaking
back
from
and forth in court, right?
Are you speaking?
Right.
And
You
hire
kind
a
of
fucking
you
PI
keep
and
like
shit to bust
projecting.
her ass.
Yeah, I think
And
Ryan
I'm
is
just
speaking
saying,
from,
they don't hold the
experience.
woman
Man,
accountable
the tunnel vision.
for the money. She can
You
pull it out of your
notice, Lou?
account. Okay? She can get her own
Like,
apartment.
he
From
She
personal
can set up her own
James
fucking
Harkett on that
world.
point.
Yeah, he's talking
Okay?
on
Her
personal.
own
Ryan,
apartment.
what kind
I
of
keep
drugs?
telling
The
him,
Ryan,
Matt,
what kind of drugs are we
instead
talking
of
about?
bringing his personal experience.
Ryan, what
That's
kind of drugs?
prescription painkillers.
Yeah, that's like you.
Prescription
That's
painkillers
like
in
your
another
third.
state.
That's like your
Okay?
fourth time saying drugs. Like, yeah, we might as well get into it.
Yeah.
What's the drugs, man? What's the drugs?
Hey, listen, let's apartment behind your back.
Jeez.
Okay? Let's say she does some shit like that and just starts dipping into the business account. Okay? Let's say she takes out a secretive credit card.
Hey, this sounds
the
like
thing
it
is,
happened
the
to you,
state,
Ryan.
the
I'm
fucking
saying.
state, though, they don't give a shit about it. You could
I'm
say,
kidding.
hey, she's on prescription painkillers, try to get custody, and that bitch still shows up and, oh, I'm not doing that. And because of HIPAA shit, you see what I'm saying? You can hire a PI that still can't get nothing because of HIPAA. And then you write a child support check out for $2,000. You go, here, this is for you. And she says, thanks. And you know she's going to spend it on drugs because she don't care.
Well, did she?
She did.
Hey, that would be kind of rough, man. I don't know if I could do that. I think I have to take it.
Yeah, you want
I
to
can't write that
kill
check
this
if I know
bitch.
that's what
You want
where
to
it's
beat
going.
this motherfucker. Let me just tell you what. And then, but if you give it time, eventually, and you do the right thing, eventually you'll get custody. Because that bitch goes off the rails. Okay, she keeps on doctor shopping. She keeps on wasting money on drugs. And at the end of the day, the kid chooses the key. You got to hang on. I didn't mean to sidetrack it, by the way.
Nah, Ryan.
I didn't mean to sidetrack it.
Listen, Ryan.
I didn't mean to sidetrack it.
You're laying on.
You always need to sidetrack.
You're laying on
No, I
Stanley's
don't, Virgo.
therapist. You're laying
But
on
hi,
Stanley's
Virgo.
therapist couch right now, Ryan. It's okay,
Yeah.
man. Let it out.
All
Let
right.
it out, man.
I'm sorry.
This is
I just
Dr.
went a little
Stanley's.
fucking sideways on that.
You know what? I don't really have anything to say. I mean,
That's because you're a good
Sucks.
you're a
Fuck
good
the
therapist,
government.
Stanley. You gotta
well,
just
Fuck all
the
these.
thing is he survived it.
yeah.
It
That's
didn't kill her. I mean,
barely.
honestly,
I wanted to
it
fucking
took a
kill
lot
her.
of self-control, in my opinion.
It took
yeah. I
tremendous
don't know, Ryan.
self-control.
I might have pushed her down a flight of steps if she was doing all that shit to me.
Yes.
I don't know, man.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes. All right, but look, seriously, the state works against. That's a larger thing.
Kim, to your point in the chat, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know, you know, in the spirit of bluntness, which I seem to excel in, those people do not respect women at all. I mean, in the back of their minds, they're going, "What is this woman doing?" And
Oh.
this is what I mean about treating women like people. When you don't think that they're smart or something to that effect, you have no respect for women. It comes out in heated conversations. So
that makes a lot of sense.
No,
it's just hatred. I got it.
Well, I won't say hatred as much as just lack of respect. Had you been home, probably would have been like, hey, you need to, sit down and, act like a woman. And I find that to me is just disturbing.
Yeah. And then too, I think too, if you're going to present a hypothetical, at least know what your hypothetical means. Like what you're really asking for is equality. And now you sound just like the liberal feminist that you claim to hate.
That's an excellent point.
Stanley has been saying that for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
HB, for real.
These guys just want equality. You might as well go.
Well, now I'm not the best. I'm a little blunt force when it comes to making points. Because I do get rather passionate. But the thing is, when you get to a certain age, you can spot something like that a mile away. There's just no respect for women. There's a difference between gender roles, expecting, I can understand, hey, I want a woman to do this, I want a man to do that. My mother wouldn't mow a lawn. No one ever expected my mother to mow a lawn. It's just,
I mean, I don't touch garbage. I get it.
but that's not
me neither.
That's not the same thing as disrespecting her. It's just her role was something else. There's a difference between expecting a woman to feel to perform a gender role in a home and just outright disrespecting her. That woman will never have a good idea.
So I think I have a better understanding. It's not necessarily hatred, but how dare I have the audacity to speak? And how dare I have the audacity to speak to him? I think
Right.
I think I'm getting that. Okay.
And you believe in gender roles probably more than I do, but there are certain that disrespect just shines through.
You're right.
And you know what? I'm going to apologize for black men.
How dare you? How dare you show me my point is meaningless? How dare you?
Well, Stanley, you have to also understand a lot of these guys are coming from spaces where this is the norm. This is the norm to just like disrespect women and look down on them.
I said this isn't Hoodservatives panel.
Yeah.
Because I do think, in Ryan's case, I do have sympathy for him. But I don't think men and women should be held. I don't believe men and women are equal. So why would the government treat men and women equal?
Yep, that's true.
Oh, look at this Blue Pill 101. Motherfucker, I swallowed all the pills.
Oh, damn.
And Nas says that, but Nas, come on, man. Aren't you from like Eastern Europe? You guys wouldn't be talking that blue pill. Man, y'all put a foot in a bitch ass over there. She talk about some child support or something like that. You from like Eastern Europe, man. Yeah, come on, man.
Well, here's the simple solution to child support. Take care of your damn kid. Then people wouldn't be forced to put you on child support. Isn't that simple?
Okay, now look at
simple.
this brilliant person here. Not worshiping women equals disrespect. So does respect mean worshiping women? Dude, come on, get a life.
I could argue that you guys worship women by impregnating them and not marrying them.
You're gonna worship them one way or another.
You
right.
You're the real worshiper.
The government gonna make you worship them.
You gave a ain't shit bitch your seed. That's the real
funny.
worship. That's the real worship.
I don't feel sorry for these guys talking shit about, oh, my baby mama took me to court, blah, 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 blah. Man, shut the hell up. Tired of hearing that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said it. Y'all could attack me if y'all want. I said it. I got a power sleep. Sorry I fell asleep on you last night, Stanley.
Oh no, that's all right. I knew you were tired.
Good morning, Virgo.
Good morning, Miss Kimmy. How are you?
Show something right quick. This is to a point, and this is kind of going back to a point that Psychopath made. Oh, you know what? I'll do it tomorrow. I'm going to go back to this. There's a clip that BGS just put out talking about how feminism subverted civil rights, and that is dead on target. You know, feminism has problems, not the level of problems that, you know, a hood conservative would say. However, taken too far, it has been a problem, and it has been a problem for civil rights.
Oh yeah, big
back
time.
in the day, it was.
Big time. I always thought that once you made women a part of what is it? A certain class. Protected class, right? You pretty much just blew up the whole civil rights movement. Civil rights should have been specifically for black people, but now you include everybody in it. It kind of defeats the whole purpose.
Well, I think they kind of had to do it just to.
Jackson Rainbow Coalition.
I don't think they had to. I don't think they had to do it. I don't think they had to do it. I think that it was the only way that you could have gotten black people to go along with it.
But I don't think rights exclusively belong to a group of people. I think that's what the laws, you know, the Constitution and all that surrounding this stuff. Like, I don't think rights belong to just one group of people.
Well, Kimmy, that's a kind of a dangerous thing because remember they went and basically said rights didn't belong to a certain set of people for quite some time.
That is true.
That's what the civil rights is for, to get equal rights.
With that, but you might be able to flip that point because of the opposite.
Right, and I think that's the only reason why it you know, the suffrage movement, that's a whole different ball game, you know, like. But I think when you kind of lump everything all into civil rights, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of what civil rights was meant for. That's why I always thought that too, Stanley. Like the feminism and civil rights, it kind of defeated the purpose of civil rights because it was specifically for black people. And you know, Kimmy, I get it too.
Wonder who did that.
Well, the thing is the argument is that you can't favor one group over the other. That's, you know, the affirmative action arguments and all that, you know, where you're favoring. Basically, civil rights, that Michigan case, after the Bakke case, they basically said, okay, well, essentially, affirmative action is preferring one group over another. We understand how you want to do that, but you got to put a time limit on it. And that's basically why affirmative action got defeated, because it had gone, I think, was it 20, 25 years or whatever? That time limit was basically almost over, and there was no foreseeable end. So that was another justification for ending civil rights.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? What am I talking about?
Affirmative action was like 50 or 60 years. Wasn't it like in the 70s?
There was a case. You remember the Bakke case?
Yeah.
That was like
I think, but I thought,
1978.
yeah, RGB gave the last thing.
Okay. Do your research, Ryan. If you need me to help you do it, I will.
I just know that one particular
Okay, no, you actually don't know, Ryan. You just literally
one party lumped it all together, and it was liberals.
Here, I'll go ahead and find that Michigan case for you and put it in the back.
But should we have been fighting to keep that, because did it even benefit black people, the affirmative action?
Well, it didn't benefit black people because they kept tinkering with it, and women got included, etc.
Yeah.
And now trans rights are there.
Yeah, so I don't got no problem with that. That's not my fight no more. 'Cause it don't help us.
Yep. And now, I mean, it's gotten so bad. Now you got guys talking about men's rights. I mean, it's literally gotten out of control, man. We need men's rights now, man. I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's kind of funny. Join it because it makes you appear weak.
Yeah, HB's gonna be making fun of this men's rights thing all day. I could tell.
I just, I get the premise of it. Yeah, some things are wrong, but I mean, Jesus Christ, man, you guys to really rally behind it. It's like, bro, you sound like the suffrage movement now, man. Might as well go get some picket, start protesting and stuff. Like, god damn. That sounds like a bunch of sissies.
Should we pull out the small violin?
We might have to. Jesus, guys, I don't know. I mean, I get it, man. Bitches are cold-blooded, man. I get it. But, once a child's involved, like, bro, you got to get over all that shit, man. I get it though, but I feel like once you have a child, as a man, your life is kind of over, man. You kind of gotta.
Oh, don't say it like that. It wasn't exactly over. To be honest with you, I would almost say it began.
No, I get it, but what I'm saying is, Stanley, like the guys that are rallying for men's rights are the ones with kids. It's
Really?
it's kind of like what would a single guy be complaining about men's rights for? It doesn't affect him.
It's about
He doesn't have
custody.
kids.
It's about custody and relationship
Yeah,
with
it's
your
only
kids.
right. It's only
That's what it's
about
about.
men with
Well, I
messed
thought
up.
it had to do with like workplace, like promotions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, it's
Or
really
am
a
I- I
custody
mean, I
movement.
It's a plethora. From what I understand, it's a plethora of issues. Not just regulated to just child support and all that stuff.
Oh.
Wait, go ahead, CKJ. My bad, man.
Do you think men should have equal rights to their kids?
Yes.
I think morally, yeah, they should.
But here's the problem, CK. A lot of these men that cry about the child support, and I don't know you personally, but I'm not talking about you. But a lot of these men that cry about child support, cry about they can't see their kids, they don't take the effort to go to court.
No,
I know plenty of men.
But yeah, that's a fact
but
though.
to your point,
Virgo.
though.
I know plenty of
They
men.
got studies on this, and I've asked my dad because he wanted more custody about me. I was like, well, why didn't you fight harder? And he was saying when he was in court, bro, because really the only way you get it is you got to talk shit about the other party. He said he didn't want to talk shit, like, and he just kind of let it roll out. But he did go to the courts.
Yeah, but
kind of
he
basically from how he put it, he could have went harder than he did, and he didn't. Like just to kind of save grace for her like dignity and stuff.
Nah, you got to be a savage in that
That
courtroom.
might be one example,
Yep.
but there's for some reason a lot of different examples why men, even though they want custody, they just don't fight the same way women do in court. Like they throwing everything on the table,
Yeah,
and going at
there's
it.
guilt.
Because I know plenty of men who have 50-50 custody and don't pay child support because they have the 50-50 custody. My husband is one of them.
But Virgo, 50-50 is really not 50-50 though.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm telling you.
It's not really 50-50.
Okay, how so?
I'm gonna give you an example. My cousin, he only gets his daughter like 7 days out the month.
That's
But
not
he has-
50-50.
But on paper, it says 50-50 though. You see what I'm saying? It's really not 50-50. But he has
Well, he needed to negotiate better with the lawyers.
I think the numbers are skewed because I remember I saw my dad every other weekend, but like on paper it was like almost 50-50 custody kind of. But I could only see
that's
him
not
every other
50-50.
That's what I'm
weekend.
saying. But to the courts, that is 50-50 though.
You know what I mean? But how is that 50-50? I'm only seeing them every
I'm
other
not.
weekend.
I get what you saying. It's not 50-50, but to them, it's 50-50.
And
So
and you have to
never,
understand, it also depends on the state.
it's never really. Well, I think that's probably the
True.
case too. It's never really 50-50.
I think too. It
Like
depends
I'm
on
gonna give you another example. With my cousin, he wanted to, he got a new job and he wanted to, put his child on the healthcare and everything. She doesn't want him to do that, but is the reason why she doesn't want him to do that. So even if
Why? Because she got Medicaid.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And it's like that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I know the game. Yeah.
So even when you have a lot of men that try to do the right thing, well, why do you got to go through all these hurdles to even get what your rights? So that's why,
because I've seen
a lot of men they just say fuck it, they just give up.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And are these men just baby daddies or husbands? Because that weighs a lot into it too.
That was my cousin. He was married. He was married to his ex-wife.
Okay, so then when you go to court, when you're getting a divorce, you fight for everything that you want, and you do not agree until everything you want is on paper. I mean, 50-50.
Yeah, Virgo, but
it's to the point where it's annoying because we have the kids. Like, I'm gonna give you an example. We have the kids on Christmas, right? But it has to be from this time to this time so they can spend that time to that time with the mom. And I wanted to say, if we can have the kids on Christmas, let them have her on New. Like, nope, they have to follow the divorce.
His ghetto point of view actually kind of got me on this. He kind of has a point. It's wild that people who rely on Pop the Balloon videos for content can fix their lips to say that other creators need a dumb audience. I don't know that he doesn't have a point there.
I don't know, man. I look at it like I don't watch Pop the Balloon videos, but
I mean, it was really the reaction to it that I thought was the content.
And plus,
exactly.
I look at it differently. I look at it like you are watching it because of your son more than anything.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, there's a lot I didn't know about.
Yeah. That's kind of how I'm more fascinated with watching you watch it, learning about how dating is in 2024 more than anything. I guess if you just look at it from the lens of it's Pop the Balloon, but I'm looking at it more like this is Stanley learning what his son is gonna probably have to be facing, and I think that's way more interesting than just kind of putting it as you're just watching Pop the Balloon. This is a father that has concerned about his son's dating.
Well, the scary part is I didn't even know I needed to be concerned.
Oh yeah. You know
I've
now.
taken notes.
You know now.
Oh, Stanley has learned a lot.
Yeah, you know now. You don't want to be like you don't want to be like these guys. You don't want your son to end up like these guys, like CKJ's described it. Or
hey, Ryan, I put a link in the back for you about that Michigan versus Bollinger.
I'll check that out.
Ryan,
I'll check that out.
I think like Ryan's situation too. Like a lot of I feel like a lot of things in relationships. It takes a real
The dads
strong
give up.
man
It's
to be in
easy
a
to give up.
relationship. It is. But I
The
think
dads give up.
I think it takes a really strong man to be in a relationship. Like CKJ, I hear what you're saying about your cousin and stuff, but you don't strike me as a guy that would have to go through something like that, because you just seem like a very kind of pragmatic type of guy. Like you get the job done. There's nothing that's going to stand in your way. You set boundaries. I don't see no woman just being able to like walk over you on anything, honestly. And I think
if you got a kid by her, she can.
Hard, man.
No. Even with that though, even with that, I think it takes a certain,
I,
and you know,
I do agree with you. Like you do got to be like strategic with it.
yeah, and I think part of that is because, from what I've noticed, all the military men that we come across, they have the almost like the skills to really manage a relationship. If you've noticed that, Black Suit of Five, Stanley, CKJ3, all military men, they know what it takes to be strategic and
Yeah, but
pretty
it's
much how
more
to
than
win
that.
That
It's
must be
more
an
than
older
that,
how to
though. You don't understand it.
win a war. These guys know how to win a war.
Yep. HP. You think about the idea of taking your children away from their mother, okay? It's a guilt-ridden situation. You feel bad about yourself, even if she's an asshole.
Yeah,
It's a tough thing, man. It's emotional. So that's why dads go, I don't know what's best for the kid, he or her. I'm gonna take the kid away from the mom. This is terrible.
Yeah, no, I
It's
get
a
it,
tough
but
thing.
I think
It's a
that's
tough thing.
what I think that's why that militant mind does help these guys out, because sometimes you just gotta take the emotion out of it.
Yeah.
When Stanley was pressing those missiles, the button for the missiles to hit the hit the Japanese during Pearl Harbor, he wasn't thinking about them, man.
He wasn't thinking about the villagers.
Yeah, he wasn't
That's
thinking about
great.
that.
No, I dropped the bomb.
Yeah, he dropped the bomb,
Yeah.
man.
Nah, he was a
Sometimes,
minesweeper.
Yeah, that's
He's a
pretty
minesweeper.
tough. I'm not gonna lie.
sometimes,
No, but
man,
it's a
you gotta be.
you feel guilty.
No, I get it. It is tough though. It
You
is
feel
tough.
guilty, man.
Yeah.
So, and a lot of times you
Oh
just
wait,
give in and
guilty
say,
for
give
what?
whatever you want. The idea of taking your child away from the mom or getting more rights to be a father in terms of custody when the mother's pushing back and saying, I'm not going to provide stability, or the child needs to be in the home, my home, 5 nights out of 7, like that, it becomes tough for the man.
You know what? I can agree with you, Ryan, on that point. It is very rough when you do 50, because 50-50 actually means 1 week here, 1 week there. I could
Yeah.
only imagine, looking back into my childhood,
Or
if I had to do.
all summer, and then maybe split the days
Really?
during a year or something. Yeah.
Now wait, talk more
Yeah.
about this. I didn't know you would feel one way or the other. I mean,
Who, me, Stanley?
well, divorced people in general. I've never actually talked to someone who went through a divorce about
We've
like
had plenty to
child
comment
and
on.
what it feels like having to shuttle a child back and forth.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
tough.
it's guilt.
It's
It sucks,
really,
man.
really tough.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess
Especially, I mean, I guess eventually the kids get used to it,
so
but
you're
it's
guilty about the
When they
kid.
get 14, they get a choice
Mhm.
too, who they want to
Yeah,
stay
they
with.
get a
I think.
choice.
yeah.
Well, just think about it,
And then
Stanley. You look
that's
at
when
the
the
whole life all
manipulation comes into play, because we've dealt with that too. That's when the manipulation comes into place with the mom making the kids feel guilty, and when it's dad's time for Christmas break. Oh, but I gotta go visit my family. I haven't seen my sister in 2 years, and the kids feel
Yeah.
guilty. And
And think about
my husband's a
how
strong man, but
think about how
Jesus,
rough
man.
that is on the kids though, man.
It is. His
Like,
To have to
manipulation is
choose,
tough.
yes.
It
yeah,
My
can
mom
be.
did
It
that
Yeah.
a
can
lot
be.
to me. But you know what's crazy? What my dad did though, he was like, "Bro, you always take your mom's side. Like I don't care what's going on, you always
That's
stick by
right.
her." So that was
man,
some.
he probably cried after he said that. Not in front of you, but he probably cried in the
But that I
shower.
always think back to that, man. I was like, man, he solid for that, for real. Even though I saw everything. I was wise as a kid, so I saw the games being played and how it's kind of one sided against him and stuff. But he kept it solid. So
Exactly.
It's
And
hard
what
to
did
take
that
a
do
kid
to you?
from the
That made
mom.
you see things for what they were. So if he would have said, "Oh, you better side with me no matter what," then guess what? You would have been like, "Man, F this. I'm
yeah,
gonna side
it
with
would
you."
have been
You
equal
know?
in my eyes. I would have saw it kind of the same,
Mm-hmm.
them doing the same thing. But now I saw it like at a young age what it was for real.
Wow. Was your father in the military?
Nah. He had a militant mind though. He was pro-black as hell. but in college educated, some college education and stuff. So yeah, he was smart. So
Interesting. Are you pro-black?
yeah, I was raised like that from him. Like I'm instilled with it. So he from the name you can kind of tell he was like
Right.
part of the NOI a little bit. He wasn't really in it when I was like growing up, but he got his name. I got my name from. He was friends with a guy who was Muhammad Ali's bodyguard, and my mom actually really liked the name, and they agreed on it. So they was like, yeah.
Nice. That's a good story.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, this whole I mean, it's a complicated issue, the whole child support and stuff. Now that I've kind of heard all the arguments, and I always kind of thought about it like this, like I don't got too much of a problem with it. Men should have to support and pay up money for real. I don't think that should be touched. I think it can be improved. I don't think we should take out the system. But we also got to look at maybe like how it could be manipulated, like to take advantage of certain circumstances. Like I know the government might be taking a little bit too much out of that money, so that could probably be addressed. And other small little things. So
there's a guideline that needs to be followed. There's a formula that needs to be done for child support. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not like they just make up a number off the top of their head,
No, they have charts.
But I tell you this much. Let's like what HB was saying earlier. He says that if now the parent who's paying child support, if they make more, if they make less, you can have the child support modified, but you have to go to court for that. And if you don't go to court for it, then don't complain. So like, let's just say the dad was making 60,000 and somehow he got injured and now he's making only 30,000. That's all he can make. He has the right to go to court to get it modified.
Yeah,
or if he's even making more, I have the right to go to court and get it modified to get more.
Yeah. And really, I think the real problem is like that.
Let me ask you
maybe not hasn't been addressed yet. It's just like you got to be able to co-parent and working together.
It all stems back to who we pick as partners. To be honest,
I think all the problems that are stated are all problems that come before child support, before you even get to the family court.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is why I find I have very little sympathy for it, to be personally, just based on a lot of the experiences that I hear, and it's like even chicks, guys, I hear their stories and stuff, and I just start asking questions, and then it's like, well, why are you asking that? It's like, things happen, and it's like, nah, things don't just happen. You noticed that you ignored the fact that she did this, and this the first time you met her, and you just thought it didn't matter. Then turns out it actually did. When any fool could see that actually did matter, but you ignored it. And they, people do it every day. It's like, nah, that's not gonna work. It's just not gonna work. So,
and here we are, years later with kids, and now you want to complain about the issues.
Let me ask a question. When you all collectively got divorced, how does child support, is that a percentage of your salary or a set amount, or can it be both?
Yes,
it's a percentage. So what they do is it's like 18%, I believe. Well, at the time, I don't know what it is now, but at the time when I filed, it was 18% of the salary, and and if you want more, you can go to court, get more, modify it. If you guys agree, and I've seen this happen too. I've seen where men make less, stop making as much money, and because they have a nice co-parenting situation, she'll go back to court and say, hey, just lessen it, whatever. I'm in agreement.
Sign off on it. Yeah, I know a lot of situations like that too.
But I tell you this much, I'll tell you for those guys that keep having babies all over the place. So 18%, and this is another thing for women too. 18% goes to the first case.
Yeah.
So
after X amount of kids, it don't matter.
Exactly. So if you go and have another case,
before. I've actually heard people try.
Yes. So this is why I never wanted to be with a guy that was paying child support or with a baby mama drama and stuff like that.
So wait. So you're saying, damn, Virgo. So you're saying it actually benefits the man more if he has multiple baby mamas?
I mean, morally, no. Financially, yes.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
bro,
yeah.
bro,
So that
that's
18
in your
so
state.
that 18%
In my state,
is
it's 18% regardless of two different moms, two different kids from two different moms. Both get 18%.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to share the same amount. But
No. And then the next one gets 18. And if you have a third baby mama with a different kid, they get 18. They got
So
half
it's
your money.
additive.
Oh,
damn, that's actually
they
worse.
literally
Your
jack
state, what state that is?
Yeah, Maryland.
Oh.
It's
I
very left leaning.
I filed mines in New York, and New York is 18, and then it goes down. Like the second case goes down to, I don't know if it's like 10% or 15%. I'm not. I never looked into it that deep, but I know it goes down.
Can someone answer Fred's question on the screen?
I can tell you why, because this happened with me. So if you have full 50-50, however, you make 200 grand and she makes 30. The idea is you cannot impoverish your child. Even if she's at her mom's, she has to live at your house. So therefore, even if it might be that you have more custody and you're still giving her money, right? Because there's such a disparity in income. So, like, if you're making a couple
they
$100,000,
want the kids to have the same lifestyle in both houses. But
that's
I
it.
don't agree with that.
Like I said about Ray Lewis. Think about
money,
Ray Lewis, right? Ray Lewis has got. Listen, Ray Lewis. I love him. Awesome Raven, Baltimore boy, guy, right? He's got 6 kids by 6 different women. This dude is coughing up fucking money, man. And look, when he's probably paying $500,000 a kid. These women don't have to work. They can just chill at the house because you can't impoverish the kid when the kid, right? I mean, these athletes are kidding. Royal.
You see, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it doesn't take $500,000 a month. Come on now. You know that woman is taking care of her bills and granted, I know the kids live with her too, but
probably taking care of a couple of grown men with that kind of money.
Why you don't want to date a broke bitch, honestly.
A broke woman?
Yeah, you don't want to date a broke woman just in case shit does fuck up.
But to answer his question, if 50-50, why are you paying child support? I don't know about any other state because these states differ. But here in Florida, 50-50, you can go to court and fight it. Now, the only thing my husband had to do was pay alimony for about a year and a half because the bitch stayed at home and didn't work. But she was also going to school. Once she got her job, that's it. He no longer, when I met him, he was not paying, he never paid child support, but he did have to pay alimony,
Hey, Stanley, do you have any news topics you want to cover?
Any what?
Do you have any news topics you want to cover?
Oh, I did at the beginning of the night.
Okay. Never mind.
I
think it's amazing people don't know all this.
I mean, I can rehash them if you want.
Yeah. I mean, if you have someone, because I mean, listen, man. It's still early. We're kind of getting a little depressing with this stuff.
Oh well, we can go back and watch. Unless we can watch BG. Let's see what news stories I can. What I can do is just open up the New York Times and see what's in there.
Yeah.
And then
You
I've got
driving, HB?
Hey, I came up just
Yeah.
for one thing. No,
Yeah, me
that's me. I'm
too.
driving. I just, what's up with y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey,
Hey,
what's up?
what? Oh, is that Deacon Dave? Oh, what's up, Deacon Dave, man? How you doing, man?
All right, what's happening?
What's going on, man?
I came up on what Virgo said. She said it was only 18%. That's not true.
Uh-oh.
It's actually, I think by law you can take up to 50%.
Damn.
Excuse
Yeah,
me?
they can jack it.
Oh,
Yeah.
HB,
You
did
could take
you
up to
you did
50%.
50%? I don't think so.
They let
How
you
you
get up
supposed
there.
to live?
But they don't
care.
expect. And I think that's what the gripe is. It's like if you have a home, a mortgage, or something like that, paying for cars or anything like that, whatever you had set up before, they expect you to still be able to do that while making sure that you make the same amount as the mother. And then the formula is to give the mother an extra $1,000 above what you make. So it doesn't matter what it is.
What state is
Up
that?
to 50%. Well, let me just. I hate to do this, but if I use my personal situation, that's what the formula boils down to.
Oh, wow.
Where she made
That's
$1,000 more than me, and it hurt at first. It sucked. Then you find ways around it. You know what I'm saying? You find ways to overcome that. Yeah, that's the formula.
Man, I would have got myself a good lawyer.
Doesn't matter.
I ain't even tripping about it.
Oh, wait, Stanley. So
Gave it up and figured it out. You know.
Hey, Fred. It looks like it was fake news, the Steve Harvey thing. And earlier in the morning, I did this article that I put up on the screen on the Wisconsin school shooter, and I'll just go ahead and replay it. The court records point to troubled home life for the Wisconsin school shooter. I'll just go ahead and do the voice for it.
Poor girl. Damn.
Here we go.
This news story was written by Sarah Blasky, Patrick Marley, Hannah Nathanson, and Reese Thibault. Court records point to troubled home life for Wisconsin school shooter. Madison, Wisconsin. The 15-year-old girl who killed 2 people and wounded 6 others at her small Christian school here Monday had a turbulent home life, according to court records, which show that her parents divorced and remarried multiple times, and that she had been enrolled in therapy. Natalie Rupnow, who also went by Samantha, died of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound after police say she opened fire in a study hall classroom at Abundant Life Christian School. The academy's tight-knit community was still stunned Tuesday, grieving the student and teacher who were killed and searching for answers to explain the latest act of violence to strike an American campus. Police have released few details about Rupnow beyond her name, and they said they were investigating a possible motive behind the shooting. With much still unknown, a Washington Post review of court records points to an unsettled childhood for Rupnow, whose parents' custody agreements sometimes forced her to move between their homes every 2 or 3 days. There are always signs of a school shooting before it occurred, Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes said at a Tuesday news conference, where he asked the public for patience as authorities investigated Rupnow's social media activity and state of mind leading up to the rampage. The teen is one of just 9 female school shooters in the last 25 years, according to a database maintained by the Post. She is also among the younger recent shooters. Just over a month removed from her 15th birthday, she was about a year younger than the median age of school shooters, and the violence unfolded at a small K-12 school with a religious affiliation, an uncommon sight for such incidents, researchers say. A lot of this is quite surprising, said Gillian Peterson, the executive director of the Violence Prevention Project Research Center at Hamline University. Rupnow's mother and father, Melissa and Jeff Rupnow, did not respond to repeated requests for comment. Police said they have been cooperating with the investigation. Rupnow's father is a Christian who often shared pictures of his dogs and his daughter, according to a review of his Facebook profile. The Post confirmed the account as Jeff Rupnow's by verifying its authenticity with a person who attended school with him, and by comparing the page's contents to public records. His posts celebrate his daughter's achievements, such as the time she earned a purple belt in karate, and mark big life moments, like the day he bought a house. But one post, from August, has attracted more scrutiny than others. In it, a photo appears to show Natalie Rupnow wielding a gun and taking aim at a firing range, which her father identifies as North Bristol Sportsman's Club in nearby Sun Prairie. In a comment accompanying the post, Jeff Rupnow wrote that he and his daughter had joined the club early this year and, "We have been loving every second of it." In the photograph, Natalie Rupnow is wearing a t-shirt bearing the letters KMFDM, an apparent reference to the German rock band whose lyrics were posted on the website of one of the shooters in the 1999 Columbine High School massacre. Authorities declined to comment on social media posts, saying they were still investigating Natalie Rupnow's online activity. Police have not disclosed how Rupnow was able to acquire the handgun they say she used in Monday's shooting. How does any 15-year-old get a hold of a gun? Barnes, the police chief, said Monday, adding that his team was working with federal authorities to answer that question. He did not elaborate at the news conference Tuesday. Wisconsin is one of 26 states with laws designed to prevent children from gaining access to guns, but the state does not require unattended firearms to be stored under lock and key, and the statute applies only to kids under 14 years old. Some elected officials have said the case highlights a need for tighter regulations. Our laws in Wisconsin are far too lax when it comes to access to guns by children, said Melissa Agard, chief executive of Dane County, where Madison is located. It's too soon to tell what led to the violence, but Peterson, a forensic psychologist who has studied mass shooters extensively, said childhood trauma and a specific crisis often precede such incidents. According to the Post's review of court records, Rupnow's parents first married in 2011, about 2 years after she was born. Melissa Rupnow had been previously married and divorced, and she had another daughter with a different man to whom she was never married. Court records indicate that this girl, Natalie Rupnow's half-sister, had other permanent legal guardians. The Post was not able to reach the half-sister, who is now 20. Melissa and Jeff Rupnow divorced for the first time in 2014, agreeing to joint legal custody of their shared daughter Natalie, but specifying that she would live primarily with her mother. The couple remarried in 2017 and divorced for a second time in 2020, again agreeing to share custody, but, the court records show, dividing Natalie's time more evenly between them. During this period, Natalie would spend 2 days with her father, 2 with her mother, then 3 more with her father before reversing the schedule the following week. Shortly after Rupnow's parents split up for the second time, the couple remarried once more. But by April 2021, they were petitioning for a third divorce. A judge granted it a month later but noted that parties were admonished concerning remarriage, according to court records. After seeking mediation to determine custody of Natalie, they agreed in July 2022 that they would share legal custody, but that the girl would now live mostly with her father. By this time, Natalie Rupnow had been enrolled in therapy, which was supposed to help guide decisions about which parent she would spend weekends with. The records show. The 2022 custody papers said Rupnow's parents were on cordial terms. The parents report a generally positive co-parenting relationship, the document reads, and will continue to communicate with one another by text messages and phone conversations. At Melissa Rupnow's home Tuesday morning, a police officer pounded on the door, but no one answered. He cupped his hands against the kitchen window to peer inside and walked along the front and side of the house before leaving. No one answered the door when a reporter knocked. Neighbors said they had little contact with her. One day earlier, police arrived at Jeff Rupnow's house in an armored truck, wearing helmets and bulletproof vests, according to a photo provided by a neighbor. Another neighbor, Cindy Pulvermacher, said she stepped outside when she heard a loud noise, and an officer told her to get back inside. She said she heard a pair of booms. By that evening, the property was surrounded in crime scene tape. An officer stood guard on the doorstep, and the front door was resting on its side in the yard. As darkness fell, Christmas lights twinkled along the house's roof line. On Tuesday, police remained outside the home, and a blanket covered the open entryway where the front door had once been. In the late afternoon, 2 workers installed a new door. Abundant Life, located just a few miles east of the Wisconsin capital, is a private institution with fewer than 400 students across its 13 grades. Some parents told the Post they sent their children there because they thought it would be safer than bigger public schools where shootings have been more common. These are typically happening in suburban high schools with thousands of kids where it's easier to slip through the cracks, Peterson said. A school this small and close-knit is quite unusual. There have been 34 school shootings this year, according to a database maintained by the Post. 13 people have been killed and nearly 50 injured. They account for just a small fraction of the country's gun violence epidemic, but they occupy a particularly terrifying place in the national psyche, as tens of millions of children have been subjected to lockdowns and active shooter drills since Columbine in 1999. The Post, which tracks shootings on K-12 school properties during class hours, has tallied 426 incidents since 1999. Just 4% of the suspected shooters have been female. A guard, the county chief executive, whose son attends school in Madison, said many of the area's campuses were forced into lockdown Tuesday after several false threats. That jolt, coming so soon after Monday's tragedy, made the day even more difficult. The world our kids are in now, she said, is very different than the one I grew up in. Stephen Rich, John Woodrow Cox, and Lucas Trevor contributed to this report.
Wow. You know, Stanley, it kind of goes into what we were just talking about for the past couple hours. You know, having that I don't care what anybody says, having kids in a broken home, it does have an effect on them. Now some kids you know, can strive through it, but some kids take it very hard. And having kids go back and forth to different homes and stuff, it's not ideal at all. And I think all of that stuff contributes, man. You got to really think about the kids in these situations when you can't work out your marriage. You want to, you know, have joint custody and have all these legal battles. Man, the kids are the only ones who really suffer.
Let me ask you a question, though. I mean, there are times when a divorce is necessary. I mean, you know, if there's a bunch of abuse and stuff like that.
I think abuse and infidelity, it's needed. But this family didn't sound, this sounded something like it was different because they got married, they got remarried. So I don't necessarily think this was one of those situations, but I think
unless they were just nuts.
HB, one thing, and they might have mentioned it in this article, and I didn't even know that this was possible, but I think they were like the judge admonished them, like, don't get married again or something like that. I think it was in this article. I didn't even know you could do that, but apparently the judge just told him, hey, you know.
That's taking the makeup to breakup to the extreme. I don't even like a relationship where we're like breaking up all the time and coming back. Man, I'm one of those chicks. Once we break up, that's it. I'm done.
So
Yeah.
I don't even believe in that.
It probably was a toxic relationship then.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's a no-brainer right there.
Yeah, it probably
Did Portia read this girl's manifesto? Somebody said she did.
Portia did, and I think HB did too. Was it you, HB, that read it yesterday, or was it John?
It was John. John
Okay,
read.
Yeah, and Portia
he
did
read
cover it as well.
He read some of it.
Somebody in the audience is requesting it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, that manifesto is nuts.
Is it really?
Portia should be up here soon with some news articles. But yeah, the manifesto, Stanley,
Well, I mean,
if you read it, man, it's wild, man.
I believe Portia said last night, when I was talking to her last night, I believe she said when she comes back up, she'll do it again for the people who missed it. But you can check with her.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to post for someone, but to be honest, I don't even want to hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, it was nuts, Stanley. You're not going to want to hear it.
Yeah.
No one, Stanley.
I do think, the broken home thing, it does lead to a lot of, it leads to a lot of anger and resentment.
Wait, what was like the summary of it? I know we might go through it again, but I don't know if I'll be here when we
basically the summary of it was she hated how broken society is and how people I'm not gonna lie, Stanley, she did seem kind of MAGA-ish. I'm not gonna lie to you. But she was basically, she hates how politically correct society is. She hates how
So she's gonna shoot up the school?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying she's right, but
oh wait, this thing came from the girl, the school shooter.
Yeah. Her manifesto.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, she sounded kind of MAGA-ish. She didn't sound like a Joe Biden voter. I'll tell you.
Well,
that.
nobody her age would be a voter.
Yeah, no, but just the rhetoric. Like when I was her age, I was not thinking about politics. I wasn't thinking about social, different social norms and what's right and what's wrong. I was just enjoying life. So, for her, she's very, she's thinking about society as a whole and her kind of how she think that, there's really no hope. And I think a lot of it stems from her broken home.
So she wanted to purge, real life purge, like society.
Yeah.
Wow.
And when you see what she said about black
Nichols.
people, yeah, you see what she said about black people. Yeah.
Was she a black or white person or Asian or?
She was white. She's a white.
She was white. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're gonna gag.
Is this the first time there's a white female school shooter? I never heard of this before.
Oh no, I
has
think I heard like 4% of this. It's like 9% of all the shooters back to 1966 are females.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And people were saying because it's a Christian school that it happened in, that like it's like Christian hate. But I don't know if that's accurate. But maybe it's in the manifesto. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that manifesto's pretty wild.
Wow.
Yeah, Fred. Yeah, I can probably guess, but I can't imagine. This is Madison, Wisconsin. Yeah, I guess I have to read the manifesto now, Fred.
Yeah, they said in that article there was only 400 kids at this K through 12 school.
Yeah, that's
so
pretty
it wasn't
small.
a huge school at all.
Oh, you know what? That's about the size of the high school I went to.
And where did they find this manifesto? Was it like in the person's house? Did they have it on them?
Probably online.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think she had it either on her phone or
On the internet, on social
on the
media.
internet. Yeah.
Yeah.
somewhere on-
What's up with these shooters with the They always find a manifesto.
I honestly really like the manifesto just because it does give some context to why they going that way. Not saying that it's
It's
right
like a
at all.
suicide note.
Yeah, not saying it's right at all. But I think a lot of this girl's her anger really did come from her parents. She probably saw her parents fighting all day, break up to make up.
Jesus.
Telling you, man, you don't want to. That's why I almost think, shit.
Maybe her mom had a whole bunch of black guys coming over. You never know.
You never know.
I'll be honest with you. It could be like devil worship, because there's a lot of satanic groups that have manifestos of how to like commit crimes and do like really violent things in certain communities and such. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've heard about it on the internet. And then one day I actually walked into it in a community garden in Manhattan, and I was like, whoa. And then I ran because I didn't know what they were going to do to me.
Was it the Garden of Galt?
It was a community garden in the Lower East Side. And I just felt like a energy. So I went in. I'm like, it feels very enchanted in here. And the guy's like, oh, we're getting ready to have a play. And he's setting up. And then I go in the back, and there was a whole table for like different manifestos. Like some of them had documents on how to use like evil magic to cause like car accidents and killings.
Oh
and,
my God.
Yeah. And I was just picking them up and looking at them, and then all of a sudden the lights went out, and I turned around because I'm like, how the lights just went out? And it was a whole group of people behind me having a meeting, and I was like, I'm getting up out of here. There was a lot of satanic manifestos.
Kimmy was on the set of Eyes Wide Shut. She was like, hell no, I'm out.
Yeah, I was out of there.
Yeah, Kimmy, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't some satanic aspect to this too.
Yeah, there were like 50 books, and they were all different manifestos of how to like cause chaos in society.
Cause this girl, I don't know if you guys know, but she was a big fan of the Columbine shooters. She actually.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
There you go.
She was wearing a t-shirt.
Yeah. I would post it, but I can't find a picture. But yeah, she was a big fan of those guys. One of the shooters anyway. And I know with the Columbine guys, they were
okay,
really
this is awesome. I don't trust that the manifesto was actually the killers, or if it's written to push an agenda. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm not gonna lie, sweet auntie. I was thinking that too, but I think, usually when people kill themselves after doing like a brutal, grisly crime like that, they do want people to know why.
So you're thinking the police sit down and and write like here's why we're gonna make up like why someone did it?
Yeah. Nah, I think it was real, sweet auntie. I think, it was less I looked at it more as a suicide letter than more than a manifesto.
Of a conspiracy theorist.
Wow. I hate when they take the coward way out. They do all this stuff and then, don't stand in it. They just off themselves. It annoys me.
Yeah.
But I can say this: thankfully, they never truly succeed at what they plan to do, because they plan to cause, And I'm not dismissing the people who have passed, but
wow,
they always intend to do more damage, and thank goodness she did it.
Hey, Auntie, can you come up here? I have all kinds of questions.
Yeah,
yes, sweet auntie.
You're absolutely right, Virgo. You're absolutely right on that point. Yeah.
Oh, so Tropes is thinking intelligence agencies?
Yeah, I
wow.
get it. I get
it. No, explain that, HB. How I don't get it. And that's not no offense. I just really don't get it.
Why would an intelligence agency shoot up a Christian school?
It's just nowadays it's really hard for people with the misinformation, the media, how they play.
Oh my Lord.
It's just everybody, like everything is questioned. even when you look at the Sandy Hook thing, there are still people to
Well,
this day that don't believe Sandy Hook.
everything is questioned except the stuff that's like, if people think that the vaccine doesn't work, why are people not questioning the people who are putting out the misinformation? Like, if I say something doesn't work, why am I not being questioned?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
do we have access to question? Like, let's say an intelligence agency was really behind this. How would they access that unknown group to question them?
Yeah, yeah. Now, you know, the way I would go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole is, you know, when these things do happen, these killers are damn near immortalized. They're damn near worshipped by the media.
Well,
I
I
honestly,
mean, as misogynistic as America is, I doubt she'll be idolized. You got to be
nah,
a man.
she already is idolized.
Really? How do you know this?
Stanley, they're already. I'm looking on Reddit and stuff, and
And you know what? HB's onto something, because I hate to say this, I really do, but I think we are going to see more female school shooters than male.
Oh, big time, big time. I already knew this was coming. That's why when me and
Like as
Dave,
copycat behaviors, like a copycat behavior type thing.
yeah.
Oh my lord!
But I think just as many. I think a lot of people, they are kind of triggered by social media and society at a whole, and you know, along with what Stanley always says, bad parenting. You're gonna have a lot more of this
Well,
going on.
yeah, this is bad parenting in spades.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot more of this, and I think women too now more than ever. Listen, man, women can do anything. There's gonna be a lot. I agree. I think there's gonna be more of these girls. And they said, you know, she was dealing with depression. She was taking, you know, psychotic meds and stuff. Like, yeah.
That's why I don't believe in putting kids on, like, you know, they want to diagnose your kid with everything nowadays, and everything is this and that, and here, take this medication, take that medication, and we don't know the side effects of these medications. So I don't believe in that at all. I mean, when did our society become so weak that everything we need meds for? When did we become so weak?
Yeah, I don't know, Virgo.
Back in my day, we just toughened it up. Get on your bike and go ride to the park.
You know, I do think it's you know, like, I don't know. I don't even have time to be depressed, really. I don't even have that type of time. Even if I was depressed, I don't even have the time to be depressed.
And even if I am for 2 minutes now, it's like, man, shut up, man. Just get up and do what you gotta do. You got these bills to pay. You got these children to feed.
Gotta get back to work, man. The fuck?
You know, I know this is like kind of a zag here, but I thought of it earlier. I wonder what would happen if I don't think it's ever going to happen, but get rid of no-fault divorce. I mean, if people don't get divorced, but they decide, hey, I just can't live with you, I'm going to move, you know, to Idaho, but we can't get divorced, so we're still going to be married. Don't you still have the same issues?
Yeah, you do. And I think that's why, you know, like getting rid of no fault divorce is kind of like you know, just taking a pill for the symptom. I don't think it really solves the underlying issue.
Right.
Like, I think this is more just men saying, you know, we want more equality. You know, like, bro, if a bitch don't want to be with you, she don't want to be with you. You know, like.
But I think no fault divorce started off as, hey, it's kind of like irreconcilable differences. You know,
that was because of feminism, right?
Yeah, no, what I think it really is though, Stanley, is a lot of
Erica's
times
solid.
these women they'll cheat on their husband and then file for divorce and then say it's no fault divorce. You
Oh,
know,
yeah, that's true too.
yeah, a lot of it is just you know, some a lot of
They
it
want to
does
run
just
off with the pool boy.
yeah, a lot of it is just, not being held responsible for why the marriage ended. And you know, a lot
But
of
it was
women try to
supposed to be meant for like a non-messy divorce. It's just saying, hey, we're gonna divorce. Let's just agree to this without the lawyers, and then boom, we can file and blah blah blah. But yeah, it did turn into a mess.
yeah.
I agree.
I personally don't like no fault divorces. I think it really should there should be some it's like the end of a story. There should be a final chapter. And when you have no
Or there
fault
should be some
divorce,
accountability.
right. There's no fault divorce means that you both are agreeing to take some sort of, or you both are basically saying there's no accountability for why this marriage ended. And I just don't agree with that, man.
But yeah, HB, you know what? In a rare occasion, some people do just grow apart.
See, I
In
don't
the
even
rare
agree with
occasion.
that. I don't even agree
You
with
know
that.
what? What if they just said, "Hey, you can get a no-fault divorce if the kids are grown and out of the house. You can get no fault if there are no kids."
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I wonder why nobody's ever proposed that. I bet someone has.
Yeah, but a lot of times women, from what I've heard from the women that are against getting rid of it, they feel like the which is kind of ironic that the government shouldn't be in their business of why
Right,
they want to get a divorce, which is kind of ironic.
But if there's no
But
kids, where's the child support they could get?
Hey, sweet
That
Aunt
too.
T.
Hey, sweet
Hello.
auntie.
How are you? You're on mute.
Oh yeah.
Hello.
You're on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, HB, I'm
Sorry,
gonna
I
be
didn't hear
right
that.
back. I'm gonna run to the store.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Right.
You making that run real quick, Stanley?
Yeah, might as
Uh-oh.
He's
well.
gonna make an eggs Benedict.
Yeah. Stanley's about to get some green eggs
Some
and ham.
beer. It's beer time.
I know. He's making that beer
Well,
run.
I actually gotta get a couple other things too, though, because I think I'm gonna have ham sandwiches for dinner tonight.
Oh, that sounds good. Even though I don't eat pork, but when you come back, can we look at this guy on the screen?
Say that again. You want me to take this down? Because I
No. When you come back, I want to look at it. That's what I'm saying.
This they sent 2 prisoners home from Guantanamo.
From Gitmo?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not good. That doesn't sound good.
Okay, I'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Stanley. We'll be here. So, sweet auntie, you said you think this is all kind of a psyop. This manifesto. You're not believing the manifesto. Is it because she's a woman? You don't think women can write manifestos?
No, it's just I think that it could totally be hers. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying there's that possibility that I always want to leave open for the fact that disasters are utilized by people who like to misinform and sway public opinion. And so it's just something I'm going to be skeptical of.
Yeah. Are you a religious person at all?
So I was raised Catholic and Lutheran and Presbyterian. Lots of family member households that I bounced around. But then I lost faith at about 15, 16. And now I'm a spiritual person. I definitely believe in God and like a holy power, but it's a lot more fluid.
Yeah, I'm definitely I definitely believe in God, but what comes with that is you got to also believe in the other side, the evil side. And I just think some people are just evil. Maybe not them per se, but they're definitely demonically possessed. Something. I think there
Demonically
is a
influenced. Yeah. And
Yeah,
I don't
I think
think that the actual actions themselves are perpetrated by another party. I just get skeptical of information being fed to me about said incident.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And you have to be. You have to be. Especially the way that it's I mean, these school shooters are damn almost marketed to people, to kids. You know, they're
Oh,
kind
it's
of
so sad. They get it
yeah,
tattooed, the kids start making t-shirts. I mean,
yeah,
it's like a whole merchandise game
yeah,
too.
yeah, cuz this
Like you can get it
situation,
on the TikTok shop, you know.
yeah.
Basically, and like, look, let's put this manifesto in print and sell it like it's a book now. You know, I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just and I'm not like a total conspiracy theorist or anything like that of that nature, but I definitely look at them with a new light than I did before.
Mm.
Yeah, you kind of have to. But, you know, if you read her manifesto, she did touch on a lot of things. We're probably going to go through it again, but she touched on a lot of things that you know, I kind of understand what she's saying with society, you know. I think we have kind of retarded ourselves. She used retarded, and I think we kind of have retarded ourselves as a society. I see it all the time, man. Some shit should just be obvious, you know. Like
Well, yeah,
we
we've
got
all been disillusioned and we've all been
yeah.
basically desensitized to information.
You got men coming up here saying they shouldn't have to pay child support. You got
Mm.
women, you know, pretty much using the system against men. You know,
The
you got
system was
people.
built to be utilized that way, though. And
Yeah,
so,
yeah, it is.
given that
I think it is.
opportunity, it's kind of demonic influence to have people that are following it.
Yeah, no,
Mm.
I agree. But I just think, like, you know, women claim to be so maternal and motherly, but you know, when it really comes down to it, a lot of them are selfish,
I've
completely
met way
selfish.
more selfish women than selfless women when it comes to their
I know,
kids.
I know. Me too. Me
Yeah.
too.
Majority
You know,
terrible mother, minority good mother.
yep, you meet very rarely you meet good mothers, you know, and it's I'm not gonna say rarely. I do meet a lot of good moms too, but you know, I just think society is kind of turned upside down, and that's kind of what she was alluding to. Was she just the hopelessness and how bleak society seems to her, and I understand to a certain extent, but I think that's where, you know, even though she was at a Christian school, maybe she didn't really get those Christian values instilled in her, or you know, I don't know, maybe they didn't do too much Bible study. Oh God.
Well, and she could have went into like a so there's like people that have an aversion to an event that happening in the world, like a negative event is going on and a person's aversion to God would be like, how could you allow this? And then there's the extreme cases of people who have like a religious upbringing where it's like, wait, God does exist and he did this on purpose.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, I never really look at that, just because in my understanding, you know, the Satan kind of has dominion over this realm. So a lot of the things that I look at, how people are, how they act, you know, I look at it as that's the devil's work. You know, God, of course, God can come in and stop it all if he, you know, wanted to. But I think
But free will exists and that's what allows people to choose either side. And so you
right,
just got a lot of people that are willing to choose one side. And you have to
right,
understand that God may have a hand in omniscience, but the thing is free will can't be impeded on. And free will is allowed to
right,
choose demonic or holy influence.
right, right. And that's just the reality, you know. Like I can't really you know, me and John were talking about the other day, and it really made me kind of realize Like I still sometimes I can't understand why, God would kill a baby. Why would a baby die, or, what how does that play into it? But John was talking about how, in a lot of cases that can actually bring a husband and wife closer together if they do lose a child.
Oh, oh God, HB, there are statistics that say
Opposite.
the opposite way. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
No, I get
actually
it.
tears you apart.
No, I get it. But I don't know.
Especially, and I'm not talking about just like miscarriages. I am talking about like having like a child that's already born and something happening to that child. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Like look at all those cases. Like HB, I'll give you an example. And we have a lot of these examples here. Look at those cases where one of the parents forgets the kids in the car. Do you think you could live with somebody like that? I couldn't.
no. But I think what I'm saying, maybe not just bringing together, but also it could be a sign that, hey, maybe you shouldn't be with this woman, or maybe you shouldn't be with this man.
True.
Like if they're that neglectful,
Mm-hmm.
this might be a sign. This is a sign, and I think it could work either way. But
It's a terrible way to learn a lesson, but I get what
yeah,
you're
it
saying.
is. You'll learn it though. But I don't. I think that's kind of my idea of why even God will take children from people. It's a lesson. It's a learning lesson, and it just depends on how you take it. Like even this girl, this is a learning lesson for parents. Like I just don't think making a kid go from home to home is very beneficial, especially if they're already kind of leaning. Oh fuck!
Oh, bless
Well,
you.
and this is a lesson to learn for her, and she learned it through the negative influence side. So I was bounced around, and I learned the
Mm-hmm.
positive side. It's really like the greater the tragedy that you endure, the greater capacity you have to go one way or the other.
Yeah, and from what I gather, it wasn't like 1 week here, 1 week there. It was like 2 days here, 3 days there, another 2 days, another 4 days. So it was like a constant. So I well, and I may be biased to it because that's how my ex-husband does with his 50-50. So I may be biased to it, but I think if you have to go down the 50-50 route, let it be 1 week and one other week, and you figure out what you're going to do in the summertime, which is usually the summer times is 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there. So that way, if we want to go on a vacation, it's fine. If the mom wants to go on a vacation with them, it's fine. But the
Thank you,
2
Universal. My bad.
but 2 days here, another 3 days there, that is nuts to me. So that means you're forever bonded to living in the same town or same county or whatever. Because what are you going to do? Send the child to different schools? So you have to think about that too. Like if my husband can't leave the county for now. The ex-wife can't leave the county for now. My ex can't leave. It's crazy.
My friend had an interesting concept where she kept the kid during school year, and then summers the dad got him, but during a long break of the school year, the dad would get him, and during a long period of the summer too, she would get him.
Okay, well, sometimes people are able to work it out, but the one plan I don't like is the every other weekend, because that is or every weekend, because that's not fair. It's not fair it's not fair to the parent that only gets them on the weekend because you have that short limited time. And it's not fair to the parent that has them all week because you don't get to do all the fun stuff. Because as a mom, you're hustling, or even if it's the dad that has them all week, you're hustling and bustling. You don't have time for fun. You got to do what you got to do. Take, cook, clean.
You only see him
make
2
sure the
hours
kids go
in
to
the
bed.
day versus
Oh yeah.
the entire day. But also, you don't get to help build structure if you're the one that always gets weekends. Yeah, I don't like that structure either.
Exactly, because the weekend, guess what? The weekend parent is gonna always be the fun parent because you missed them all week. So guess what? Yes, you can have ice cream for dinner.
Right. Well, and you don't have to be like, you need to get your homework, you need to be in bed, you need to be this.
Yeah.
Like, there's lack of a structure ability for
Yeah,
weekend.
yeah, you're gonna soak up all that time, and I don't even blame the parents for doing that, because I get it.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Universal.
Good morning, Universal Jones.
Good morning. I have a question along these lines. It's a personal question to my own dynamic, and I've been kind of bouncing back and forth. I would love to hear Virgo and Sweet Auntie's opinion as women on this. So, in my divorce, we had a split custody. We do what's called a 5-2-2-5 plan, which is the rotation. So one parent has the kids for 5 days, then the other has them for 2. Then we switch for 2, then the other parent picks them up for 5. And what's been happening in my... Say that one more time.
Why not just 7-7?
She didn't want that. So with this, what has happened over time, and we've been working this plan now since May of this year. My ex-wife will so pretty much we both have our children for 2 weekends a month. But a pattern that has developed is she will send our children to her father's during one of her weekends. So really she only has the kid for 1 weekend a month. Am I tripping for not liking that system if she's not allowing the kids to go to her father's on at least some of my weekends as well?
Take her back to court with proof of it. The court will favor in your side. If the parent can't have the child, then the other parent gets the child over any other.
Yeah, because I think your weekends, and that's what we argue about too. And it's like, yeah, your weekends are your weekends. Whatever she chooses to do on her weekends, if she wants to send them to family, that should be fine. I mean, there's been plenty of weekends where, ours is, it's weird. It's a week, but it's like a Thursday to Thursday. So the kids are with us for a week and a week at their mom's, but it's Thursday to Thursday. So we have like every other weekend with them. There's been times when the kids were there on our weekend and, maybe the uncle wants to see them or, they want to go to the grandparents, and that's fine. But do it on your weekend. So she shouldn't be infringing on your weekends. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
He's saying it's on her weekend, but I'm saying if it's like a one-time off thing, I think you're right. But if it's a consistent once a month, 1 weekend, they're always at the grandparents, then they should be with him on those weekends.
Oh, with him, not with her. So, okay. Right. So she is infringing on your. Oh
no. So it's her weekend, right? But she's giving the grandparents the weekend. It's her weekend,
her parents.
But she's giving it to her parents. But it's every it's a consistent thing. It's not like, oh, they just want to see him on the weekend. It's I'm not available for the kids that weekend, so they're always going to be babysat by their grandparents.
No, she's available. She just takes them to her dad's. So pretty much the rotation is I have them 2 weekends out of the month. She has them for 1, and then her father has them for another.
Whoa. But is it technically her time?
Correct. Yeah, her dad shouldn't have anything to do with it. So that's why I'm like, is this fucked up? Should I be tripping about this? Because it's been a very consistent pattern.
I wouldn't trip about it.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't trip unless you want more custody. But honestly, like, you know, respectfully, he's not gonna be around forever. So, but
No,
I
no,
mean,
HB's right.
it just is what it is, And I think, grandparents play such a huge role in, bringing
That's
up
true.
kids.
How's the kid
You
feel?
know,
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure they love their grandpa, right?
Oh
I'm
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
sure they.
no, and I love them too. I'm not really, my issue is not the fact that I don't want them to see their grandfather. I'm seeking balance in the custody arrangement because really she's not having the kids for 2 weekends. She's pawning them off on her dad. And what I did bring up to her when I noticed that this was happening like 3 months in a row, I said, it'd be nice at least once a quarter if you allow them to go to your dad's on one of my weekends too, because it's not because you're not with our children. They're there from Friday night to pretty much midday Saturday or Sunday. That's the whole fucking weekend.
So you just want more weekends with your kids?
No, I want her ass to have her kids on the weekend and not give it to her dad.
Oh, then
She
you
can
coming
have
at it
3
from a
weekends off. That's what I want.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not. I know you were asking the women, but honestly, I just feel like you should just let her be, man. Like, obviously, she's a lazy ass mom, but at the same time, though, like, it's not like she's got them around, like,
A bad situation.
yeah,
Strangers and stuff. Yeah.
No.
Now, if she had them up with, if she was pawning them off to babysitters for the weekend just to go out and party, yeah, I would.
Yeah. I would have a problem, but Grandpa, he ain't got too much longer.
Yeah,
man,
I'm not worried. They're in good hands with Grandpa. I just find the imbalance hilarious. Because if I was to do some stuff like that, she would have a big issue with it, and I know she would.
Yeah, you're coming from a lack of responsibility angle anyway. I wouldn't trip about it. I'd just leave it be unless it was a bad scenario or you wanted more custody. That was what I thought the frame was coming from.
We have, to be honest, I'll be honest with you. Like, we have 50-50 custody, but the kids they're pretty much almost with me, even on her days, because they come to my house after school, and she doesn't pick them up for about 2 to 3 hours after school. So they're around me almost every day.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, man, you're kind of in the better. Like, I don't know, you Universal, but I
Right.
would imagine that the kids probably like you more than her
They,
anyway. So
you know what? I feel bad, man, but my older two, they do prefer to be with me than their mom, and I keep telling them, like, y'all can't think like that. Don't tell her stuff like that. But they have a preference to be with me versus them.
yeah, and I think you're already winning, man. Like, it's no reason to just beat her down. Like, her kids don't like her. Like, she
they like her. It's just if they had to choose like a 24 hours, what parent I want to be with, they're probably gonna choose me.
Yeah, and I mean, just think about that, man. What kids is gonna choose the dad? Like,
Yeah.
come on, man. They don't like her, man.
And part of me wanted to tell her too, like, hey, doing this is going to create a divide between, because they're girls, and I'm like, they need their mom, and when you do this, they're looking at you a specific way. They already have a kind of a biased perspective on how all the divorce stuff went down. Like, they didn't like how she handled a lot of the stuff, and also
No, that's the best way for them to. Honestly, that's the best way for women to learn. I think women, they learn so much from their mom, but not necessarily, what to do or not to do, but they learn a lot from their mom's actions. Like,
Yeah.
if a girl grows up and she's her mom being a dumbass bitch, a lot of times those girls grow up to not want to be like their moms. Like,
I've seen that in counseling a lot.
Source myself. I learned a lot of what not to do watching my mom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Honestly, I did too, watching my mom. Like, I was like, I ain't doing shit. Like, when I become an adult, I'm doing everything opposite of what she did, and it all worked out.
Same.
I was like, I'm not
a modern
money.
woman because my mom was.
Yeah, my mom was too. All right, I want to just come in and see what the women thought about that, because I don't want to press the issue. Like, honestly, man, I think I won the divorce. Like, I don't pay no child support. I make a lot of fucking money. I pay spousal support, but only for 3 years. Like I came out pretty good. I got to keep the house. She got she got $18,000. Yeah, you know what? You're like the fifth person who told me that, and I might actually shift my channel to talking about like how to not beat divorce, but just how to overcome like bullshit for men. Because I meet a lot of dudes who I've met a lot of dudes since I've been divorced who've been divorced, and they're in bad shape, and they're like, well, what did you do? And I'm like, man, I just went in with a mentality that I'm not gonna fail and I'm not gonna get depressed. And also, I set some things up before it actually happened. Like I made sure that I was gonna have some hobbies so I won't feel lonely or bored. I made sure I reconnected with friends and family. I started traveling, and then when the women came, it made it a lot easier too. So,
was YouTube one of the hobbies?
No, sir. But good morning, Stanley.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Did you restock? What did you pick up?
I gotta cook later. So,
okay. What are you gonna cook today, Stanley?
I'm just gonna do ham sandwiches, but I'm gonna make the French fries from scratch. So I gotta cut up potatoes and all that stuff.
I have a question for you, Stanley. Would you be willing to share your oatmeal cookie recipe with me? Because I really want to try
this one I got offline.
I put the link in the back chat if you have it. Do you have it?
Yeah, I got it. Hold on.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Does your wife make a lot of money?
She makes about $70,000 a year.
Interesting.
She's pretty decent then. She's all right.
But that's so she was a stay-at-home mom since 2018 until February of this year.
And she got back.
She went back to work because that was part of her kind of rediscovering herself and not wanting to be a wife no more.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But she was an HR manager prior to that. Wow. Prior to becoming a stay-at-home mom.
Yeah. That's pretty solid, you know. That's why, man, honestly, sometimes I think, man, I get the stay-at-home mom thing, but man, I think some women they're better off working, honestly.
Yeah.
Some women they don't need, because just by her actions about her keep it, taking the kids to grandpa, she ain't stay at home material, man.
No, and I learned that the hard way. I think her vision of a stay-at-home mom was how her mom was, and she never liked that, and that was a big contention point within the relationship. She would always compare us to her parents.
Ooh, that's really bad.
And I would always, we did couple counseling a couple times. It's funny, she just texted me. She listening?
Oh Lord.
She's not
send a laptop.
I ain't sending her that shit. I gotta pay this woman $1,700 a month. She can leave me the fuck alone.
How much longer you gotta pay that?
It's for 3 years. So I got about 2.5 years left now. And I still came out on top. I could have been paying a lot more, HB. Trust me. Man. I took it and I ran with it. And shout out to my lawyer. She was a beast.
Universal, do you have a stand mixer?
A stand? No. Oh, no, I don't, but I can get one.
Yeah, get a stand mixer. It's going to be hard to mix. Oatmeal cookies are hard to mix. You can do it by hand, but you're going to get a workout. It's probably better just to...
and they're sweating.
It's funny. My wife had a stand mixer. Well, still have it.
That was one thing she took. She took the mixer.
I'd never used it till I started making oatmeal cookies.
Oh, well, I'm gonna start sending out KitchenAid mixes. That's call me KitchenAid Virgo.
I'll run a Target and grab one because I think I'm gonna make some this weekend.
Well, if you're gonna get one, I know you're gonna get a KitchenAid, and don't scrimp. They're pretty expensive. Don't get the smallest one.
I see right here, $250.
What?
Yeah, I see one right here, $250.
No, get the $400 one.
Damn, $400 one. I'm being here baking. I'm be sending chicks cookies now instead of laptops.
Oh, trust me, it is worth the investment if you like to cook.
I see it right here, Virgo.
Just know you have to hand wash the whisk one. The rest
you
of them
don't
can go in
have
the
to hand
dishwasher.
wash.
Rest
All
of
they
the
can do that.
dishwasher. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but the
good.
whisk piece that has to be
Yeah.
hand washed. You can't put that
Change
in
my
there.
name to Baker Jones.
Yeah, because it will get rusted.
$100. I'm about to be cooking.
Hey, for this oatmeal though, use the paddle attachment. The whisk isn't gonna do it.
Right,
The
right,
Oh
right.
yeah,
Use the one that looks
the
like a
white
hoe.
colored pad. Yeah. Mhm.
And also, Universal, get the next one up. Don't get the base model.
Damn, how much is the next one?
Well, I mean, you can do.
Let me share my screen real quick. Yeah, I gotta be
You
right
can
here.
do the
The
$250.
$400 one. Get the $400 one.
You're gonna do yourself a favor if you go up one.
Yeah, because you can get all kinds of attachments, and the one that comes the next one up, it comes with like several attachments.
This one, or there's another model.
That's fine, but this is gonna be a hobby. You're gonna start baking once you start.
Oh, that's the color I have. I have that cranberry color. That's the color of my
there's another
my kitchen
version.
appliances.
Well, let me just go to KitchenAid.
Really. I got all silver and black.
Now I'm kind of partial to the KitchenAid just because that's what my wife had. There are other brands, but
I love Cuisinart too, but for the mixer, I think KitchenAid is the best.
God damn, $500 for mixers. Wow. All right. So there's another version.
Man, hey, Universal, man, you better
Listen.
hand mix that shit, man.
Like a man. That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah,
what?
man, you better hand-
I didn't know mixer.
you know,
don't.
I'm Mr. Scrape the pot, boy. You know.
The thing is you add the oats almost. Damn. You add the oats almost last, and once the oats get wet, they're tough to mix.
Oh, Lord. All right. Well, I'll let you know how they come out.
You
Still.
could hand mix almost any other type of cookie, oatmeal cookies. Try it. Try it by hand.
Or he can just put on the plastic glove, Stanley, and just like
yeah, you can
mash them with my hands.
Now
Mhm.
the thing, you're not going to be able to use a wooden spoon. You'll break a wooden spoon. So you'll
I don't have a wooden spoon.
almost have to use your hand.
yeah, Free Zone said, man up.
Man up. All right.
Yeah, man. What are you making some cookies for your daughters?
I just like oatmeal cookies, and Stanley always talking about making them. I'm like, shit. Well, let me try
that would be. Are you gonna get them? Are you gonna get them for Christmas anytime?
Oh yeah.
And make your daughters cook.
I usually cook with them. It's kind of funny, man. Like my ex didn't do a lot of that type of stuff. When I cooked, I always brought them in the kitchen. I always showed them how to do things. Like I'm not to say I was domesticated or anything, but they are used to doing that type of stuff with me. So it's like activities. So me buying this mixer is almost an investment with the kids because we'll just spend some time doing stuff together.
I don't know your ex-wife, man, but every time you mention something about her, it just makes me not like her, man. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what, man? I try not to talk bad about it. She's a really good woman.
I know you don't,
But she did some shit. Yeah.
What you say, I'm just like, Jesus. Imagine a stay-at-home mom that don't cook with the kids. That shit blows my mind.
Yeah, I put up with a lot of bullshit, man. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I let a lot of shit slide, and in hindsight, I probably should have cut shit off a long time ago, to be honest.
Like, bitch, you better get back in the work field if you ain't gonna cook with the kids. You better go get your ass a job. Get the hell out of here.
But that is also the danger, and this is what we talk about a lot, Stanley. When me and Sam hop up, and we're sharing our commentary on the Pop the Balloon. Like there are a lot of these. I'm telling you, millennial and down women. It is a different ball game, man. And even when you're married, you still almost have to. You have to infuse a little bit of this red pill shit to survive in your own marriage.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm a deep in red pill dude, but I came into that space because at one point in time I was like, I'm lost. Like I need to figure this out. And that's how I started looking at this whole male-female dynamic thing. It was like 2015. And I'm familiar with BGS. I'm familiar with Kevin Sand. I used to be on the panels with those guys all the time.
Really?
Yeah, but you know, Universal though, the reason why I think a lot of it is bullshit is because it just doesn't apply for all women, man.
It doesn't.
Like, I don't think not saying that your wife is a bad mom or whatever, but some women just aren't stay-at-home material.
You're not ready. Yeah.
I just don't think they're the material. I don't think they're material. Some women
They
are
weren't
better
raised to
out.
be.
Right.
That too, but I don't think it's instinctually. I don't think it's in them. I think some women are just better at being in the work field. It just
Yeah.
is what it is.
I would agree with you. And I also think that a lot of those women, and this is kind of the tie both you and Sweet Auntie's point together, they were raised to be independent and they don't know how to function.
That too.
Yeah, they don't know how to function as a unit. So it's almost foreign. And I think in my dynamic, my ex, she resented her mom's position so much that when she got into a similar dynamic, she was having an internal battle with herself. Like, do I be this professional woman who went and got a degree, or do I become this wife and live this semi-Cosby life? Because that's kind of how we had it. And she just could not fit the mold. It was like I think it honestly was an internal battle with herself.
Shit, she could have started a business at home.
That too.
Stanley, I've invested in so many businesses with this woman. I would have to talk to you offline to give you a full picture of the stuff that I've done there.
Now,
Daniel.
your wife, you guys are in your 30s?
Yeah, we're in our late 30s, 38.
Okay. Because I was about to say, I never had a red pill like conversation with my wife. It was just assumed.
Yeah. And I think because these conversations have picked up so much in the last 10 years online. It's a new awakening for a lot of people. But I honestly think that it's a generational piece to this.
Yeah.
And I would say my demographic, us who graduated high school from 98 on, I think that we are feeling the kind of crux of this relationship divide more than any other generation. And if you look at the generations after millennials, these folks, I mean, it's just doubling down each generation, where you look at the Gen Zs, like they're not even talking about being in relationships.
Yeah,
Internet had a huge influence on that.
Hell yeah. It's
because
crazy.
we were raised where the internet wasn't quite there yet, but we were raised
Right.
into the internet and evolved into it. I'm the same age.
Right.
And the next generation didn't even have that first period of life without the internet. And so this has created this disassociation, this screen time versus FaceTime. Because you can have multiple, it's like being at a party and not knowing anyone.
Right.
There's a bunch of people around you, but you're still physically alone.
Right. Sweet Auntie, what high school did you go to?
I didn't tell you what high school I went.
Why not? I know you've been to Twin Cities. Did you go to Minneapolis public schools? At least you can answer that question.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I need to know. I can tell you're a Southside Minneapolis chick too.
Yep, I'm Southside Minneapolis.
Yeah. I bet you I can guess your school. I bet you I can guess your school, but I ain't gonna.
No, we ain't getting that far. We ain't going. We ain't going.
I'm not. I'll put it. I'll send it to you in the back chat. You let me know.
I
if
ain't
I'm
even
right.
answer that. I ain't even answer.
You
that.
can answer that part.
I'll read it. But
I smell a laptop coming.
you can send me a laptop.
Just tell me
I
if
got
that's
a good
right.
laptop.
You got a man. You got a man. I don't do that.
No, I know.
Just say yay or nay if I'm right.
Nay.
Nay? Oh, okay. All right. There's only two more choices, you know.
Virgo, what does a laptop smell like? You said you smell a laptop.
It smells like newly broken into, like the new car smell when you step into a new car and it has that fresh,
like the finest southern eastern melon.
Oh God! Listen. Here y'all go. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna. Y'all had enough.
When you break open that bubble wrap. And it's a fresh smell of laptop.
Like smells like served farts.
Oh Jesus! No, those are just blankets.
Universal. That's why I think too. This is another thing I really hate about Red Pill is they always try to say how bad women with kids are, but I honestly think there are, and mind you, there are some single moms out there that you just should not date. But I think a lot of there are single moms out there. Nah, I'm not gonna say all of them, but I do think there are single moms out there who are great moms, would be a great wife. It's just, are you kind of man enough to take on that responsibility, of being, like they already know
Rachel's
what
a
it
good
takes to be a.
stepping stone. But also, though, you got to think about how much you have to lose from those scenarios. Even if you were to man up and take responsibility for a woman and her kid, at any point in time, that kid can be taken from you. You have no
Free zone.
legal.
I'm still in that name,
Yeah.
sir. That is gonna be my name until the New Year's.
Yeah, nah, you're right. You're right, sweet auntie. I think I just don't think some single moms, like, even like for somebody like Universal, like, I could see you like getting married again to possibly a single mom.
I think if
Maybe
you have
she had
kids,
one.
there's a difference. If you already have
Yeah,
kids
yeah.
and you get with someone that has kids, and I do think a man can get with a woman with kids without having kids. I'm not disagreeing with that. But what you need to do is you need
The
to get to
device.
know her outside her kids and not even meet those kids until you're for sure about her.
I think you need
Yeah.
to find a 29-year-old.
Stanley, that is correct.
No, Stanley.
Stanley is right.
That is bad advice.
No, it's not.
It's still a good age.
That is great advice.
29 is
She's
where
just
the
coming
woman's
in-
bar starts dropping off and her standards lower.
It'll be all right. 29, 30, I think, like
Yep.
a professional
That's
woman
the sweet
who
spot
actually
right there.
No, when you're trust me, Universal, trust me on this.
Trust
When
me.
you're divorced,
Yeah, I know, Stanley.
well,
Go ahead, Virgo. Go ahead.
You're gonna.
when
I'm gonna.
when you're divorced
I'm gonna.
and you've already been through the bullshit, you don't want to go through the bullshit again. A 29-year-old would be a fucking headache. You find yourself a woman that's maybe 5-6 years older than you. I'm telling you, this is some good solid advice. Okay.
Nah, hey, if you're gonna do that, Universal, she better be drop dead.
He wants kids.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying that he should find him a hag,
No, yeah.
What
5 or 6 years older is gonna put that woman over 40.
Yeah.
and
You don't have a.
No, I don't need an older woman. I'm good. Go ahead.
my husband is 6 years younger than me.
Okay. I think I heard him say he wants a son.
Oh, I have said that. I am open to having more children.
Okay,
I am open to having more children. I don't need to, but I'm open to it.
Yeah, he still wants a.
Well, yeah, then maybe somebody older would not be advisable, but
And
I'm just saying.
I'd go for a 30-year-old.
Phoenix, yeah, you caught it, Phoenix.
Listen, Universal. So okay, so what if you do get with somebody else, right? And then you have another kid, and it's not a son, it's another girl. Are you gonna keep trying for that son?
Abort it. I'm
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, are you going to like keep trying for the?
Oh no, I'm not stupid. No, I mean I'm not gonna just keep trying to have. I'm not. This is not the Victorian times. I'm just gonna keep.
Maybe you're just a girl maker. Maybe you're just a girl maker.
Oh yeah, whatever.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
What do you mean? That's not how that works?
If I do end up finding somebody and we get to a point of having children, if it's a girl, I'm okay with that. Yeah, I don't mind.
Virgo,
I just love kids, man. I love kids. Kids are amazing.
You think sperm has a gender?
Me?
It's up to the man on what sex it is. It's not up to the woman. HB.
Say what?
But does
I've heard that
sperm
too.
have a gender? Does the sperm have a gender though?
Absolutely, the sperm has a gender.
Oh, okay, all right. I don't know about that.
Is it a woman? HB?
Actually, it does. It's XY.
Yeah, there's X sperm and there's Y sperm, right?
Right.
Exactly.
I don't think
so.
Men contribute to and women contribute to.
Oh my God, Stanley. Oh my God.
Oh my God, what?
Men have X sperms and Y sperms. So if the X hits the egg, it is a girl. If the Y hits the,
It's still,
if,
is that? I don't think that's how that works, Virgo.
really?
Yeah, so the woman you have 2 chromosomes. The woman can only carry X's because that's all she's got. So the egg is X chromosome.
Yeah,
Then there are
XX
2
or
sperms. There's a
XY.
Y chromosome and an
Yeah,
X chromosome sperm. And whichever
Right.
sperm hits the egg
Two-
is what comes out.
It's two.
Yeah, the man determines what sex the baby
No.
is.
I understand what you're saying, but the man is XY, the woman is XX.
And her sperm are divided. There are
Let
X
it grow.
chromosomes
Hold
and
on,
Y.
Virgo.
That's not me.
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I don't think the sperm itself is either man or girl. I think it's
No.
probably
It's not
divided.
gendered. It's a sperm.
Yeah.
But it depends on what chromosome it is that determines the sex of the baby. The
No,
woman does not.
Virgo, it does not work that way.
Okay,
you
can we look it up
for us,
real quick?
Stanley?
I don't
Because
need
an
to
X
look it up.
chromosome carrying sperm versus a Y chromosome carrying sperm, they're separate.
Somebody in the chat, please help us. Because
I don't think a guy could just have only Y.
Okay, listen to what
No,
I'm
he's got both
listen
sperm
to
in
what
there.
I'm saying. Even if you do it that way, the girl would always inherit just 2 X's from the mother. Okay, the only way you can get a girl is an X from the father and an X from the mother.
that's
Right.
what we just
So
said,
the
Stanley.
eggs
So the
are all
sperm
X
is either an
chromosomes.
X or a Y.
Yeah, the eggs are 2 X's. The sperm is X and Y.
No, the sperm
No, the
is
sperm is
one
not X and Y.
or 1 Y, and the egg is 1 X. And so the egg has only 1 chromosome, an X chromosome. And so then
Okay,
it needs a second chromosome, which would be either fertilized by a Y sperm carrying chromosome or a X chromosome carrying sperm.
Thank you,
That
Miss.
makes sense. That makes sense. But what I was trying to say, Virgo, is there's no way that Universal only has Y sperm. He has both.
No. I'm not saying that he only has Y, Y or X sperms or whatever. But what I'm saying is, you've seen it with your own 2 eyes. There's people that have 5, 6 kids, and they're only all boys or all girls.
You can have a
I
higher
mean,
ratio of one to the other, though. as well.
exactly. Exactly.
So,
So
is that true? Oh God.
Yes, and so that's why they're saying that she's saying he might just be the female carrier because it's not on the woman what's happening. It's on him. So if he were to get with another woman, it would still be the same scenario because no matter what, that woman is only going to be 1 X chromosome egg.
Yeah. You might Universal, if you really want a boy, you might have to get some you might go one of those mad scientists that can implant.
Well, and that's why they can do that. So what they do is there's actually a slightly different weight to an X and a Y. A Y is actually slightly, or is it? I don't remember what it's the X or the Y. One is actually slightly faster because the weight of the chromosome is just a.
Can y'all hear me?
Significant amount.
Yeah,
smaller.
we can hear you.
Now
We
we
can
can.
hear
I don't know what the hell happened to my mic. All right. So to add on to this conversation, yeah, if I look at just my family genetics, we have a very strong pattern of boy, girl per generation. And in my generation, we're having a lot of girls. So I have 2 brothers, and between us, there are 13 kids. So one of my brothers has a lot of fucking kids. Like him and his wife just go crazy. They have 3 sons. They have 8 kids. They have 4 and 4, 4 girls, 4 boys.
Catholic?
Pretty much. They're pretty much Catholics. And my other brother, he has 2 kids. I showed his baby mama a couple streams ago. He's got 2 daughters, and then I have 3. But in our generation, my mom, her sister, my uncle, it's almost all boys and 1 girl. So there's 8 of us total, 7 boys, 1 girl. And then in her generation, it's a whole bunch of girls and a whole bunch of. So it's kind of a pattern on the maternal side of my family. That is pretty strong. That has been followed. I can probably count back maybe 6 generations. So I think that may play a role in it as well. I did pull up a video on who determines the sex. It's 2 minutes if you want to watch it.
yeah, my dad has 5 girls And
Yeah.
I'm one of the 5 girls and 1 boy. So yeah.
Yeah, I like these science videos, man. I don't know if this is considered science,
Let me
but
make sure.
yeah.
If the audio's not working, let me know. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay. I don't think it's. You might got to reshare it. Make sure you click the audio.
Yeah, I thought I did. Give me 1 second.
All right.
God damn it.
I gotta go back to biology.
Yeah, I might have to share
Yeah,
the link.
I think I was asleep during most of biology. So yeah.
Stanley, are you HB? Are you driving? Or are you stationed?
Yeah. I'm driving. I can still pull it up though. It's just
All right,
one
I put the
screen.
link in the back chat because it might be.
If you.
I think I might be having some audio issues.
Where you at today?
I'm in I'm in Kentucky now. I'm on I-75 South. It's kind of rainy out here, but
HB had a Costco hot dog last night.
yeah. You know what's crazy? So I went from one Costco to another. The first Costco let me in. The second Costco, this fucking bitch at the front. I'm like, hey.
Oh shit.
Oh no, you lost them. I was about to just tell him a Costco trick. I know how to get into a Costco without a membership.
What's the finesse? How do you get in?
The finesse is if they have a pharmacy, it's a separate entity, and you can go to the pharmacy without going to Costco. So you just say, "I'm here to go to the pharmacy," and then you can walk right in, and then you can go get food because you don't need to pay a membership to get food.
Good to know.
Yeah, I have a Costco membership, but I do go to the pharmacy there, so I noticed that.
I put that link in the back for you, Universal.
All right, appreciate it. And then this video, if you want to pull it up, Stanley, it might be better if you play it as a host.
Okay, where is it?
The link is in. Oh, actually, I sent it directly to you, Stanley. The link's in the back chat for you, Stanley.
All right.
I didn't realize that. Post a link in the back. Oh, I didn't see Portia back here.
Where do I? Oh, there. Oh, there it is.
There we go. But yeah, I had to go to two. I had to drop off at 2 different Costco's. So the first Costco, they let me go in there, and then without, I don't have a Costco card. So then I was just like, yo, I'm just going to the food court, and they let me in. The second Costco though, this little Asian bitch, fucking told me, she's like, no can't enter. She didn't really sound like that. But that's what I heard in my head.
I was about to say, where on earth? How long has she been here? Fresh off the boat?
Missed it, HB, but I said you just tell them you're going to the pharmacy to Costco. It's a different entity there. They have to let you in, even if you don't have a membership.
Oh man, I wish you were here yesterday. I would have just said that.
I know, I got you, though. Next time, just say I'm going to the pharmacy, and they have to let you through.
Yeah, she was a fucking. I'm like, yo, I'm just about to get a smoothie. You guys don't. All I wanted was a smoothie, fucking bitch. But yeah. But anyway, let's watch this video.
Portia's gone. Damn it! I got a copyright strike because I played a clip from the $6 Million Man last night.
Yeah. We're gonna Stanley. We're gonna have to have a meeting soon because we gotta get a little. We gotta set some parameters so we don't keep getting struck down. So we can grow this channel a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? The damn thing's like 40 years old.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's an old movie.
And you know what? How can another channel show it? It was literally another YouTube channel.
Yeah, no, they can. You could still show it. They probably still got a copyright strike on it though. That channel probably got a copyright
taken down. Why did they not get taken down?
Oh, sometimes it's like you can own certain. I don't know which channel it was where you got it
No,
from.
it wasn't like a network. It was just some dude's channel. So I don't know. I'm not going to ask questions. It's just you would think that it's some dude. It wasn't like a network or anything like that. It was just some dude. You would think if it could be displayed, there would be no problem. But I'll just stop whining.
Yeah, YouTube's very fucking sensitive, man. I don't know what constitutes a strike sometimes, and I don't know. I don't know, but we definitely gotta be a little bit more careful with certain content.
My bad.
No. Trust me, we all shit. We all done did that, man. So it ain't just you. We all.
And, you know, it's so funny because when I saw the clip, I was like, man, this is like from when I was a little boy. You know, I was like 10 years old when those, you know, when the $6 Million Man was around. So, yeah, you pay for that nostalgic bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, here's
Every organism is made from cells. Cells contain thread-like structure known as chromosomes. In humans, there are 46 chromosomes in each cell, and these chromosomes are found in pairs, so there are 23 pairs. In male and female, all the pairs of chromosomes are same except one pair. Chromosomes in this pair are called sex chromosomes. Sex chromosomes can be of two types, namely X and Y. In a male cell, both X and Y chromosomes are present, but in female cell, two X chromosomes are present. We know that male reproductive cells are known as sperm and female reproductive cells are known as eggs. Reproductive cells are different from normal cells as they contain only 23 chromosomes, one from each pair. When sperm cell and egg are combined together, they form a cell which has 46 chromosomes or 23 pairs. This new cell formed is called zygote and develops into baby. Since reproductive cells have only 23 chromosomes, sperm cell can contain either X or Y chromosome, and an egg cell will always have X chromosome. During reproduction, lot of sperm cells are released and only one sperm fertilizes the egg. When sperm containing Y chromosome fertilizes the egg, resultant cell will have a sex chromosome containing X and Y chromosomes and the zygote will grow into a boy. But when the sperm cell containing X chromosome fertilizes the egg, resultant cell will have a pair of X chromosomes and the zygote will grow into a girl. It is clear that a child will be a boy or girl, depends on male and not the female.
I thought that.
You know, it is so weird. I've literally had genetics classes, and for some reason I couldn't remember that it's the egg that has two. So I'm embarrassed.
I thought a zygote.
I accept the embarrassment. I don't want you to be smarter than me. Dude.
Well, the thing is it's been like 40 years since I've had it. So
I thought a zygote was like the nation spirit. I thought that's what that was.
And where is it located, in Wakanda?
I thought that was like the sentiment of that like a nation it's zygote, isn't that? Or am I thinking zeitgeist? I don't know. I forgot.
Jesus.
What am I thinking of? I don't know. Yeah, it is pretty interesting how that whole
yeah. Okay, Richard. Okay, Phoenix Fish.
Come on. I'm not gonna beat up Stanley. Stanley has known things that I haven't. So come on.
I am a hardy asshole. So every now and again, you got to take a lump.
You would think.
No, I'm
Stanley,
not.
You're an ex-seaman.
I'm gonna save it for a good one, Stanley.
Stanley, I even though you were in the Navy, I guess you don't know everything about seamen, huh? Wow.
You mean an ex-seaman or a Y seaman?
That's a good one.
And thank God I don't.
Yeah, kid. You learn something new every day, man. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, we got John in the back. John is
So I'm gonna need reparations for all the women who has been beheaded for their descendants. Reparations for their descendants because they couldn't produce a boy for their king.
Feminism.
It's the king's fault.
It was the king's fault.
I'm with you on that. I agree.
Oh Lord, everybody wants something.
Yeah, they'll make some excuse.
Yeah, I mean,
Really quick, while we're kind of breaking in the conversation a little bit, if you guys are planning to cover the manifesto, I'm gonna read it here probably in the next hour or so, and I'm thinking of doing a live on it this afternoon, so we can, if you all want to cover it together.
Yeah, I'll show it overnight. Your analysis.
Yeah. So I'm thinking I'll probably do it.
You right, strike me, are you?
No, Stanley. You can share. You can use anything on my channel, Stanley. I'll probably do it at about 3:30 Eastern time, 2:30 Central. I'm thinking to go on live to cover this. So I haven't heard much. I know Portia sent it to me yesterday, and Crack was saying I should go over it. But it sounds, from what I heard you all talking about earlier, it sounds like this young lady was just done with dealing with people.
Nice.
Especially black people.
Oh, really? She said some racial stuff in here?
Oh yeah.
Oh man. It is juicy, Universal.
Oh man. I'm having some fun with
I
this one.
want a copy of it because America is a racist country.
Yeah. She said something that was kind of profound when it came to the N-word. I was
Oh really?
Yeah,
Was
I
it
don't.
funny?
It was kind of funny, but it was a little profound. I don't want to.
I don't think Stanley's gonna like it though. I'm telling you right now. Knowing Stanley, I don't think he's gonna take to. He's gonna have his opinions.
Well, the girl is dead.
Yeah. I thought it made me think. You know, usually, I think that is one of the good things about manifestos. It does, you know, knowing how the story ends, you do get a little bit more reflective on their sentiment.
Oh,
And,
Yeah, it gives you insight into their psyche.
Yeah.
Man, this girl was born in 2009. Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
That's
Christ, I already had all my kids by 2009.
Wow.
She didn't even see the 9/11, man. Like,
Man,
Jesus
she
Christ.
didn't have her sweet 16.
Wow.
Nope, she didn't.
Wow.
For some reason, I thought she was 17.
Bucks.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, I guess they had it wrong. I
Well,
thought she was 17.
unless this manifesto was written like prior, but in here it says my introduction. My name is Samantha. I think it's Rupp now.
Yeah.
And I was born November 7th, 2009.
Okay.
So was she a Virgo?
No, November is not Virgo. Sorry.
I don't know the zodiacs, but I think,
Oh, no, I think she was
Virgos are September.
I think
she's a Scorpio.
Yeah, she's a Scorpio. Oh God. Oh God. Yeah, those Scorpios will kill you. That's what they say.
Yeah, she gave
Damn.
you that scorpion tail venom.
This is one hell of an intro. Nobody knows that I'm doing this. I got my weapons by lies and manipulation and my father's stupidity. I planned on myself a while ago, but thought maybe it's better for evolution rather than just one stupid, boring suicide, which hopefully it'll reach the point. I've been planning this myself and nobody else. I act alone. There would have been no way to change what has happened. You can't and you never will know. You never care too much to know anything about me, and I'm glad you don't know. Yeah, this is some psycho shit, man. I'm gonna have some fun with this. It's unfortunate that people had to innocent people have to lose their lives for this, but man, 15 and dangerous.
I always thought if I had a daughter, I would take her out shooting and stuff. But now,
No, you should still take her out shooting.
now I'm having second thoughts. Nah.
I'll be honest with you though, because I have weapons and my kids are aware of that. They are fascinated by them. I was a little nervous, like what the? I thought they would be scared. I think girls can get a little crazy, man.
No, I think with kids, I think kids are just naturally
hormonal and armed.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? My husband has a theory. He says the women are the ones that love those ID channel shows and stuff like that. We're fascinated with like murder.
Deacon Dave says he blames Kamala.
Yeah.
He blames Kamala. Yeah, I don't think Kamala had anything to do with this one.
You think Kamala's a gunslinger, huh? Do you, Dave?
Well, she did say she's gonna shoot if somebody comes into her house.
Yeah. I don't think we can post the manifesto link. I'm sure there's some YouTube guidelines around that type of stuff. So you gotta have to do some Googling.
No. We read part of it yesterday. We didn't read the whole thing. Yeah, but we read part of it. So I'm sure you can read it and stuff.
Read it. Yeah, I'm gonna try to put it on the screen too. Wow. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna read it so I can write some notes first before I go live. I have a couple meetings, so I'll do this after I'm done. But yeah. Damn.
Richard, I was the same way. I was always into guns. I used to have cap guns. Then it went up to like Nerf guns, water guns, and then it went up to pistols. Yeah, the airsoft, paint. I went paintballing. Like laser tag. I don't know. I just love
anything
guns,
that the pew pew. I was the same way. I actually got taught how to shoot at Bible camp. We had bolt action rifles.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
That's some crazy stuff.
Bible camp.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's where I learned to shoot.
You guys didn't even hear the second part of that. Say the second part again. What kind of guns were they that you were shooting?
They were bolt action rifles.
Oh, damn. You hunting buffalo?
Yeah, no. Northern Minnesota.
Yeah, I love Minnesota.
We're God's warriors. Calm down, we're God's soldiers.
See, I already know, sweet auntie. I already know you got a good shot. If you learned on a bolt action, you probably got an amazing shot.
I was like 10 too.
Damn.
Wow. Damn, I don't think I ever shot a bolt action. I might have to try that.
Actually, it's funny. That's still my favorite to this day is a bolt. We got one upstairs. But when I met my husband, he's from the country and I'm from more of a metro area. And I met his dad for one of the first few times and he was out shooting rifles. And he asked if I wanted to join him. And I had asked if someone had a bolt. And my boyfriend at the time, he's like, that's the only rifle I have. And he ran in and grabbed his bolt action and gave it to me. And I outshot his dad. I don't know if his dad was proud, a little upset, but I gained some respect that day.
Jeez.
Probably a mixture of both.
Mm-hmm. And I respected my husband for having a bolt. I was pretty excited.
Got a little turned on, huh?
Yeah, that's what won you over. Like,
you out on the date to squirrel hunt.
Gophers, squirrels, couple coyotes, a few birds in the barn. Got to get those guys out of there.
Well, my wife and I only went fishing.
Good old Minnesota fun.
Yeah, that's Minnesota, Wisconsin,
Dakota.
Dakota.
It could be Georgia quail hunting.
Yeah, this was South Dakota where his family was at.
Oh yeah.
So good times though.
Oh yeah, you gotta have a
it's blunderbuss, Deacon Dave, not blunderbust.
Sweet auntie,
I could have me some quail eggs right now, man.
Sweet auntie, have you ever been to the Black Sands Beach? Close to Duluth?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice spot.
That whole that angled edge of Minnesota is just Duluth is just the starting point to that whole strip there.
Yeah. Yeah, that whole strip is interesting. A lot of weird history up there. It's like, what the
Well,
fuck?
yeah, but it's beautiful. It's
It is super
waterfalls
beautiful. Yeah.
everywhere. You got the Great Lake there, so it's almost like you're on one side of an ocean.
Yeah, that's the man. Lake Superior is insane. Like you're just driving for hours and you're just on the shore of the lake. It's crazy.
And you can't see across it like an ocean. And
Nope.
the thing is, each angle of it is a different beach.
Yep.
You got like pink, you got black, you got white sand, and the waves are like ocean waves. You can surf on it.
Yep. Yeah. Minnesota's an amazing place, folks. Don't underestimate it.
No, it's not.
Not until you try
I have an old
it.
college buddy who lives in Minneapolis. I met him at University of Georgia. He was I guess they do like exchange student things for like a quarter or semester or something.
Yeah.
And we're still friends. As a matter of fact, we usually schedule a call like once a month. So yeah, I'm actually going to talk to him tonight.
You know,
I'll tell him-
Minneapolis has the longest indoor walkway system. It's
Yeah.
got
Skyway?
Yeah.
Skyway. So
Skyway.
that's basically set up. So if you live in Minneapolis and work in Minneapolis, technically in the winter, you don't have to go outside.
Yep.
Yeah,
You can
as a
park in
matter
a
of
parking
fact, the
ramp.
Replacements wrote a song called Skyway.
Yep.
Oh, really?
And
check that
and if you go to school on the main campus of the University of Minnesota, you can take the underground tunnels to damn near every building.
My parents
Crazy.
went there once to the is it the Mayo Clinic? What's the
Yeah, the
clinic?
Mayo Clinic. Yep.
Yeah.
So they went in the wintertime. I'm like, are y'all crazy? You're from Savannah, Georgia. You're gonna die.
Yeah.
And
I
that
got a
pro-
roommate in college from Senegal, Africa.
Oh,
and
wow.
her first so you know, college starts in the fall. She her and her couple of friends from the same area. I remember we were walking one day and I was in a flip-flops and a t-shirt and jeans, and they were in like parkas, and they were talking about how it was ridiculous the way I was dressed. And we all actually ended up going out shopping because I showed them the ropes a little bit and got them all.
Did she roll her R's when she said ridiculous?
Ridiculous.
Yeah, she definitely had the R roll. She was fantastic. Food is crazy spicy. My white
Nice.
mouth couldn't handle it, but it was cool. It was really interesting experience.
I'll warm your snowy ass up.
No, I got a husband to do that. I ain't need your ass.
No. I meant the spicy food.
Oh,
Ooh,
yeah,
now
no,
that
it will.
boat
It'll
action
heat
talk
you
got a
up.
little, you
No,
know.
I was thinking your I don't know. I think like that. I was imagining your roommate and you walking around in flip flops, and I'm like, I'll warm your ass up with this spicy food.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, I got you.
Joke.
You know what I thought was crazy? So we put peanut butter on toast, right? Like it's a breakfast. And she looked at me like I was psychotic because peanut butter is used there like lard.
Really?
Yeah, I thought that was crazy. I tried so hard to get her to eat a piece of peanut butter toast. She just would not do it. She just felt like I was spackling lard.
Wait, so they cook with peanut butter?
Yeah, they cook with it like a lard. It's not like a condiment like we utilize it. It's just like a straight up cooking.
That's some true African shit right there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's peanuts
oil.
of Thai food.
Where's Garion?
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of
He put
things.
Peanut butter on his lion steak.
So
That's what I was about to say.
So I can make a steak with peanut butter, like coat the pan with peanut butter and cook a steak on top of it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Good,
They just
yeah.
kind of like a lard, like a yeah.
It's
it
got
wasn't.
a lot of
There's a lot of oil.
Yeah, it's very oily.
What the?
It might taste like pad thai though.
Right?
It might be a little.
But no, she wouldn't. She wouldn't eat the toast. I tried so hard. I tried all her crazy food. It was good food, but she would not eat this damn peanut butter toast.
He can't even
mad.
afford.
Richard.
Afford to buy a jar of peanut butter now.
He did give Varun all his information. We might not see Carrion for a while.
Wait, you're saying the African got scammed by an Indian?
Yeah, there's levels to this shit, man.
Oh God,
there's levels to this
I missed
shit.
everything.
Rune bought a whole nother coffee plantation. He doubled our
Right.
age.
Oh man, that is hilarious. Portia, where are you at, Portia? I know she wants to cover
She's
some.
not on the panel.
I know she's probably
Hey
listening.
there, Portia. Get your ass
Portia.
up here.
Get your ass, Portia, get your ass up here. We're supposed to cover some news topics, Portia. What you guys want to cover some? News
Here,
topics,
let's
whatever?
go ahead and do this. This one,
Which one?
the escape from Guantanamo.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I refugee from Guantanamo Bay.
All right, I'll be back later. Peace, people.
Later, Universal.
Peace.
Hold on one sec. I am kind of interested in this.
Pentagon repatriates Malaysian prisoners who pleaded guilty to war crimes. This article is by Carol Rosenberg and read by an automated voice. The Pentagon said on Wednesday that it had repatriated 2 Malaysian men from its prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, who admitted to committing war crimes for an affiliate of al-Qaeda that carried out a deadly bombing in Bali, Indonesia, in 2002. The rare transfer, a day after the Pentagon released another prisoner to the custody of Kenya, reduced the detainee population to 27 men. The freed prisoners, Mohammed Nazir bin Lep, 47, and Mohammed Farik bin Amin, 49, have been held by the United States since 2003. They were returned to the custody of the Malaysian government and supervision of its de-radicalization program through a diplomatic arrangement that was reached as part of their guilty pleas in January. Before they left, the men gave sworn testimony that prosecutors hope will be useful in the eventual trial of Encep Nurjaman, the Indonesian prisoner known as Hambali. Mr. Hambali is accused of being the mastermind of the Bali bombing and other terrorist attacks in 2002 and 2003 as a leader of the Jamaah Islamiyah movement. The men admitted to being accessories to the terror attack after the fact by helping Mr. Hambali elude capture. All 3 men were held for years after their capture in Thailand in the CIA's secret prison network that used torture in its interrogations. They were transferred to the military prison in Cuba in 2006, but the military did not formally charge them at the war court until 2021. Brian Buffard, a lawyer who represented Mr. bin Lep at Guantanamo, said his client plans to live a quiet life with his family. He's been punished many times over for his long-ago involvement with the wrong people, and we hope one day that his torturers and their enablers might face accountability for the evil they have done in our name. At their sentencing hearing in January, Mr. bin Lep's co-defendant, Mr. bin Amin, showed sketches to the military jury that he had made portraying his first months in CIA custody, both the circumstances of his interrogation and his conditions at a black site prison in Afghanistan. As part of their plea, the men admitted to training at al-Qaeda camps in Afghanistan in 2000 and agreeing to become suicide bombers. Instead, upon their return to Southeast Asia, they ran errands for Mr. Hambali and acted as couriers for funds that were traced to suspected accomplices in the bombings in the resort of Bali on October 12, 2002, that killed 202 people, most of them Australian. Under the plea agreement, the jurors returned a 23-year sentence, but the panel was unaware that separately, through administrative credit from the military judge and a side deal with a Pentagon official overseeing the court, the men would be returned home sooner in exchange for their cooperation with the government. Christine Funk, a lawyer for Mr. bin Amin, said he looks forward to the opportunity to continue living a life of purpose, taking care of his parents and pursuing a career that best reflects his skills and talents. Some relatives of those killed in the Bali bombings expressed disappointment that the men would get such short sentences, but said they were hopeful that their testimony would help convict Mr. Hambali, who has been identified as a former leader of the movement that carried out the bombings. Besides Mr. Hambali, 5 other prisoners are in pretrial proceedings at Guantanamo Bay for the attacks of September 11, 2001, and the bombing of the USS Cole on October 12, 2000. Also, an Iraqi prisoner who pleaded guilty is serving a sentence that ends in 2032. Another 5 prisoners are effectively held as indefinite detainees in the war on terrorism, 3 of whom have never been charged but have been found to be too dangerous to release through an intelligence review process. The other 2 are Ramzi bin al-Shibh, who was last year found to be mentally unfit to face trial in the September 11th conspiracy case, and Ali Hamza al-Balul, who is serving a life sentence for conspiring to commit war crimes as a media advisor to Osama bin Laden. That leaves 15 men, most of them Yemeni citizens, who were brought there by the George W. Bush administration and were subsequently found to be eligible for transfer to countries that will help absorb them into society while monitoring them for signs of radicalization.
All righty.
Wow. Wow. So we're releasing some towel heads. That's kind of what I got from that.
They're not exactly towel heads, they're Malaysian.
Oh. Well, you know, Malaysia's
They're lower
very,
level,
very,
man.
Well, I know there is, it's an Islamic country, but they're not Arab.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they, huh. Damn, so these guys were connected to 9/11. Jesus Christ.
They're connected to the guy that's connected, right? Like these are some lower level screws for a higher up that were involved, and that's why they're getting what they're getting because they're going for the higher up guy.
Yeah.
Well, 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah. I think John was he was telling a story how one of the 9/11 hijackers used to rent a room from him, and it was
Like, you're joking, HB, because I can't take you serious all the time. You
no,
see,
he was telling the story yesterday. I think you were asleep, but yeah, he was saying one of the hijackers used to rent a room from him, and he shit like on the bathroom floor, and come to find out he was hijacking a plane. I'm just joking, Virgo. I'm just joking.
I know you are. You play too much.
Okay. I thought you were. Yeah. Stanley,
I take everything you say with a grain of salt, HB. Trust me.
Come on, Virgo. So Stanley, do you think this is justice for these people? Like, you know, even though they were involved,
Well,
I don't know. I just don't think there should be any.
I'm kind of thinking they're going to get there thinking they're going to live a normal life and they're going to be executed.
Yeah, I don't think terrorists should get any type of leeway. You know,
You can pretend to give them leeway just to get the
They didn't
info.
kill anybody, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Well, I guess I don't know. You do something against America, you know. I think it should be off with your head. But yeah, tropes. That is true. Osama bin Laden was the CIA asset. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, seeing him before he got all Muslim-y is kind of crazy too. If you see pictures of Osama back when he was just like regular, like it's like, damn, that's the same guy.
What do you mean by regular? Was he like Christian or something? What are you talking about?
I'm sure he was always Muslim, but he didn't look like he wasn't like an extremist all the time. He just looked like a regular guy. Like, you know, he didn't look like a Muslim. He didn't really look like a Muslim. He just looked, you know, had Wrangler jeans on and
So he was kind of like the Ak at the convenience store in Brooklyn.
the bodegas. Yeah, he was one of those types of guys, you know. That's what he looked like anyway, you know. Then he got all freaking, you know.
Probably even a yellow cab driver. Just, you know.
Yeah, he did look like a cab driver.
Just regular dude.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. But it's those what is it, 52 virgins? That'll change a man.
Damn, man. Get out the fucking way.
What
Does it say that they're virgin females though? What do you get up there and it's just a bunch of dorky looking dudes with pimples?
That I've always thought about that, sweet auntie. They don't specify the virgins. And there's a lot of over there in those like super Muslim countries too. There's a lot of gay shit that goes on. People don't really talk about it. But the women in their culture over there, the women are looked at as like I'm talking about the Arab Muslims, not the African Muslims, but the Arab Muslims. They look at the men as like concubines and the women as like breeders. So they like do a lot of gay stuff with guys, but then with the women, they'll just, there's like a different level of, honor that the women have to have because they breed with them.
That happened in a lot of wartime stuff too. The got younger, weaker guys in the military.
Let's see. Leaders in Congress reach deal to avert government shutdown.
Oh, well, that's good, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. Let's see
This
what they're
news
saying.
story was written by Jacob Bogage. Leaders in Congress reach deal to avert government shutdown. The measure includes $100 billion in disaster aid and $10 billion for farmers, but it will probably need bipartisan support to pass. Congressional leaders on Tuesday unveiled a bipartisan deal to punt a government shutdown deadline into March. But House Republican infighting could still endanger any agreement and push federal agencies to the brink of shuttering this weekend. The stopgap funding bill, called a continuing resolution, or CR, extends federal funding until March 14th. The measure includes $110.4 billion for disaster relief and approves a pair of local priorities, clearing the way for the District of Columbia to take over land so it can negotiate with the NFL's Washington Commanders for a possible stadium, and committing the federal government to pay the full cost to rebuild Baltimore's collapsed Francis Scott Key Bridge. It also bans a controversial practice by pharmacy benefit managers, a middleman between patients and insurance firms, called price spreading, in which managers keep a portion of the charges for prescription medications. Congressional Republicans, led by House Speaker Mike Johnson, Louisiana, originally sought to restrict the bill to a simple funding extension. Without new legislation, government agencies will shut down at 12:01 a.m. Saturday. But the non-spending priorities, including $10 billion in extra farm aid, the healthcare policy changes, the D.C. Stadium issue, and Baltimore's bridge, threatened to turn a routine spending-term bill into end-of-year Christmas tree, decorated with lawmakers' pet projects, and to imperil Johnson's speakership. The bill even includes a cost of living adjustment to lawmakers' pay, which members have voted to block in past government funding bills since 2009 for fear of public disapproval. Johnson must win the votes of 218 House Republicans in the new Congress to continue in the post in 2025, and many members of the GOP conference are already grumbling about provisions in the legislation. "This is a small CR that we've had to add things to that were out of our control," Johnson said Tuesday. "These were not man-made disasters. These were things that the federal government has an appropriate role to do. I wish it weren't necessary. I wish we didn't have record hurricanes in the fall. I wish farmers were not in a bind such that creditors are not able to lend to them anymore. We have to be able to help those who are in these dire straits. And that's what the volume of the pages to this is." The legislation sends $29 billion to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, $21 billion to the Agriculture Department, and another $10 billion in additional aid to farmers and ranchers. It also replenishes the Small Business Administration's disaster loan program, which exhausted its lending authority after Hurricanes Helene and Milton ripped through the southeast, slamming parts of Florida and North Carolina. They are counting on us to deliver the resources they need to get back on their feet, to rebuild essential infrastructure, and recover in the wake of devastation, Senate Appropriations Committee Chair Patty Murray, Democrat, Washington, said. They are watching and wondering whether Congress is going to help them. And we have to answer with a resounding yes by getting this package across the finish line. But the high cost of the disaster aid and the wins Democrats were able to notch in the bill upset right-wing hardliners within the House Republican Conference. And to pass the measure before the deadline, Johnson may need support from Democrats to circumvent those members, who in past spending fights have thrown up roadblocks that tilted the government to the verge of a shutdown. A similar dispute led to the ouster of Johnson's predecessor, Kevin McCarthy, Republican, California, and Johnson's speakership could hang in the balance. All they've done is tied emergency spending to a horrible spending bill to force people to rise up in righteous indignation and support a terrible piece of legislation, said Representative Tim Burchett, Republican, Tennessee, one of the 8 Republicans who voted to depose McCarthy. Maryland's congressional delegation, dominated by Democrats, also wields outsized power on Congress's spending committees, which eased the path for regional priorities. Senate leaders are eager to send Senator Ben Cardin, Democrat, Maryland, beloved by lawmakers for his affability and famous cocktail recipe, into retirement with funding for Baltimore's bridge secured. State officials estimated the cost to rebuild the bridge at close to $2 billion. Congress is now committed to covering the full cost of replacing the bridge. This will allow the bridge to be built as quickly as possible, Cardin and Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat, said in a joint statement. The measure says the federal government can recoup some money for the bridge from judgments or legal settlements reached with the company that operated the cargo ship Dali, which crashed into the bridge on March 26th, killing 6 construction workers who were filling potholes. As part of the deal to transfer control of RFK Stadium to D.C., Maryland also secured the transfer of an Air National Guard squadron from the district. Mariana Sotomayor and Mariana Alfaro contributed to this report.
How many times do we have to see this headline, though?
What headline?
I'm so desensitized to the headline that new bill to avert government shutdown.
Well, guess what? The Republicans control the legislature, the Supreme Court, and the presidency after January 20th. So if you see a government shutdown, it's probably going to be bad because Republicans.
No, I get that, and we don't want a shutdown. But my problem is
you will be not seeing it for quite some time. If you do see it with an all Republican government, then we have huge problems. They'll be warring with themselves.
Hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, I'm trying to remember the first time. I think during COVID was the first time there was an actual government shutdown.
Nope, Clinton. It happened during the Clinton administration.
Oh, what was the cause of that?
Don't recall.
You think it has something to do with
Newt Gingrich was playing hardball.
Oh, okay.
I forget how long. I think I was in the Navy at the time, so the Navy wasn't affected.
Yeah, and usually, I mean, a shutdown really just means like Congress, like everybody else.
No. A lot of things don't happen. Essential functions go on.
Yeah.
But things like the national parks close, that sort of thing. Hold on one sec. Let's see.
People still get their food stamps. That's all that really matters. As long as they don't shut the food stamps down, everybody would be fine.
You know what? All hell would break loose if they ever did that.
Yeah, that would be.
So 2018, 2019, 95, 96. That's
I think 21 days was the 95 days. It was only 21 days.
Yeah, 35 days in 2018, 2019, 17 days in 78. There's a 2013. Don't remember that one. 16 days. The first shutdown ever was in 1977.
Wow.
Do you see that, or do I need to enlarge it?
You probably need to enlarge it a little bit. just for Daniel Nixon. I know he likes to read.
Well, yeah, monkeys need large letters, right?
Yeah. Monkeys, they just learn how to read. So,
Thank God it's not in it's not
Daniel
in
Nixon.
cursive.
I didn't even see what you wrote. Are you talking about Baka Bazi? I don't know. I don't speak. I don't speak freaking towelhead. I don't know, but that was insensitive. I don't speak Arabic, but I know it definitely goes on over there. A lot of veterans talk about that. That
About
guys that
what?
have been like how over in their culture in like Afghanistan and Iran and these places that pretty much America kind of occupied for a while. Their culture is it's really different, where they have a lot of gay concubines. Like, they believe over there culturally, they believe that the men are used for like sex kinda, and the women are used for reproduction.
Okay, I had no clue.
Yeah.
It's new to me.
Yeah. I think that's what Daniel Nixon is talking about, Baka Bazi. Where like
Let's
they
see.
don't have like Stanley, they don't have like whores over there. Their whores are guys.
Yeah, MC Nemesis is here again. What do you think? Should we let him up?
I mean, we know it's
Left
gonna.
up to my own devices, I wouldn't.
I mean, you can let him up until you get tired of him. We know what he's gonna do. We know.
What do you mean till you get tired of me?
Yeah.
Yep,
Till you
I'm
get
tired of him.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Niggers.
Yep, I'm definitely tired of him.
Whoa.
Sir, we don't use that word on my stage. And as a matter of fact, come back some other time. You can use it when I'm not here.
Yeah, I do like how you said.
I'm doing old school, like Cosby level. We don't use that word in my house.
I do like how he says it though, Stanley. He
You
really,
know what? Then he can say it on your show.
He really emphasizes the ers. Near. Really. It's like he growls at the end.
Yeah, he says it like he's had a lot of practice.
Oh, Kimmy Cakes, I think you're a little behind. Yeah, Virgo was right. Listen, a broke clock is right twice a day, I think. So yeah, Virgo was right.
Virgo's better than twice a day.
Yeah, I know. Virgo's actually, she's very knowledgeable. Yeah, Virgo was spot on.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Virgo knows what she knows.
Well, no, she beat me, so I'm gonna be humble for a day.
Yeah, Virgo.
She did win, so Virgo knows a lot, and I need to prostrate myself before her.
Virgo knows more about semen than you, Stanley. I think you can. I think you can.
She's actually been productive with it.
Yeah. She's had a lot of experience with. So
You know what? Even I'm kind of grossed out by that comment. I think you crossed the line.
No. I mean,
damn it! I was in the Navy, and I'm disgusted by that.
She's a mother. She knows.
I know, but TMI.
She's had a couple experiences.
And God bless her. I know she was a wonderful mother, but that's between her and Mr. Virgo.
Yeah, a lot of experience. John is live. You wanna watch some of his live? You wanna watch some of his live?
I didn't get a pop up. Interesting.
And we can do some commentary over it. I like this setup where me and you comment over John's lives. You know, John.
He couldn't use it anymore. Now we have Stephen A. Smith.
I want to get into some politics before we.
We won't be able to play.
Man, his volume must be low because I'm. This is. Can you hear it? It's all the way up.
That's Stephen A. Smith, and let's see if we
Is
have
it all the way up? Yeah, it is kind of low.
Quiet.
video here.
I don't know why.
You know, I think John needs to like move the mic closer to his mouth.
Yeah, he's a ways from his mic. Let me tell him to.
But either way, Stephen A. Smith, he's had a change of heart now. He's now no longer just taking whatever he's spoon-fed by the Democrats, and he's saying that he and I think this is the report he's referring to. If this
is this any better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah.
Okay, so I adjusted it through mine, but his volume is low.
Anyway, Stephen A. Smith talking about how he's now seen the light in James 6. I'll pull that up. I want to get that video in here. And one more video I want to play kind of deal with some things. Yesterday we talked about, I think it was yesterday we did like a dating the Black women's dilemma. We talked about fibroids and a lot of other things. And toward the end of that video, the end of that stream yesterday, and I think this is Stephen A. Smith. No, fuck it. Is it? Don't worry about that. But toward the end of that stream yesterday, I think it was in the stream, Universal Jones and I did a stream together. And we talked about the Black women's dilemma, things like that. And so here's a video that, here's part of the video that people found rather interesting. I'll see if I can pull that up. And here it is here.
Damn.
And this is from a stream.
Negative aspects of the Black
culture was titled, what was the name of this title of the stream?
What the hell is that?
Dark-skinned Black woman's dilemma. Undesired in dating, ? Anyone can call in. And this was a panelist. His name was Sam I Am. He jumped up on the panel. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday. And here's what he said. People found rather interesting.
Culture, and I'm not that. I won't be that for them, and they'll probably end up being dissatisfied with me. So I'm just not interested.
A Queen of Spades. John, you know the Queen.
With that, interested in the more negative aspects of.
I think this is it right here.
I take it as we're interested in the more negative aspects of Black culture, and I'm not that. I won't be that for them, and they'll probably end up being dissatisfied with me. So I'm just not interested.
A Queen of Spades.
Probably got it. Maybe I didn't go back far enough. And I think this is the point where he's going to say something rather interesting.
You know what's interesting about that? You say that my Black men, like if they say, "Ooh, I date Black men," like, I don't want that. Like,
yeah, because that to me that says that they're kind of chasing to leech on to the Black culture and other things. I take it as we're interested in the more negative aspects of Black culture, and I'm not that. I won't be that for them, and they'll probably end up being dissatisfied with me. So I'm just not interested.
A Queen of Spades. John, you know what the Queen of Spades is? You heard of that?
And I think this
I heard of the Indian spades. Yeah.
Oh, so it's
I'm not sure if that was it. It was
a little before my time.
It was somewhere here.
But that ain't what we seeing.
Pause it real quick, Stanley. Pause it real quick.
He was saying
a spade card on her ass.
Yep.
Anyway, the guy Sam I Am was saying that
women going for Black dudes like that are not athletes and very high status. You know what I mean? Except for on the lower end, but
right.
Wait, Stanley,
there's not this huge cohort of white women chasing after Black dudes. And I'll say this,
you know what? Another reason why I'm really kind of against this argument is because, I've dated all different races of women, and not once did I say to myself, I want to date an Asian woman because of her culture, or I want to date an Indian woman because of her culture.
Well, I'm gonna push back a little bit. I had a buddy of mine. He was white in college. He was from South Georgia. Not exactly a redneck. He was a cultured redneck, but he had a thing for Asian culture. He majored in Asian studies, and he married a Japanese woman.
Well, I think that's more of a, you know, that is kind of deep. Maybe that started out as a you know, a fetish, and maybe I'm not even gonna necessarily say
Fetish
fetish.
enough to actually study it.
Right. Maybe not even a fetish, but just a real deep, you know, appreciation for the culture.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's one another thing. But you know, I think the dating dynamics in America is totally different than going to a different country. Because I agree, if I move to Thailand and I want to date in Thailand, I think it is in your best interest to, you know as much about the culture, learn the language,
Right.
all of that. You know, but I think there's a difference when you're just talking about dating in America. I think a lot of people, if they are dating racially, a lot of it is proximity and just attraction too. Like maybe you just
Well, I
maybe that
mean, I don't know how is what you're arguing against a culture.
well, what I'm saying is I don't think white women that are attracted to black guys are attracted to the black culture. I think it's more so they're just attracted to black guys.
No, I don't agree with that.
You think so? You think it's
I
different for
knew a
women?
girl, you know, I am old. I've had all kinds of experiences. I knew this blonde, she wasn't awfully attractive, but you know, she was a blonde who was into black men, into black culture at the University of Georgia. She could have, I mean, way more white people at the University of Georgia, and she literally dated nothing but black guys. She was in college, they were in college.
Yeah.
So I mean, she had basically adopted black culture in a very white state, in a very white college.
But don't you think she adapted it based off of the attraction? She adapted the culture, not the culture created the attraction.
Who can say?
That's, I just think, what HB's trying to say is that the attraction created the interest in the culture, not the culture.
And what HB said, I do speak English. What I'm saying, saying is that maybe they're inseparable. They don't have to be different.
And I think they are to a certain extent as inseparable.
I mean, the people in the culture, I don't even know how you separate them. If you are attracted to Asian culture, you're gonna probably marry an Asian person.
No.
They're kind of people make up the culture, is what I'm saying, and vice versa.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is I think you have to I think you have to get to know the person to understand if it's the physical that led to the culture, or was it the culture
I'm
that led to
saying
the
they're
physical.
inseparable. It's hard for me to, if you are in love with Eskimos, you're not going to marry a German.
Yeah. The Eskimo
Now, maybe
culture,
if that German loves Eskimos too, I could see that, but you're pretty much going to marry someone who is immersed in the culture or from the culture.
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly don't. If you love black culture, you're probably going to marry a black person. At least I would be willing to bet.
Yeah,
I had a very strong interest in Asian culture and learned to speak Japanese, for instance. I'm rusty, I don't speak it well anymore, but things like that nature. But I also was not someone who dated specifically Asian men.
Well, then I'll argue you didn't love the culture. You just it was something you were strongly attracted to. But if you love the culture, you're probably going to love the person who is from it.
I don't think. I think
Yeah,
they're inseparable. I think you could separate the culture from the people. Like how you always say,
that's ridiculous.
No. Like how you
Do
say,
you
like,
understand how culture works?
no. But Stanley, you say it all the time. People down
People
south,
make the culture,
but you say it all the time. People down south, they don't like black culture, but they like black people.
right? But that's not quite the same thing. If you don't like the culture, well, I mean, black people, I don't think there's a black culture.
I don't know about that.
Well, we've had this discussion before. Blacks have a subculture under the umbrella of American culture.
Yeah.
I mean, black culture, if there were black culture, it's not like Caribbean culture. It's not like African culture. And in theory,
How does it differ?
Differ from what?
When you say when you say blacks, and I'm not challenging you, I don't want you to get defensive. I just want to.
Oh, I won't get defensive. I'll get over.
When you say blacks don't have culture, it's a subculture, and it's not like Caribbean culture. What do you mean by that?
Okay, well, Black American culture is nothing like Caribbean culture. There's similarities because of the slavery part of it.
I mean,
But
like,
if you think about Trinidad, for instance, there are a lot of things that black culture shares with Indian culture also.
No, I guess what I'm saying is, do blacks have a culture?
Curries. Let's take the Sea Islands of South Carolina. You don't get a lot of curries there. If you go to the Caribbean,
no, they're not similar, but I mean, like, do they have a culture, or is it like a?
Do the Caribbeans have a culture?
No. Do the blacks? You say it's a subculture.
It's a subculture.
But is it a culture? You know, is it?
I literally said it's a subculture.
Right.
So a subculture is not a culture. Read Thomas Sowell. He taught black rednecks and a white something or another. He literally says that black culture learned some of the dysfunction and stuff from redneck Southern culture.
You know, as a software developer, when I start hearing shit like things like sub, you know, something could be a sub of something. But I guess it
means it comes under a subroutine is a routine within a routine.
Well, you know, but could a
I see what you're saying. Is the subroutine actually a routine?
Or, you know, could it be a functional program in and of itself in a way, in that, like, you know, let me ask you this: could black culture exist without white culture? Because if it could, okay, fair enough. I get what you're saying.
Speak English, for God's sake.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. So you take away the English, there would be no black culture. Is that what you?
Well, I mean, think about a subroutine. It's got to call.
Somebody got to call it, right?
It gets called by the main routine, and it may do something, you know, on its own. It may not. I mean, there's some subroutines who actually depend on the routine that it's called by.
So in that sense, you're saying like the white culture, you know, basically is like it
is the controlling culture,
like the framework, right? And then there would be a subroutine for, say, black culture in that. I got you. You know, I can see that logic. I don't think a lot of people would agree with you. I think a lot of people
probably no one will, but I actually think it works.
Yeah, when you attach the language to it, because again, I think you're right in the sense that the Africans do have a language outside of English, right? Caribbean, I think they do.
And I mean, even Caribbeans, sometimes their dialect. I mean, you can have C, and then you can have C++.
Right.
Not like the same.
Right. No, I totally get it. Yeah, I totally get your logic on that.
I'm not totally, you know, I'm crazy sometimes, but sometimes it makes sense.
Yeah, we were just watching your video and your live and Hey,
go ahead. I wanted to play more of the Stephen A. Smith stuff, but I didn't want to get a copyright strike. Better leave it alone.
Are we getting strike for this Stephen A. Smith stuff?
No,
I'm sure
no, no, we're not. We did get for that music video, but we can play Stephen A.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
Play Stephen A. You can play Roland Martin. I was typing it in the chat, but you didn't see.
I think I saw it. I was like,
Wait. So even John didn't even play the music. He still got a copyright strike for it.
Yeah,
yes, it was the video itself.
Oh, okay. Damn. See, yeah, that the algorithm or something, whatever, that YouTube algorithm, man, that shit. You might just have to take screenshots of that Puerto Rican lady, John, and just
Hey, I wonder if that. I wonder you probably played. I wonder is that copy. I wonder. Well, I guess if you're playing it, you probably giving them a couple seconds. It's probably at least 2 or 3 seconds it takes for them to recognize something.
Yeah.
Maybe getting faster. I read something. They're getting even faster now.
Yeah, this detection system. Yeah, man.
Could you create like almost a blur feature like window? Like a tool?
You have probably have to do something like that.
I think it's like completely integrated with YouTube. I think they just know when you're playing something, like they know if it's being played somewhere. It doesn't have to be music, or they probably know just when you pull up, like just looking at the screen, like the screen is up. Like they call it like an impression.
They can see you have it opened.
Yeah,
they could
they would definitely be able to see that, yeah. So, and they can see where it's being streamed to for sure. I would imagine.
Yeah.
What if you pre-downloaded it and played it out like a not an MP4, but
yeah, no, that I think that still does pull up too, because I used to do that when I would go live, and you'd still get a copyright strike.
That's what I was wondering if it's like an AI motivated screen recording.
Yeah.
So the easiest workaround for this that I have found whenever I do my shows, because I don't ever get hit with anything, is putting. Yeah, because I try to pay attention. You guys can go to the brand. Good morning, HB.
Look at that while you talk. Which brand?
You could just go ahead and like put a picture up over it, and we can listen to the audio.
Yeah.
So we'll have to remember to do that. If we want to, just continue listening to it, or we can play it and pause it. But just to be safe, I'd rather, us throw up a picture and listen to it.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I think
so. It is a screen AI capture situation happening, which is kind of odd. That it wouldn't be ran through their own software of understanding you're opening the link, but actually a recording of your physical screen.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. I'm putting the photo up. You're still running the program, and the picture itself is still playing behind it. The fact that your offset picture is covering that's kind of an odd feature.
Well, I think that is interesting. I see what you're saying by that. Yeah. It would be like you have something on your screen, like and they could in theory still pick it up.
They're seeing your outside software.
But it's not. Well, I think they would have to catch the sound in that sense, because they're not seeing the video. They won't be able to catch the video because it's not being streamed, even though it's being played. You can play it. You could be playing it in your ear. Listen to it
right,
while
but
you.
Some other where are you pulling this picture from? Is this just another tab of the internet?
Oh, that picture.
To cover the sports saying she covers it with a picture. When you say
that's a picture of Stanley.
Right. So where is that picture from though on your computer? Is it just a file?
Yeah,
it's a file here in the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where I'm wondering is why is it that they're able to not see the screen if your external file is covering it, but it is still technically playing on their side?
Well, because it could be technically playing in Portia's ear and not to the stream, right? And it's not. See, when you're playing it on YouTube, this is what YouTube is looking for, what's on the screen right here. And so their algorithm is hitting against that, seeing if it can find a pattern. And if it doesn't find a pattern against the video, it moves on, right? Probably every 3 seconds. Let me see.
Okay, I see. So they're looking on their own live of that.
Right, because the anyone can pull up a video and play it, no problem, right? It's if you're streaming it from your channel, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So John, do you still have that video pulled up that you played of Stephen A. whenever he was talking about January 6th back in 2020 and Kyrie Irving?
Oh yeah, let me see
it. Because I know that it might, whatever. I think that what's happening right now with Stephen A. and the response, we have senators and congressmen now calling to have Stephen A. show get taken down because of this particular video. I played a little bit of it last night, but we can't play it today because of what he said. But I think that
January 6th.
Yeah, and where you were going with that, I thought it was good.
You say he's trying to get him taken down because of January 6th?
Because of that video, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a lot of articles and things to pair with the Stephen A. thing.
That's interesting that they're trying to get him taken down, Portia, what he said, because they basically have admitted it themselves that there are Fed operatives out there, right?
Well, yeah.
And
we have this report that came straight out of the House. So
excuse me, what did
their
you say?
control of the narrative, not someone else's.
Let me see if I can find it. Here it is.
Because whenever you bring it all full circle, and I think to start this, we should start with that, because like how you said, I'll never forget all the stuff that Stephen A. said about January 6th.
Yeah, he was going, and COVID too. He was a mouthpiece for the Democrat. I put the article in the back chat about January 6th. He was a mouthpiece saying all these things, and I couldn't believe he turned his back on like Kyrie Irving and stuff like that, only to let me see, where is this, the January 6th?
Because I have the recent video in the back right now, but the one that you played on your stream earlier.
Yeah, go ahead. I think I put two of them, one from Instagram. I think that was him torching January 6th.
Okay.
That all those people, yeah.
All right, let's see.
Did call me, and he reminded me of guys. He mentioned 6 guys. They weren't disagreeing with what I was saying, but they were addressing the fervor with which I talked about Kyrie. And I really didn't see it that way. I felt like I had looked out for Kyrie Irving on many, many occasions until I couldn't. And then I felt that his attitude towards me had changed, and it felt like betrayal. I let that go. But then when his father, I felt, came at me the wrong way, I reacted like I react. I ain't backing up. And it wasn't until Kenny Smith placed that call to me that I had to look at myself differently, because he reminded me of those numerous people that raised Kyrie. They also influenced me. And when I talked about Kyrie in the fashion that I talked about him, it wasn't just a reflection on him. It was a reflection on them. Kyrie did deserve to be criticized at the time that he was being criticized. Kenny Smith did call me, and he reminded me of guys. He mentioned 6 guys. They weren't agreeing with what I was saying. They were addressing the fervor with which I.
What'd you say, John?
Play the next one, is the YouTube video of him. I just put in the back chat. This is him criticizing Kyrie. And I don't know what the hell he's talking about here, talking about somebody calling him, but who called you to say what he said in this next video? I mean, anyone remember him criticizing Kyrie? That shit was amazing.
On Kyrie, Stephen A.
It shouldn't. And if it should be worse than we originally thought. Because to not be anti-vaccine, then why are you taking the stance? Because at the end of the day, it comes down to you being vaccinated in order to be able to show up to work. Kyrie is a superstar. He is box office. I think pound for pound, he's one of the greatest talents the sport has ever seen. I do not think he is a bad person. I do not think he has evil or malice intent. I do believe his heart is in the right place and that he cares about people. But he's snobbish. He thinks he knows more than a lot of other people. He thinks that he's above the fray a lot of times. It comes across as snobbish and aloof and looking down on other people. He started off last year talking about how the media were peons. Really? That's the same person that's cared. So the media members ain't human beings now? That's what you're supposed to be caring about, right? So, I mean, listen, Jay Williams was just on at the first stop of the first segment. He said he had COVID not once, but twice. Well, does he count? You understand? Because he's in the media. You know, it amazes me some of the things that come out of this man's mouth, whether it's direct or indirect through sources and all of this other stuff. But here's what it ultimately comes down to. Kyrie Irving has made over $200 million plus. You signed on to be a member of the Brooklyn Nets and got KD and James Harden to do it. The objective was to establish a legacy and a new era in New York City that didn't belong to the Knicks. Let's create our own legacy and our own brand because the New York Knicks already got their own. Let's do our own thing. They came to you and you ain't there. And you ain't there. And Marcus brought up a little while ago when he talked about, yeah, you do have a right not to take the vaccine. That's not what this discussion is about. We know everybody has the right to take it or not take it. What we're saying is we might think it's unwise considering the circumstances because, as you pointed out, Molly, lives have been lost, okay? Yeah. And we get that part. Obviously, that's the most important part. But my point is, even with all of that said, you still are now proclaiming, according to the reports, you're not anti-vaccine. So if you're not anti-vaccine, you know what this comes across as? You just looking for, this is just the latest excuse for you to get off of work until you're ready to come to work. This is the same Kyrie Irving.
And you see that portion. He basically said, man, he took all his right. He took all that man right to choose away, and basically said, you just being lazy, don't want to come to work, you know. And he went on and on for, you know, the whole time this went on, you know, destroying this man. And, you know, and to see how he's now like trying to come around, kind of like Chris Cuomo, where they've been pushed out of kind of wherever they were. And now they're trying to weasel their way into the mainstream so people will accept them now. Other people like us will accept them. And, you know, it's just kind of disgusting to me, you know, to see him do this.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty bad back then. He talked about Kyrie so bad, and then he also talked about January 6th, like it, you know, just like everybody else was in lockstep. They were all in it together. And I was mentioning last night that, you know, what Stephen A. just found out, we've known about this for years now, you know, so we've been saying this. However, Stephen A., I guess he just got a clue.
Well, I said it, like I said a long time ago, like these people are paid to be willfully blind and stupid and act like they don't know things, you know, and the government came out and told him, and now he steals insurrection as if the government would tell him the truth anyway. Like, you know, they didn't tell him the truth the first time. Now you believe him because they told him to believe him now. Right. I mean, it's unbelievable how they do these things for money. You know, I don't know how he does it. Get up here and lie and smear people like he did Kyrie Irving.
But then too, and then like act like, you know, we forgot. And you know, that's the thing that's kind of troubling right now, with all of the stuff going on politically in the media, and it's just like, y'all change y'all tune now.
Yeah.
But we remember.
Yeah, I can't forget how he criticized that man about COVID, because it was, in a sense, he was criticizing me. Right? I ain't take the vaccine either. Am I worthy of the same criticism that Kyrie Irving? I ain't got 200 million to hide away.
Is this like Obama saying he could have been my son?
We're all in it together in that regard. The anti-vaxxers versus the people that wanted to mask and lock us all down. I guess you're creating a natural alignment of people. And Stephen A. is now trying to weasel his way over on the outside. The same way Don Lemon tried to weasel his way over with Elon Musk, but it didn't work for him. Don Lemon couldn't make it in CNN, so he go try to weasel his way over. Imagine that if Don Lemon had gotten that job with Elon, he'd now be working alongside Donald Trump. What?
Well, the thing is you got to die on your hill. The weaseling part, and I'm sure there's, maybe I'm just a little extreme, but I'm not going to back off. Kamala, for instance, I think she was the better candidate still. Excuse me. So
I can respect what you do. You say, look, man, I don't like Trump. Fucking, I don't like him. But this nigga here, he trying to weasel his way in.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to die on your hill. If it is a strong choice, maybe it wasn't. Maybe he was kind of lukewarm to begin with.
Nah, you know what's so interesting about this shit, and I'm going to get to that. I forgot about it in the earlier stream. Does anyone remember Trump's advice to Stephen A. Smith? Anyone remember this nigga? It's unbelievable how this nigga turned on Trump. I look at it. Unbelievable. Stephen A. Trump advice. Hope I can find it.
Yeah, I'm interested. Is he still on ESPN?
I think he's kind of on his way out.
I see.
And they're getting younger and prettier.
Right.
And he's an old guy now.
Senior statesman, though.
Yeah, and the thing is, the basketball players have led or leading the movement now in basketball, because they can just go social media and talk about basketball with more authority than him.
Right.
And the same thing goes with football. So it's like, dude, like
Trump said at the time was
Hey, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a lovely day.
Same here. Is it Portia? Did you find it? Oh, Portia found it. Okay, there it is. Go ahead, Portia. Portia's always on top of that.
What Trump said at the time was, he said, I never want you to forget this. He said, and I want you to hold on to this mentality for as long as you possibly can, because it will always be applicable in the world of business. I said, I'm listening. He said, when you go to a bank and you borrow $3 million and you can't pay it back, you got a problem. He said, but if you go to a bank and you borrow $300 million and you can't pay it back,
oh wow,
we've got a problem.
That's right.
He said, the moral of the story is, the more you get people to invest in you, the more diligently they must work to ensure your success. And so that is incredibly apropos to me, because ever since that time, once I got back from that 2-year hiatus away from ESPN, I meticulously went about the business of plotting my career.
Well, I have to say that's actually good advice.
And I heard him on another clip where he was saying, when he was negotiating the contract with ESPN, he was telling them, basically that get as much as you can and so on and so forth. And I don't think Stephen A. would get that kind of advice from anyone else. He's definitely not going to get it from his peers on air. They're trying to get as much as they can. It's a pie.
I think he would get that kind of advice from Robert A. Smith.
But Robert A. Smith is not in media.
Well, yeah, you're right. Trump was in media.
Right. And in the media, once they give you that big contract, they're bound to you. They want to make you work for both of them, right? And the less you get, the easier it is for them to discard you. And that was some advice that, that really worked out well for Stephen A. And you would have thought that he would have been a little bit more gracious. But he criticized Trump for years after that man gave him some golden advice. Right? He didn't have to do that. And it just, it just strikes me as
Trump's not his daddy.
And that's even the better point, that he didn't have to give him any advice. You're not my son. I gotta say this for myself, right? And I'll give you some free game here, and you get back on the media on TV and just smear me. Man, it's just disgusting, baby. You could say nothing. Right?
Let me ask you a question. Similar topic. Bomani Jones. Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
What do you think of him? I actually think been a fan of his for a while. Speaking of Stephen A.
I haven't watched sports radio on TV in a while, years, but I remember when he first started coming on, and I think he kind of, and I don't know where he is now, but I think he kind of
he's got a podcast. Actually, I never watched him on ESPN. He's got a podcast currently, and he's had one for quite some time.
Is he still on TV? I don't know, but
not TV, but he's got a podcast.
I know he got pigeonholed.
I'll send you a link because he does like a podcast 2 or 3 times a week.
Yeah, he's a guy that probably could have.
He actually reminds me of you.
He's a guy that probably could have stood to benefit from Stephen, Trump's advice, and that Bomani, if I remember him correctly, got stuck with like some black talent after they had ran away. The show kind of went black, ESPN, whatever the show he was on. And so then they had him and Jamel Hill, and and they had just other black light-skinned guy. Anyone know his name in the chat? You may remember him.
I don't know. One of these days we'll talk about him in detail. He went to one of the Claremont schools for economics. I actually think he's probably more your kind of conservative.
And I don't know,
right of center.
I don't know much about him. I do know. I remember when he got caught up. In my opinion, I don't think he wanted to go this direction, or if he did it, he wasn't thinking long term, because he was on a show with Jamel Hill, and there was another guy. I can't remember the guy's name, light-skinned guy, and I think both of them were a little bit more radical than Bomani.
Oh right? No, Bomani's an economics major.
Right.
He is. He is fairly conservative.
Right. So Jamel always wanted to be in politics. And so when she left ESPN, that was what she more or less said. I want to talk politics.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk politics, race, and maybe the intersect.
Not particularly smart.
Well, and that is my point. He was tied to her.
Right.
I got that, where sports was not really her interest. But she was like the lead on the show. And she's taking the show down a path that eventually swamped him. And that's why he's probably doing a podcast now, as opposed to being on ESPN as a main anchor.
Well, he had an HBO show for a year or two. So, I mean, he's had attempts to go big time. I mean, he's making money.
You ever heard the story of how Stephen A. Smith got back on ESPN?
No. You know what? I know who he is. I don't know details because he's not my kind of guy.
Yeah, he's alive.
Probably enough Bomani is.
And so Stephen A. Smith came back. What's the white guy down in Dallas?
Oh, Dan.
The other one. He's an older guy now. I think he does a show with Lil Wayne or somebody.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
White guy's name.
Maybe Portia.
Portia,
Sorry.
Stephen A. Smith used to do a show, and then Shannon Sharp took his place with a white guy. Damn, what's his name?
Skip Bayless?
Skip Bayless, that's right.
Oh, okay.
So Skip Bayless was pushed out by Shannon Sharp, or more or less Shannon Sharp used race to do whatever he had to do to to land where he is now. And in my opinion, maybe to generate some hype for his show, his new show, Undisputed, that's the name of the show. Shannon kind of created a tiff with Skip Bayless, and Shannon's a big ass man. Skip Bayless is like 70. And what could a 70-year-old man, like say to you to get you all amped up where you, huffing and puffing and ready to fight this man? It seemed contrived to me, right? Seemed contrived, right? And so recently, Skip Bayless went on a show. I don't know if we played it here, where he talked about how he had to drag Stephen A. Smith ass back into the good graces of ESPN. And Skip Bayless mentioned it when he said, I had a hiatus there. Did you hear that part, Portia, where Skip Bayless said I had a 2-year hiatus?
No, I didn't hear that.
In the clip that you just played, where Stephen A. Smith is saying, talk to me, I got my game plan, and I wanted to game plan my life out, right? Skip Bayless is the white guy that helped bring him into the fold, back into the fold of ESPN. And he recently came out, and it almost seemed like he was throwing shade at him by saying, nigga, I brought you back to where you are. Mm-hmm. And you let Shannon Sharpe smear me with racism when I'm responsible for where you are today. If it wouldn't be for me, ESPN never would have had you. And you wouldn't even be talking about these big contracts, and you wouldn't be able to even utilize the advice that Donald Trump gave you. And anyways, it's just interesting to see like how these white men have helped him and how he's turned his back on them, when they were being called racist. Very interesting.
Before we get on out of here, as we've now entered the final month of Joe Biden's presidency. And for the sake of argument, it hasn't been a good one. The Democrats lost the White House, Senate, and House in the November election. Meanwhile, this week, FBI Director Christopher Wray announced plans to resign at the end of the Biden administration as President-elect Donald Trump takes office in January. The news comes amidst a bombshell report from the Justice Department that revealed the FBI had at least 26 confidential informants on the ground when the Capitol was stormed on January 6, 2021. The report says most of the informants engaged in illegal activity during the chaos. The Justice Department says only 3 of its 26 informants present had been instructed to observe potential domestic terrorist suspects on the day of the riot. The rest of the 23 appeared to have gone to the Capitol on their own accord. Upon hearing news of the report, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance posted the following on X, quote, "For those keeping score at home, this was labeled a dangerous conspiracy theory months ago," end quote. So 23 folks for the FBI were in the crowd. And we're just finding that out. Didn't hear anything about that for the election. Didn't hear anything about that when the quote unquote insurrection was broached by Vice President Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee, by President Biden before her, by Democrats in both the House and the Senate as they articulated the belief that Donald Trump was a danger to democracy and using this as a profound, illuminating bullet point to make that case. And now here we are yet again finding even more evidence to Donald Trump's claims when he articulated that the process is rigged, the Democrats are this or that, they're talking about us, but look at what they do. We don't know all the details. It's a report. Justice Department comes out with this. That's not my big issue. My big issue is that I'm really, really sick and tired of every time I turn around finding something else that the Democrats have lied about or downplayed or misrepresented along the way. Where's the $1.5 billion that was given to the Democratic Party? Where is it? Where'd the money go?
Jesus.
Why was Oprah given $2.5 million? Why was Al Sharpton's National Action Network given that much money? Before interviews, by the way. Why? I think it was $500K for the National Action Network. Why? I want to be clear. I don't have any problem with the National Action Network taking that money because they don't have a lot of money. I have more of a problem with Oprah taking $2.5 million when she's worth over $1 billion.
So, John, do you think that Stephen A. is hating because they got paid for endorsing Kamala and he didn't?
No, I think he's trying to get into the good graces, trying to weasel himself into the mainstream. You know, Donald Trump is coming into power, and I think he has he said he has political design. So I think that's what he's doing. What we're seeing is a guy trying to kind of remake himself, right? Like, he didn't know all those things. Now that he found out, he don't like that. Biden's presidency was bad, but damn, you knew that. When did you find that out? Why are you just not telling us that Biden's presidency was bad? He ain't been saying much about Biden's presidency for the last 4 years. Now it's bad. It was bad. Now that she lost, it was bad. He ain't vote for Trump. Who he vote for? He probably voted for Kamala. I know he didn't vote for Trump because PBD had him on there, and PBD asked me, say, "You voting for Trump?" Nah, that's just, I can't do it. That's what he said. I think he was saying, I just can't do it. Mm-hmm. He will be willing to vote for what and hide to the people what he knows was bad or what he thought was bad, right? He just said Biden's presidency was bad. He hadn't told us that up until now. And that's what just strikes me as dishonest, to be honest with you. And someone said he's two-faced. Yeah, I think so, yeah. One thing I was waiting, and I don't know if you're gonna say anything, but the Republicans were just as complicit with January 6th as the Democrats. They knew too. Why he ain't blame any of them? Because I think that's society he's trying to weasel up to now.
Well, that's easy enough. By the way, I think that argument is BS, but Pelosi's was in charge of security.
But there have been many Republicans that have used January 6th just as willingly as the Democrats. Let's be honest. The Liz Cheneys of the world. January 6th was insurrection. It was insurrection.
No, you know what? They're not going to do what they're not in charge of.
Well, but they used that as a weapon, right? Mm-hmm. It's an establishment weapon that an outsider came in here and caused an insurrection. The Republicans, just like with COVID, like everything he said damn near could be overlaid with COVID. Mm-hmm. He said they didn't tell us about the insurrection until after the election. Well, when the hell did the vaccine come out? Right after the election. Coincident, I guess. A nigga just can't put patterns together.
As if her heart and soul was so immersed in supporting Kamala Harris. Well, then why didn't you do it for free? I'm just asking these things because I think it's important. And I think that the time has arrived where we have to stop letting stuff go all the time, particularly when it comes to the left. I mean, I see Republicans like Megyn Kelly or Officer Tatum or Candace Owens or, the Sean Hannitys of the world. You know what I'm getting tired of? To the Democratic Party. You know what I'm getting really pissed off about? I'm getting really ticked off at every time they open their mouth about something pertaining to y'all, they seem right. I would love to argue with Sean Hannity. How can I? Do you know what Sean Hannity used to do to me when I told him Kamala Harris had a chance? He'd laugh.
Because
like
it was
literally, genuinely giggle.
He'd go on TV and put on his straight face to y'all. You got to be concerned. This election could go either way. He laughed. He wasn't concerned about her.
He sounds like hood,
Before
sir.
I called out Biden, he was calling Biden Sleepy Joe. What's percolating on social media today? Just go and look at it, y'all.
Tell him, Steve.
Joe Biden is caught napping at an African summit in Angola
Portia.
for at least a full minute. They didn't say
Portia. Joe been napping for a long time.
For a long time, John.
He just not seeing it. See, he couldn't report on this shit 2 years ago when Joe was napping. He had to act like he didn't see the shit, right?
You report on it like 8 months ago, 5
Right.
months ago.
Right. Now he's seeing it all, right? You remember that quote I told you from that playwright who said the Democrats have to act like they don't know things, further their illogical liberalism. And what we're seeing here is a man that's just not seeing some shit that he has seen all along. But now he can speak on it.
say whether he was snoring or not. That's about all that was missing. But he was clearly asleep. I'm not going to pardon my son. I want to state for the record, I have no problem with him pardoning Hunter Biden. I had a problem with him trying to act like it was unjust what was being done in pursuit of getting after my son because they wanted to get to me. All you had to say was, I'm pardoning my son because he's my son. You couldn't just say that, though. You know why you couldn't say that, President Biden? Because you had been telling us it was the last thing that you were going to do. And why did you say that? Why did Karine Jean-Pierre, remember how she said he will absolutely not pardon his son? It's all over social media right now. They kept saying it. It's everywhere. How many times did the Democrats tell us no one's above the law? No one's above the law. No one's above the law. Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, Elizabeth Warren, who makes you feel like your soul is going to hell if you don't agree with her. Inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency. We can argue policies. We can argue politics all day long. But the Democrats worked really, really diligently to make the case that the right had a monopoly on insidious, evil tendencies, corrupt tendencies, duplicitous, hypocritical, untruthful tendencies. And every time they made those accusations, we turn around and find out that at least some of them are guilty of the same shit.
Wow.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm sick of all of it. I'm sick of all of it. They've actually made Donald Trump look like he was right instead of them.
That's an interesting statement, isn't it? Isn't that an interesting statement? They made Donald Trump seem like he was right instead of them.
He can't.
Well, so what is he saying? What is he
Because
saying?
he can't come out right and just say Trump was right.
Right.
He ain't say that.
But what is he saying? So what is he saying?
This nigga ain't saying nothing if you ask me.
He said they came out and made Donald Trump seem like he was like he was right. Is that what he said? So he's saying the Democrats made Trump seem like he was right. In other words, the Democrats were right, but they made Donald Trump seem like he was right. And he said Trump was right. He said the Democrat made it seem like he was right. Right? He's a Democrat. He worried about the Democrats because that's what he is. That's what pumps through his blood, right? And so he's more concerned about what they did wrong and how they made Trump appear right. That's what it seems like he's saying to me. He's weaseling his way, but he can't let go of being a Democrat.
Yeah, because he just won't outright say it that
Right.
Trump was right.
Right. He won't even
Because
say the Democrats. He's not even really saying that they were wrong.
Yeah.
He said they just made Trump look right.
Yep.
He didn't just get to raise his fist on election night as a victor. He's been raising it every night ever since for one different issue after another that he keeps winning because he keeps highlighting what they lied about. I'm sick of it. I have nothing to say. Enjoy y'all weekend. I got to get to Vegas for the Emirates Cup semi.
Yeah, so that's Stephen A. Giving his little rant about him just now being the last one to find out about January 6th and all of the other things. He did come out with another video about whether or not he's Republican now, but Roland Martin did respond to Stephen A. In a not so good way. Roland Martin wasn't happy with the route that Stephen A. went, and it seems as though he had a lot to say about it.
To be honest, Stephen A. He never struck me as any sort of Democrat. I think he's been Republican all along.
Oh hell no!
Or he just didn't know he was.
Oh hell no! He Democrat through and through, right? And but here's the thing though, Stanley, as it relates to Stephen A. And I said it earlier, he's like a man with no country. He can't talk sports anymore. That's why he's talking all this political shit. But this is not where his lane. The athletes have taken the sports talk where they've made him almost not even a credible voice. And so this is why he's switching and he's trying to find the lane.
Either Black Howard Cosell.
I don't think. See, the problem he has is he's not very talented.
I got you.
I think the other part is he doesn't really have any convictions.
That I will agree with.
Roland Martin got convictions.
All of it.
This boy is a Democrat. Stephen A.
You called it.
Yeah.
So Roland Martin, we have Roland Martin here. So I'm going to play the first bit and then I'm going to skip ahead because we just listened to what he's about to replay.
Side themselves because the Department of Justice released a report detailing failings of the FBI when it came to January 6th. This is the report right here from the Office of the Inspector General. A review of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's handling of its confidential human sources and intelligence collection efforts in the lead up to the January 6, 2021 electoral certification. Okay, so this is the actual report that was released. Well, they saw this report and it was like, see, the FBI, they were involved. They were involved in January 6th. They allowed it to happen. And so, they have been going crazy in social media. Well, then they took it to a whole new level when Stephen A. Smith on his podcast dropped this rant.
Hey, Portia, before you play it, let me ask you a question. Stephen A. Smith criticized Oprah, right? Saying, well, why you do it, right? Why you didn't criticize Beyonce? She took money too, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
She got more than Oprah, didn't she? Did she get more than
she
Oprah?
did. She got the most. Yeah, she got 10 million.
Wonder why he didn't criticize her.
Yeah, he said Oprah and who was Al Sharpton
Mm-hmm.
and somebody else, but he didn't name the other celebrities.
Who are the other young people? What he went after was the old guard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he
Cardi
didn't
B,
go after
Meg Thee
what's
Stallion, Sexy Red, Glorilla.
He didn't go after anything. Because if he had gone after him, his political ambitions would have been destroyed almost immediately. Oprah and Gayle King.
Okra.
Any Democrat that really want to make Haiti Day, they can attack them. I think Oprah is unguarded. I think you can attack her. You can basically bear hug, make the Democrats bear hug to your advantage. I think people are tired of Oprah Winfrey. I think that he could have mentioned Beyonce. Shit, Trump did it. This nigga just ain't got the balls. He could have mentioned Beyonce, right? Hey, we got a damn whole commercial going with it. Right? Trump said, shit, they had Beyonce and I beat them all, right? He couldn't mention the young guard because he want their money. He feel like he can win without the Al Sharptons of the world because they're not going to give him any money. Anyway, they want money. It was very interesting.
Let's see.
Instead of them.
You know, Stephen A. normally dons a cowboy hat when he's talking about the Dallas Cowboys. I have no idea what the hell Stephen A. was just talking about.
Roland Martin looked crazy.
I know Stephen A. I respect Stephen A. Stephen A., you know sports. On this, you know what the hell you talking about. Like, I literally have no idea what the hell he was talking about there. How he's pissed off and the Democrats and Trump said stuff was rigged. And y'all, MAGA is running that clip everywhere. Oh, they are saying, oh, see, even Stephen, the truth, they always know the truth. Go to my iPad. Associated Press, Fact Focus, Inspector General's January 6th report misrepresented as proof of FBI setup. The basis of what the right has been saying is that January 6th was fine. It was great. It was wonderful. But the FBI, it was a setup. The FBI, they were behind the whole deal. They were agents. They were the ones who were starting stuff. The report, this is the AP, the Watchdog report, examined a number of areas. Go back, including whether major intelligence failures preceded the riot and whether the FBI in some way provoked the violence. Claims spreading online focus on the report's finding that 26 FBI informants were in Washington for election-related protests on January 6th, including 3 who had been tasked with traveling to the city to report on others who were potentially planning to attend the events. Although 17 of those informants either entered the Capitol or a restricted area around the building during the riot, none of the 26 total informants were authorized to do so by the Bureau, according to the report, nor were they authorized to otherwise break the law or encourage others to do so. That's the report. And so when Stephen A. is going on and they sat here making Trump out to be true. No, he lied. He lied. Claim a December 2024 report released by the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General is proof that the January 6th Capitol riot was a setup by the FBI. The facts, that's false. The report found that Report found that no undercover FBI employees were at the riot on January 6th, and that none of the Bureau's informants were authorized to participate. Informants, also known as confidential human sources, work with the FBI to provide information, but are not on the Bureau's payroll, undercover agents, or employed by the FBI. Those are facts. And so for Stephen A. and Clay Travis and Sage Steele, all the rest of these people, let me help y'all out something.
Help them out, Roland.
I'm about to help y'all out.
Help them.
The FBI and the state police and the DEA and the ATF and a sheriff's office and a local police department and a campus police department, even top flight security, doesn't come out and tell the public who the fucking informants are. Do you know why? Because the informants are inside the groups. The Proud Boys, that racist group, the FBI had people on the inside feeding them information. You can't arrest somebody unless a crime is committed or unless they were planning, let's say, to kill somebody. Every law enforcement agency has undercover cops. These were not undercover agents. They were informants. So Stephen A., what were Democrats lying about? What were they lying about? All of a sudden, MAGA's like, oh, no. This is all the FBI. No! They were informants. Tell us what's going on. Feed us information. In fact, one of the Proud Boys who's in prison, that Enrique dude, he was an informant.
Wait, doesn't that prove? Doesn't that kind
This
of?
is stupid.
Say that one more time, HB.
Doesn't that prove the point right there? If the FBI agent is a Proud Boy, doesn't that prove the whole point? That's what we've been saying the whole time.
No, actually, it doesn't prove anything.
Well, I know you would say that.
FBI informant. You do know that FBI informants can act on their own.
Well, obviously.
Did the FBI send him there?
They can also act on.
Okay, no. Let's go back.
But I think Stanley,
the FBI did not send him there. He might have been informing on the event.
Well, I think what Roland is saying is that on another charge, Enrique was caught in some those diabetic for cash strips.
I don't care about any of that. I care about January 6th.
So when he's referring to him as being an informant, I think that's what he's referring to.
Right, not for January 6th. That's my point.
But he was FBI informant, though, man.
Okay, you know what, HB? That bullshit doesn't work on me. He wasn't informing when he went to the event on January 6th. He was not working for the FBI. FBI informants are like contractors.
How do you know that, though?
I don't know it any more than you know it.
It's kind of a coincidence.
I don't know it any more than you know it.
Kind of a coinky dink.
Okay, no, you know what? Coinky dink work on weak minds. It's a coinky dink in your head, but real thinkers know the opposite. Yep, I did it.
Winky dink.
It's a little quinky dink there, you know.
Coinky dinks are for children.
I'm not not a biologist here, but
Doesn't you know what? I made one mistake. You're basically not going to. You can entertain the audience.
oh, well,
That might be your role.
there we go, Stanley. Turn up. Turn up. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, you want to go?
Let's go, Stanley. I'm just, all right, Stanley. All I'm saying is it's a coincidence, you know. You
Well,
can look
it's a
into it.
coincidence, and he is an informant. But the two have to kind of align.
Yeah. I just think Roland Martin doesn't. Yeah,
You just want to pick on Roland.
No. I think.
Yeah,
Roland Martin,
I think Roland is if you put that statement back up by the FBI, Roland is Rush Limbaugh would say a little too smart by half, right? They admitted that they're FBI informants that were down there. I think that's what it said in the letter. They admitted that. Well, but they also said that the informants were not authorized to do anything unlawful. But what does that mean? I mean, they can't do anything unlawful, but if they encourage someone else to do something unlawful, right, or create the environment for someone else to, they just weren't authorized to do it. But they could, antagonize others to do things and wouldn't necessarily be breaking the law or would be skirting the breaking the law. And I think that's what how that statement is worded to me. It wasn't, it was a recognition that they did have agents down there, which is what some of the Trump people are saying. But then they tried to hedge their bets and say they weren't authorized to do anything and break the law.
Do you think Trump's going to be able to free, what is his name? Tarrio? Whatever his name is.
Enrique Tarrio?
Yeah, you think Trump's going to be able to,
I think
without consequences?
I think under the circumstances that he was arrested, it's going to be hard for him not to, based upon what I know, right? And I don't know all the ins and outs, but a man that wasn't even there.
Yeah, he wasn't even there. So,
right.
Well, I know he wasn't there, and I still ask the question.
I don't think Trump will have any. Of course, he'll get backlash from the usual suspects, but overall, I don't think so.
Think it's going to be backlash. Portia, we might have to bet a couple bucks on that. I'll bet you $5. Trump.
All right, Stanley, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right.
What's the bet? So we're saying,
Portia, Trump does not get Tarrio out.
Stanley.
Yeah, I know I'm being high dollar here, high stakes poker with you.
Money on the floor.
No, I honestly don't think Tarrio's gonna be able to get out. It's a bet, and I rarely make bets.
I got it. We are set, Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
Money on the floor. Don't touch anything,
y'all. Is making me do high dollar bets.
HB Humble says, "Do you think Trump will pardon Lil Durk? Lil Durk?"
Oh, hell nah. Hell nah. That nigga need to get locked up for hell no. Lil Durk been paying for hits for like 10 years now. Hell nah. Lil Durk has he's got so many bodies under his belt. He better not pardon Lil Durk. This dude's sending hitters on planes. Man, hell nah. Pardon Lil Durk. Lil Durk is finished. You start doing cross state line hits on people and putting them on Spirit Airlines. Nah, you gotta hell nah. Paying for everything on the business card too. Man,
I didn't know all of that. Wow.
Yeah, man. He's paying. using a business card to pay for shooters and shit. Man, hell no, he ain't getting out.
Jesus.
What up, guys?
Nigga's done, man. Is that Sam I Am?
Nah, this is Latino.
Oh, okay. What's going on, Latino?
Not much. Yeah, Little Dirk ain't coming out, and what I'm hearing, there's only 2 states in the United States that will give you the death penalty for those type of crimes, and that's Texas and California. So he might get the death penalty if he's found guilty.
Yeah, he might get the needle, the schneedle. He might get him up out of there, man. Make an album on Death Row, man.
I need to look into that because I didn't know all of this stuff about.
Oh, the hits he was paying for?
Yeah. When you do that, basically they charge you for the murder, because if it wasn't for you sending people, then that person would be alive.
And honestly, that's what makes it worse for me too. It's one thing to kill somebody, but it's another thing to pay your quote unquote friends to go kill somebody else too. Like, bro, you done made it out, and you having your buddies, your friends throw their lives away too. Man, fuck
Everybody was fooled by that song with him and J. Cole. Oh, he's changing. I'm like, don't be fooled.
Oh, he was killing women, pregnant women, and all sorts of people.
You're supposed to give your brothers a way out.
Yep.
You know, you got the bag. You're supposed to get them a way out, man.
Yeah, like J Rock did with Kendrick.
But yeah. That's my Lil Durk spiel. Yes, he deserves to die, and I hope he burns in hell.
Preach.
Yeah. I don't like none of that, man.
Yeah, man. Black on black crime, man.
Nah, it ain't that. You know, sometimes niggas gotta die, but I just think once you I don't give a fuck about that.
God
Nah,
damn,
some niggas,
HB.
some niggas gotta go. Some niggas gotta
man.
go.
Give him a
I ain't talking about that. I just think though, like if you gonna kill I just think if you gonna
be
do
a
something
pilot
to somebody, kill him yourself. Don't have your like unemployed niggas do it for you. Like, come on, bro. That's low, man. That's low. You got a bunch of unemployed niggas doing shit for you, committing murders for you.
A bunch of emotional.
Like if you gonna hire a hitman, go hire a professional. Don't hire a bunch of flunkies to do it. That's supposed to be guys you grew up with. Who does that? Shit is grimy, man.
Yeah. And they don't care who they hit too.
Not
That's
everybody
another thing.
going down.
Yeah, I be thinking they just bad shots. Like, a mafia person will like just go straight for Tony, and they'll find Tony, and then Tony will be it. Nobody will else get hurt.
HB Daniel Nixon says, so hire a Luigi, HB?
Absolutely. You hire a professional, man. Don't hire your best friends or your buddies you grew up with. Hire a professional if you're trying to get somebody off.
Right, HB? Not a guy that tilts his gun to the side.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but it's just with Dirk. To me, it's not the murders that really I don't like. It's the fashion that he did it and the people that he drugged down with him. You know, a bunch of unemployed niggas that don't have any skills. Like, bro, you could have put these guys up in a situation where they never had to do no street shit again.
Yeah, but that's why he used them, because they desperate.
Yeah, desperate, unemployed shooters. That's the worst. That's the worst thing you could be, man. You do anything for a goddamn Popeyes meal. You'll kill somebody in a chain. Like, goddamn. Damn it. Nah, Daniel Nixon, he didn't slide for Vaughn, man. He paid some unemployed niggas to do it, man. He didn't slide for Vaughn.
Approximately what, 6 of them, I guess it was.
Hey, he paid a bunch of unemployed shooters to slide for bond. He didn't slide for bond. He didn't get no get back. He fucked up. Daniel Nixon, man. That's what, bro. So I'm saying, if you ain't gonna do it yourself, just don't do it. I could have saw if he did it himself. You know, allegedly, if I'm gonna do something like that, I'm pulling a solo dolo. I'm gonna be the driver and the shooter. Hell nah. I'm about to pay some unemployed niggas. Cause you know they gonna snitch. If anything, I'm gonna pay Stanley or Black Suited. They got something to lose. Plus they got military training. I know they'll get the job done. Stanley be hanging out the window.
Afro popping out the bushes.
No, that's Blacks. He's got the army.
Yeah,
definitely a better shot.
Blacks, I'll tell Blacks to kill one person. He'll kill the whole family. Like, Blacks, I said, no women and children. I had to do it. Like, Jesus Christ.
She looked into my eyes.
Stanley hanging out the window. Literally. You're literally about to die. Literally. You know what? It's time to go. Motherfucker.
He said, I got deleted by Frederick Douglass.
And Thomas Sowell is a bitch, motherfucker. His skirt off. Oh, damn. Got hit by Stanley. God damn.
How you Solid Snake, man. Everybody scattered.
Push, you got any?
Oh, that is funny. I got deleted by Frederick Douglass.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, that's hilarious.
But yeah. Push, I was saying the same thing with Stephen A. Smith, man. He's just an opportunist. He's the typical new.
Did
John,
HB cut out?
Yeah.
Oh.
Is John still there?
I don't know. John, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Give me 1 second.
No, I have a question because Stephen A. I meant to make this joke. Y'all aren't old enough to remember the Jack Benny show. It used to come on radio, and I'm not old enough either. But I used to listen to back in the '80s. They replay these old radio shows, and the character on there is Rochester, who is I don't know. He's Jack Benny's chauffeur or something. That's who Stephen A. reminds me of. That same voice, that same accent. Just a little too loud, little too ignorant.
Let me see if there was anything else in here that I
It's a
wanted
good picture, Latino.
Thank you.
Oh wow, that's a cute daddy-daughter picture. Good for you.
Yeah, we went down. What's the name of that log ride in Disney World? She forced me to get on there, man, because I really don't like roller coasters. Like that's me smiling before we going down, but deep down inside, I was scared shitless.
She was probably braver than you, right?
Oh, dude, she went down all of them. I'm like, no, this is the first and last one, man. Like my body can't handle this type of shit. What's wrong with you?
That is funny.
Hey, Portia, can you hear me? Oh, damn, I'm sounding like you now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Portia, are you there? Okay.
Yes, exactly.
You're gonna see a lot of celebrities flip flopping, and
oh yeah,
even Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving was Mr. Sending people to that book. The Hebrews book. He was all anti-vax. standing on business, all this other shit. But now you look at Kyrie Irving, he twerking on Kai Cenat streams.
Oh,
Like all of these guys, they,
Who's twerking?
Kyrie Irving, he's dancing and stuff, footworking on Kai Cenat streams, man. Listen, man. Yeah, man, all these motherfuckers are flip floppy, switch up. They don't stand for nothing, man. That's why I think even with Kyrie, his stance on the vaccine, I really do think, I don't think it was his you know, him caring so much about his body and health and all that stuff. I just think he just wanted to be a contrarian, and you know, he wanted to feel like he was standing up for something. Cause I mean, if you really standing up for something, you wouldn't be on Kai Cenat, you know, busting a jig for a bunch of kids and shit. You know, stand for something, man. You over here dancing around and shit, nigga. What we doing, man? What you doing?
Well, the NBA's ratings are down this year.
Well, hopefully they get a clue about the woke stuff and they dial it back, but it seems like they're not. And in some instances across the country things are changing, but you know, in some of these sports agencies they haven't caught on yet. But
yeah, because they was never, a lot of them weren't really woke for real. They were just, you know, following the trend. You know, Stanley's you know, he's, you know, he really believes that shit, you know. Stanley, you know, all that woke shit, you know. What is a woman? The woke shit. What is a woman? Stanley really believes that shit.
No, I don't believe the woke shit. I think woke is a far right conspiracy theory.
See what I mean?
I'm not believing it. I'm saying it doesn't exist.
That's what I'm saying.
Woke is far right hurt feelings.
But you would never say, the difference is you would never say, oh, maybe Trump was right. You know, you're not about to flip flop. You take it, man, Stanley, you holding the line, man. You holding the line.
Well, no, I mean, I give Trump compliments. I just said some advice he gave to Stephen A. was good advice.
10 toes. That's what I'm saying. Stanley is really with the shits, man. Stephen A ain't really with the shits like that. You don't believe nothing he says.
John used the word, he's not, you know, he doesn't have a commitment to it. He has no conviction.
None at all. None at all.
And I agree with that.
One thing I heard yesterday too,
woke is real, Stan. No, woke isn't real. Nobody.
There's so the students that graduate, right, that are outside from outside the country, they trying to make pathway for them to become citizens if they actually want to stay in America, and I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
So in the
go ahead, Pusha. Go ahead.
I was just saying, in the chat they were talking about, you remember that girl, I did give an update last week, but the girl that slept with 100 guys in 24 hours.
Oh yeah. How's she doing?
So she, you know, she was crying and all this other everything else, but then she came out after her crying spiel and she said that now she wants to break the world record of the Guinness World Record of sleeping with the most men in a day. And so her new goal is 1,000 guys in 24 hours, and she has already put out the I guess like the informational, like the invitation for guys to sign up.
Yeah.
So
do you have the invitation?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now. But
can you post it? Can you post it in the
1,005?
Can you send it to Stanley?
No. I was gonna say put it in the chat. Hey, Latino, don't disrespect Stanley like that. I was gonna say put it.
What'd you say?
I was gonna say put it in the chat.
No, Stanley's gonna say, what does she look like?
Oh no, she's gorgeous.
She's gorgeous, but she's messed up in the head, dude.
She's beautiful.
Well, apparently she is. She's gonna be so chafed. No,
No, that's not her. That's not her.
That's not her. That's the record holder.
Yes.
Oh my lord, really?
Oh God.
I'm not loving that.
Yeah, she must have broke the record with nothing but black guys, because ain't no way.
That thick, healthy hair. I bet you used the semen as like a scalp massage.
So her name is Lisa Sparks, and she set the world record back in 2004 at the third annual World Gangbang Championship.
The what?
The World Gangbang Championship.
Okay, I'm out.
Abdul, get the rocks.
Reportedly, she managed to bed 919 men at this event that took place in Poland. So the other girl that I'm referencing, she wants to beat this lady's record. Okay. Now, is my screen okay? So Candace Owens did an interview with her.
With the new girl.
With the new girl.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Lord.
Here comes Candace Owens being
look at Candace's face.
You know, I'm honestly, oh man, I just Candace Owens just like
Candace Owens party pooper.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting to, Stanley. Candace Owens, she's like that type of girl that if she shows up to the party, you're like, all right, let's. All right, y'all. Hide the weed. Put the drugs up. Damn. John slipping out the back door like, here come Candace Owens, man.
Here come Candace Owens with this chick.
Damn, even the nurse
got to smoke outside and shit.
Yeah, we gotta smoke outside.
Come on, dog. Push Bull in the car to come back inside, man. It's ridiculous.
Oh man! All right, go ahead, Portia. Let's see what this interaction is like.
Manages the finances, and when Lily spoke to journalists about this, she described her relationship with her mother and her father as being wholesome. That these were good parents because they were supporting her. I know it's shocking. Take a listen to what she had to say. One of the questions that I certainly had when I was reading into your story was, I think that you kind of tried to portray it like you had this like normal upbringing. And I obviously don't buy that because I have children and I have a daughter, and your mother being involved in this signals to me that you had anything but a normal upbringing, because there's no mother that would spiritually want to see her child violated like that, because that's what it is, whether you perceive it or not. Your mother is watching you or helping you or dealing with the finances of you being violated 100 times in one day. And so I was very disturbed by that more than anything else. Is like I've heard of OnlyFans girls. I've sat down with them, respectfully on the Whatever podcast, and a lot of them have stories and they understand that, my mom, my dad, my upbringing didn't do this.
I just want to say I don't appreciate the fact that Candace is saying that she was violated.
Yeah, I don't like that phrase either, Portia. Honestly,
I don't like that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, me neither. Because she signed up for it.
Well, was it consent? Like, I guess, did her mother kind of push her to do this?
Well,
would that be?
She definitely supports her.
She was part of
her mom was there.
That's wild. Is like is that sense? Yeah, would you feel violated if your mom pushed you to do this?
In a way.
It's not, because you'll hear in this, because I skipped ahead to the part with Candace and her, but the part that I skipped shows the interview where she was crying, where she was getting interviewed by someone else, and she was talking about how her parents are both involved in her endeavors. And she also talked about how she was like, well, this isn't new for me. I've always slept around a lot. I've always done that. It's something I've always done. I just felt like, why not put some money behind it?
Yeah, they embraced her in her hoe. Let her live her life. God bless America.
Oh God,
And
damn.
Portia, this is what I mean with Candace Owens
Hey.
being like a party pooper.
Yeah.
She like violated is when like you don't
Have a
do
choice.
something somebody wants you to do, or
You
you
don't have
don't
a
follow
choice.
a rule. She wanted all those guys to smash. There was no violation there.
They
No
all signed
violation at all.
contracts.
Agreed.
Yeah, and again, like she puts it out online, whatever different apps or whatever, and guys sign up. And so, like I said, for the 1,000, because she's supposed to be doing the 1,000 in January. So
What?
and so all of these guys, I mean, I think that the list is like she's reached 1,000 already, and
Jesus.
she might talk about it here. And guys are flying from all over the world to
God,
come
to get an
pick.
STD.
Yeah, because she's in the UK, so they're flying all over the world to
Damn.
go and sleep with her.
Oh shit! Do
And
they
they
have to pay for it?
Yes, they have to pay for it too.
Question for the chat, or
Shit.
question for the panel. Sorry, would these guys be considered simps in your eye?
Yes.
This is like a new level of symmetry. This is like the 8th circle of symmetry. Like this is
When y'all are done, can I with the art of the video? The actual news is Candace Owens has had cosmetic surgery.
oh yeah, come on, Stanley.
Wait, I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, she did look a little weird here. What
No,
did she?
her chin is more pointed.
That's what I thought. I knew something was
Yeah,
weird.
this girl is
and
this
she's
girl is like the
she's
conservative
sick.
Michael Jackson.
She's sick right now, and she's pregnant again.
Oh man, she's popping them out.
Why would she
pregnant
go?
again.
Why would she get plastic surgery?
Man. Oh wow.
I thought something was off on her face. But say what?
You know what? Candace Owens is a wannabe Harris Faulkner, and Harris Faulkner has more class.
Damn.
I'm not a big fan of Harris Faulkner, but this
I
poor,
love Harris Faulkner.
this poor Ray.
Explain it for me. I'm not up on this Harris Faulkner reference.
You don't know who Harris Faulkner is?
I heard the name, but yeah, shit.
I'll pull her up.
Is that another woman?
She's the one with the
She's
crate. She's a black girl, a black woman on Fox News with the crazy eyes.
Okay, I knew I'd heard that name before. Okay, all right, I got you. All right. Why do you think Candace is having work like that? It's weird.
I don't know. Harris Faulkner might have had surgery, like cosmetic surgery.
John, this is Harris Faulkner.
Okay,
yeah. She's just, I don't know. She's more my type than Candace Owens. Yeah. And Harris Faulkner's barely my type.
She's nice.
Yeah, I'm not feeling Candace.
What? Why would she change her chin? Well, what is the point of that?
Ask her. I didn't have the surgery.
I mean,
I've always thought her chin was kind of big and pointy.
Oh, really? Okay. I never really paid much attention to her in the face. All right.
Well, you gotta pay attention to these details.
The thing with Candace is that, like, when the only time I noticed that in her face, like with her chin and stuff, is when she's pregnant, and whenever she's not.
Now she's had cosmetic surgery, and I think she's been using skin lightener, but it could be the
lighting.
That might be the lighting.
Yeah, it might just be the lighting.
You saying that she's on that Sammy Sosa treatment?
Yes.
Yeah, I think.
Okay,
y'all think I'm joking? I'm actually not.
No,
I'm not joking. I'm being serious. Like it's crazy how people could do stuff like that.
Yeah, I think it's just the lighting and the
I think she wants to look like Megyn Kelly.
I think it would be bad for her brain if she did that, but
yeah,
she's never had a brain.
Portia.
He said brand.
Oh,
he said brand.
Both. Portia, do you know how many children she has now? Is it 3 or 4?
Yeah, this will be baby number 4. Her husband was on her show like a week ago, and they announced her 4th.
Yeah, they ain't.
So
They ain't fucking around, but I guess they are.
I don't know. Two is good for me. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. She's about that life, and she's managing it.
God,
Yeah, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
So to get back into this, so 1,000 guys, list is full. They have to, of course, the ones that are already in the UK or in that area, in Europe, period. But the guys have bought flights, and they also have to pay to sleep with her as well. So
What's the slotting order? Do you have to pay more to go first?
Wait, Portia, isn't that illegal? I could have sworn prostitution was illegal.
Well, she's in the UK doing that. I don't know how it works in the UK, because even the other story that I was reading about Poland, over there, like the sexual proclivities are more, I guess, extreme and legal than they would be here in America. So that whenever they do like that gangbang thing, that's not, I'm pretty sure people do stuff, behind closed doors that we don't know about in America, but it's like popularized and, like an event or whatever, and over there, from what I've read.
Shit. You go to the wrong nightclub and you end up seeing things that you can never regret.
Wow.
So, but let's listen to some more here.
It led me to this choice in life, but you don't seem to have recognized your mother's abuse in this, which is quite alarming to me. So I'm just curious about your relationship with her.
I mean, my parents definitely don't describe having as, what did you say? Sorry, abusive or
Violating. I don't think it's abusive. I think
You said
your daughter
violating.
being violated 100 times by strangers is abusive.
So my parents don't describe it as being violated. They don't really see it in that way. They know I've always been very liberal, and to be honest, my parents, they're not coaching me into it. They're not telling me, please keep having these people at all. They're not, they're not really exactly, I wouldn't really say like supportive, but at the end of the day, they love me. And what is it going to do if they disown me, stop talking to me? That would only cause more heartache. So they see it from a standpoint of, my mum does like my finances because she wants to help me. They just want to do what they can to help. It's not so much like if they disown me tomorrow, like I think that would just make everyone more upset.
Are you giving your mom a cut?
I'm not arguing that they should disown you. I mean, I understand like a mother's love for their child. I'm saying that it is unnatural for your mother to be counting the finances that you're earning from having 100 strangers violate you on the internet for cash, and that is the part that there's just no way to normalize that. There's no way to normalize that. I'm a parent. There's no way, like I have a daughter, and the idea of being involved in that, like it's not saying that if she goes down that path that you're not going to be there and pray and hope that, she changes and speak to her about that and say, I'm always going to love you. But I view it as predatory, parental behavior. And I don't think it's fair to even describe it as my parents are liberal. I mean, I'm obviously not a liberal, I'm a conservative, but none of my liberal friends, liberal family members, their parents would view this also as demonic, whether they have faith or not. They would just say, what parent would want that for their child? Because your mother is old enough to understand what the implications are for your future. You already comprehend what the futures are, making it. I get that you turn everything into a joke. I think you do that really to protect yourself as an armor. I don't think you actually think it's funny, but to recognize that like you're a beautiful young girl, and you're never going to have the prospects. You're not going to have a man that wants to have a family with you because they're going to see you as damaged goods. Your mother partaking in that, just so you know, is a form of abuse.
See, this is where Candace, she's just got to stop with this whole.
Oh, this woman is really. Wow.
Yeah, Candace, you really got to stop with this whole moral high ground. First of all, you're married to a honky. First of all,
no, don't act like you're rich honky.
A rich honky. So don't act like you're just some altruistic. You do everything. You're in an interracial relationship. I'm not comparing the two, but don't act like you're just perfect. Second of all, to say that no man would want to marry her, I think that's a lie. She's still beautiful. there's guys in the chat that would still take her up. There's
Who's
guys in the
the
chat right
She
now.
has limited. I think she has limited.
blonde.
I think she has limited the amount of men that will
Oh
be.
yeah,
open
yeah,
to
yeah.
that.
She's
All right.
definitely limited it, but
Who's more cute, the blonde or Candace?
I even if we're just going.
Oh,
on
you're
looks
not going to
just
answer
alone.
the question,
No,
are you?
no, Stanley. I have to preface it before I answer it. If we're just going on looks alone, the blonde is way more attractive than Candace Owens.
I love the way things need to be preferenced and not just go yes, no on instinct.
Because if we're talking about who would you rather marry, knowing their background,
Oh no,
obviously,
you're being rather long-winded.
Stanley, come on.
Oh no, I know I'm being obnoxious, but not by that much. What's your gut instinct, boy?
Oh yeah, no, white girl. I'm going with the white girl. She's
Gotcha.
gut instinct. Gut instinct is the white chick. If
I
I gotta pick,
you know what? I think both of them. You know, the white girl for problematic. You know, she's a problem. Candace is she's starting to look like. Wow.
She's pregnant, Stanley. Come on, man. She's
pregnant. You know what? I had a pregnant wife, and she didn't look as tired.
Oh, Jesus.
This is good. Candace Owens looks stressed.
I mean, she's a mother. I can see her being stressed out about this.
Oh, you know what? I know you want to take up for your hero. That woman, she's not ugly. Is all I can say.
You've never
she
asked
doesn't
me
look bad in that wide lapel tweed jacket thing she's wearing.
You've never asked me about Candace Owens. You're just assuming, but I honestly think.
Oh no, I know I'm assuming.
Yeah, I honestly
I'm
think
having
Candace
fun
Owens,
with it.
Yeah, no. If you're asking me personally, I think Candace Owens is just a grifter. Like I don't think she believes anything she says either.
Do you think she could be a supermodel? The white girl wins.
What?
Yeah, I don't. I
yeah.
Candace,
Universal. Yeah, I know I'm being a little silly here, but Candace Owens, honestly, Candace Owens needs to go and be the housewife she was designed to be.
You do not like her, boy.
Yeah, Stanley really doesn't like Candace Owens.
No, I think she would be fine saying dumb shit like Hitler would be fine if he didn't have international designs or something like that. You expect that from someone who just sits at a table and nurses and drinks coffee.
Yeah, I don't think she's the brightest girl either. And I just feel like this interview, just from what we've seen so far, it could have went in a lot of different ways. Just kind of.
Oh, look at this. JQ, she's making money and she doesn't need to. See, here's the weirdest thing. JQ, my buddy, yes, she's making money, but she doesn't need to. Her husband is rich, like a couple hundred million rich.
Yeah. Maybe this is just a passion of hers, though, Stanley.
You know what? It's not a passion of mine.
I mean, look at Al Sharpton. He's been grifting for like 40
and you know
years.
what? She's gonna look like Al Sharpton in about 15 years.
For some people, grifting is a passion. I think it's just a.
You know what? You know what? The only thing she's not going to have is his facial hair. Otherwise,
testosterone treatments for that, Stanley.
All right, Portia, keep. Let's get back to it, Portia.
Abusive. And this kind of gets into the broader point, and I think the main takeaway of what's going on with Lily Phillips is that all across the world, we are facing, I think, a crisis of parenthood. Parents that want to be friends with their children, parents that have.
Stanley likes that.
I know where you're gonna go. Don't make me destroy her.
Oh God!
Don't make me destroy her.
Stanley, she sounds
Let
like
her natter on about being a good parent, HB.
you're sounding like Candace Owens, Stanley. Wow.
Oh, you know what?
This is the
Is
daughter
that
Stanley always wanted right here.
Owens,
is that where you got it from,
I
Stanley?
understand what you're trying to do. Candace Owens is not with her kids right now.
How do you don't know that? She's at home. They're probably in the other room.
You think? How do you know this is her home?
Well, in this particular video, Candace, she had the kids.
How do you
and
know?
because she said it and she showed them, and George popped in.
George.
They're in London right now because her husband is from the UK.
Oh,
also.
he's Lord Farmer's son. I know who he is.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the heir or is he the second son? I can't remember now.
He's the heir.
Is he really? Good for him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So she's going to be Lady Farmer.
Lady Farmer. She's a lady farmer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's going to be the British Sally Hemings.
Yeah, Clarice, you know, I think when people go against the small hats, I think a lot of it is like kind of orchestrated, not necessarily orchestrated, but like it's to basically prove a point. Like if you go against the small hats, we'll take you
Well,
out.
but she kind of is a small hat, right?
I mean, basically.
You didn't have to confirm that, HB.
Basically, but you saw, you know, what ended up happening with her. She lost her job. Then she started going in on the
She's
small.
fine.
No, but you know, she
She's like the Meghan Markle of the right. Yes, she is. She is going to be aristocracy or wife of aristocracy. It's not that far off.
Yeah.
No, I literally say that, and I don't say it lightly. And Portia, I promise I'll stop. I know you like her. You know, she's
Oh no, I don't. It's just I don't.
Well, no, I know you admire her, and I do apologize. I just have
no.
jokes.
No, it's not that. I mean, Candace, I admire what she has done. But as far as what she did, who she is right now, I pick and choose what I watch from her.
I honestly think she'll figure it out.
Yeah, you know. So this, I rewinded it back some to the beginning part of what Candace was saying, and it's going to show some of the clips of Lily
What's up, Juan?
Crying and stuff. Hey, Juan.
Show you this clip that has gone viral. I should have covered this last week, but I was feeling sick, and you're going to definitely hear me sounding sick as I'm speaking with her. But again, these are the moments the cameras went right in and asked her how she felt about accomplishing 100 men in one day. And what they captured, in my view, is the real Lily. Raw emotions, which would follow any person who is a human being who has just been used and defiled in this way by 100 men.
She said
It's not
raw
for weak
with
girls,
dusty.
if I'm honest. It was hard. I don't know if I'd recommend it.
Why not?
I think if you're a different type of girl, it's very like,
Oh my God.
it's kind of like being a prostitute in a sense of like, it's just a different feeling. I don't know how to explain it. Like,
it's
not like just having sex with someone.
yeah. Just one in, one out. Like
You know, Stanley, wait a second. Portia, you know what? I hate that you keep pausing.
So this woman is covering hard news.
No,
Figuratively.
Portia, you know, I'm starting to see why Candace Owens is using these words. You know, violate and defiled. You know, I think Candace Owens really puts these white bitches on a pedestal. This is a fucking whore right here. You can't defile a whore.
Oh, come on, HB.
Nah, I'm tired of her using these big ass words like it ain't what it is. This is a
Wait,
goddamn
the English whore is far superior to Candace.
I mean,
She's
if y'all
white.
heard all that
She's
she
white.
said before this, it was just like, my gosh, because she it's essentially Candace is making Lily out to be the victim, and that's what she spent the first few
Right,
minutes
right,
doing.
right. Because she's a fucking white girl. Like, bro, Candace, I know you got a white husband. You gotta stop this cooning, man. This bitch is not defiled. She's been defiled. You can only
What?
defile
So
once.
this is like a CT thing. Candace is, trying to save the white angel.
Basically,
Someone
she's trying to tell her
help
you're
me
too
with
good for
this.
this
This
because you're
is
white.
wow.
But what we can all
No,
agree
it's
on is that
just the
she's not a
words that
victim,
she
she's a
uses because
volunteer.
it's kind of
Correct. And
right. And it's, I'm
I
telling you,
actually
Stanley, it's
think the same could be said of Candace right now. She's a victim and a
like
volunteer.
Candace.
She didn't have to
No,
cover
but
this
Candace,
story. This is not
Candace
hard
never.
news. This is not hard
No,
hitting.
but because it's a white girl, it hits hard for her. She might have some white babies over there.
Okay,
White girl
you know
babies.
what? She needs to be like a Jessica Walters. One of those. Candace really could be a Harris Faulkner, who isn't very serious as a news person, but there are people she could be like. She could, if Candace Owens's head was right, she could actually be serious. She could actually work for a network, and she's here like $100 an hour, times 100 people whores is what she's doing.
Yeah. No, I think she
This is sad.
she worships that the white
You know
man and
what?
white woman too
She
much.
doesn't worship being taken seriously.
I think she worships the white man and woman too much. Honestly, defiled. This woman is
Well,
a slut.
she tried doing it with the black people, and she.
No, I just don't think she would use that type of rhetoric with like Cardi B or any black porn star. Oh, you defile yourself. No.
She actually
You lay on
did.
your back.
What kind of rhetoric would
She
she
is a
use
whore,
with Cardi B?
100%. She is of the worst kind. And, of course you have Pornhub, you have porn websites, you got OnlyFans, stuff like that. This Lily girl, she doesn't have any of that. She's just out here, and she's made a case for herself by recording this, posting
She's
it
doing
online.
Really?
And
Do it yourself.
and she did this whole crying thing, right? But then immediately after this clip that I'm showing y'all right now, she announced her 1,000
Oh, that's funny.
bodies. And so we got to watch the original video of her with the 100 before, and her showing the shoes of all of the guys, and it was like a lot of black guys from what we saw. And whenever she was done, and you remember HB, one guy gave her a rose. He brought her.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He
The
did.
Bachelor.
And then some of the guys.
I think it was. I know who the guy was.
It was a lit one?
Yeah, I know who
It
the
was
guy
me.
who gave her the
I can't lie, it was me. I was desperate.
Oh wow.
No,
Please
go ahead, Portia. Go ahead, Portia.
Please accept
But,
this news.
she was talking about how some of the guys were upset with her because she didn't make eye contact with them and she didn't kiss them. So she was like, it was some guys that I didn't kiss and I didn't make eye contact with, and I felt bad about that. And it was like,
Portia, remember too, some of the guys she didn't make come too. That's what she was sad about also.
oh yeah, yep.
They had to jerk off on her face. Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Wait, hold it. You're kidding?
No. She was literally.
She did.
That's the part that broke
what?
her down. That's the part that
You know
broke.
what?
That's the part where she started cracking when she started talking about some of the guys who couldn't ejaculate. She took it personal because they had to pull out and jerk off on her face.
Oh
If
my
she didn't,
Lord.
she give them a 5-minute time limit or something like that.
Oh my
I
Lord.
think so. I wasn't there, Juan. I think so though.
You know, this was all good fun till I heard the parameters.
Allegedly.
Oh Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, Stanley. The only reason why we know all of this stuff is because she literally told us. She did a whole video about it, and she's talking about all of this stuff. And so now she's been on this tour, going to different podcasts. And I was surprised that Candace would even sit down and have an interview with her. I mean, because I don't know.
Of course she would.
You know what? No, Nas, I'm gonna go and pray.
Oh, that's good, Stan.
Of course
It's
Candace
like,
would.
what the fuck?
HB, is that what you mean by Candace is a grifter? Like she's doing this type of content versus other things?
Bingo.
Okay.
This is what I mean. This is stuff me and Universal talk about. This isn't something. This isn't something
talk
that.
about this stuff.
No, I mean,
for
I'm just
15
saying.
minutes.
I'm messing with you.
Yeah, but I got a feeling Candace probably threw this little whore some money so she can get an interview with her, exclusive interview. Like, this is what I mean. Like, she's a grifter, man. She don't give a fuck about this bitch. This bitch did 100 dicks in 24 hours. You don't give a fuck about her. Stop it, Candace.
Yeah.
Stop
Good
it.
point. Good point.
Yeah.
Like more intense than you thought it might.
101. My bad. 101.
We can all agree that 1,000th person won't have to slide in. He'll just fall right on in.
So that right there is the real Lily Phillips. And I want to be clear, this documentary maker, the guy next to her, I think his name is Josh Peters, absolute monster to be documenting that. I mean, you just have to be guided by basic principles of morality. And to see her breaking down like that and to be playing the part as if he's her friend and really wanting to understand, oh, she's a bit overwhelmed right now. Oh, is that shocking for you to hear too, Josh Peters, that this 23-year-old young woman who's making a massive mistake and you're, instead of trying to guide her away from it, wanting to capture it, but that's her. That raw emotion is the real Lily Phillips. And it made me realize that first and foremost, you are dealing with someone who's incredibly delicate, who is now having to put on a front in front of the world because she wants to make a lot of money. She wants to make a lot of money and she wants to do this quickly. She wants to do this in one day. And in order to have a bunch of men sign up to watch that, they don't want to see her crying. So this is not good. She's got to rebrand it and pretend that she's really into it, that the sex is good and she just loves sex so much and she's super freaky. It reminded me of a conversation that I had with Amber Rose. I can't remember if it actually made its way into our interview or if it was off camera where she spoke about this, how she'd be dying on the inside being asked to do these things, but knowing that this is what was being demanded of her of the sex industry because guys are buying into this fantasy. And so my job sitting across from Lily Phillips, like I said, wasn't to denigrate her, wasn't to make her feel worse. I'm 35 years old. She is 23 years old. It was truly to try to understand her and to at least get her to admit that she is only doing this because she wants money. And so I asked her really just a basic question. I said, if you're really trying to stress that this is not about money, are you telling me that if Ford Models came to you and offered you $50 million and say, you don't have to know him out, here's $50 million, just want you to walk down a Victoria's Secret and wear a bikini, you wouldn't take it because you just love the sex so much? And here's what she had to say. Take a listen.
Can you address though what she said? If someone offered you $50 million to never do this or to have never done this, would you have taken the 50 or would you still be like, no, it's something I want to do?
I've always said this. I did this as a hobby before I did it for work. So I was sleeping around and doing these stuff like that before I actually did OnlyFans. I was a lot more promiscuous off camera before I was on camera. And so no, I do this job because I love it so much. And to me, obviously money in every job is a big thing, but it's not about the money for me. It's about
You said you did this to give back to your OnlyFans that afforded your lifestyle.
So she said it was a hobby. A hobby.
Yeah, Portia, what you saying it like that for? Some girls some girls like making blankets, some girls like playing video games, some girls like doing dicks. It's what do you
Some girls like doing all three.
Yeah, no, I'm just reeling from what you guys were saying earlier, and then what Candace was saying about the guy who did the documentary, like how it was disgusting. Why would he do that? Like, but Candace, you're interviewing her too, so the girl is telling you it's a
Right.
hobby. You know, she's telling you she
Right.
likes it. She's not mad about it. So why are you?
So, John, is this is Candace Owens black culture? Oh, I bet is he going?
I don't know.
Well, I'll ask this panel: is Candace Owens black culture?
I think Candace Owens represent a certain aspect of black culture.
Oh, and which aspect would that be? Would it be a subculture?
Yeah, I think it's a subculture.
And universal, what would that culture be?
I think so. I think she's a part of an educated black culture, but I think she's just on the right.
Which part of educated black culture? If you go, universal. Are you from Minnesota?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. I think I'll stop there. You don't know black culture, and you certainly don't know educated black culture.
No,
I said no. Hold on. I need to make this point. Universal, you don't know educated black culture. They would never accept this kind of shit from Candace Owens.
Yeah, I don't.
Google Boule.
I'm familiar with the Boule. I'm familiar with the Jack and Jill.
You're not that familiar if you think. And I don't even mean to be mean. If you think this is educated black culture, then you need to put a fork in it from 2000 forward. It's a different educated black culture.
Okay, Stanley.
You can okay Stanley all you want, but you know I'm right.
Yeah, I wasn't going to.
You wasn't doing much. You said educated black culture, and I'm gonna call you on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily agree with educated black culture because I honestly, she doesn't really come off that educated to me. What I think she kind of represents though is this more perceived upper class black, not necessarily educated, but she tries, she comes off as like upper class black class, and I think that's more what she kind of represents. It's like a class thing for her. I wouldn't necessarily say educated.
If it's a class thing, she married into it, and she's very nouveau.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, then that means, and I know what you mean by the nouveau riche thing. She is just trying it on for size, and maybe she'll fit one day.
Yeah. It's like you have to sometimes, Stanley. Sometimes you gotta dress a certain way to show up for certain types of jobs, and I feel like
it's funny. You remember the term? Well, do you remember the term shabby chic? In the English, what was it? The English are really weird with their. You can be poor, but if you're a duke, it's not so much how you dress as much as your manners. And Candace Owens just does not have it.
It's like how John was talking about his friend who would never date a white woman that's been with a black man, and it's like you want to be in this. Yeah, it's like you want to be in this certain class of people, and I think that's kind of what she represents. Like, Gloria, she wants to be in this certain class of people.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and it's there's a lot of black people like that where they want to be in this upper class of
like Stephen A.
Nah, Stephen A.
Stephen A. and Candace Owens are the same strivers.
No, because I think the difference is Stephen A. still tries to act like he's like in touch with the hood and stuff,
Like Candace Owens did when she hung out with Kanye. Yes.
I actually agree with your point, Stanley.
And she has also tried to reconnect with there's whole like newspaper stories about her trying to reconnect after she left
Daily Wire.
Ben Stiller.
Daily Wire.
Shapiro's outfit. She's been trying to reconnect to the Black community. She probably spent 6 months doing that.
Well, I mean, you gotta give back to the, I think it goes with the kind of my point where, you gotta look like you're giving back to the community. That's
Okay,
what the
Candace
upper class
Owens doesn't have to give back. Do you know where she came from? She's talked about her grandfather. She's talked about her family. She didn't grow up rich. She didn't grow up in Rhode Island. She's got North Carolina roots.
Yeah, no, I know.
If you're genuine Black, if you are actually, and John will beat me up on the subculture part of it, but if you're actually Black, you don't have to apologize for shit. And Candace Owens, you know what? If I had my druthers about Candace Owens, she'd go back to North Carolina and hang out for 6 months and reconnect with her roots. She is a lost child.
Well, she's in UK living her best life, man.
You know what? She is a lost child. And, those who pray should pray for her.
I think she'll be all right.
You'd be surprised, HB.
I think
she's gonna die a Joan Rivers death.
Stanley, stop it.
on the operating table, getting her nose fixed.
Stanley, if she was a liberal, you would love Candace Owens.
No,
you gotta stop it.
How many liberals do I love?
If she was, you would love her,
you know what? I know you want to think that, HB. I know deep in the cockles of your heart you want to believe that. But no, Candace Owens she is a good mother, I'm sure. And that will be my only compliment of her for the day. Her kids love her.
Yeah, she is.
Bet her husband doesn't.
I would argue I think he's got number 4 up in her. I think
yeah.
I think he's loving that, man.
Are we sure it's his?
Oh damn! All right.
I'm gonna
that's actually a good segue back to the video.
Yeah, let's get back to the video.
I'm not segueing just yet. I'm going to guess it's Steven Crowder's baby.
All right, let's go. Portia, can you play the video? Stanley's out of control now. Can you play the video?
Do I
don't know it to be seen. Do you guys want to get some cover?
Just as we were starting to think the Queen of Southampton was right, and this was all a hoax, the first man arrived.
Hey, guys, I'm here for the thing.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a bit early.
I'm Josh, by the way.
Oh,
hey, nice to meet you.
I never really think about things before I do them, so I've just kind of do them and then think, oh, was that okay? But yeah.
We received a text from Lily's team asking us to not draw attention to the rented Airbnb where the stunt was set to take place.
She's asked us to not be around the property so we don't draw attention to it.
So I asked lucky participant number 1 if he wanted to go for a stroll while we waited for Team Lily to arrive.
So you're obviously a subscriber of Lily's on OnlyFans?
I'm going to be honest with you, it was only what you said.
So you got a text, but they sent the address quite late, didn't they?
Yeah, just this morning. Funny, like on the text, it was like, if you have any friends who'd like to take part, and I was like, oh, it's one of my motivations for coming here.
Yeah.
Like, because it's going to happen,
Yeah.
It's not going to get much. It's on the Circle Line.
Yeah.
I go to VNA after.
Finally, Lily arrived.
Hello.
Yeah.
Lucky number 1.
An hour behind schedule with a security guard on the door, we were allowed inside.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, how you doing? Fair enough.
Everyone got names now.
It's a lovely house. I like that big mirror.
Yeah.
I don't know where to put myself. I feel like just float. Yeah. Everyone's just floating.
Everyone looks a performance today that's on the couch.
The atmosphere inside was nervous and very strange.
Who wants a banana?
No one, including Lily's team of assistants, seemed to have much of a plan in place for the day.
I don't know what's going on. No, there's a lot of forms this time. The admin side of things is crazy.
Having had their IDs checked and release forms signed in order to allow publication on OnlyFans, 6 men sat anxiously on a sofa, waiting for their turn to have sex with Lily. Meanwhile, it seemed the reality of what Lily was undertaking was starting to become slightly more real.
Hello.
Hello, how are you feeling?
Nervous. No, excited. It's nice to actually meet the boys because it puts you at ease a bit.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm nervous. Is it?
And you're not getting.
How are you feeling?
No, I'm a little bit nervous.
Okay.
I'm excited.
Just putting a baby monitor in here so I can keep an
Oh,
eye
that's
on
smart.
you.
Yeah. Have you had like an energy drink?
Yeah, I had a squash pastry in the car.
Okay.
So
And
we fueled up.
lunch or anything? What do you think?
I think I'm gonna have a break. I think it gets to about 12 and have a little
Okay.
breeze.
Yeah, that's good. Are the guys going to shower? Or
No.
concentrate and the condoms?
Yeah, they're in my bag. I've bought like 200 of them.
Yeah, that's good. Just in case because of my break.
Exactly.
And like, do we think we're going to get to 100 today?
Yeah, I'm not leaving without it.
I came to you last night after work.
Oh, guys, we are running behind.
I got in at 6 o'clock this morning. Oh my god.
I'm excited just to get the first one in.
Yeah.
Like, you just like want it to start. It's like doing a race, like you just want it to start.
It's early in the morning to be honest.
Yeah, it is.
And 5 minutes each, right?
5 minutes each. Probably might do a little bit less time. I think there's about 8 of them.
Okay.
That's all I don't wanna keep them waiting too long.
Fine. Yeah. Just all the best.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, careful. Kill it. Lots of fluids.
Thank you.
I'm not filming the guys.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Just as proceedings were about to commence, we were asked to leave. It was hard not to feel concern for Lily as we left the house. She seemed more apprehensive about what she was doing than she had done over the past few weeks. Perhaps the reality of the situation was beginning to dawn on her. It certainly was for me.
It was just weird. Like, that's all I can describe it as. It's just so weird. Like, Lily seemed a bit more nervous than she seemed throughout this, but still, like, kind of up for it. I just cannot believe in the middle of this, like, super affluent suburb, this girl is about to just have a load of strangers, 100 strangers, in someone's Airbnb.
Yeah, she did that in somebody's Airbnb. Since this went super viral, I wonder if the owners of that Airbnb have seen this, or if their friends have, and they told the owners like, "Hey, yeah, did you hear about that girl? She had like a 100 dudes or 101 guys, and they, I don't know. Would y'all feel weird about that if somebody did something like that in your Airbnb?" Everybody gone? I'm about to say,
no,
everybody gone?
No, I'm here. I was thinking. I think John has mentioned that people have filmed in his. I don't know. Man, I don't know if I'll feel weird unless I was living out of Airbnb. If it was just an Airbnb and that was the purpose of it, do what you want. Just clean up after yourself and don't break anything.
Yeah. You see, they had to get the Febreze. They brought the fan in there. They opened the window. I guess, for the smell and stuff.
Got the carpet shampooed.
Oh, it's definitely gonna smell 100 bodies.
Yeah.
Naked, bumping and grinding. Yeah. Nasty.
And on the update that I gave last week, she had to get surgery on her
Wait a minute.
lady parts because it got ripped during this.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And she wants to go for 1,000 men.
Yeah, she wants to go for 1,000, and she had to get surgery to, fix it because it got ripped. So
Those parts aren't designed for that.
with
Yeah, that's
1,000, I don't know what she's gonna be looking at.
And what is
More damage.
Is this the morning after?
This is the day of.
It's like a press game conference, Stanley.
I do wonder how much if John got like approached with this, like what would he just offer the day rate, the regular rate, or would he charge more?
No. You gotta charge.
John, you gotta charge more. That's a cleaning fee.
Yeah, you gotta charge more. I would assume that when you have couples and stuff, they're gonna be in there smashing. So this is just like a major extreme version of that.
This is a lasagna thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, lasagna. He goes to the whore's house and or meets in the back alley somewhere.
But this would be free, right? Or do they have to pay?
No, they have to pay.
How much per half hour?
Stanley,
he said he does what, 300 per half hour or something like that.
Man, something like that. It's like 3. Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Stanley, you about to check your VA bank account real quick?
Take credit.
I guess I'll just have to be in the oldest incel on earth.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this shit.
HP lasagna got his how old? Like 26, 27?
Was he number 661? Nah, lasagna, yeah.
No, but how old is he?
Oh, he's 20.
Is he like 20?
26.
Okay, so she's 23. So then, yeah, we could go ahead and do a GoFundMe and send his ass over there. I mean,
I'm pretty sure in that 100 there were guys of all ages, man.
Yeah, of course. Young and old.
Portia, you keep saying they have to pay. How much do they have to pay?
For this one it was 1,000.
Damn.
Wow.
Damn.
And for the 1,000 it's 5,000.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
What if you're the 1,000? What if you're the 1,000th guy? If you're the 1,000th guy, you just fall in. Like there's no.
So
you're not getting anything.
Portia, I know you're a math teacher. What's 5,000 times 1,000?
500,000.
Sheesh.
Jesus.
Sheesh. So in one night or in 24 hours,
$500,000.
$500,000. Sheesh. Ah. Oh, wow.
Pretty privilege.
Man, I don't know. I think that's just pussy privilege. I don't know.
It's legit worthy.
So we're not going to contemplate Candace's problems.
I mean,
What
Stanley,
problems does she have?
I
feel like
want to beat the shit out of her rhetoric, her image. Where did we think she was gonna?
That's $5 million.
No, it's $5 million.
I was thinking that. Like, wait,
I forgot.
I was like, hold on, wait.
People think morality increases dollar by dollar times 5 million.
Portia.
I was thinking of the 100 and the 5,000. Sorry.
Portia. Wow.
Come on. She's doing like 18 things. Give her a break.
Okay, all right, you guys. All right. I won't backhand you for that mistake. All right.
Well, I got half an hour before it's the end of my clown show.
Gotta jump. I'll be back later, guys. Peace.
See ya.
Come back when I don't beat you up.
I don't think that'll ever happen. You really got a problem with Universal, don't you, Stanley?
No, actually, I don't.
I feel like
Why
you
would
don't.
I have a problem with Universal?
I don't know. I don't know. I like Universal. He's a nice guy.
I like Universal too. He can take a good ribbing
Yeah.
with the best of them. And I'm going to test to see if he's the best of them.
Oh, well, yeah. You know, he is
Hey,
from Minnesota.
he's okay.
Oh, crap.
And Juan, your forehead.
I think he's frozen like that.
I know I'm doing 15 million things at one time. Sorry, guys.
No, you're okay, Juan. You know, Stanley, I do think it is kind of interesting though that you have more smoke for Candace than this creature of the night.
The more important personality, the more influential on the Black community and the American community in general is who? HB, is Candace more influential in America or this English person? Okay, you really have to think that long? This is why I worry about a Candace Owens. She actually has influence. There are people. Okay, let me put it to you this way. If you honestly are going to do a his ghetto point of view, then you don't really understand my drift.
I don't think Candace Owens is that influential. You think she's really that influential?
Yes, I do. And even if it's like a Thomas Sowell, not particularly influential in the Black community, people know who Candace Owens is.
That's true.
And,
That's true.
And I do have to insist, y'all may think, and not you, not this panel even, but there are people who think that Candace Owens is the Black community. This is who Black women should be.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
I've been trying to do this for like a while.
No. See, Stanley, sometimes you get a little too, booky. I don't know if that's a word.
What do you mean, booky? You haven't read a book?
No. What you're trying to say is that she's influential to white people.
She's influential. I literally just said she has a bunch of influence in America.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that part? You're calling me booky?
I don't.
It was plain when I said America.
I didn't look at it. When I think of, I guess
when you think of America, you think of what?
Just from my point of view. I just think from my point of view. I don't really think about the white consciousness, but I think you're spot on though. I think you're spot on though. I think you're spot on though. I think
I'm not dumb, HB.
No. It's just sometimes you gotta just keep it simple for me.
That's bullshit. You understood it about 15 minutes ago. You just wanted to blow my roll.
No. I get what you're saying, but
I know your style, HB. You knew it about 30 minutes ago.
No. I get what you're saying though. How she is influential to because to white people, they think that's how all Black people should be.
Yes.
I get you. I hear you. Portia, what do you think about that?
And when they're not, they get disappointed.
Ooh.
That Candace Owens is like the face of Black the Black culture?
Two white people, two white conservatives specifically. Like they want their Black women to be like Candace Owens.
Well, no, they will basically judge Black women, Black people by why can't you be more like Candace Owens? it's disturbing.
You know, because Portia, I've even heard people try to like compare you to Candace Owens. I'm like, man, Candace Owens ain't got shit on Portia. Candace Owens really out here. I mean, Portia.
Actually accomplished.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Portia's really actually accomplished. She's got things. You know, she's actually Portia. Don't just talk about politics. She's actually in politics.
She's in it, yeah.
Candace Owens to me is just a grifter. She talks about all these rights and wrongs and politics and stuff, but this bitch won't. Man, she wouldn't run for.
No, don't call her a bitch. I mean, she's doing the best she can.
I'm just saying.
Well, HB, you know where she got her first set of coins from. You know where she started making money from, right? Candace Owens.
No, what? OnlyFans?
No, believe it or well, no. But what she did, she was actually, believe it or not, she was a progressive liberal back when I was in college, back in 2008, 2009.
High school, it was like the son of the mayor. She owed like $30,000 in a NAACP lawsuit.
Yeah. See,
no, not that. I'm talking about the app that she. I'm talking about the app that she made. She made an app with a couple of other people that doxes people. That's how she got her start.
Really, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is another reason why I think
Tell us
she's
about that one.
That's why I think she's a grifter. Another reason
No. Look, I have to. The grifter part, that's just a bad word thrown at people who want to make money. Isn't that capitalism, HB?
No, it is. But it's why I don't.
You're a grifter in a truck. Now, I'm kidding about it's just a joke.
No,
HB, it's just a joke.
But no.
Everybody
What I'm
wants to
saying
make,
is like
a couple bucks.
What I'm saying is like when I want to get like certain people's perspective on things, I don't go to Candace Owens for it.
I think to what HB was saying earlier, there have been times at different political events that I've been invited to speak at, many times, where at the end, whenever they want to take pictures and stuff, whatever it is, you remind me so much of Candace Owens.
Except you're smart.
Do you know who that is? Oh my gosh, and I have to correct them every time. There's been times where I've been invited to speak, and obviously it's majority, if not all, white people. You'll have, Hispanics and Asians in there, but, me and maybe
But
another
no
black
black
person.
people. You'll be the only black person.
I usually start off by telling them that I'm not Candace Owens, and please don't compare me to her.
Do you tell them your hair is longer?
Well, my hair is typically in an afro, so but I have dealt with that. But I do see what it is that you're saying when you say that, because it has happened to me, and I do not like that. Because it goes to the whole black people, the black people being a monolith. We're all the same. We all think the same. Or, if you see a black conservative, or if you know one, you're going to see them, with a white spouse or someone that's not black like them. And, that we all think like the Brandon Tatums, Candace Owens, because Candace and Brandon, they talk often about how they hate rap music, hip hop, R&B, stuff like that. And it's just like, that's just not me. I'm not above, that, it's so many things that they are. And the example that HB gave earlier about Candace Owens being the one that she comes to the party and everybody is like, oh man, it's going downhill. Like, all of us aren't that way. Right. But I think that Candace Owens and Brandon Tatum, a lot, them together have set that precedent for a lot of white conservatives.
I would have to agree with your and HB's sentiment. I mean, why do people in general have to fit the mold of a certain individual, whether it's Candace Owens, whether it's Tucker Carlson, what have you, and why not people just accept, regardless of political affiliation, you for who you are? My name is Juan Pacheco.
Okay,
I am not such and such. I'm not this person. I am who I am, and that's it. Just like you're Stanley Cross. You're not so and so. You're not this, not the third. You are Stanley Cross. I mean, I'm not expecting you to fit into the mold of somebody else, just like I'm not expecting Portia and HB to fit into that.
That's an interesting point. let me think about it a couple minutes because if I respond now, it will be kind of political. So, excuse me. Let me think about it.
Take your time, Stanley.
Oh, I will. I always do.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, move on. I'm sorry. Don't let me hold you up.
Oh, I pretty much said everything that I, to the question that HB posed.
Yeah.
Oh, Woody, really? No, you know what? Sometimes HB's a lot younger, Woody. He understands quicker, especially about the current culture. It takes me a minute to process and compare it to like a Jack Benny show or something.
Yeah.
So I'm a little slow, Woody.
Yeah. No, we all kind of pick up things a little bit slower than others, but I think the bigger thing is to come to a understanding. I really don't care if I don't pick up something immediately. It's just about understanding, and I think I really do get your point, Stanley. Especially in the conservative spaces. Like I think somebody like Candace Owens is she's kind of toxic. It's like she just says a
I
lot of
wouldn't
things
call
that.
her toxic. That's a little too far. I think she just she is a placeholder.
Yeah.
She's neither toxic. She is a trophy wife, kinda, for someone like in conservative. She is a placeholder, and she's a good one. I'm not saying she's horrible. I'm not saying she needs to be thrown away. What I'm saying is she's not going to grow. Maybe that's my point. She's not going to grow.
Yeah, no, I think she plays her role,
Yes. Placeholder.
Yeah, for like white conservatives who want a little, they want a little flavor, Go listen
Now
to Candace Owens.
let me put something out, and I know I'm kind of interrupting. There's Candace Owens. There's what's the little girl's name? She used to be on. I think she was a Glenn Beck black woman, very young black woman, 21-year-old. Anukbi is her name. I'd have to look her up. She was a PragerU, like a real Prager University, really young black woman. There is not a very smart, like really smart, like oh shit, smart and beautiful black conservative woman in America right now. Harris Faulkner is the closest, and Harris Faulkner is a puff of smoke. She's not awfully bright.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. I don't think the real thinkers are, on TV like that.
No, they're the ones behind the scenes, your contributors, your others.
Carol's.
Are you talking about Amala Akumnobi or something like that?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
She used to be like a Prager, very young lady. I think she worked for Beck, but I know she worked for Prager. And I guess my whole point is there are no smart Candace Owens out there. Like drop dead smart. Like it's the funny thing about the right. Someone like what's her name? The blonde who insulted Vivek. She was like the
Oh,
poster child
oh,
of Greta Van Susteren till she got older. And what's her name?
I know who you're talking about.
My God, all these blondes, their names.
The Scream face
Are you
lady.
talking about Tommy? Are you talking about Tommy? Tommy
not
Lee
her.
Oh,
Older.
Tommy Lahren. I watched she and Kevin Samuels kind of, not personally. Kevin Samuels had a huge takedown of her, but it was in a backhanded way and a lesson for black women. So yeah, I know who Tommy Lahren is, but she's married to a baseball player now.
she's not married to the hockey player anymore, or she wasn't dating the hockey player anymore.
Maybe he's a hockey player, maybe a sport white guy.
Nas is asking if you're talking about Ann Coulter.
There we go.
Ann Coulter, who back in the day, she was kind of cute. But yes, Nas, thank you.
Yeah,
Nas, you're my you're gonna be my brain crutch.
Yeah, Nas is he's always spot on with the info.
No, Nas is gonna be my caretaker when I'm 90. He beats the shit out of me, you asshole. But it's gonna be Nas. I like applesauce though. Give me a little spoonful of applesauce.
Well, that depends. If we're still going to be around by the time we reach 90, or are the drones going to pick us up and take us off?
Oh, I'll be around. Mean assholes like me tend to persist.
Yeah. See, I think hold on.
Who? Ann Coulter?
No, I think he's talking about
Candace Owens?
Yeah.
You know what, Jay Boogie? I'm not gonna even pursue that. That's gotta be a joke.
She's well read and articulate. Yeah, it's a stab at HB for the comments made about HB earlier.
Well, Jay Boogie, I respect, so I'm not gonna go.
Yeah, see, when I listen to Candace Owens, I just don't get that from her. I don't get somebody that's she's articulate, but even the well-read thing,
practiced articulate.
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Thing about perfect is sometimes, you've heard the term imperfect beauty. There are women who are just too perfect, like looking at their face. Yeah. Same thing with speech. Same thing with writing, and even when it's edited. But the funny thing about really articulate speech is there's gonna be like some inflection or just something that's wrong. If it's too perfect, then it is artificial. And the funny thing about Candace Owens is she gets neither right. She is, I can't call her Candace Owens, her beat is off. Her inflections are off. Her style is off. There's something off about her in general.
Yeah.
And
somebody said in the chat that she was an actress, so could it be something to do with that?
And Ann Coulter's not God's gift to conservative intellectualism.
Yeah, but I think Ann Coulter does.
Peggy Noonan is the perfect conservative woman.
I think Ann Coulter does what Candace Owens is trying to do, and she just does it a lot better. She just does it a lot better.
Well, Ann Coulter is also like a trained lawyer.
And see, I think that really makes the difference too. Like, I think, and I always make this point about the first woman president. You have to be exceptional to be a woman president. You can't just be, you got to be exceptional. Like, that's the only way the American
Yeah, I've heard that point, and you're probably right, but Condoleezza Rice, they missed her. They did
But she didn't run. She didn't run. And I think
Condoleezza, she is way back in the day, not now.
Yeah, I don't think America was ready. I don't think America was ready then. But if we had a Condoleezza Rice
Condoleezza Rice would have been
now,
ready for America.
I think if we had a Condoleezza Rice type now, though, she could win. She could
Yeah,
win.
Condoleezza Rice didn't take prisoners, and she was rather polite when she did it. It's like,
That's
you're
what I mean.
dead, and you know what? You don't even know you're dead, and I'll be polite at your funeral.
The thing is, though, the thing though is Condoleezza Rice. A lot of the things that were going on under the Bush administration would have hurt her. I mean, if it were, let's say that it were
talking about post, like 20 years post.
Right, but even now, I think that those things could still come back to hit her. And I don't think that we're ready for that. I do know. I do think rather. I hypothesized that if it were 2008 and it were the Republicans put her up as a woman candidate to battle Hillary Clinton would beat her hands down, I think. But I don't know. I mean,
she would beat Trump hands down.
Condoleezza Rice or Hillary Clinton?
Condoleezza Rice.
Well,
yeah.
They wouldn't.
Well, I don't know.
Run against each other. They wouldn't run against.
I don't think they would run against each other.
No, they probably wouldn't, and Condoleezza would probably do like, "Oh, it's your role to be president because you're a man." Condoleezza Rice is about 8 times smarter than Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
And better at betting at football, I will bet.
Yeah, nah,
y'all don't know. She was like Condoleezza.
Well, I don't bet on football. I just watch it. So.
No, she was like on the board of the NFL. She was like deeply influential.
She's also a professor at Stanford University after she left the Bush administration. One of my acquaintances had her, and he said that she was one hell of an instructor. Yeah, chancellor, but she was also teaching a class there as well. In either case, one of my acquaintances said that she was a hell of an instructor.
That's what I mean. Like when people think Candace Owens is like, oh, why shouldn't Candace Owens should run for president? I'm like, bro, Candace Owens is not even. Candace Owens can't even sniff Condoleezza Rice's panties, man. Like honestly. Not that she would want to, but you know what I mean, Juan. You know what I mean.
Well, if Condoleezza Rice were to run, I'm not gonna lie, I would vote for her hands down over anybody else because she was running circles around Bush. Remember that? Like she would do the press conferences.
She was smarter than Bush, man. I mean, that's not saying too much, but
that's not saying much at all. But I mean, but at the same time, I mean, it was funny. Bush would have trouble trying to say what he was trying to say, and then Condoleezza Rice would just clean it up in a form so well. And I'm like, okay, well, why the hell aren't you in this particular spot? But then again, we've talked about it. Maybe America's not ready for her to be in that spot because the only comeback that Bush had in one of his press conferences was he had to remind her, even though he was a C student, who was president and who wasn't. So
he was a C student at Yale with, I guess by the time he ran, a father who was president. And Prescott Bush, his